I am the fated villain. Chapter 196 to Chapter 225. In this battle, the aftermath of the battle enveloped an area of nearly 300,000 miles. The sky and earth were turned upside down, the sun and the moon rotated, and the universe was destroyed. Many of the dragon race's divine islands and mountain ranges were crushed to pieces by this terrifying aura. The immortal ancient formation patterns that were engraved surged with heaven's shocking murderous aura, but in the end, they were erased by a half-supreme being. The battle in the sky also ended. Terrifying stars scattered in all directions, turning into star skeletons that surged between heaven and earth, about to cover and fall. Buzz. A golden path extended and landed in the sky. The Great Elder returned. His white robe fluttered, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. It was impossible to tell that he had just fought with someone. Behind him, a quasi-supreme existence of the Dragon Clan was sealed with a huge palm print. "It's over?" the Great Elder asked with a calm expression. From the beginning to the end, he was not very willing to take action. Except for the supreme expert of the Dragon Clan who took action to suppress, he did not participate in the battle below. The Great Elder was also shocked by the sudden appearance of Xianxia's identity as the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Before this, he had never thought about it at all. He thought that Xianxia would borrow the power of the longevity Gu clan in the end. But it was obvious that the identity of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's successor was Xianxia's final trump card. Thinking of this, the Great Elder could not help but take a deep look at Xianxia. He could not see through this guy anymore. How many more trump cards did he have hidden in the dark that others did not know? Fortunately, the grudge between Xianxia and this guy had been resolved. Otherwise, he really did not dare to imagine how much chance Xianxia had of surviving when facing Xianxia alone. If it were not for this group of old things supporting Xianxia behind her, she would probably be eaten by Xianxia until not even her bones were left. "It's over. For this battle, I have troubled the Great Elder." Xianxia smiled. "Don't worry about it. Remember what you promised this old man." With a cold snort, the Grand Elder waved his sleeve, and the Dragon Tribe expert, who had been suppressed behind him, flew over to Xianxia. "Don't worry, First Elder. I won't forget what I promised." Xianxia glanced at the dejected Supreme Master of the Dragon Clan. Xianxia's expression was calm. Then, he looked towards the distant horizon. His gaze swept past the many experts before he smiled and said, "As the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Xianxia is duty-bound to help the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace quell the chaos of the Dragon Clan." Many orthodoxies and living beings who were watching from afar were stunned as well. For a moment, they did not understand what Xianxia meant. Xianxia, you, how ruthless. So shameless." The Grand Elder was stunned. He did not understand why Xianxia would say that in front of so many orthodoxies. Then, his eyebrows twitched, and anger rose in his heart. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace had always been neutral. They would not interfere in the feuds between any forces and orthodoxies. Although Xianxia was the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, the entire Dao Heaven Immortal Palace had not provided him with any help in this battle. Now, Xianxia was trying to tell everyone that it was the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace who had actively helped him. Was it not because of the agreement they had that day? The Grand Elder knew what Xianxia was up to. He understood it almost immediately. He was infuriated, and his anger surged. Not only did he want to stir up chaos in the immortal ancient continent, but he also wanted to drag the entire Dao Heaven Immortal Palace into it. When that happened, many forces in boundless heaven would think that the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was involved in the unification of the immortal ancient continent. This way, Xianxia could divert everyone's attention. After reaping the benefits, he would let the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace take the blame for him. The Grand Elder's expression darkened. He was angry and livid. However, he could not refute Xianxia's statement. Only a few people knew about the agreement they had made that day. "Xianxia will remember the favor you have shown me, Grand Elder." Then, Xianxia said calmly, "But, Grand Elder, you still owe me a favor. Don't forget about that." Xianxia was not very clear about the Grand Elder's cultivation level. However, he knew that the Grand Elder had surpassed the quasi-supreme realm. Compared to Xianxia, he might be much stronger. Therefore, he had to hold on tight to this favor. who knew when it would come in handy? Moreover, he did not think it was a big deal to let the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace take the blame for a while. Many cultivators in the outside world would think that he had forced the Grand Elder to take action to achieve his goal. Although that was not wrong. However, in Guchang's opinion, this was not a good idea. He had to make the outside world think that the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was the mastermind behind all this. After all, he had been in the limelight for a while now. The more cultivators and orthodoxies paid attention to him, the harder it would be for him to scheme in secret. Guchanga had always liked to make a fortune in secret. He would take the benefits himself and let others take the blame. He was even more so with the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Whether or not it would have much of an effect was another matter altogether. Grand Elder, if you think that Chang'e is wrong, you can explain yourself. I think many cultivators will believe you. Guchang'e continued to smile. She knew that with the Great Elder's temperament, he would not say anything at this time. After all, he had achieved his goal. He did not care about angering the Grand Elder. He would rather think about how to unify the immortal ancient continent. Humph. The Grand Elder interrupted him with a dark expression. He flicked his sleeves and left in a blur. He had decided that from today onwards, he would hand over all the affairs of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace to the Palace Lord. Guchang'e was so shameless. He did not care what he wanted to do. He could not care less. He was going to cultivate in seclusion for a while, otherwise, one day, he would not be able to stop himself from slapping this shameless junior to death. This guy was so stubborn and did not want to suffer any losses. Men, clean up the dragon tribe. Kill anyone who refuses to obey. From today onwards, I only want to hear one voice in the dragon tribe. Then, the smile on Guchang'e's face disappeared and she said lightly. Yes, young master. Behind him, a roar like a tsunami came. The mighty army of the three tribes began to deal with the remaining members of the dragon tribe who refused to submit. They had to clean up the mess to avoid any hidden dangers. As for those who refused to obey, it was even simpler. They just had to kill them. There was no lack of disobedient creatures in this world. Young master. We have done what you asked us to do. The members of the dragon tribe who rebelled have all been killed. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and majestic aura came crashing down. On the other side, the prospective supreme ancestors of the ancient serpent, black sky eagle, and alligator god had also suppressed many dragon tribe powerhouses and rushed back to Guchang'e to report on their mission. Very good. Well done. Guchang'e glanced at the scene below and showed a satisfied expression. Then, he nodded and gestured for them to leave. Although the appearance of the three tribes would cause the various orthodoxies to be wary, Guchang'e would definitely consider hiding them in the dark. Then, after dealing with the dragon tribe, Guchang'e had time to think about his fellow countrymen. If he guessed correctly, Yu Mingkong might not even know about his existence. After all, transmigrators were the biggest outliers. In the timeline that Yu Mingkong experienced in her past life, the existence of transmigrators was still unknown. However, since the transmigrator had voluntarily appeared in front of him, Guchang'e would find him. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Unless it was an extremely unlucky transmigrator, anyone who came to this world and had a cheat would definitely be awesome. However, what Guchang'e did not know was whether this transmigrator came to this world before or after him. What he had to do next was to unify the various tribes of the Immortal Ancient. With this force, he could also provide a large amount of cultivation resources. Just from Immortal Ancient's dragon clan alone, there would definitely be many good things that would be useful to him. He might even be able to obtain part of the essence and blood left behind by the true dragon. To Guchang'e, those things were extremely beneficial. Recently, his demonic cultivation had reached the peak of the quasi-sage realm. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to the sage realm. After reaching the sage realm, Guchang'e could condense more Great Dao treasure bottle runes to help him devour and refine the remaining immortal essences. His cultivation could still break through to another level. At the same time, far away from the Dragon Island, in the sky, the powerhouses of various orthodoxies gathered to witness everything. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe that this is something that a young man can do? Now is the golden age, and the stars are shining brightly. However, in terms of power, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation can go against Xianxia. In some ways, this Xianxia is even more terrifying than the inheritor of the demonic arts. Such scheming and methods make one's heart tremble. In the end, he openly schemed against the entire immortal ancient tribe. Many people were whispering, and the shock in their eyes could not be dispelled. Rumor has it that the inheritor of the demonic arts was defeated by him in the end. However, no one has ever found his tracks after so long. Even when he killed some young supreme beings, it was done in secret. I'm afraid that he was severely injured by Xianxia. His injuries are not light. Now, seeing how Xianxia activated the replica of the ancient reincarnation wheel, his expression is normal, and he doesn't seem to be in any difficulty. It seems that his cultivation is not as simple as it seems on the surface. He has hidden it well. On the ancient warship, auras intertwined, and chi and blood were majestic. Many of the Wang family's powerhouses were discussing. Regardless of whether they were from the younger generation or the older generation, their expressions were complicated, and their hearts were filled with fear and shock. They did not intervene in the battle. Instead, they witnessed everything from the beginning to the end. At first, the joy and excitement from Wang Zijin's return from the human ancestors' palace was like a basin of cold water being poured over them, cooling them down. Their bodies trembled all over. Many people reacted, knowing that Wang Zijin was not the only dazzling person in the same generation. Wang Zijin's talent was strong, and could be said to be one of a kind in history. She cultivated in the human ancestors' palace, and her progress could be said to be very fast. Half a month to a small realm, half a year to a large realm. Cultivation breakthroughs were as simple as drinking water and eating. However, she was still from the younger generation and had yet to inherit the orthodoxy of the force behind her. Meanwhile, Xianxia was already in control of everything. Just the power in his hands made everyone deeply shocked and fearful, not to mention anything else. Just the three great tribes of Black Sky Eagle, Ancient Snake, and Alligator God were an extremely terrifying force. Under Xianxia's command, he could practically sweep through an area. Just now, there were a total of 3 quasi-supreme old ancestors who had appeared. This power made them tremble. Those were quasi-supreme grand elders, supreme powerhouses who could shatter stars with a lift of their palms and shatter continents with a wisp of their aura. They were existences who were the foundation of the various orthodoxies. Now that supremes had not appeared, and those who had achieved the Tao did not appear, quasi-supreme grand elders could be said to be invincible. If they really wanted to compare, they realized that in terms of power and influence, perhaps even the current longevity Wang family's clan leader would have to be polite to Xianxia, right? This was something that they would not have dared to imagine in the past. This kid's methods seem simple, but in reality, each step is closely linked. Even I can only see some clues and arrangements. If we really want to investigate further, I'm afraid we can trace it all back to the time when the immortal ancient continent opened. For such a long time, this kind of scheming really makes this old man sigh in admiration. I'm afraid you can't find many people in the current younger generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. On the ancient warship, after hearing Wang Wushuang's words, the old monster from the Wang family could not help but sigh. One had to admit that even they had to admit that in the battle against the immortal ancient dragon tribe, Xianxia's banner of justice played a huge role. Everyone could see that he was planning to scheme against the immortal ancient dragon tribe, not some pretty words like seeking justice. But so what if they could see it? They could not do anything, but they had no reason to do anything. Did they really think that the longevity Gu family behind Xianxia would just stand there and watch the show? Now, in front of all the great orthodoxies, Xianxia took away the fattest piece of meat. This was what made them feel the most depressed and helpless, and even gasped in admiration. His various methods displayed the courage and methods of a young master from an everlasting family, and not a simple cultivation talent. With a young master like this, why would they worry about the prosperity of their orthodoxies? However, on the other hand, Xianxia showed off his ability. Now, he controlled the terrifying power of the immortal ancient dragon tribe, and even the quasi-supreme ancestors obeyed his orders. In the following days, all the great orthodoxies would be wary of him, and they would join forces to deal with him. One gain and one loss, this was unavoidable. The previous competition between the younger generation was still a small matter, but now, it had evolved into a situation where clans would be annihilated at the slightest move. just ask, who wouldn't be fearful? Young master, I'm afraid you'll have to learn from Guchanga in the future. Thinking of this, the old monster from the Wang family could not help but laugh. Where were their horizons? They would not blindly praise the other party, nor would they overly belittle the other party. Saying these words was just to spur their young master on. They were both descendants of everlasting families, so they would be compared in many aspects. Of course, everlasting families stood tall and had a long history. They would not casually collapse just because a young master was not good enough. Being inferior to the other party was being inferior. At this time, could it be that they still had to be sarcastic and belittle? Guchanga is indeed very strong. In terms of courage and methods, I am far inferior to him. This is something I will admit. But don't forget, elder, these schemes are useless in the face of absolute power. If Guchanga did not have the identity of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's successor, he would not have been able to make the ancient snake tribe and divine crocodile tribe listen to him. At this time, Wang Wushuang shook his head and said. Although he really admired Guchanga, it was not deep enough. But he didn't have a deep impression of Guchanga. He just felt that Guchanga was relying on this relationship. Without the help of these three tribes, this battle would not be so easy. Hearing this, Wang Zijin, who had been staring at the figure in the distance with a strange expression, slowly shook her head, but she did not say anything. Since young master says so, then let me ask you, what does absolute power mean? The old monster from the Wang family was happy to use this opportunity. He could not help but smile, intending to educate his young master. The younger generation naturally had the heart to compete, but this competition should not be something that they were unwilling to accept. Ever since Wang Wushuang was born, there had always been arrogance in his heart. Begging for flowers, he admitted that his cultivation was far inferior to his sister, who was a natural saint, and there was nothing he could say. However, Guchanga was clearly younger than him in terms of age. But with his current cultivation, even he could not see clearly. He could only vaguely sense that it was unfathomable. To be honest, he was a little unwilling and unconvinced. Now that he was said to by the elders in front of his sister, he felt a little embarrassed. Absolute power naturally refers to true cultivation. No matter how strong Guchanga is, it is impossible for him to surpass my sister in terms of cultivation, right? Wang Wushuang said. In his eyes, golden light flowed, and he was not very calm. Normally, he would never say such a thing. But today was the first time he saw his sister, and he was not calm. He always felt a sense of frustration. Ordinary geniuses would definitely not be able to accept this situation. Fortunately, his heart was far stronger than ordinary people, so he was not deeply affected. Wushuang, there is always someone better than you. You have to remember this sentence. Of course, this sentence is also for myself. At this time, Wang Zijin, who had been silent, finally spoke. Her voice was like the sound of nature. With a smile on her face, she looked at Wang Wushuang and said. Wang Wushuang, this younger brother, did not seem like a weak-willed genius. This made her feel a little satisfied. Of course, this sentence was also for herself. Previously, she felt that she was very powerful, but she realized that Guchanga had many tricks up his sleeve that she could not compare to at all. The only thing that he could rely on was probably his talent and cultivation. This made Wang Zijin even more curious and interested in Guchanga. As a transmigrator, she was familiar with all kinds of tricks, had a powerful background, and terrifying talent. From the moment she was born, she stood at the end of countless cultivators. In the following days, it was inevitable that it would be boring. In fact, Wang Zijin really wanted to find something that interested her, so she had the intention to travel the world. Now, she happened to encounter Guchanga. This native genius seemed to be completely different from the rest of the cannon fodder. This kind of scheming made her very surprised. Immediately, she continued to speak. Guchanga's cultivation is not as simple as what you see. To be honest, even I can't see what his realm is like. Sister, you can't see his cultivation level either? This time, Wang Wushuang and the other Wang family elites around him were stunned and couldn't help but stare. They had heard from the elders that Wang Zijin's strength was very likely to be at the quasi-Holy Land level now. However, she couldn't see through Guchanga either. Wang Zijin nodded. To her, this kind of thing was not something that she could not admit. However, to be able to easily activate a Dao attainment artifact imitation, his cultivation level must be beyond ordinary people. If you were given a Dao attainment artifact imitation now, would you be able to activate it as easily as Guchanga? Also, you said that he relied on his identity as the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Think about it, if you were the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, would you be able to make the three major clans listen to your orders like Guchanga? As long as the three major clans are not stupid, they would not agree to submit to a young man. Guchanga was able to make them submit to him, so his methods are not simple at all. Wang Zijin said so, with her analysis and understanding. Her perspective of things was different from that of others. When she said so, the people of the Wang family on the ancient warship immediately fell silent. Some of them took a deep breath and were extremely shocked. As expected of the young miss, you can see things so clearly so easily. The old monster of the Wang family couldn't help but nod and smile. He could see all of this because he had lived for a long time. And if Wang Zijin could see it, it could only mean that she was really smarter than ordinary people and was talented. I see. Hearing this, Wang Wuxuan was silent for a while. Thinking about it according to Wang Zijin's words, he finally understood the gap between him and Guchanga. He really couldn't do what Guchanga did. A deep sense of disappointment and unwillingness spontaneously rose in his heart. It's a pity, I heard that Guchanga has a marriage contract, otherwise he and the young miss would be a good match. However, things like marriage contracts can be cancelled. The old monster of the Wang family suddenly sighed and said with emotion. If the two families were to be connected by marriage, it would definitely be a win-win situation. Hearing this, Wang Zijin was slightly startled and her expression suddenly became a little strange. Why did he suddenly mention this matter? Could it be that the fiancé scheme that she had been thinking about before was coming? Guchanga tore up the original marriage contract with the female lead and then set up a marriage contract with her. From Guchanga's actions, he didn't seem like a decent person. It didn't seem impossible. Elder, does Guchanga have a good-for-nothing fiancé? After thinking for a while, Wang Zijin considered her words and asked tentatively. The words of the elder just now were too much like the rhythm of some kind of melodramatic routine. This? The elder of the Wang family obviously didn't expect Wang Zijin to ask this and was stunned. However, Xiao at the side continued, young Master Chunga's fiancé is the famous future emperor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Yu Mingkong. She has the appearance of an empress, how could she be a good-for-nothing? Wang Zijin was a little disappointed. If she really had a fiancé like Guchanga, she didn't think much of it. It wouldn't be like before where she would get goosebumps every time she thought about it. As a person who only cared about appearances, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with coveting other people's bodies. After all, no matter which world it was all about appearances. Before this, Wang Zijin always felt that she wouldn't meet a young genius that could interest her and that her life would be just like that. After all, an ordinary main character's face, a delicate and pretty youth's face, when she thought of all kinds of descriptions of the main character, her head hurt and she couldn't get interested. This world was obviously not a female world. Instead, it was a male world. The main character would definitely be the type that slowly grew stronger from weak, otherwise there wouldn't be the so-called hot-bloodedness to level up. As for Guchanga, although Wang Zijin hadn't interacted with him before, she could feel that he was different from other geniuses. And her intuition had never been wrong. Wang Zijin felt that this was very likely a cheat that she had brought with her. She wasn't afraid of villains being bad, but she was afraid of villains being handsome. Wang Zijin suddenly remembered a sentence from her previous life. Miss, since we're already here, why don't we pay a visit to young Master Chunga while we're at it? As if seeing that Wang Zijin was a little disappointed, the Wang family elder suddenly asked. Wang Zijin was stunned when she heard this, but her expression didn't change. She smiled indifferently and said, then we'll do as you say. Miss, didn't you say you weren't interested? Seeing this scene, Xiao couldn't help but mutter. In exchange, the result was Wang Zijin giving her a knock on the head. You talk too much. At this time, in Dragon Island, Xianxia, who was searching for the heritage of the dragon clan in a magnificent and incomparably magnificent treasure vault, suddenly heard the notification sound of the system. Ding, the Lady of Luck is interested in the master. Luck points increased by 1,000 points. Fate points increased by 5,000 points. Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed. This works too, or is it that I have nowhere to put my charm? 1,000. The system notification came out of nowhere, but he had indeed gained a lot of luck points and destiny points. It seems that this transmigrator has noticed me and is interested in me? Is my charm that great? Or does she feel that I'm different from the natives of this world? The smile on Xianxia's face was a little intriguing, and he quickly reacted. He glanced at the dazzling palace in front of him and gave an order. Many of his trusted subordinates stepped forward and began to collect the treasures of the dragon clan over the years. Then, Xianxia moved and went outside. Since this fellow countryman had noticed him, he must be among the great orthodoxies just now. Perhaps he was not far from the dragon tribe's territory. Xianxia could understand her mentality. After all, everyone was a transmigrator. In terms of mentality, it was normal for them to look down on the natives. If they were born with a higher background and had stronger cheat codes, they would be proud of themselves. However, the other party did not seem to know that he was also a transmigrator. Before that, he might as well pretend to be a more special native. Xianxia had long been familiar with this kind of thing. Naturally, he could guarantee that it was flawless and difficult to find any flaws. Unless the other party also had a system like him and could detect his origin. Otherwise, she would have to obediently be controlled by him. Thinking of this, Xianxia smiled meaningfully. He already had a plan in mind. The other party thought that she was smart and knew the entire script, but how could she know that the person in the script was just acting with her? There was always someone better. If I'm not wrong, this Lady of Providence will probably come to me personally. Is she interested in me? Just as Xianxia was planning, a fluctuation came from the void, and an expert from the Primordium Divine sect turned into a divine rainbow and arrived. Buzz. Young master, the successor of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang, wants to visit you. He is now waiting outside Dragon Island. The expert glanced at Xianxia in front of him and reported. It's the Longevity Wang family? They came quite quickly. Hearing this, Xianxia slightly nodded, and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Let them in. Yes, young master. After receiving the order, the expert quickly left. Seems like I need to prepare for my first meeting with a fellow countryman. Xianxia smiled playfully. Since it was a competition of tricks, then it was time to see whose tricks were deeper. Then, he took a step forward. The void became blurry and a tunnel appeared in the void. It pierced through the sky and landed on the peak of a mountain. To be honest, he thought that someone would come looking for him. Unexpectedly, it was related to the Longevity Wang family. Since it could be called a longevity family, its foundation must be unfathomably deep. There were cultivators who previously said that not even the long-life families themselves knew how terrifying their own backing was. This point was well confirmed by the Longevity Gu family. Due to that, Xianxia would not look down on the Longevity Wang family. There was a reason why every family could stand tall and never fall. Before this, he was thinking about the relationship between the person who came and Wang Wushuang. Although Wang Wushuang was a bit mysterious in front of others, hiding his true appearance with fog, Xianxia saw through his true appearance and even the source of his constitution with a single glance. As long as he wanted to, there was no genius or cultivator in this world that could hide from his eyes. Before this, he also considered scheming against Wang Wushuang's source. He knew that his constitution was a type of unparalleled battle constitution. The manifestation of unparalleled strength was the faint golden patterns in his eyes. The unparalleled strength was equivalent to a terrifying secret technique. It could increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects, including attack, speed, divine sense, defense, and so on. However, Xianxia gave up in the end, because the difficulty was not low, and it was not easy to succeed. And now, in his opinion, the person who wanted to see him couldn't be Wang Wushuang himself. Even Wang Wushuang had to listen to his orders, so his status was clearly higher than Wang Wushuang's. Older sister, or was it an ancient freak from the longevity Wang family? At the same time, on the Wang family's ancient warship, Wang Zijin, Wang Wushuang, and the others were standing there, waiting for the announcement. It was not a simple matter to visit Guchanga now. Especially now that the dragon race had just been suppressed, who knew if there would be someone watching and taking advantage of the situation? In their opinion, it was normal and reasonable to be cautious. Guchanga's identity was not like an ordinary young supreme. "Miss, will we be able to see young Master Changa soon? I'm so excited." Xiaoer's face was full of excitement, and her two braids kept swaying. Seeing her expression like a little fangirl in her previous life meeting her idol, Wang Zijin couldn't help but shake her head. She really wanted to cover her mouth. "I told you to be quiet. Why didn't you listen?" Wang Zijin couldn't help but say helplessly, but she couldn't be bothered with this little maid, because she was used to indulging her. "Got it," Mississippi Xiaoer quickly nodded like a chicken pecking rice, but she still couldn't hide her excitement and anticipation. Wang Zijin didn't say anything else. After all, she was going to visit Guchanga, the so-called number one of the younger generation, with her younger brother. Otherwise, with her current transcendent status, it would be too degrading to visit others so casually. So today, she was just a foil, and now she was still dressed as a man. She didn't intend to expose her identity as the successor of the human ancestors' hall so early. Wang Zijin was very annoyed with those suitors who didn't know their own limits but were like sticky candy and maggots in the bones. She couldn't wait for no one to disturb her. "Everyone, please follow me. The young master is already waiting for you on Dragon Island." The expert who went to report quickly returned and replied. "Thank you." Wang Wushuang nodded calmly. Hence, everyone followed this expert and headed towards the depths of the Dragon Island. Many cultivators nearby were shocked when they saw the scene. The successor of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang, he's visiting Guchanga. This matter was probably not simple. Soon, the people of the Wang family passed through many sacred mountains and islands under the lead of this person and headed to a mountain peak shrouded in clouds. Buzz, at the peak of the mountain, several experts with terrifying auras were waiting there like guards. Meanwhile, Guchanga had a calm expression and a composed look in his eyes as he sat behind a stone table. The stone table in front of him was filled with the fragrance of tea and five-colored light. It was obvious that the tea had been prepared for them. "Greetings, Brother Gu." Wang Wushuang landed and cupped his fists at Guchanga. Behind him, Wang Zijin, Xiaoer, the old coachman, and the others were half a step behind, as if Wang Wushuang was the leader. "Brother Wang, why have you come in person? Everyone, please. Serve the tea." Guchanga looked up with a smile and glanced at the people of the longevity Wang family in front of him, hinting them to sit down. Then, his gaze paused for a moment on Wang Zijin, who was dressed in men's clothes and had fair skin. He was surprised. Then, he quickly looked away. It was as if he was just a little curious but didn't care much. As for the rest of the longevity Wang family, he didn't look at them. Noticing this small scene, Wang Zijin was not surprised. On the contrary, Guchanga's attitude made her feel that it was very interesting and she became more and more interested. Guchanga obviously noticed that she was different from the others. However, he didn't ask or say much. This was a smart man. Compared to the other young supremes, he was indeed different. Moreover, looking at him up close, he did have the temperament of a transcendent immortal, exuding a noble and extraordinary aura. He was clearly acting like a villain just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had the face of "I'm a righteous character." How could this be? To be honest, Wang Zijin didn't expect that there would be a day when she misjudged. Since Guchanga was so capable, it was obvious that he wasn't the kind of villain who couldn't live for more than a few chapters. At this time, after they sat down, hearing Guchanga's question, Wang Wushuang couldn't help but smile. He said, "I saw Dao Brother Changa's strategy. Such a simple method suppressed the entire immortal ancient dragon tribe and made them submit. Such methods are truly shocking." I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "I wanted to pay you a visit and learn from Dao Brother Changa." These words were said very sincerely, with a sense of sincerity. Wang Wushuang also knew that at this time, he definitely couldn't say that his sister was interested in Guchanga and wanted to see him. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, such behavior would inevitably be criticized. Oh, so it's about this. Hearing this, the smile on Guchunga's face didn't diminish. He then shook his head. It's just luck. Brother Wang, you flatter me. The immortal ancient dragon tribe is doomed to self-destruction. This is the law of heaven and earth. For countless years, they have been bullying others. They can cover the sky in the immortal ancient continent with one hand and do whatever they want. They brought this upon themselves. I merely added fuel to the fire. Hearing this, the corner of Wang Wushuang's mouth twitched. Then, he bitterly smiled. Brother Gu, there is no need to belittle yourself. From what I see, no one in the younger generation has methods like yours. Guchunga still didn't seem to care. He smiled and shook his head. This matter is not worth Brother Wang's attention. Even if I didn't do anything, someone else would have done something to them. As for me, I merely took advantage of the Great Elder's actions. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals is the real mastermind behind this. I was merely pushed out in the open and used this opportunity to make a name for myself. What he said was reasonable, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, the people here were not simple people. None of them were stupid. They could tell that Guchunga was trying to shirk the responsibility. He was completely shirking away from everything that he planned. He was blaming the Palace of Heavenly Immortals and the immortal ancient dragon tribe. It sounded as if he was helping the immortal ancient continent get rid of evil. If they didn't see how he was raiding the entire immortal ancient dragon tribe, they might have believed him. Brother Gu, you are being too humble. Others want to make a name for themselves, but you are avoiding it. Speaking of which, the Black Sky Eagle, the Alligator God, and the other tribes are all under Brother Gu's control. With your power today, nobody can compare to you. Of course, you don't need to care about these things. Wang Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim. His words were sincere. Humble? Why would I be humble? I am merely speaking the truth. Guchunga couldn't help but laugh. Brother Wang, you have overestimated me. The old monster of the Wang clan couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. Indeed, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. He had truly underestimated Guchunga's ability to lie through his teeth. Everyone saw what you did, didn't they? Wasn't it better to be honest? Stop pretending to be someone with a big tail at a time like this. Even he wanted to say that to Guchunga. At this moment, it was as if he knew what everyone was thinking. Guchunga said with a slightly regretful tone, I know Brother Wang thinks I am lying through my teeth, but the Black Sky Eagle, the Alligator Snake, and the other tribes did help me because of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord. Now that this matter is settled, their agreement with me is no longer valid. They will go their separate ways. I can't ask them to do anything for me anymore. Saying this, he revealed a regretful expression. His words were so true that everyone believed him a little more. After all, when the quasi-supreme ancestors of the three tribes attacked together, their power shook the sky. It was too shocking. They found it hard to accept that the quasi-supreme existences would listen to a young man. Guchunga's words made them feel a little better. They felt like it was within the acceptable range. To say such hypocritical words of righteousness, he is indeed not a good person. Wang Zijin's expression was strange. At this moment, when she heard Guchunga's words, she couldn't help but laugh. It was pleasing to the ear, like the sound of nature. In fact, she didn't think that Guchunga's approach was wrong. In this fantasy world where the strong preyed on the weak, good people would never live long. Guchunga, who raised the banner of justice and did things that villains would do, could live for a long time. This made Wang Zijin more and more interested, and she wanted to know more about Guchunga. And at this moment, hearing Wang Zijin laugh, Guchunga seemed to look at her face. On his face, there was just the right amount of surprise and doubt. And this is? This is my sister Wang Zijin. She had just returned from cultivating elsewhere and was planning to return to her tribe. On the way, she passed by immeasurable heaven and came to see me. Wang Wushuang gave a simple introduction, not saying that Wang Zijin came from the human ancestor palace. Oh, so it's Brother Wang's sister. I was a little surprised just now. It seems that you really are hiding your strength. Gu Chang'e said in surprise, as if he had just found out. After saying that, he raised his hand and raised his cup. In the white jade teacup, the fragrance of tea wafted, indicating to Wang Zijin. Since Wang Wushuang didn't have the intention to explain in detail, he didn't continue to ask, in case it backfired. Greetings, Brother Gu. I've heard many rumors about Brother Gu. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. Seeing this, Wang Zijin didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Gu Chang'e's actions and expression. Hearing this, she also raised her cup and smiled, drinking the tea in one gulp. Haha, Miss Zijin, you flatter me. This is nothing more than a false reputation, it's useless. Gu Chang'e also spoke casually, chatting happily with her. His jade-like, handsome, and elegant face attracted Xiao'er's attention, looking at him with a look of reverence and admiration. Then, Gu Chang'e, Wang Zijin, and the others began to talk. Their expressions were calm, and they didn't show any abnormalities. When he first saw Wang Zijin, he had already confirmed her identity as a transmigrator. That huge amount of luck points, as high as tens of thousands, was really too eye-catching. Moreover, Wang Zijin's temperament was very different. She was indifferent and proud, with a kind of loftiness that didn't care about anything. Gu Chang'e could clearly tell that she was different from ordinary proud girls. Therefore, he planned to follow the original plan and set this trap first. Wang Zijin was aloof. Her temperament was somewhat similar to that of Gu Xian'er. However, Gu Xian'er was aloof. Especially in front of outsiders, she was even more aloof. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, she was just a silly girl. Gu Chang'e was very familiar with dealing with people with such personalities. He already had a way to deal with them. Wang Zijin didn't know that he was also a transmigrator. When dealing with anything, he would always bring the unique views and perspective of a transmigrator. Thinking of this, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face deepened. What he had to do now was to play along with Wang Zijin. He had to play the role of a somewhat special native prodigy. Wasn't she interested in him? One had to know that being interested in a strange man was a very fatal thing for a woman. Wang Zijin didn't know any of this. Gu Chang'e wouldn't keep a person who was a threat to him by his side. Of course, Gu Chang'e had another way. As long as Wang Zijin didn't find out that he was also a transmigrator, many things were actually very easy to plan. After all, Wang Zijin was a woman. It wasn't difficult for her to submit to him and be used by him. Very quickly, a few minutes passed. On the mountain peak, fog lingered, ancient trees were nodded, and sacred herbs were blooming. It was ethereal like a fairyland. Originally, Wang Wushuang was the one who came to visit Gu Chang'e. His sister, Wang Zijin, was only here to join in the fun. She wanted to be a foil and see the so-called number one person of the younger generation. However, even Wang Wushuang and the others didn't expect that after a while, they would become foils instead. Gu Chang'e and Wang Zijin chatted happily. They raised their cups and clinked tea. Wang Zijin had a smile on her face. Starting from cultivation, life, and other aspects, she talked with Gu Chang'e. It was as if she had forgotten about them. This made Wang Wushuang, Xiao'er, and the others a little shocked and dumbfounded. Although Wang Zijin usually appeared to be very amiable and approachable, she was actually very proud and arrogant. She wouldn't put ordinary young supreme martial artists in her eyes at all. Xiao'er knew about this. Back then, even when the son of an eternal sky emperor of the heaven region came to visit the young miss, she didn't care about him at all. She sent him away with a single sentence. Wang Zijin's attitude towards Gu Chang'e could be said to have changed too much. Previously, she even said that he was an insignificant character. Now, he actually took the initiative to chat with her. This change made Xiao'er widen her eyes in disbelief. Wang Zijin didn't care about the attitudes of the Wang family members around her. At this moment, she had already noticed the difference between Gu Chang'e and the other native sky prides. Regarding cultivation and many other things, he had a lot in common with her. This feeling surprised her and made her even more interested in Gu Chang'e. It had been more than 20 years since she transmigrated to this world, but this was the first time she had found someone who shared the same interests as her. In this strange fantasy world, she actually found a sense of familiarity. Whether it was Gu Chang's speech, knowledge, or opinions, there was a kind of refreshing feeling to her. This was completely different from the other young skybrides she had seen before. Even those old freaks who had cultivated for a long time were far inferior to Gu Chang'e in this regard. Wang Zijin also suspected whether he had the same origin as her, but soon Gu Chang'e's many words and actions dispelled her doubts. It was just that on some things, she and Gu Chang'e had something in common. On more things, Gu Chang'e's views and opinions were actually no different from those of the native skybrides. Gu Chang'e was just a little special. But these were enough to arouse her strong interest. Never had there been a moment like this where she wanted to dig deeper into a person's experience. Although he doesn't seem like a righteous person, he's real. He's much better than those who keep saying that they uphold righteousness and righteousness. The strange look in Wang Zijin's eyes became more and more intense as she gave Gu Chang'e such a high evaluation in her heart. It was the first time they met, and he had made her so interested. This was not an easy thing to do. Miss Zijin's various insights are truly a refreshing experience for me. At this moment, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but sigh as he said, "Today, after meeting Miss Zijin, I finally understand the meaning of the phrase, regret that we didn't meet sooner." After saying this, he looked as if he had met a confidant. Hearing this, Wang Zijin pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother Gu, in my opinion, is the same. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things and stand at the peak of this world, overlooking the ups and downs of the sea." Her words caused the people of the Wang family behind her to be shocked, especially that old freak of the Wang family. Because of Wang Zijin's physique, she would definitely become an immortal in the future. Her opinion had always been different from others. Even if there were some geniuses with ancient royal bloodlines, she didn't care at all. She wouldn't even mention them. When had she ever given Gu Chang'e such a high evaluation like today? If what she said today were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion among the geniuses of the heaven region. This could only mean that Gu Chang'e's true strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Even they had been fooled. The old freak of the Wang family couldn't calm down for a long time. What did Chang'e do to deserve such an evaluation from Miss Zijin? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He couldn't help but laugh. Then, he thought of something and couldn't help but reveal a regretful expression. "It's a pity that I didn't get to know Miss Zijin sooner. It's one of the biggest regrets of my life." "Oh, Brother Gu, aren't you afraid that your fiancé will hear you say this? It's not too late to know her now. How about this, Brother Gu, you go and cancel the engagement. What do you think of a marriage alliance between our two families?" Hearing this, Wang Zijin smiled, the luster in her eyes moving. She couldn't help but ask with a smile that was not a smile. She could tell that Gu Chang'e was just being polite. It was impossible for such a man to be easily moved by a woman. Saying that it was a huge regret was just a casual remark. Maybe he would forget about that woman in the blink of an eye. Even if that woman was as dazzling as her, it was still the same. This was enough to show how firm his Dao heart was, unlike the other geniuses who were easily disturbed by external factors. So Wang Zijin couldn't help but ask this, planning to tease him. "Sister, miss," the moment Wang Zijin said this. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything, but the expressions of Wang Wushuang, the old freak of the Wang family, and the others behind her changed drastically. Their eyes widened in incomparable shock. They didn't expect it at all. At this time, the prince would be so bold and say such words. If these words were heard by someone, it would definitely make the people of the Wushuang immortal dynasty suspicious, thinking that the longevity Wang family was provoking them. Even if she really liked Gu Chang'e, there was no need to say such words in public, right? As a woman, especially with her status as the successor of the human ancestor palace, how could she say such words? Everyone in the Wang family, and even the experts of the Taichu divine sect behind Gu Chang'e, were dumbfounded at this moment. At this time, Gu Chang'e's face also showed a slightly stunned expression, as if she was really shocked. Then, as if he had reacted, he shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "Miss Zijin's words really make it difficult for me to accept. Even if I want to agree, I'm afraid the force behind you won't." He naturally knew that this was Wang Zijin's intention to tease him. No ordinary woman would be like her, saying such bold words. Gu Chang'e didn't take it to heart at all. Therefore, he directly said these words to see if he could get some information about the force behind Wang Zijin. Hearing this, Wang Zijin said with a smile, "Brother Gu, it's a little sad that you rejected me so tactfully." She was not surprised that Gu Chang'e would say this. How could it be so easy to break off an engagement? She was indeed interested in Gu Chang'e, but it was not to the point where she wanted to stick to him. As a transmigrator with such an ancient force behind her, she had terrifying talent. Ordinary young supreme beings, even the youngest son of the ancient emperor, could not enter her eyes. She did not intend to let a certain pig trot her off so easily. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had pointed out the force behind her, so he had obviously guessed her identity. This surprised her a little. One had to know that even many members of the Longevity Wang family did not know about this matter. "Brother Gu, you don't have to care about the force behind me. They can't stop me from doing what I want to do." Then, Wang Zijin continued speaking. Her tone was somewhat confident and arrogant, as if she did not think much of her identity as the successor of the human ancestor Hall. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed with a strange light. He naturally did not know what the force behind Wang Zijin was. After all, he did not even investigate. What she said just now was pure nonsense. There were many forces in this world. How could he know where Wang Zijin had been cultivating? But according to Wang Zijin's words, the force behind her did not affect her decision. And it just so happened to be against him, the enemy of the Longevity Gu family? That was obviously not right. Then it was very likely, that was his other identity, the inheritor of demonic arts. Almost instantly, Gu Chang'e guessed Wang Zijin's other identity. The successor of the human ancestor Hall? After all, apart from the human ancestor Hall, Gu Chang'e could not think of any other force in this world that had been opposing his identity. This was interesting. Even the human ancestor Hall was interfering. At this thought, Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, and no one could see anything unusual. He nodded and said with a smile, "Miss Zijin, with your talent and strength, it is indeed so. You don't need to care about the force behind you." This time, it was Wang Zijin's turn to be surprised. She could not see through Gu Chang'e's true strength, but from Gu Chang'e's words, it seemed that he had seen through her. She felt that her talent was not inferior to any prodigy since ancient times. But now, Wang Zijin realized that Gu Chang'e was really shrouded in mystery. Combined with the many rumors about Gu Chang'e, he had dug out his cousin's great Dao bone when he was young, and now he had displayed the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. But how many unknown methods did he have in secret? She could not say for sure. Brother Gu is really unfathomable. At this moment, Wang Zijin had no choice but to agree. She had indeed underestimated the prodigies of this world. Gu Chang'e had clearly taught her a serious lesson. At this moment, Gu Chang'e also heard the system notification. Thousands of luck points and destiny points entered his account. As a leak, Wang Zijin was obviously easier to harvest than the other girls of luck. These luck points came in batches, so much that Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. However, he did not show any abnormality on his face and continued to smile. Luck points and destiny points were one thing. Now, he saw another effect on Wang Zijin. Then, after chatting for a while, the Wang family planned to leave. Today's matter made them re-examine Gu Chang'e. Not only were his methods unfathomable, but even his talent and cultivation were unfathomable. Everyone had something on their mind. "Brother Gu, we will meet again." Wang Zijin cupped her hands and smiled, then turned to leave, looking quite carefree. "Miss Zijin, take care," Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Standing on the mountain peak, the mountain wind blew, and his hair was sparkling, looking more and more extraordinary. After watching the Wang family leave, the smile on his face quickly disappeared, revealing an inexplicable expression. "Men," Gu Chang'e said indifferently. Buzz. In the void behind him, several heavenly god realm experts walked out. They were all Gu Chang'e's confidants, and they said respectfully, "Young master, go and see what Princess Mingkong has been doing recently. Report her movements to me at all times." Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and decided to start with Yu Mingkong. It was not that he wanted to do anything to Yu Mingkong. But Yu Mingkong, as a reincarnator, should know some things about the future. Knowing her whereabouts could also allow Xianxia to roughly see what would happen in the future. Now, even the human ancestor palace was planning to appear. He needed to make preparations in advance. Xianxia naturally knew about the rumors about the human ancestor. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Most importantly, he suspected that the human ancestor had the most amazing providence. As for whether he was a son of providence, that was not important. As long as he had great providence, it would be useful to Xianxia. Plundering providence could not only rob the providence of the son of providence, but also the providence of those with great providence. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, Wang Zijin had begun to travel the world. That also meant that the human ancestor of this generation was about to appear. Xianxia would definitely not leave such a big hidden danger for the future. The inheritors of demonic arts and the human ancestor had always been mortal enemies. Since ancient times, many inheritors of demonic arts had died at the hands of the human ancestor. Upholding the goal of cleansing the world, the human ancestor would definitely make a move against him once he returned. Xianxia was well aware of this. He had pinned the title of inheritor of the demonic arts on Yiling. Although he could hide it for a while, he could not hide it forever. In particular, the human ancestor had the means to identify inheritors of demonic arts. That was a huge hidden danger. That was why Xianxia planned to get rid of the human ancestor before he rose to power. Whether it was to replace him or to kill him, it was fine. Yes, young master. Soon, they received orders. These trusted subordinates quickly left, preparing to inquire about Yu Mingkong's whereabouts. Xianxia had previously planted people around Yu Mingkong. However, after the incident at the Baiheng mountain range, Yu Mingkong seemed to have sensed something and carefully cleaned out the people around her. In the end, she really did discover Xianxia's people. Yu Mingkong did not care much about this. After all, to her, this was very much in line with Xianxia's temperament. Then, she replaced all of Xianxia's people. Xianxia actually trusted Yu Mingkong a lot, so he did not bother about her. The last time, he had planted 633 people around her, mainly because Yu Mingkong refused to tell him the location of the immortal path. That was why he had done so. In this world, besides his parents, Xianxia trusted Yu Mingkong the most. There was no doubt about that. Very quickly, a few days passed. The situation in the immortal ancient continent changed drastically. After the dragon tribe was defeated, the other tribes hesitated for a long time before making a decision. The three tribes, the ancient snake tribe, the divine crocodile tribe, and the black sky eagle tribe, purged all the traitors in the immortal ancient continent. What was a traitor? This was not important. As long as they did not submit to Xianxia, they would be considered traitors. Very quickly, under such pressure, the other tribes also made a choice. They decided to submit to Xianxia and rely on the longevity Gu family. After countless years, the entire immortal ancient continent was unified, backed by the palace of heavenly immortals and the longevity Gu family. This decision caused a huge uproar. Of course, to many orthodoxies and sects, this was a normal thing. It was only a matter of time. The immortal ancient continent was originally taken by the ancestors of the palace of heavenly immortals. With their supreme magic power, they had been left behind since the immortal ancient era. Once the dragon tribe was defeated, the other tribes would definitely not be able to go against the forces behind Xianxia. During this battle, Xianxia's reputation reached an unprecedented peak again. He was the most powerful person among the younger generation. This title spread among the cultivators of various orthodoxies, causing a huge uproar. His identity as the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was also exposed, causing a huge uproar. No one expected Xianxia to have such an identity. This made many cultivators envious and jealous, especially those of the younger generation, who were even more envious. Xianxia's talent was already ridiculously strong. Now that he had the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's inheritance, wasn't he like a tiger that had grown wings? Then, many details of the battle spread. Countless cultivators were shocked speechless. They could not imagine that one person could do so many things. The Vermilion Bird tribe, the far ancient royal tribe. In a glorious palace with runes like clouds and a faint light. He used the ancient Samsara wheel replica, I didn't expect Brother Xianxia to be the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. He hid it so well. No wonder Yi Ling pretended to be the reincarnation will that day. He already knew about this and planned to blame Brother Xianxia, the successor of the vermilion bird tribe. Yi Ling said softly with a cold look on her face. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, she had been looking for Yi Ling. However, it was obvious that she could not find any clues. However, some time ago, the successor of the demonic technique appeared again. Many young supremes of orthodoxies were attacked, their origin energy stolen, and died. This made her alarmed. These things showed that Yi Ling had not gone far. He was just hiding in the dark. This made Yi Ling uneasy. However, she could not find any trace of Yi Ling all this time. She knew that Yi Ling had amazing means, especially his concealment technique. He could even hide his origin energy and disguise himself as the successor of the Heavenly Lord. If she really wanted to find Yi Ling's whereabouts, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was too difficult. At that thought, Yi Ling sighed and decided to look up the relevant ancient books. She did not believe that they could not do anything against the successor of the demonic technique. After all, not everyone could be like Xianxia, who could severely injure the successor of the demonic technique. If they were to face the successor of the demonic technique, they would definitely die unless they had many life-saving means. On the other side, in the peerless immortal dynasty. Reporting to the Crown Prince, the spatial coordinates of the heavenly stellar realm have been confirmed. The Peerless Guard already has 500,000 candidates and is now forming a second team. A female official was reporting respectfully. In the palace, Yu Mingkong stood with her hands behind her back and looked out the window. Her face was calm and deep. Her emperor's robe was loose, but it could not hide her proud figure. At this moment, she was thinking about something. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard this, and her beautiful face looked a little dazed. Then she nodded and said, "Very good." The heavenly stellar realm was the information she knew from the memories of her previous life. The reincarnation of the human ancestor had walked out of that realm and finally returned to the upper realm. However, she had spent a lot of time to confirm the location of the heavenly stellar realm. In addition, she had spent a lot of energy building the Peerless Guard during this period of time and had not moved yet. Yu Mingkong had been planning to solve this problem for Xianxia first. If she could not do it, then she would think of a way to inform Xianxia and let him think of a way. Otherwise, if the human ancestor hall found out early, it would not do Xianxia any good. Once his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts was exposed, he would face the situation of being the enemy of the entire world. If I go to the heavenly stellar realm now, I might miss this matter after a long time. Yu Mingkong's expression showed a rare hint of hesitation. On the one hand, she was afraid that it would be too late. At this time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor was at his weakest and easiest to deal with. If the human ancestor hall found him, it would be very difficult for her to deal with him. The difficulty would increase exponentially. Yu Mingkong did not plan to rely on her current strength to deal with the human ancestor. At most, she would delay his return. In that case, the heavenly stellar realm is extremely far away from the inner area. The human ancestor hall will not be able to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor hall in a short time. Even if they want to confirm the location of the human ancestor, they will have to spend a lot of effort. Yu Mingkong thought for a long time and decided to wait for a while before moving. Because in a few days, Xianxia's mother's birthday banquet would be held. Yu Mingkong had always been grateful to this person who had treated her like her own daughter in her previous life. Her mother had passed away when she was young. The only kinship she had experienced in her previous life had always been Xianxia's parents. In this life, she did not want to miss his birthday banquet, because going to the heavenly stellar realm would definitely take a long time. During this time, she had been paying close attention to the happenings in the immortal ancient continent. The final result was not much different from his previous life. However, the difference was that in his previous life, Xianxia did not reveal his identity as the successor of the ancient celestial lord of samsara. Instead, he used other means to control the ancient python serpents, black sky eagles, and other tribes. In this life, Yi Ling had died at the hands of Xianxia. Naturally, he would brazenly assume this identity. Yu Mingkong was not surprised. This approach was very Xianxia. The successor of the human ancestor Hall will be born very soon. His strength is unfathomable, and only a few ancient freaks can match him. With my current strength, I'm no match for him. Looks like I have to make a trip to the ancestral land to receive the Emperor Qi and refine the remaining immortal essences. After that, Yu Mingkong pondered for a while, gave out orders, and then set off for the ancestral land of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. Every crown prince of the unparalleled immortal dynasty had a chance to receive the Emperor Qi. This was the inheritance method of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the foundation that had stood tall since ancient times. There was no need to say more about the wonderful effects of the Emperor Qi. Every generation only had this one chance. Yu Mingkong had originally planned to receive it when she broke through to the Saint Realm. However, now that the successor of the human ancestor Hall had appeared, she felt the pressure and felt that she needed to raise her cultivation. In addition, she had the immortal essences given by Xianxia. Yu Mingkong felt that she could use and refine them together. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to have a place in the great era of geniuses. After unifying the various races of the immortal ancient, Xianxia did not remain idle. He plundered along the way and obtained many good things. Immortal ancient scriptures, the insights of predecessors, supreme stone inscriptions, all kinds of runes and formation patterns, spiritual pills and sacred medicines, ancient scriptures, divine weapons and Tao artifacts. Now, the cultivation resources in Xianxia's hands had reached the most abundant level so far. The accumulation of the various great races since the immortal ancient era could be said to be shocking and unimaginable. Even quasi-supreme beings would be envious. Meanwhile, Xianxia also took this opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm in one go with the immortal devouring devil art. On the surface, the cultivation of the Tao heavenly immortal scripture had also broken through to the true immortal realm. At least for now, it was enough to fool people. Xianxia knew that many people suspected his true cultivation, and that it was definitely not as simple as the true immortal realm. However, what was the use of suspicion? Did they have the ability to expose his true strength? Moreover, Xianxia himself did not care about this. His reputation had already reached a level where no one in the younger generation could compare to him. Even if the successor of the human ancestor palace appeared, so what? When he saw him, he would still have to lower his head. During this period of time, Xianxia was also looking up information about the human ancestor's reincarnation. Combined with some of the ancient records, he was speculating how likely it was to replace the human ancestor. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the possibility was not high, but it did not mean that it was impossible. Before that, he needed to find the human ancestor's reincarnation. However, how big was the upper realm, and how vast was the lower realm? How many worlds were there? It could be said to be endless. Therefore, Xianxia did not plan to search for them one by one. This was not realistic at all, and he also felt that it was troublesome. Xianxia's current problem was this. Then, he thought of two methods. One was to use Yu Mingkong to provide him with clues, but when his confidant went to investigate Yu Mingkong's whereabouts, he found that she had run to the ancestral land and did not leave the Wushuang immortal dynasty's territory. Now, there was only one method left, which was to find the human ancestor's reincarnation through the human ancestor palace, and then he would go and intercept him. However, this method was full of difficulties, and it was impossible that the human ancestor palace did not have protective measures. When the time came, he might suffer a double loss and expose his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. From Wang Zijin's current attitude, she did not seem to have much interest in finding the human ancestor's reincarnation. This was right, she was a transmigrator, how could she be willing to be a tool? Therefore, Xianxia was thinking of a way to turn Wang Zijin into his tool. This process could not be completed in a short period of time. He put the matter of the human ancestor's reincarnation aside for now, and planned to consider it after Yu Mingkong returned from the ancestral land. In addition, during this period of time, Xianxia used his destiny points to make some changes to the inner world. Based on the previous foundation, he constructed the magnificent ancient scene of the immortal court in the legends. In the vast mysterious world, golden palaces were everywhere, and divine stars were like a sea. Billions of starlight fell, and the chaos was endless. The magnificent atmosphere was incomparable. Not to mention ordinary people, even sage realm existences would be suppressed, and could not help but kneel down and worship under this pressure. After all, this was related to Guchunga's next plan. He had to arrange it seriously, otherwise, he would not be able to scare people, and he would not be able to attract leaks. Everything is ready except for the east wind, it's time to find someone to test it out. Thinking of this, Guchunga set his target on Haiming of the Black Sky Eagle clan. The good-for-nothing young master from back then had now transformed into a dazzling star of the Black Sky Eagle clan, possessing overwhelming power and authority. His status was second only to his sister Xianxia. This made Haiming proud of himself, and he even began to think about how to help his clan break free from Guchunga's control. He did not expect that all of this was a disaster that he had brought to the entire clan. "Greetings, Master." Soon, Guchunga's figure appeared in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory. His arrival alarmed the entire Black Sky Eagle clan. Everyone came to greet him, but they were uneasy, not knowing why he was here. No need to be so polite. Guchunga nodded, and took a look at the results of their clan's training. He was quite satisfied. The entire immortal ancient clan was under his control, and they began to secretly train a terrifying force for him. With this army, he would be a powerful force when he fought in the future. However, his purpose for coming here was not this. "Is Haiming here?" Guchunga asked with a smile. "Master. Haiming is here." "Why are you looking for him?" An elder's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, his voice trembling. He clearly feared Guchunga to the extreme. "Bring him to see me." Guchunga said indifferently, his expression calm. His back was facing everyone as he stood in the great hall. No one could guess what he was thinking. This type of might made everyone feel fear, making them tremble in fear, as if they were walking on thin ice. What happened to Haiming? Xianxia's expression changed slightly, her face becoming pale. She thought of some bad things, worried that Haiming had offended Guchunga. It was because a while ago, Haiming told her that he would find a way to save the clan, to break free from Guchunga's evil clutches. This was the first thing that came to her mind. She felt that if Guchunga found out about this, Haiming would be killed. Soon after, under the Black Sky Eagle clan's anxious and alarmed expressions, Haiming was brought up by several clansmen. Today, he was no longer the mediocre, and useless youth from before. There was a type of confidence and spirit that was different from others. But Haiming's face was still filled with confusion, shock, worry, fear and various other emotions. He did not understand why Guchunga suddenly wanted to see him. Haiming feared this young man who controlled the lives of the entire clan from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, there was hatred. He did not want his clan's lives to be controlled by this young man. Now that Guchunga suddenly wanted to see him, he was very uneasy. "Master, Haiming is here," a Black Sky Eagle clan member said with a trembling voice. "All right, Haiming will stay, the rest of you can leave," Guchunga said indifferently. Yes. Soon, only Haiming and Guchunga were left in the great hall. "Master," Haiming opened his mouth, forcing himself to calm down. But Guchunga did not seem to hear him. He still did not turn around. Haiming did not dare to speak, his forehead was filled with sweat, his face was pale, and his body was trembling. "I heard that you want to undo the slave seal of your clan." Finally, when Haiming could not take it anymore, Guchunga finally spoke. He turned around with a faint smile on his face. For a moment, Haiming felt like his scalp was about to explode. He had only thought about this in his heart and only told his sister, Xianxia. How did Guchunga know? At this moment, Haiming's expression was filled with despair. He subconsciously thought that Guchunga would kill him after knowing his thoughts. Under the control of the slave seal, even if he resisted, it would be impossible. Guchunga would easily resolve it and then take his life. Even a quasi-supreme old ancestor couldn't resist it. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are the one chosen by the supreme existence." At this moment, just as Haiming was in despair, Guchunga spoke again with a playful smile. "What?" When Haiming heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief and shock. He actually heard the words "supreme existence" from Guchunga's mouth. His head felt as if it had been struck by a giant bell. His mind went blank, and a rumbling sound rang out. Could it be that Gu Changge was also a follower of the Supreme Existence. Thinking of this, He Ming was even more shocked. It was difficult to describe his emotions at this moment. This was He Ming's biggest secret. He did not expect that Gu Changge would say it out loud. Soon, He Ming figured it out. No wonder he always felt a familiar aura from Gu Changge. It turned out that he was also a member of the Supreme Existence. The Supreme Existence asked me to tell you that as long as you are sincere, everything can be achieved. Those who recite his true name will see eternal life in the reincarnation. Gu Changge looked at the shocked He Ming and the smile on his face deepened. After all, it involved the matter of the inner world's guidance. It was obviously better to use the Supreme Existence to fool him. It was enough for the Supreme Existence to appear once. If he appeared frequently, it would be too degrading. Therefore, he needed to be such a spokesperson. Who would have thought that the real Supreme Existence was actually him? As for the identity of the Supreme Existence, this was actually not important. True Immortal? Master God? Immortal King? Or an indescribable innate God? There were too many. Of course, during this process, Gu Changge used his fate points as a medium to build the guidance channel. After all, fate points were omnipotent in the system shop and the inner world. In fact, building the guidance channel did not require much fate points. The most important thing was that it involved the strength of the receiver and the space distance. The consumption of this would obviously be quite high. However, Gu Changge did not intend to pay for this consumption himself. For any living creature, if they wanted to see the legendary Supreme Existence, they must first have faith in him. Gu Changge could do something about this. When a living creature chanted his true name, he would know the location according to where the faith was. Through this method, he could know how many fate points that person had. This was because the number of luck points determined how Gu Changge would harvest them. As for how to obtain faith, this was not simple. Through the wedding dress immortal art, it would spread to all realms, using himself as a net to capture all the planes and lower realms. As long as they cultivated the wedding dress part of the cultivation method, then these creatures would all be believers of the Supreme Existence. The so-called faith is just a saying. It is just a line that can be controlled by me. Gu Changge had already thought of a plan. Therefore, he planned to experiment with He Ming first. At this moment, hearing Gu Changge's words, He Ming suddenly trembled and reacted. His expression became incomparably excited, sweeping away his previous disappointment. As expected, the last time he saw the Supreme Existence was completely by chance. Normally, if he wanted to see the Supreme Existence, he would have to chant his true name. Now, the Supreme Existence has given you a mission. Within 3 months, find 30 devout believers for the Supreme Existence. When the time comes, chant the Supreme Existence's true name and you will be able to see him. Gu Changge softly smiled and began to give He Ming his first mission. As for whether or not he could complete it, that was not important. He was just experimenting. He did not care how He Ming would complete it. If he could not even do that, then this pawn would be useless. I understand. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely complete the Supreme Existence's mission. He Ming heard this and his face was filled with excitement. Gu Changge nodded, then stepped forward. In a blur, he disappeared from this place. If this experiment was successful, then he could begin the second step of his plan. The Absolute Ein descends, the human ancestor appears. Gu Changge's expression was profound. To ordinary people, the Absolute Ein sky was a great terror that they could not avoid. But to Gu Changge, it was a great opportunity and fortune. Then, after leaving the immortal ancient continent, Gu Changge returned to the palace of heavenly immortals to digest and absorb the various gains during this period. His strength had already broken through to the Saint realm. After devouring several types of origin constitution, it stabilized. In addition, Gu Changge had 4 more transcendence bones on his body. Now he had a total of 13. All of them were exchanged during this period of time with luck points. With the transcendence bones, his control of the rules of heaven and earth and the origin of many Tao techniques was obviously on a higher level. With so many methods at hand, Gu Changge did not need to fear the existence of the Supreme Saint realm. Time passed quickly. Except for Gu Xianxia, who came to the foot of the mountain to provoke him from time to time. In the end, Gu Changge's indifferent attitude and did not care at all. Gu Xian'er was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Everything was calm and peaceful. Gu Nanshan chased all the way to the depths of the ocean palace. In the end, he forced the ocean palace to seal the sea and forbid the sea creatures to leave the immeasurable sea for 100,000 years. This caused a huge sensation. At that time, there were people who saw a black blade light, piercing through heaven and earth, coming from an unknown distance, shocking all directions. A supreme expert of the ocean palace was seriously injured by that blade light. Some people said that the blade light was slashed by an ancestor of the Gu family who could not bear to see his family being bullied. However, even more people felt that it came from a mysterious expert. It seems that it should be the master behind Gu Xian'er who made the move. On the supreme peak, Gu Changge was not surprised when he heard about this. At this moment, there was a letter from the Longevity Gu family in his hand. He was quietly opening it. Mother asked me to bring Gu Xian'er back to her birthday banquet. Gu Changge looked calm as he glanced at the contents. Then, he could not help but squint. In his view, this was an opportunity. A good opportunity to get in touch with the peach village behind Gu Xian'er. At the same time, this would be a wonderful beginning to the tragic drama that had paved the way for Gu Xian'er for so long. String. Gu Xian'er had left the clan at a young age and had not returned to the Gu clan in all these years. Although she had relatives and masters in Peach Village, she still wanted to visit home. However, she definitely wanted to go home and take a look. After all, that was the place where she was born, and there were people from her bloodline. Therefore, in Gu Changge's opinion, this birthday banquet was a good opportunity for him to completely eliminate the estrangement between the various branches of the Gu clan and take full control of the Gu clan. Gu Changge had not forgotten about this matter from the beginning. That was because his mother and father had married at a later date. Now, his mother was already 5,000 years old. However, she still had the ability to retain her youthful appearance, so it was hard to tell. Moreover, based on his mother's status, both the Gu clan and the Taichu divine sect would make a grand appearance during this birthday banquet. Various orthodoxies would be invited to participate. At that time, it was inevitable that the prodigies of various orthodoxies would gather and cause some conflicts. As the host, Gu Changge naturally had to maintain his status as the host. It would not be good for him to personally participate. Of course, this was a small matter to Gu Changge. He was more concerned about something else. Next, the human ancestors' palace would definitely start to take action. This also meant that many ancient freaks or the ancient emperor's youngest sons would be born. Needless to say, their talents were all very strong. Gu Changge just happened to be lacking some origin constitution recently. He planned to train the Order of the Sage Stage and was worried that he would not be able to find a suitable target. Apart from that, it was time to find a scapegoat for the inheritor of the demonic technique. The human ancestors' palace would definitely find out about Yi Ling's whereabouts soon. After all, the ancient Yi clan was Yi Ling's clan. Meanwhile, the human ancestors' palace had a transcendent status. They had existed for a long time and had many secret techniques. They could very well use part of Yi Ling's bloodline to determine his location. At that time, once news of Yi Ling's death spread, it would definitely have a huge impact on Gu Changge. Therefore, Gu Changge had to prepare for the second part of the plan. I'll have some time to prepare, but before that, I need to confirm who's going to be the scapegoat this time. Gu Changge's expression gradually deepened. The faces of many young supreme beings flashed through his mind, from Wang Wushuang to Yi Ling Tian to the others. He was constantly thinking, trying to find a suitable candidate. First of all, the status of the prey had to be high enough. If it was an ordinary young supreme being, it would definitely not work. That was because this prey had to be very powerful. Otherwise, how could Yi Ling be killed? Therefore, the other party had to have a background and cultivation level that was far beyond the reach of someone like Gu Changge. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Gu Changge to carry out his plan. Back then, the strength that was created for Yi Ling was a little stronger, to the point where he could even stand up to me and escape with his life. Gu Changge also had a headache. At that time, in order to act more convincing, he even damaged his own origin and acted with Yin Mei, fooling everyone. As a result, almost all the cultivators knew that Yi Ling was very powerful and could escape from him with his life. Therefore, he couldn't just casually push the blame to others. That was because according to his plan, ordinary young supreme beings would not be Yiling's match. How could they possibly kill Yiling? If they wanted to find a new scapegoat, they definitely could not find someone too weak. Now, Guchanga wanted to create the illusion that Yiling was already dead, that the inheritor of the demonic technique was someone else, or that there was a mysterious organization behind him. This was a bit of a test of candidates. In terms of cultivation level, apart from Wang Zijin, Guchanga could not find anyone else for the time being. However, Wang Zijin was definitely out of the question. She was the successor of the human ancestors' hall. Putting the blame on her was tantamount to throwing oneself at the tip of a knife. Looks like I have to find out which ancient freaks, descendants of ancient emperors, or ancient emperors are about to be born. I'll start with them. Soon, Guchanga also had a target. This time, his mother's birthday banquet would obviously attract many great orthodoxies, great sects, and ancient royal families. After all, for all the supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects in the entire upper realm, no one would dare to ignore the Longevity Gu family's invitation. When the time came, it would be very lively. Based on Yu Mingkong's personality, she'll definitely come. I can get some information from her. I can also use this opportunity to plan and find out where the human's reincarnation is, as well as the mysterious peach tree behind Gu Xian'er. Now, Guchanga no longer treated Gu Xian'er like he did in the beginning, when he put a lot of thought into her. Right now, he was actually more concerned about that mysterious peach tree. After all, regardless of whether it was based on Gu Xian'er's model of the Lady of Fortune or the various plots, that mysterious peach tree was definitely an ancient powerhouse. Therefore, if he wanted to scheme against that mysterious peach tree, he would have to start with Gu Xian'er. Gu Xian'er's attitude towards me will largely determine the attitude of the mysterious peach tree and the masters behind her towards me. Guchanga had planned all of this for a long time. If he did not create a tragic drama, he might not be able to move those old fellows who had lived for countless years, let alone make them trust him. Guchanga did not forget that when he sent Yen Ji to the peach village to take a look, she, who was already a great saint, was severely injured by a peach petal. If she had not escaped with the region-traversing talisman, she might have died there. What if he could use such a powerful being? Or even take over and devour her origin? When he thought of this, Guchanga could not help but smile even wider. Soon, the news that the Longevity Gu family was going to hold a birthday banquet for their mistress spread throughout Boundless Heaven and the other orthodoxies, causing a huge commotion. Guchanga's mother was also a famous divine lady back then. She was the previous saintess of the Taichu divine sect. She was very talented and unrivaled in her area. When the news of her birthday banquet spread, countless cultivators were shocked and began to discuss it. Many people only realized that the famous divine lady was already 5,000 years old in the blink of an eye. Even her son had become a leading figure of the younger generation, and had rivals who could match him. For a time, countless cultivators sighed. Many orthodoxies and sects, including the Vermilion Bird clan, the White Tiger clan, the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, the Longevity Wang clan, the Primordial Yi clan, and many others, sent people to the territory where the Longevity Gu family was located with congratulatory gifts. At the same time, on the other side, on the mountain peak where the Grand Elder usually cultivated. At this moment, a beautiful girl was hugging her knees and staring blankly at the clouds below, as if in a daze. Occasionally, a mountain breeze would blow, and the corners of her skirt would flutter, revealing a snow lotus-like delicate calf. She was like an otherworldly fairy that had walked out from the mountains and rivers. She carried a clear and cold temperament, not tainted by a trace of dust, as if she carried the most beautiful blessing of the heavens. She was like a beloved child of the heavens. She was Gu Xian'er, who had just finished cultivating. During this period of time, under the pressure of Guchanga, her cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, she was about to break through to the Void God realm. This speed shocked the Grand Elder, who felt that she had been accumulating for a long time. However, Gu Xian'er couldn't feel happy. Because Guchanga ignored her, no matter how she provoked him. She even went to Guchanga's place of seclusion on the supreme peak and threatened to challenge Guchanga. Guchanga's attitude was cold to the bone. He didn't care about her and didn't even bother to say a word. His attitude was as if he was facing a stranger who was completely unrelated to him. Gu Xian'er didn't say anything, but she was actually very upset. She also knew that when she was so cold and hostile to Gu Chang'e felt the same way. Gu Xian'er knew that Gu Chang'e was doing this on purpose. He didn't want her to get close to him and dig up his unspeakable secrets. Therefore, she didn't care and continued to be unyielding. However, when a letter from the Longevity Gu family suddenly fell in front of her, it made her feel bad, and her mood quickly fell. Go home? At this moment, Gu Xian'er was muttering softly, looking at the letter in her hand in a daze. Like Gu Chang'e, she also received a letter from the Longevity Gu family. From the handwriting and aura on the letter, this master of the Feng family came from Gu Chang'e's father, Gu Lintian. He was also the uncle she respected so much in the past. To be honest, Gu Xian'er really didn't expect that her uncle would personally write a letter to her at this time. In the letter, he sincerely expressed his concern and guilt for her all these years. Although Gu Chang'e's father didn't mention the reason for what happened in the past, Gu Xian'er could feel his difficulties. She had thought this through long ago, so naturally, she wasn't surprised. However, what surprised her was Gu Chang'e's father's actions. As the master of the Longevity Gu family, he was clearly apologizing to her. However, although Gu Xian'er could understand, there was still a knot in her heart. Many things were done, and even if she forgave them, she couldn't pretend that they didn't happen. Back then, it was Gu Lintian who expelled her from the Gu family. Now, it was also him who wanted her to return to the Longevity Gu family. This uncle of hers was extremely powerful in the Gu family. Back then, when her father fought for the position of master of the family, he was defeated by him. Gu Xian'er had always been looking forward to returning to the Longevity Gu family. She wanted to return to the place where she was born. There were still her clansmen and relatives there. She couldn't give them up. When Gu Chang'e admitted my identity as a member of the Gu family, I should have expected all of this. Don't you think so, Big Red? Gu Xian'er opened her mouth and sighed. She was talking to the big red bird on her shoulder. The big red bird glanced at her, as if to say that she was a slut who was being unreasonable. She clearly wanted to go back, but she couldn't put down her face. Seeing the big red bird's expression, Gu Xian'er gnashed her teeth in hatred. She wanted nothing more than to pluck out its feathers and roast it in front of her. It really didn't leave her any face. However, how could the big red bird's expression not be the same as what she was truly thinking? Just as Gu Chang'e had said, Gu Xian'er was a proud person. Sometimes, she cared more about her face than anyone else. If the Longevity Gu clan sent many experts here to invite her to go home, she would reluctantly nod her head and agree to go back. But now, it was just a letter from home, and nothing else. That was it? That was it? That was it. Gu Xian'er really wanted to throw this letter in her uncle's face and ask him why he didn't have any sincerity or apology. If she returned to the Longevity Gu family just like that, where would she put her face? It had to be known that right now, Gu Chang'e had admitted her identity on his own accord. He had told the whole world about what had happened back then. It should be the Longevity Gu family who invited her back. They don't have the slightest bit of sincerity. They are looking down on me too much. Gu Xian'er snorted coldly and snorted disdainfully. Speaking of which, this was Gu Lintian's fault for not thinking things through. In his opinion, the Longevity Gu family had wronged Gu Xian'er. If this matter was too high profile, Gu Xian'er might think that the Longevity Gu family was just giving face to the other orthodoxies and was not sincere. After thinking about it, he personally wrote a letter and sent it to Gu Xian'er. But he never expected Gu Xian'er to have such a personality. I'm not going back. Whoever wants to go back can go back. In any case, I'm not going back. Gu Xian'er calmed herself down and couldn't help but mutter. Oh? Not going back where? However, at this moment, Gu Xian'er suddenly heard a calm voice. Immediately after that, she felt the world suddenly become silent. It was as if a terrifying aura had descended, bringing with it a rumbling sound like the mountains and seas. Even time, space, and reincarnation had stopped. Buzz. High up in the sky, space blurred and a passage appeared, connecting this place. Gu Chang'e's figure walked out from the passage. He had his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Xian'er, whose expression was slightly stiff. His expression was indifferent. Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian reacted and stared at Gu Chang'e, not understanding why he suddenly appeared. Before this, Gu Chang'e didn't even care about her. He was as cold as ice, making her grit her teeth in anger. But now, why did he suddenly appear here? Gu Chang'e stood there, looking down at Gu Xian indifferently. He was tall and slender, and his immortal robe was embroidered with stars. It was exquisite and beautiful. His entire person exuded a noble and superior aura. Where did you say you weren't going back? Gu Chang'e repeated calmly. Gu Xian'er shifted her gaze away from Gu Chang'e. She didn't dare to look him in the eyes. She didn't seem confident. Because she couldn't beat Gu Chang'e, and the Great Elder wasn't on the mountain peak now. After returning from the immortal ancient continent, the Great Elder's face was full of anger. After giving her some instructions on her cultivation, he disappeared without a trace. Gu Xian'er felt that the Great Elder must have been angered by Gu Chang'e in the immortal ancient continent. At this time, if Gu Chang'e really wanted to teach her a lesson, it would be impossible for her to do so. Especially during this period, she had been provoking Gu Chang'e. Although Gu Chang'e did not respond, with this guy's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, it was very likely that he remembered a lot of things. He was just waiting for the right time to take revenge. Did I say anything? Gu Xian'er couldn't stand Gu Chang'e's terrifying aura and muttered softly. Anyway, this was the right time to play dumb. Although Gu Chang'e might have heard her muttering just now, or else he wouldn't have suddenly appeared. But she wasn't afraid of Gu Chang'e now. Oh, you're not going to say anything? Seems like you've made some progress in your cultivation recently, so you're hallucinating again, right? Seeing that Gu Xian'er didn't admit it, Gu Chang'e kept his calm expression and asked mockingly. Gu Chang'e, you. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's expression changed slightly. She immediately felt that something was wrong. She reacted quickly. A layer of silver light appeared on the surface of her body, as if the light of the immortal Tao was flowing. All kinds of runes intertwined, forming a real phoenix with its wings spread out behind her back. It was brilliant and colorful, and its aura was shocking. When it spread its wings, it seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. This was a treasure technique of extreme speed. The moment she spread her wings, Gu Xian'er escaped into the space behind her. Because she sensed that Gu Chang'e was about to attack. Wang. But Gu Chang'e's speed was much faster than hers. And the moment Gu Xian'er was about to retreat, a vast and terrifying fluctuation came from the space nearby. It was as if the sea had suddenly turned into chaos. Every inch of the void was as heavy as a mountain, firmly locking her in place. Not good. Gu Xian'er cried out in a low voice. She realized that with her current cultivation, she couldn't break free at all. Her breakthrough speed was already very fast, but she still couldn't resist Gu Chang'e in the slightest. You brat, after a few days of not beating you up, you've become arrogant again. This can't go on. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly and said with a regretful tone. But his methods were unusually cold. Wang. The void suddenly expanded. As he reached out with his palm, a terrifying void palm print appeared and then fell from the sky. There was no surprise. Gu Xian'er was once again suppressed to the ground by his palm. No matter how her newly born immortal bone shone and tried to awaken, it had no effect. Gu Chang'e used the power of the laws to suppress her. Naturally, it was easy because the two were not on the same level. And Gu Xian'er obviously didn't know this. Otherwise, she would definitely shout that it was unfair. To be honest, Gu Xian'er's current strength was already very strong in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Her cultivation speed was also worthy of being the Lady of Destiny with 2 types of fate templates. But Gu Chang'e definitely wanted to achieve a higher result. How could Gu Xian'er with such strength satisfy his requirements, so his words were still cold and carried a merciless mocking tone. Gu Xian'er, this is the result of provoking me every day? You can't even take one of my palms. You really disappoint me. If we really fought, you would already be dead. Gu Chang'e looked down at her coldly from high above. Gu Chang'e, you have the ability to suppress your cultivation level to the same level as mine. Bullying me because of your high cultivation level, what kind of ability is that? Gu Xian'er was so angry by these words that she gritted her teeth. She rose and fell, and was hit hard again. No matter how she cultivated, she could never catch up to Guchunga's footsteps. Instead, she was easily suppressed by him every time. This made Gu Xian'er feel very hurt. She knew that Guchunga's cultivation level was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Maybe he was about to break through to the Saint Realm. In a real fight, no one talks about fairness, Guchunga said lightly. I know you won't kill me. Although Gu Xian'er was suppressed to the ground, she still said this when she heard him. She looked as if she knew what Guchunga was going to do. Oh? Guchunga said noncommittally, with a slightly playful expression. Anyway, Guchunga, you better remember this. Sooner or later, I will catch up with you, and you will never be able to bully me again. Gu Xian'er said fiercely, and there was an expression in her eyes that Guchunga thought was asking for a beating. But this time, Guchunga did not say anything. Father sent a letter, ordering me to take you back to the clan, he said lightly, and at the same time, he removed the suppression on Gu Xian'er. He had already expected Gu Xian'er's plan. With her proud temperament, she would definitely not be willing to go back like this. No matter how much she wanted to go back, she would not agree. That was why Guchunga came here, intending to make her face reality. I won't go back. That's your father, not mine. Gu Xian'er heard this, and her expression quickly returned to being cold and calm. She said lightly. Gu Xian'er, I'm afraid you've made a mistake? He ordered me to take you back, not to let you go back with me. Guchunga couldn't help but laugh. For this stubborn girl, he naturally had to use tough methods. His words were already very clear. If Gu Xian'er resisted, then Guchunga could only do what he did just now, and suppress her again. Even if she was knocked unconscious and stuffed into a sack, he still had to take her back to the clan. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er gritted her teeth. She knew that at this time, it was not up to her. Guchunga definitely had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. I didn't want to go back. You forced me to go back. Guchunga, don't get this wrong. Finally, as if she had thought it through, Gu Xian'er agreed. But her attitude seemed very forced, and her small face showed that she was completely unwilling. I know. You were the one who begged me to take you back. I didn't want to take you back. When Guchunga heard this, he nodded understandingly. Huh? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was stunned, and then exploded in anger. He looked at Gu Xian'er's furious expression. Guchunga's expression was very calm. He was not surprised at all. However, just as Gu Xian'er was about to pounce over and fight him to the death, his expression changed slightly. He flicked his sleeve, and then the void in front of him blurred. A space passage appeared. Gu Xian'er felt the world spin. The scenery in front of her changed rapidly. The mountains were magnificent, the rivers were like ribbons, and the lakes were like jadeite. They were quickly moving away. Guchunga's aura came from behind her. When she came back to her senses, she found that Guchunga had already grabbed her by the waist and was traveling through the void at high speed. Buzz. All of a sudden, Gu Xian'er's mind went blank. She even forgot to think about where Guchunga was taking her. At this moment, she only felt that Guchunga's aura was constantly coming from behind her. It was like warm jade, warm sunlight, a clear winter spring, with a faint chill. In the next moment, time changed, and the mountains and rivers reversed. She heard the bustling sound of people. The two had already disappeared from the palace of heavenly immortals and arrived at a very noisy street in ancient Daotian city. On the side of the street, cultivators and living beings of various forces came and went. The palaces, pavilions, and halls were majestic and imposing. Guchunga's sudden appearance had obviously caused a huge commotion here. Many living beings and cultivators widened their eyes and looked at all this in shock. They obviously could not react. This is young Master Chunga. A cultivator cried out in alarm. Almost instantly, a space was cleared around Guchunga and Gu Xian'er. During this period, Guchunga's power shook the entire immeasurable heaven. Almost everyone knew of his existence. Now, casually appearing outside would cause a huge commotion. Soon, this place was surrounded by many cultivators and living beings who heard the news. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many young prodigies with extraordinary backgrounds looked there with reverence and whispered, "Is this young Master Chunga? I didn't expect to see him in person today. Is the woman beside young Master Chunga his cousin? She is indeed elegant and refined. It can be seen that in the future, she will bring calamity to the country and the people." Many young women's gazes were attracted by Gu Xian'er. For a moment, they looked very envious. "What are you staring at?" At this time, Gu Changa did not pay attention to the people around him. He spoke calmly, interrupting Gu Xian'er's daze. She quickly regained her senses. She did not expect that Gu Changa would suddenly bring her here. The aura just now made her heart beat very fast. She actually felt a little nostalgic and reluctant. "Why did you bring me here?" Gu Xian'er looked around and asked in confusion. This was clearly a market that could be seen everywhere in the ancient cities. There was nothing special about it. She didn't understand Gu Changa's intentions. "What do you think? He reeks of poverty from head to toe." Gu Changa glanced at her, frowned, and said in a cold tone, "Are you going to wear a green dress for the rest of your life? I'm afraid that when you return to the clan, you will bring shame to the Chongqing family." After all, he had ignored Gu Xian'er for a long time. It was time for her to realize how good he was to her. Gu Changa thought deeply. He could not always bully a silly girl like Gu Xian'er. He had to let her taste the sweetness. Otherwise, Gu Changa would not have gone through so much trouble to personally bring Gu Xian'er to this kind of place. Speaking of which, this method was the same as in his previous life. For a money grubber like Gu Xian'er, he should let her know what it meant to be rich and overbearing. The rich, that is, the father. It just so happened that Gu Changa had all kinds of wealth on him, so much that it was shocking. "You are the poor one." Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was a little unhappy. Sure enough, Gu Changa couldn't hear any good words from her. How was she poor, wearing a dress for the rest of her life? This sentence obviously hit her where it hurt. She just liked green clothes. How could she wear one for the rest of her life like Gu Changa said? He said it as if she did not like to be clean. She smelled good. No, this is a rare opportunity to make Gu Changa bleed. "I can't give up," Gu Xian'er told herself. Then, she cursed Gu Changa in her heart. Only then did she feel a little better. Gu Changa looked calm, as if he did not notice the change in Gu Xian'er's expression. After that, Gu Changa brought Gu Xian'er to all kinds of high-class buildings like in his previous life. Wherever they went, Gu Xian'er would receive the highest treatment that she could not normally get. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She knew that Gu Changa was deliberately showing off. But she was envious. The 10,000 Dao Business Alliance's purple gold card, the purple pole token of the purple pole elixir sect, from the clothes, artifacts, scriptures, and even elixirs, as long as Gu Xian'er took a fancy to it, Gu Changa bought it without hesitation. He did not even look at what it was. This attitude made Gu Xian'er suspect that Gu Changa really had a conscience. Was he planning to make it up to her? She was determined to make Gu Changa bleed. In the end, Gu Xian'er's eyes widened. She could not stop spending money. Her small hands were trembling slightly. She finally realized that money really was omnipotent. And this was only a drop in the bucket of Gu Changa's enormous wealth. It was not even a drop in the bucket. Gu Xian'er was so envious that her eyes were about to turn green. She wanted to rob Gu Changa directly. The wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that she usually did not dare to take a second look at was embroidered with many kinds of immortal materials. It was exquisite and gorgeous. It was like the intertwining stars in the 9 heavens. It was brilliant and colorful. It could be called a priceless treasure. It was rumored that it was left behind by a female supreme in ancient times. But it was expensive. Besides looking good, it did not have many uses. Until now, no one cared about it. And Gu Changa only noticed the desire in her eyes. He did not hesitate and bought it directly. This rich and overbearing appearance made Gu Xian'er unable to help but hold her breath. And at this time, she finally realized Gu Changa's sinister intentions. In the future, she could not be as diligent and thrifty as before. She would definitely be short of money. Could it be that she would have to go back to the old business of taking advantage of others? Or hug Gu Changa's thighs tightly? After all, Who could eat leftovers after eating all kinds of delicacies? This guy was really too evil. He even wanted to scheme against her. Gu Chang'e, you are really too despicable. Gu Xian'er could not help but be angry. Gu Chang'e did not expect this girl to see through his intentions. It seemed that she was not dizzy yet. Then you will return the things you bought to me? He asked calmly. I won't. Gu Xian'er quickly glared at him. He wanted to return the things that fell into her hands. Dream on, and what right did she have to return the things that she bought with her strength? At the same time, in the immemorial royal family, the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Among the palaces and pavilions, there was an extremely grand atmosphere. Next to a relatively simple stable, a young man in plain clothes, with a youthful face and fair skin, was slightly startled. Then, he came to his senses. He looked like he had come back to his senses after being in a daze for a long time. Why am I here? The young man muttered to himself. His expression was a little confused for a moment. Then, he covered his head, feeling as if it was going to explode inside. Pain, pain, incomparable pain, all kinds of memories were flying, like broken fragments, beginning to reassemble and reassemble. After a long time, the young man widened his eyes in shock. He looked around and stared at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. He was still cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace a moment ago, but in the next moment, his vision turned black. It seemed that he had become a coachman in the stable responsible for cleaning and feeding the Pegasus. Why did I suddenly become a coachman? Even my face is not mine? Other than my memories, nothing is mine. The young man's expression was full of shock, unwillingness, disbelief, and other complicated expressions. He muttered to himself. He simply could not believe that all this was real. Could it be that some senior is joking with me? My father is Heavenly Emperor. The young man's expression darkened. He spoke to the invisible void in front of him. Although his face was ordinary, he had a power that made one's heart tremble. This was the terrifying power that only a person in a high position could possess. This could only be displayed by a person in a high position. However, after the young man finished speaking, the void in front of him was still deathly silent. Other than the stable behind him, the surroundings were so quiet that he could hear the sound of his breathing. His words did not have any effect at all. Why did I suddenly become another person? And I don't even know what this person's memories are. What kind of technique is this? The young man's expression suddenly became very ugly. He could not help but clench his fists. Could it be that my soul and this coachman's soul had an exchange? He became me, and I became him? The young man quickly calmed down and analyzed seriously. However, the more he analyzed, the more uneasy he became. A strong anger grew in his heart. He completely could not understand what kind of technique this was. Why would the two souls be swapped out of nowhere? Even when his father was at his peak, it was impossible for him to have such a technique. He was the son of Heavenly Emperor. His talent was unparalleled in the past era. No one could match him. It was difficult to find a match for him. However, his father felt that attaining the Tao in that life would affect his future achievements, so he sealed him and had been sealed until now. He had always been cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. He had never even taken half a step out and had never encountered an enemy. Why would he suddenly encounter such a mysterious technique? Could it be that it was done by my father's opponent? The young man was incomparably unwilling. He was a noble of the heavens. His status and bloodline were indescribably noble. No one in this world could compare to him. As long as he was born, he would definitely be able to rule over the ancient races. No one could compare to him. However, now, he had been taken away by someone for no reason and became a lowly stable coachman. How could he be willing? Don't let me find out which thief dared to steal everything from me. His expression was very cold. Just as he was gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, the voice of a young maid came from outside the stable. Chu Fan, have you fed the young Miss Pegasus? She is going to the Gu family to participate in the birthday banquet of young Master Chang'e's mother. Don't delay the young miss important matters. Hearing this, the young man called Chu Fan clenched his fists even tighter. He was not called that. He was called Xianxia, however, now, he had to use this name. At the same time, in a boundless void far away from here, a divine talisman flickered and floated in the great splendor palace. I actually became the son of Prince Xianxia? A handsome young man wearing a five-colored immortal robe suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with deep ecstasy. His entire voice was trembling, as if he had been hit by an incomparably huge pie. His head was dizzy. He had never thought that after sleeping for a while, when he woke up again, he would actually become the person he had dreamed of becoming. Before this, he was just an ordinary young man who fed horses. He had no parents and was adopted by Miss May. After that, he was pitifully favored by Miss May and was bestowed with a cultivation technique. Only then did he embark on the path of cultivation, otherwise, he wouldn't even know where he would be buried. I am now the son of Emperor Ing, the most respected person in the ancient royal family. His heart was filled with excitement and ecstasy. Moreover, he could feel the terrifying strength and talent of this body. Although he had no memories, it was not important, as long as he was careful, no one would be able to discover his abnormality. Thinking of this, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. No, he was now called Xianxia. He didn't care at all why he woke up as the son of Emperor Ing, who was cultivating in the heavenly palace. There was no need to care about this kind of thing. Now, he had replaced the previous son of Emperor Ing. He was Prince Tian. "In Mei, you are my." At this moment, an emotion that had never appeared in his eyes before appeared. This was ambition, also known as possessiveness. Very quickly, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The birthday banquet of the matriarch of the Longevity Gu family shocked all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. During this period of time, almost all the forces sent powerhouses to send congratulatory gifts. For a time, the territory of the Longevity Gu family was very lively. Every day, various ancient warships, carriages, and divine boats could be seen rumbling past. Amid the rumbling, many terrifying oars crushed past. The brilliance was dazzling, and the flowing lights were overflowing. There were white jade boats that were as big as mountains, and warships the size of planets. Immortal Qi lingered, and natural Taoist rhymes descended. They were all orthodoxies from all over the world. Now, all the orthodoxies who received the Longevity Gu family's invitation dared not refuse. As for the other forces who were not qualified, they would send powerhouses to send congratulatory gifts. Although they couldn't enter the Gu family's mountain gate, they could leave a congratulatory gift to express their sincerity. During this period of time, on the outer island of the Gu family's mountain gate, countless divine lights passed through, and it was extraordinarily lively. Huge divine islands bobbed up and down, shining with thousands of auspicious lights. Spiritual Qi was dense, and immortal fog was billowing. Inside the mountain gate, all kinds of ancient beasts that blotted out the sky came and went. Their Qi and blood were overflowing, but they were used as laborers to escort goods. The envoy of the primordial golden rhino clan has arrived, presenting a pair of primordial golden rhino horns. Presenting 90 heaven essence immortal pills. Presenting 3 million caddies of eternal spring water. Many guests shouted at the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate and presented their congratulatory gifts. A pair of primordial golden rhino horns? That's a divine item that can be used to refine secret treasures. I'm afraid you can't see it anymore. Outside the mountain gate, an elder of a great sect who had rushed over exclaimed. Behind him were many younger disciples. It was their first time witnessing the Longevity Gu family's scenery, and they were extremely shocked. This primordial golden rhino horn is already a first-class treasure to us, but it's not worth mentioning to the Longevity Gu family. I'm afraid they'll complain that it takes up too much space even if they hang it on the wall of their treasure vault. However, it's said that the eternal spring water comes from the heart of the falling moon ice lake in the extreme north of the boundless heaven. It only produces one spring every 100,000 years, and each spring contains less than half a caddy. I heard that the young master of the Gu family likes to drink tea. Looks like the Golden Rhino clan has already planned this. Many of the cultivators who came to present their congratulatory gifts could not help but discuss. They were extremely shocked by the gifts. In comparison, the gifts they were going to present were very simple and crude. At this moment, PCHHT. The cry of a phoenix suddenly came from the eastern horizon. 9 black divine phoenixes were pulling a carriage from the sky. Nobody stopped them as they descended into the depths. Many guests looked over in shock when they heard the sound, and their eyes widened. Which faction is this? How did they cause such a phenomenon in the Longevity Gu family? They're barging in like there's no one around. How rude. And no one even tried to stop them? Some of the young paragons who came from far away could not help but be shocked. Many of the people beside him were here for the first time. They were clearly shocked and confused as well. The Gu family member who was leading the way could not help but laugh. That's Princess Mingkong's carriage. She's the future mistress. Hearing that, everyone was enlightened. Many of the young paragons could not help but look forward to it. Then, they sighed regretfully. Naturally, they had heard of Yu Mingkong's name before. However, she was already taken. Even if they admired her, it would only leave them with sadness. As the phoenix carriage approached at high speed, there seemed to be a terrifying aura circulating. Soon, the cultivators of various orthodoxies and great sects rushed to the inner island. On the divine islands below, auspicious clouds and brilliance rushed into the clouds. Waves of immortal music echoed, appearing incomparably mysterious and shocking. A divine bridge appeared, and the fragrance of flowers wafted in the air. It was incomparably resplendent. It was like a rain of light, sparkling and translucent. Dao sounds rang out in unison, displaying a mysterious Dao technique. Guests, please enter. Many members of the Gu family appeared. They smiled and gestured with their hands. This is the foundation of the Longevity Gu family. They really can't be underestimated. This scene is much more ancient than the Longevity Wang family. Wang Zijin was dressed in men's clothing. She brought Xiao along as she followed the guests of the Longevity Wang family. She could not help but chuckle when she saw the surrounding foundation. Soon, the guests who arrived here first stepped onto the divine bridge and directly stepped forward. The brilliance under their feet was resplendent as if they had crossed through space and arrived at the end. At the front was a pure land. Clouds and mist drifted in the sky. Everyone could vaguely see huge palaces. The white clouds and immortal mist blocked their vision, making the palaces seem even more majestic. In front of the palaces, Gu Chang'e, who had already returned to the Longevity Gu family, was wearing a spotless white robe. He looked even more extraordinary. With a smile on his face, he was greeting many of his younger peers. Brother Gu. We meet again. Seeing this, Wang Zijin could not help but take a step forward and say with a smile. With. Wang Zijin was dressed in men's clothing. Her slender figure and silky black hair made her look like a fine young master in a chaotic world. Her skin was fair and delicate, shining with a lustrous luster. She was full of smiles, her eyes were slightly curved, and she exuded a transcendent aura. She stepped forward and took the initiative to greet Gu Chang'e at the entrance of the hall. Many young people noticed her and were shocked. Because even the successor of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang, seemed to be half a step behind her. What did this mean? It meant that Wang Zijin's status was higher than Wang Wushuang's. But before this, no cultivator had seen her before. She knows Gu Chang'e. Her background is definitely not simple. Immediately, many young heaven's favorites made such guesses, keeping an eye on Wang Zijin. Among the guests this time, there were not only the experts of the older generation from the Longevity Wang family. There were also young geniuses from other orthodoxies. Among them, apart from Wang Zijin, who was very mysterious, Wang Wushuang was the most dazzling. Now, even Wang Wushuang seemed to be led by this unfamiliar young man. This made people think that Wang Zijin might be a certain ancient freak from the Wang family. Miss Zijin. Please. Seeing Wang Zijin, Gu Chang'e was not surprised at all. He smiled and gestured for the guests to enter the hall. After all, today was his mother's birthday banquet. As her son, there was nothing wrong with welcoming the guests in front of the hall. Moreover, Gu Chang'e also wanted to see which young supreme beings would appear this time so that he could find a scapegoat. Half a month ago, she brought Gu Xian'er to ancient Dao Heaven City to buy extravagantly. She understood what it meant to be rich. This was a huge blow to Gu Xian'er, who was used to being poor and thrifty since young. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e could be said to have endless wealth. The bit of wealth he showed back then was just the tip of the iceberg, a hair from 9 oxen. Not to mention making Gu Chang'e bleed, it could not even make him lose a hair. This made her feel discouraged. She really couldn't imagine the life of a rich person. As a result, in Gu Xian'er's heart, Gu Chang'e's hatred towards him increased by several levels in the blink of an eye. This had nothing to do with anything else. It was entirely because of Gu Chang'e's wealth that made her feel suffocated. Under the attack of this hateful money, she scolded Gu Chang'e for being despicable and shameless on one hand, but on the other hand, she really wanted to empty out Gu Chang'e's family property. Gu Xian'er was even plotting in her heart how she could get all of Gu Chang'e's wealth in the future. However, this idea was seen through by Gu Chang'e. She thought that Gu Chang'e would teach her a lesson, but she didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would say something like "these will be yours sooner or later," which made Gu Xian'er confused for a while. It was as if she was going to inherit everything from Gu Chang'e. While Gu Chang'e was talking to Wang Zijin and the others. Boom, meanwhile, in another direction, a group of cultivators arrived. They rode on divine rainbows and landed in the main hall. The person in the lead was the successor of the immemorial Yi clan, Yi Langtian. Behind him was his sister, Yi Liuli. As he walked, he looked like the young son of the sun god. He was exceptionally dazzling. "Greetings, Brother Gu." When they arrived in front of the main hall, Yi Langtian cupped his hands and greeted Gu Chang'e. Then, his gaze swept across the many young prodigies of the Gu clan behind Gu Chang'e, and he couldn't help but focus slightly. Just based on their auras, the young prodigies of the Longevity Gu clan were actually slightly stronger than the young prodigies of his own clan. From this, it could be seen that the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was truly terrifying. Even though they were all Tao orthodoxies that stood at the peak of the upper realm, there was still a huge gap between them. For example, the Longevity Gu clan was obviously at the peak of the level, overlooking the sea and turning it into ashes. They were indestructible for eternity. "Brother Yi." Gu Chang'e's expression was gentle and natural. He wore a plain white robe and greeted the many young supreme martial artists present. His appearance couldn't help but make a good impression on many young prodigies who had never seen him before. It was rumored that Gu Chang'e was arrogant and domineering. He was high above everyone else. However, seeing such a humble attitude today made them feel a little flattered. At this moment, Yi Langtian also noticed the unfamiliar face of Wang Zijin on the other side. The prodigies of the Wang clan actually looked like she was the leader. Wang Wushwang explained, "This is my sister, Wang Zijin." He didn't mention anything else, but that was enough. Many young supreme martial artists' eyes moved. Many thoughts flashed through their minds as they made some guesses. Then, everyone stopped at the entrance of the main hall and reminisced. Gu Chang'e smiled and nodded slightly from time to time. Wang Zijin, who was beside him, was also smiling. She looked picturesque and seemed to be having a good chat. In the eyes of outsiders, there was nothing strange about this. However, this scene was seen by Yu Mingkong, who was accompanying a graceful and beautiful woman with an ethereal temperament in the main hall. She couldn't help but frown. Who could Wang Zijin's cross-dressing fool? She was just deceiving herself. However, what Yu Mingkong didn't understand was when Gu Chang'e knew this woman. Now, many things about Gu Chang'e had deviated from the tracks of her previous life. She also didn't know who this woman was. It seemed that some blind vixen had approached him without her knowledge. The previous Yin Mei, whom she had warned, hadn't learned her lesson yet. Now, another unfamiliar young woman had appeared. Yu Mingkong's expression was cold and deep. She looked at Wang Zijin carefully, as if she wanted to remember her appearance. She sensed a threat from Wang Zijin, which was different from Yin Mei. This was a woman's intuition. Although she was very sure that Gu Chang'e wouldn't be moved by any woman so easily. However, Yu Mingkong couldn't tolerate another woman suddenly appearing beside her man. Moreover, she could sense that Wang Zijin wasn't simple. Whether it was her cultivation or talent, she had an unfathomable aura. After receiving the Emperor Qi, Yu Mingkong's cultivation had reached the Divine King realm. Compared to before, she had broken through more than one realm. However, she still couldn't see through Wang Zijin. She's not simple. She might be an ancient freak. Yu Mingkong muttered and guessed. Then, she accompanied the beautiful woman beside her and greeted the guests from the Supreme Taoism and Imperishable sections. To put it bluntly, anyone in the main hall could cause a terrifying earthquake in the outside world by simply stomping their feet. They were all powerful figures from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. They were once invincible young supreme beings who ruled over a region. Now, they were in control of tremendous power and could be said to be earth-shattering. Mingkong, what are you looking at? The beautiful woman was Guchunga's mother, the previous saintess of the primordial sect. At this moment, she also noticed Yu Mingkong's gaze and couldn't help but look over curiously and ask. Yu Mingkong was the daughter-in-law she was most satisfied with. Whether it was her talent, character, background, or appearance, they were all unparalleled. She was the most compatible with Guchunga, as if they were a match made in heaven. Now that Yu Mingkong was the unparalleled immortal dynasty's crown princess, she had a lot of things to do every day. Her power was monstrous, and her words and actions could change the world. However, she still put down her many responsibilities and came to accompany her. This made Guchunga's mother even more satisfied. She liked this perfect future daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. In particular, there were many rumors in the outside world that Yu Mingkong's iron fist and methods were amazing. She was worthy of being the future empress. Auntie, Mingkong is looking at what Chunga is doing. Yu Mingkong smiled when she heard this, looking very decent and generous. She cleverly changed the topic to Guchunga. Wang Zijin had been standing beside Guchunga with a smile on her face, looking very happy. This made Yu Mingkong very uncomfortable. Although she knew that according to Guchunga's temperament, it was unlikely that he would have any thoughts about Wang Zijin. At most, he would have the intention to use her. However, that uncomfortable feeling was still difficult to get rid of. Ever since they parted ways in the immortal ancient continent, she and Guchunga no longer had any contact. Even Guchunga's attitude towards her became extremely cold. Yu Mingkong still missed the past. When she pretended to be ignorant, Guchunga would occasionally tease her. Instead of treating her so coldly like now, he had reverted to his initial attitude. Obviously, this was Guchunga's true attitude towards her now. Guchunga pretended in front of outsiders, but there was no need for him to do so in front of her. Because Guchunga knew that it was useless. Oh, that woman is quite unfamiliar. I have never seen such a heaven's pride in the longevity Wang family before. Her strength has already reached the sage-to-be realm. Guchunga's mother was a little surprised at this time. She noticed that the woman who was talking to Guchunga was special. Sage-to-be realm? Yu Mingkong's heart trembled. That feeling of threat became more obvious. Guchunga's mother's judgment was definitely not wrong. It was shocking to hear that he had reached the sage-to-be realm at such a young age. If she had not received the Emperor Qi, she would only be a true immortal now. It was clear how terrifying that woman's talent was. With Chunga's current temperament, it's very likely that he and that woman are only acquaintances. Mingkong, don't think too much. Guchunga's mother noticed the subtle change in Yu Mingkong's emotions and couldn't help but smile. She was afraid that Yu Mingkong would think too much. She was one of the few people who knew about the secret of Guchunga's demon heart. However, this matter involved Guchunga's future. If it was accidentally exposed, it could even ruin everything he had painstakingly planned. Therefore, Guchunga's mother had to be careful to avoid accidentally leaking the truth. She also felt very guilty towards Yu Mingkong. Even Yu Mingkong couldn't easily tell her about this matter. After all, one more person knowing meant one more degree of danger. Fortunately, Guchunga's performance in front of the world was not much different from before. If one wasn't really familiar with him, it would be very difficult to discover the subtleties. Auntie, don't worry. I trust Chunga very much. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but smile. She caught the obvious word now. Why did Guchunga's mother use now? It seemed that she knew the reason for the change in Guchunga's temperament. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel a little more alert. This was also one of the reasons why she had come to the Longevity Gu clan this time, to investigate Guchunga's past secrets. Now, she had obtained confirmation from Guchunga's mother, but she still didn't know what the reason was. Brother Gu, I'm afraid you won't have peace today. At this time, Wang Zijin, who was talking to Guchunga, also noticed the gazes in the hall. During this period of time, she had investigated Xianxia and knew a lot about Xianxia, so she naturally knew who his fiancé was. She was no stranger to Yumingkong. Xianxia seemed to know what she was talking about. His expression was very warm as he smiled and said, "Mingkong is very sensible. She won't misunderstand anything." As he spoke, he turned around and looked into the hall. His gaze just happened to meet with Yumingkong's in the air. Therefore, Xianxia smiled slightly and nodded in response. Yumingkong was stunned, but quickly reacted to Xianxia's intentions. She also showed a gentle smile in response. When the guests saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. This pair was truly a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. There's actually no jealousy. This Yumingkong doesn't seem like an ordinary woman. Wang Zijin was a little surprised in her heart. She had thought that there would be a cliché face-slapping scene, but it was clear that she had been overthinking. However, she had a lazy personality, so she naturally hoped that she wouldn't encounter such a situation. After leaving the human ancestors' hall, she gradually realized that many things were not as she had imagined. Xianxia's actions were clearly different from what she knew. She even felt that if she wasn't careful, she might fall into Xianxia's trap. She couldn't see through this man at all. This feeling made Wang Zijin want to cut open his heart and see what he was thinking. It was simply irresistible. "It's been hard on you, Mingkong." When she saw this scene, Mrs. Gu couldn't help but sigh softly. She said with pity. As an experienced person, she could naturally see that there was clearly some conflict between Xianxia and Yumingkong. It was no wonder that Xianxia's attitude towards Yumingkong was somewhat cold. He didn't even get up to welcome Yumingkong when she arrived at the Gu residence. This attitude was very similar to how Xianxia had treated Yumingkong in the beginning. Cold and indifferent. She didn't know what had happened between the two of them. However, it was clear that Yumingkong had cooperated with him in consideration of Xianxia's face. "Auntie, this isn't Chang's fault." "It's all my fault," Yumingkong shook her head gently. "I've been too wary of him all this time and misunderstood his good intentions." When she heard this, Mrs. Gu was stunned. She said with some disbelief, "Mingkong, you know about all this?" When she said this, she realized that she had spilled the beans and quickly shut her mouth. She thought that Yumingkong was wary of Xianxia's demonic heart. She was afraid that he would suddenly lose control and become as cold and heartless as before. When she heard this, Yumingkong was disappointed. Then, she couldn't help but shake her head. Mrs. Gu's words had already confirmed her guess. Something unknown must have happened to Xianxia in the past. It was the same in her previous life as well. That was why this series of huge changes happened. However, she wasn't sure what it was at the moment. What exactly happened half a year before my rebirth? Did Xianxia suddenly descend to the lower realm just to find some kind of opportunity, as he said? Yumingkong was puzzled. Then, she thought of something and took the initiative to speak to Mrs. Gu. "Auntie, I heard that Xianxia brought back 2 women when he descended to the lower realm. One is called Lin Chohan. She's now learning the art of alchemy at the Purple Pole Pill sect. The other is called Xianxia. She was sent by Xianxia to your side to cultivate." She had investigated this matter before. It wasn't very difficult to find out. Therefore, if she wanted to know what Xianxia did in the lower realm, she had to ask these 2 women. "Xinga is a smart girl. I like her. I kept her by my side and guided her cultivation." Mrs. Gu was surprised when she heard this. "Then, Auntie, do you know what's so special about her?" Yumingkong asked. "Xinga has 2 souls in one body. She should have been a powerful figure in the demonic path in the past. Although I tried to trace her origins using a secret technique, her soul was too fragmented. I couldn't see anything." Mrs. Gu explained. She had said this to Xianxia before. Hearing this, Yumingkong's frown deepened. For this birthday banquet, the woman called Xianxia was obviously not by Mrs. Gu's side. She was still in the divine sect of Taichu. Xianxia brought them up and didn't care about them anymore. It seems like they were used up and lost all value, so they were thrown aside. Yumingkong made this guess when she thought about Xianxia's temperament. In that case, Xianxia didn't have any ulterior motives for bringing them back to the upper realm. Perhaps he just wanted them to be eye-catching vases. It seems that the key lies in the period in the lower realm. The timing coincides with my rebirth. All of this isn't a coincidence. Yu Mingkong understood. This was because Guchanga didn't bring anyone up when he went to the lower realm in his previous life. It was very likely that in this life, he really did obtain something in the lower realm that he didn't get in his previous life. On the other side, Guchanga was talking to the younger generation. His attitude was natural and casual, and he didn't put on any airs. This group of young geniuses also spoke one after another, praising and admiring everything Guchanga had done in the immortal ancient continent. It was as if they were treating him as the #1 person among the younger generation. That day in front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Guchanga admitted in front of the whole world that he had dug out the bones back then. It seemed that it was no longer important, and no one dared to mention it again. Brother Gu, I wonder if you have any idea about the demonic arts inheritor wreaking havoc in the dark during this period? In the end, it was Yi Langtian who spoke. His expression gradually became serious, and he changed the topic to the demonic arts inheritor. Buzz. As soon as he said this, the surroundings suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if a gust of cold air blew past everyone. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. When Guchanga heard this, his expression became slightly pensive, as if he was seriously thinking about how to speak. After all, Brother Gu is the only one who fought with the demonic arts inheritor and severely injured him. The rest of us have never met the demonic arts inheritor, let alone fought with him. Another young supreme martial artist explained. His whole body was shining with silver light, as if he was made of silver water. He had 3 pairs of arms on his back, and his strength was terrifying. He came from an imperishable sect. Even Wang Zifeng was interested when she heard this. Speaking of which, the demonic arts inheritor was a target that the human ancestor palace must eliminate. Even she couldn't see through Guchanga's strength. It was not impossible that he could severely injure the demonic arts inheritor. She also wanted to know what Guchanga thought of the demonic arts inheritor. Upon hearing this question, Guchanga also spoke. Everyone listened attentively, afraid that they would miss a single word. To be honest, this is actually something that I have been rather puzzled about recently. When I fought with Yi Ling that day, I realized that no matter what happened, he always looked very confident. Even when he was severely injured in the end, he seemed to have nothing to fear and was not afraid of me. So in the end, when Guchanga said this, he also felt a little helpless and guilty. In addition, I was also severely injured, so I just watched him escape and did not choose to pursue him. Hearing this, the group of young supreme martial artists could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Many people's minds buzzed and went blank in an instant. To be honest, they really did not expect Guchanga to tell the truth. In an instant, a terrifying chill suddenly appeared on their backs. The meaning behind Guchanga's words was already very clear. In fact, Yi Ling is not the only one behind him. That is why he is so fearless. A young supreme martial artist's voice trembled, and he felt that his mouth was very dry. As he said this, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. His skull was about to be opened, and he simply felt cold all over. At this time, even Yi Langtian felt a chill on his back. An inheritor of demonic arts was already so terrifying. What if there were other people behind him, or even an organization? How terrifying would that be? This was simply unimaginable. At this time, no one doubted Guchanga's words. An inheritor of demonic arts is definitely not that simple. After all, a centipede dies but never falls down. Wang Zijin nodded. In her opinion, such a character who could bring chaos to the world was definitely not someone who could be dealt with easily. Without some means, how would he dare to jump around and kill everywhere? If I had not chased after him back then, I reckon Yi Ling would not be as arrogant as he is now. Hearing this, Guchanga coincidentally showed some self-reproach and guilt on his face as he said this. Brother Gu, you don't have to be like this. After all, he was also severely injured at that time. If the person behind Yi Ling showed up, you might not have been able to survive. Immediately, many people heard this and began to persuade Guchanga, telling him not to feel guilty and that this was not his fault. If Yi Ling didn't have any power backing him up, he wouldn't have been able to do things so easily. He wouldn't have been able to escape without a trace. We should have thought of this a long time ago. Yilang Tian said with a long sigh. All of a sudden, many of the young supreme beings felt a sense of danger. They felt that the following days would probably become chaotic and uneasy. Seeing this, a playful smile flashed across the corners of Guchanga's mouth. However, no one noticed. Although he hadn't found a scapegoat yet, it didn't stop him from making arrangements in advance. At the same time, in the sky above the ancient city of Tao Celestial in the immeasurable heaven, a figure whose face was shrouded in a mysterious mist was flying through the air like a divine rainbow. Soon, this figure landed in Tao Celestial city below, appearing on the streets. However, the nearby cultivators and living beings seemed to be blind and couldn't see her at all. This figure traversed the Tao Celestial Palace, frowning as she paid attention to the remaining auras and waves everywhere. However, too much time had passed, so she couldn't discover anything. According to the rumors, the inheritor of the demonic arts fought with Guchanga in the immortal ancient continent. In the end, he couldn't win and fled. However, the inheritor of the demonic arts has never been defeated in a one-on-one battle. He has endless methods and trump cards. Although this Guchanga has the title of true immortal, but from the rumors of his strength, is he really that capable? Can he seriously injure the inheritor of the demonic arts? In the beginning, something happened to the young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai. He's the fiancé of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heavenly daughter, Yin Mei. Yi Ling is Bai Lai's sworn brother. According to Bai Lai's followers, Yin Mei helped Bai Lai see Yi Ling's character that night. That was why she went to find Yi Ling and was killed. In the immortal ancient continent, why didn't Yi Ling choose to kill Yin Mei when she survived until the end? Could it be that he was really after her beauty? This figure whispered. After leaving the human ancestor palace, she had been searching for information about the inheritor of the demonic arts. She was the other inheritor of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chuchu, who was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Now, there were 5 colored runes rotating in her eyes. They were like the most ancient patterns that could trace the truth of all traces. As long as there were some traces left, she could find clues. Unfortunately, Jiang Chuchu still hadn't managed to find out anything by using this secret technique. Her brows were tightly knitted, but her expression was calm as if there was no trace of emotion. Everything seems too natural. It makes one feel that things should be like this. There's nothing out of the ordinary. The real truth won't be like everything has been arranged. It's tightly connected and reasonable because people's hearts and accidents can never be guessed. Everything seems too natural. It's as if everything has been arranged and then the characters are placed in it. Although Yi Ling seems to be taking the initiative in this matter, he's always been the passive one. He's been led around by others. Unfortunately, Yin Mei played an indispensable role in this, Jiang Chuchu whispered. She should be fine. The one with the problem is most likely Guchanga. I hope my opinion and guess are wrong. At this thought, Jiang Chuchu's figure moved. She quickly soared into the sky and headed for the territory of the Longevity Gu clan. As the inheritor of the human ancestor palace, she knew better than anyone. If there was really something wrong with Guchanga, then the scope of this matter would be too terrifying. It was so terrifying that she didn't dare to make a decision lightly or even reveal the truth. Along the way, she had also learned about Guchanga's terrifying power and influence. The human ancestor palace's status was extraordinary, but compared to an immortal colossus like the Longevity Gu clan, its foundation was not enough. Unless she had sufficient evidence to prove to all orthodoxies and forces that there was something wrong with Guchanga and that it was inseparable from the inheritor of demonic arts. After all of this was just her opinion and guess. She also hoped that all of these guesses and opinions were wrong. She hoped that Guchanga could overturn all of them and prove his innocence. Otherwise, she could only take action and bear the tremendous pressure to return peace to the common people of the world, a clear and bright world. Chu Fan, why do you keep getting things wrong all this time? You can't even remember what spirit herbs to feed Xiao Bai on a daily basis. At this moment, high in the sky outside the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, 9 snow-white Pegasi were pulling a carriage, rumbling as it rolled past. A group of riders on ferocious beasts followed behind the carriage. At this moment, a young servant girl was scolding a fair-skinned youth with an embarrassed expression. I know, Sister Xiaoer. I won't make such a mistake next time. Hearing this, the youth hurriedly nodded and agreed, but his heart was actually filled with grievance, anger, murderous intent, and many other emotions. Usually, he was high and mighty. As the son of Emperor Ying, he was a noble and respected person, let alone a little servant girl. Even if the ancestor of the far ancient royal family appeared in front of him, he would have to be respectful and would not even dare to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that he would have such a day where even a little servant girl could bully him? This made Chu Fan angry, sullen, and even desperate, because he couldn't even resist, he couldn't even say a single word back. Suddenly, his soul was changed, and he did not have time to adapt to anything. Other than his memory, everything was the same as his original body. Feed the horses? What the hell did he know about feeding horses? He didn't even know who did such a lowly thing in the era when his father ruled the myriad of races and intimidated the world. Even his mount for hunting was a pure-blooded ferocious beast with the purest bloodline. How could he do such a thing as feeding horses? This made Chu Fan want to roar and roar. In front of his true identity, even the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox clan did not dare to be negligent. But now, he had to feed the horses of the heavenly daughter. How could he be willing to accept such a huge difference? He was simply mad with hatred. Even the soul weapon that father personally forged for me is gone. The current me is no different from a cripple. Chu Fan could not help but feel despair. Although he remembered many cultivation techniques and secret techniques. Those were cultivation techniques that had to be combined with his bloodline and physique. Therefore, he could do nothing but feed the horses now. No, I still have a chance. As long as I come into contact with the creatures of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, I can prove my identity and expose the impostor. Chu Fan could not help but have a strong sense of viciousness in his eyes. He was not someone to be trifled with. And in his opinion, the reason for all of this was entirely because of the impostor. Otherwise, who would harm him for no reason? Yin Mei, who was wearing a long red dress, sat in the carriage in front of her and rubbed the space between her eyebrows in confusion. She felt a little helpless when she heard the maidservant behind the carriage scolding her coachman who was feeding the horses. She did not know why, but the coachman, who usually looked very smart, could not even feed a horse well now. They even spouted some weird nonsense. If it were not for the long journey and the fear that the horses would starve on the road, she would not have brought him along. Back then, when she saw how pitiful he was, Yin Mei felt compassion for him and took him in. Moreover, she was worried that he would be mocked and despised by others, so she arranged for him to feed the horses and even taught him a simple cultivation method. All these years, although she was familiar with him, to be honest, Yin Mei did not even remember his name. She only knew that he was called Fan. This was not because she could not remember it, but because she felt that there was no need to remember such things. Her compassion was only a momentary thought. If it was someone else at that time, she would have done the same. After passing through the mountain range in front of us, we will reach the territory of the Longevity Gu family. We will be able to see Master. Yin Mei's eyes curved slightly, and her face could not help but reveal anticipation and joy. Her 9 fluffy snow-white fox tails also swayed gently behind her. Chu Fan, you mixed up the spirit herbs that Xiaobai wants to eat again. Have you been daydreaming too much recently and your head is dizzy? What Tianhuang Mountain? Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Is Tianhuang Mountain a place that you can casually talk about? At this moment, the maidservant's reprimanding voice came from behind again. This made Yin Mei laugh, feeling that this matter was very interesting. Her coachman actually dreamed that he had become the descendant of the existence respected by all races on Tianhuang Mountain. When the time comes, I can tell Master. Yin Mei laughed, but she did not feel that there was anything strange. Tianhuang Mountain did have an unusual meaning to the various races of the immemorial age. All living beings of the immemorial age would know of the existence of Heavenly Emperor Ying. The 2 words Heavenly Emperor Ying were enough to see his invincible spirit. There were even rumors that this Heavenly Emperor Ying had defeated several celestial venerables in ancient times. After attaining the Tao for millions of years, he broke into the immortal path and his cultivation suppressed the world. Big brother, I heard that you're planning to come into being? Just as many orthodoxies were rushing to the Longevity Gu family's banquet. In the sky above Tianhuang Mountain. In a palace hidden in the void, surrounded by endless chaotic aura, divine light surged like tides, and treasure light could be seen vaguely. All kinds of surging Taoist rhythms and immortal opportunities intertwined here. It was like an ancient Tao field, and all kinds of Tao sounds resounded. A handsome young man in white robes was surrounded by immortal intent and all kinds of laws. He looked extremely transcendent. A kind of innate Tao voice appeared around his body. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and seas were as vast as the galaxy. He sat there with his legs crossed, as if he was the center of heaven and earth. Every breath he took was powerful and majestic. At this moment, the person who spoke was a beautiful girl with silver hair. She was tall and had soft black hair. Her eyes shone with silver light. She was wearing a five-colored immortal robe, which was intertwined with wisps of laws. Even the various accessories on her were extremely powerful Dharma artifacts, with divine chains of laws hanging down. Her bloodline, talent and status were not inferior to the handsome young man in front of her at all. This was because the two of them were siblings. Their father was Emperor Ying, who had been sealed since ancient times but had never come into being. Today, when she suddenly heard that her brother was planning to come into being, the silver-haired girl was shocked. She couldn't help but ask if this was true. According to their father's words, it was not time for them to come into being yet. Although the two of them were much more powerful than the current young primes, it didn't mean that they were going to come into being now. According to their father's deduction, the siblings would come into being at least around the time when the path of success appeared. Wasn't it a little too early now? The two of them were too noble. They were the children of Emperor Ying. Once they came into being, wouldn't it cause a commotion? Even the current 10,000 ancient races wouldn't be able to sit still. Hearing this, Xianxia opened her eyes and said calmly, "Sister, do you have a problem with this?" There wasn't a trace of abnormality in her expression. Even her sister, Yu, didn't find anything strange. Through this period of time, he had grasped many of Xianxia's habits. She wouldn't let others find anything strange because of these small things. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Xianxia to adapt to this identity. It was just that he didn't have many memories. When doing things and saying things, he had to be more careful. Although he hadn't eaten pork before, he had seen pigs run before. At this time, as long as he could pretend, who would dare to suspect him? Who would be able to tell that he was an imposter? This was a matter of courage. Even the soul item that Emperor Ying specially made for him didn't show any signs of activity. So, what was there to worry about? He just had to pretend. Prince Ying, that was the person he thought about day and night. He was so envious and jealous that it made him go crazy. He didn't think that there would be a day when he would become such a person. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. Right now, he was Prince Ying, Xianxia. He controlled the entire Emperor Sky Mountain and was the future owner of Emperor Sky Mountain. Even the 10,000 immemorial races had to pay their respects to him. And he had Prince Ying's terrifying talent and physique, including the invincible body forged with all kinds of treasured blood and immortal materials and surging magic power. Xianxia was confident that after he was born, he would be invincible. He could even fight the number one of the younger generation, Gu Chang'e. No problem. Since it's Big Brother's decision, I will naturally listen to Big Brother. Although Yu was confused, she didn't continue to ask since Xianxia didn't explain. And after staying in Emperor Sky Palace for so long, she also wanted to go to the outside world and not cultivate day after day like this. She had once mentioned to Xianxia that she wanted to go out and take a look. In the end, she was harshly reprimanded by Xianxia. And now, Xianxia took the initiative to come out. There must be a reason for it. When I was still a horse feeder, you were the unreachable clouds in the sky and I was a drop of mud in a quagmire. We were separated by heaven and earth, destined to be unreachable. And now, with a shake of my body, I had become the most precious person in the 10,000 ancient races. After Yu left, Xianxia's eyes were filled with absent-mindedness and yearning as he muttered in his heart. He would never forget who saved him when he was about to starve to death. She was the light that illuminated the darkness for him. She was also the one that taught him cultivation methods and allowed him to walk the path of cultivation. Young miss, I know you don't just pity me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood up when I was once mocked and bullied. To you, I am different from the others. I am special. At this moment, many memories appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Every time he fed Little White, he would happily wait for the young miss to see Little White and smile at him. Because of my identity, young miss can't reveal too much. I know, and I understand your efforts. But it doesn't matter now. I will stand in front of you openly, In Mei. If you want to revive the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, I can help you. Infatuation gradually appeared in Xianxia's eyes. It was as if he was willing to do anything for her. If Xianxia was here, he would know what a one-sided bootlicker was. Xianxia knew where In Mei would go next. Although she was just a servant, she also knew that when the inheritor of the demonic arts wreaked havoc, it was Xianxia who saved her. Now that Xianxia's mother was celebrating her birthday, In Mei would definitely go in order to repay the kindness of that day. Then, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain was shaken. Many of the ancient tribes left behind by Heavenly Emperor Ying were alarmed and shocked. Because Prince Ying wanted to come out early, he ignored everyone's dissuasion and stubbornly insisted on coming out. Many guests had gathered in the main hall, and it was extremely lively. They were all important figures from various places, existences that one would not even dare to think about. Many supreme experts who seemed to have passed away also came here to personally deliver congratulatory gifts to Gu Shizhou's mother. In fact, in their hearts, the Longevity Gu clan was the most mysterious and long-lived among the everlasting families. It seemed to have been immortal since the most ancient times. After experiencing countless calamities, it always gave people the feeling that it would not be destroyed even if the world collapsed. No one knew how terrifying the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was. But no matter what, no one dared to underestimate it. Even Wang Zijin was secretly shocked. She noticed that a very frightening existence from the human ancestor palace had suddenly appeared in the depths of the Gu clan's main hall, as if planning to visit an old friend. Even though the Longevity Wang family was also known as the Longevity family, compared to the Longevity Gu family, it seemed like they were still lacking something. Lacking foundation. In the end, she shook her head and whispered. She realized that she had narrowed her horizons. She originally thought that as a transmigrator, she could see the entire world, but she realized that her horizons were really too narrow. She had underestimated many people and forces. For Wang Zijin, who had always been confident and expected everything, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Miss, I told you that you underestimate the world's geniuses too much. Now, many people say that unless those princes, ancient princes, or young kings who once reigned supreme in the world appear, no one in the younger generation will be a match for young Master Xianxia. Xiaoer's eyes were full of admiration for Xianxia. She was like a little fangirl who worshipped him to the extreme. Wang Zijin smiled when she heard that. I kind of hope that those reigning supreme kings will appear. I also want to see how strong Brother Gu is. Looking at Xianxia, she couldn't help but feel competitive in her heart. Before this, she did not have this feeling at all. This was because she felt pressure from Xianxia. She could not see through Xianxia at all. If not for the fact that she was afraid of exposing her identity, she would not have been able to resist the urge to spar with Xianxia. Inside the grand and magnificent hall, the guests were extremely happy. They discussed all kinds of things and then offered congratulatory words. Xianxia's father, Gu Lintian, also appeared. His cultivation was terrifying and vast, and it was unknown what level he had reached. He appeared at the head of the table. His face was blurry as he conversed with all the guests. In the end, they coincidentally changed the topic to the younger generation. Without a doubt, Xianxia was naturally the most dazzling one in this generation. Even the older generation of powerhouses did not dare to look down on him and had to treat him with respect. What happened in the immortal ancient continent shocked the world. No one dared to imagine that this was something that a young man could do. But that was the truth. Long life Gu family's young master, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's inheritor, absolute beginning divine sex young master, reincarnation ancient heavenly deity's inheritor, immortal ancients clan's overlord, he had so many halos around him, making everyone sigh in amazement, remaining silent for a long time. In terms of power and influence, no one in the younger generation could compare to Xianxia. Even Yu Mingkong was more than half a level below him. Xianxia was the face of the long life Gu family. When they heard these compliments, many Gu family members and clan elders appeared to be extremely happy, their faces glowing with radiance. In this world, who didn't like to hear compliments and flattering words, even though Guchunga's many methods made one's heart tremble and could not be considered glorious, all in all, it still made the Gu family members very satisfied. In particular, Gu Xian'er was also brought back by him, reuniting with his clansmen. More or less, many of the barriers between them were dissolved. Guchunga's identity as the young master, in their eyes, was something that should be done. With such a young master, why would they worry about the family's prosperity? Their judgment back then was indeed wrong. Big sister Ming Kong, in a corner of the main hall. Her face was incomparably beautiful. She wore a wide-sleeved flowing immortal dress. Her temperament was cold and aloof, like a flawless fairy, Gu Xian'er. Right now, she was pulling Yu Ming Kong, speaking in a low voice. Xian'er, Yu Ming Kong's face was filled with gentleness. The two of them reminisced about old times. After entering the immortal ancient continent that day, they parted ways. Until now, they had many things to say to each other. After returning to the long-life Gu family, Gu Xian'er's treatment, whether it was identity or status, instantly reached the level of being the Gu family's beloved daughter. For a moment, she was a little unable to react. However, this kind of thing obviously had the approval of the Gu family's clan elders and clan master. Gu Xian'er also gradually adapted to it. However, she did not forget her original plan. Therefore, she made all kinds of indirect inquiries to the clansmen of each bloodline, especially the clan elders of her bloodline, asking about what had happened that year. After all, she had sworn to find out Guchunga's secret that no one knew. In the end, she really did find some clues. The midwife and the others who had delivered Guchunga that day were no longer in the Gu family. No one knew where they had gone. However, it was very obvious that they had been dealt with by Guchunga's bloodline. Gu Xian'er could not help but feel apprehensive. She was not stupid at all. Naturally, she could see the reason for this. When Guchunga was born, something must have accompanied him. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a huge reaction. Everyone who knew about this that day had been secretly dealt with and dealt with. All of this looked flawless and flawless. However, with such an obvious loophole, as long as a discerning person wanted to investigate, they would know at a glance that Guchunga's bloodline was actually trying to hide something. In Gu Xian'er's opinion, what they were trying to hide was Guchunga's biggest secret. Soon, she secretly told Yu Ming Kong all of this. In the entire long-life Gu family, except for Yu Ming Kong, even if the others knew about this, they would probably keep it a secret and would not dare to talk about it. At this time, after hearing this, Yu Ming Kong also fell into deep silence. You mean to say that when Chang'e was born, there was already a problem, all these years, Chang'e, Yu Ming Kong asked, frowning. There were many things that she did not know how to say. She was guessing whether this matter that Gu Xian'er was talking about had a deep connection with Gu Chang'e's change in temperament in her previous life and in this life. Moreover, could the reason why Gu Chang'e went to the lower realm be related to this matter as well? In that instant, she felt as if something had flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. It was as if she could solve all of this mystery as long as she grasped this one. This was very important. It was obvious that Gu Chang'e's parents were hiding something from her and were not going to tell her. This might be the secret that Gu Xian'er was talking about now. Yes, all these days, I've always felt that Gu Chang'e had a premeditated plan when he dug out my Dao bone. Even now, it's still the same. First, he wanted to make me hate him. Then, he thought of a way to return the Dao bone to me. During this time, he deliberately acted cold to me, intending to make me hate him. He actually wanted to train me, but my strength was still not as good as his. He was very disappointed. Gu Xian'er nodded as she spoke. She told her many guesses over the past few days. Especially her analysis of Gu Chang'e's actions and behavior. She was not stupid. She had been carefully taught by many old fellows. It was just that in front of Gu Chang'e, she had repeatedly hit a wall and appeared to be a little foolish. At this moment, many bright lights flashed in Gu Xian'er's eyes. She did not doubt her own judgment. In the past few days after returning to the Longevity Gu clan, she had discovered that not only were her clansmen not suppressed in the Gu clan, but they were even allocated more cultivation resources than before. Although this was partly due to Guchunga's clansmen making up for it, it was also due to their guilt and responsibility for what had happened in the past. Gu Xian'er did not have the slightest bit of hatred towards the Longevity Gu clan. Now, as long as we can find out what happened when Guchunga was born, and what caused all of this to happen. Gu Xian'er frowned as she spoke. This fog was about to disperse, but it was still very vague. She was about to go crazy. She wanted nothing more than to cut open Guchunga's heart and see what he was thinking. However, all of the Gu clan clansmen were confused, as if they did not know anything. It could only be said that Guchunga's clansmen had concealed what had happened in the past too well. Back then, when Master was on the mountain peak, he said that Guchunga was born with a demonic nature. Could this be the case? But he later said that although Guchunga's actions were like a demon, he was not a demon. Gu Xian'er muttered, thinking of what the Great Elder had said when he saw Guchunga on the mountain peak. She remembered this very clearly. She had not forgotten it even now. Born with a demonic nature? Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned when she heard this. She suddenly remembered that Guchunga had inherited the immortal devouring demonic art. However, she had not heard of anything special about the previous inheritor of the demonic art. It was nothing more than a coincidence that he had obtained this inheritance. Then he began to cultivate and bring chaos to the world. There should be nothing special between these two matters. Yu Mingkong felt that she had to investigate this matter carefully. Born with a demonic nature. Many things contained a natural demonic nature. For a prodigy, possessing a natural demonic soul and natural demonic chi, was even more so. What was the reason that made the clan behind Guchunga so carefully conceal it and not let their clansmen or the outside world know? And why did Guchunga make a move on Gu Xian'er at such a young age and dig out his bone of Tao? With such doubts in mind, Yu Mingkong returned to her seat. Gu Xian'er was not interested in such a scene. She glanced at Guchunga, who was conversing with many young supreme martial artists, and left the main hall. She planned to adjust her state of cultivation and prepare for the awakening of the Gu clan's bloodline in the Nirvana Pond. She entered the Nirvana Pond in the Gu clan's ancestral hall. Such an opportunity was extremely rare, even in the Longevity Gu clan. There were no more than 5 people in each generation. Because the cost of activating the Nirvana Pond was enormous and shocking, even in the Longevity Gu clan, it was slightly painful. Some of the materials needed to activate the Nirvana Pond were used up, and it was impossible to find a replacement. For the young clansmen who entered, the benefits and opportunities were heaven-defying. Gu Xian'er was also very interested in this. It could improve her cultivation, although she would enter with Guchunga when the time came. Then, in the main hall surrounded by immortal mist, the banquet was served. The longevity wine was fragrant and mellow, and it had been brewed for at least 1,000,000 years. After a few cups, without using cultivation, the guests were a little tipsy. Even many of the saints were drunk. This was the mystery of the wine of longevity. People of different realms would taste different flavors. There were countless celestial fruits and delicacies at the banquet, showing the Longevity Gu clan's wealth. For example, the Divine King Creation fruit. The palm-sized fruit was sparkling and translucent, and one could see a cloud of celestial spiritual chi inside. In addition, it also contained the rules of the Great Tao and Tao, which could help Divine King cultivators forge their primordial spirits. It was very difficult to find in the outside world. Many guests tasted it and felt the spirit chi in their bodies. Then, a mysterious energy appeared in their mind. Their primordial spirits were also purer. Halfway through the banquet, many young geniuses also took this opportunity to spar with each other and verify their knowledge. Many of the girls looked at Guchunga, their eyes filled with admiration. They were competing in front of Guchunga. However, their moves weren't fierce. Instead, they were beautiful. They were like fairies dancing, which was pleasing to the eye. In an instant, many young men widened their eyes in envy. When will we be able to dance with so many talented girls? Comparisons are odious. How can there be such a perfect man like young Master Chang'e in the world? Many young heaven's favorites had to admit that Guchunga was extremely attractive to women. In the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of the month. That's a pity. After looking around, I didn't see anyone with a bit of ability. To think that I had high hopes for this. After thinking about it, I'm still too strong. Apart from Wang Zijin, who was born extraordinary, I don't think I can find a suitable candidate. Gu Changge was dressed in a plain white robe. He was handsome and elegant, and his figure was tall and straight. There was a slight smile on his face, which attracted the gazes of many proud daughters of heaven to secretly look at him with admiration. Unfortunately, apart from Yu Mingkong, no one could hear Gu Changge's regretful words. He glanced at the young supremes around him, including Wang Zijin and Yi Langtian. He seemed to be disappointed. Yu Mingkong was calm after hearing that. She was still thinking about what Gu Xian'er said to her. She was beautiful, her eyes were bright, her hair was soft and smooth, and she was wearing a simple and elegant dress. She sat next to him. She glanced at Gu Changge beside her but didn't say anything. If it had been in the past, hearing Gu Changge sigh so calmly, she would have felt a chill running down her spine. She would definitely feel a chill on her back and be on her guard against Gu Changge. Because this meant that Gu Changge was plotting something. Just like last time, he had put the blame of being the inheritor of demonic arts on Yiling. Now that he was saying this, it was obvious that he was plotting against someone. But now, Yu Mingkong didn't think that there was anything wrong. It was very natural and not surprising at all. She even felt that this Gu Changge was the one she was most familiar with. He had no scruples in front of her and said these things to himself. He seemed to be talking to himself, but he was obviously saying it deliberately for her to hear. Mingkong, won't you help your husband solve his problems? At this moment, Gu Changge had a smile on his face. He suddenly held her slender, jade-like hand under the mat. Yu Mingkong was stunned. This was Gu Changge taking the initiative to talk to her after they parted last time. Especially in such an intimate way. She was stunned. Her head suddenly felt a little dizzy. For a moment, she couldn't understand Gu Changge's intentions. Those words in the immortal ancient continents by Hang Mountain Range had clearly hurt him. In the end, it had caused their relationship to fall to the freezing point. Could it be that he didn't mind anymore and had forgiven her? Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. How can I help you? Yu Mingkong quickly asked. She forced herself to calm down. But her heart was still beating very fast. No matter what, she could never keep calm in front of Gu Changge. She had originally thought that there was a gap between Gu Changge and herself. It would be extremely difficult for her to gain his understanding and trust again. After all, it was hard to guess Gu Changge's thoughts. She had a place in Gu Changge's heart, but not too much. Yu Mingkong had never changed her mind about this. But she was willing to wait for Gu Changge. She was willing to wait for the day when Gu Changge truly opened his heart to her. Mingkong, what do you think your husband should do now? I can't find a suitable scapegoat. These young heavens' prides are too weak. The real important people haven't shown themselves yet. And very soon, the people from the human ancestors' palace will come looking for your husband. When your husband dies, you will become a widow. Gu Changge smiled and whispered in her ear. In the eyes of outsiders, this was like the intimate behavior of a young couple. And Gu Changge looked like he was really in trouble and was asking Yu Mingkong for advice. Yu Mingkong ignored Gu Changge's teasing words. She calmed down and asked, isn't that ancient freak called Wang Zijin the best candidate? Yu Mingkong actually knew what Gu Changge was trying to do. He wanted to see if she knew of any ancient freaks who had the potential to become his next scapegoat. However, she did not expect Gu Changge to ask her so straightforwardly and ask for her opinion. According to what she knew, the successor of the human ancestors' hall would be born soon and travel the world in search of the human ancestors' reincarnation. At the same time, he would think of a way to kill the true inheritor of the demonic arts. In her past life, the successor of the human ancestors' hall seemed to have gone to find Gu Changge, but she did not know what happened. In this life, many things had changed, but the only thing that did not change was Gu Changge's identity and his many doings. Now, the entire upper realm was in the palm of his hand. If things really went out of hand, it might really be like what Gu Changge said. Once Gu Changge died, she would become a widow. When that time came, Yu Mingkong would definitely choose to commit suicide and follow Gu Changge. However, she did not want to see that happen. It seems that you don't know Wang Zijin's background. Hearing that, Guchanga smiled thoughtfully and said casually, "If I were to make a move on her, I'm afraid the risk would be very high. However, if you help me, it would be different." Wang Zijin's background? Yu Mingkong was stunned. Guchanga actually thought that she could help him? Did he see something? However, she did not think too much about it and noticed something else that Guchanga said. Was Wang Zijin's background very important? Was she not an ancient freak from the Wang family? From Guchanga's previous actions, it was obvious that he was using Wang Zijin as a chess piece. Seeing Yu Mingkong's expression, Guchanga understood. Sure enough, in the timeline where Yu Mingkong was killed by him in her past life, transmigrators did not exist. In this life, there were so many variables, it seemed, as if the heavens were deliberately targeting him. However, Guchanga did not mind. As a transmigrator, Wang Zijin was not much of a threat to him, but coincidentally, she was the successor of the human ancestor hall. Not to mention her luck points, just her identity and the huge benefits she could bring to Guchanga was worth it for him to make a move on Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin is actually the successor of the human ancestor hall. Then, Guchanga pretended to be deep in thought and said, "Human ancestor palace's successor?" Yu Mingkong was stunned and did not believe him. Then, she realized what was going on. She frowned and her expression changed. She had a bad feeling. In his previous life, the successor of the human ancestor hall was not Prince Jin. Instead, it was a mysterious person shrouded in fog. In other words, Wang Zijin, who was currently approaching Guchanga, was most likely someone who had never appeared in his previous life. Once again, things took a huge turn for the worse. Didn't this prove that what she had experienced in her previous life might not happen in this life? Yu Mingkong suddenly had some expectations and hope. "Looks like you don't know about this, Mingkong." Guchanga narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked at Wang Zijin, who was talking to the Wang family in the distance. His expression became interested. It seemed that things were a little out of his expectations. Wang Zijin was the successor of the human ancestor hall. There was no doubt about that. However, judging from Yu Mingkong's behavior, the successor of the human ancestor hall that she knew was clearly someone else. The human ancestor hall might still have another successor. Guchanga quickly thought of this possibility. The other successor was clearly someone who should have existed in the original timeline. However, Wang Zijin seemed to have been forcibly added in. Yu Mingkong did not know that such a person existed. "Guchanga, you have to be careful of the human ancestor hall." Yu Mingkong's expression was unusually serious. When it came to Wang Zijin, her identity as a reincarnated person was of no use. "Mingkong, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans," Guchanga smiled faintly. He already had a plan in mind. According to Yu Mingkong's words, the other successor of the human ancestor hall was very likely to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, she would not have warned him. Guchanga was not worried at all. However, this gave him another plan. Before he decided on the most suitable candidate, he could put on a great show. As he said that, he could not help but grip Yu Mingkong's hand tightly. A black seal quickly disappeared. "What's wrong?" Yu Mingkong was a little confused. She noticed the abnormal change in Guchanga's hand. When would he not be able to control himself and use force? Clearly, it was when he was worried and fearful. From her point of view, Guchanga had always been a strategist who had everything under control. It was very rare to see him being very concerned or worried about anything. This action showed that he did not have an accurate grasp of the situation. It seemed that the human ancestor's return had indeed put a lot of pressure on Guchanga. When she thought of that, Yu Mingkong felt that she should put the matter of going to the heavenly stellar realm on the agenda. The human ancestor could not return so soon. For Guchanga, she had to think of a way to delay everything. "It's fine." Seeing this, Guchanga shook his head slightly. Yu Mingkong looked at him deeply, as if she wanted to see through Guchanga. "Why do you look like you don't believe your husband?" Guchanga asked with a smile, as if he did not know what she was thinking. Just now, he had done that on purpose. It was to make Yu Mingkong misunderstand that he was worried about the human ancestor's return. In order to make Yu Mingkong rush to the place where the human ancestor's reincarnation was. The Black Rune was naturally to determine where Yumingkong would go when the time came, so that he could intercept her. Gu Changge did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for scheming against her. He could not expose Yumingkong's identity as a reincarnator, and he had to get information from her mouth. This was not a simple task. However, Gu Changge was willing to do this and accompany her in this kind of drama. Otherwise, life would be too boring. From Gu Changge's point of view, Yumingkong was the daughter of destiny who had been reborn. If he wanted her to show her true submission, it was obvious that he needed her to personally tell him the secret of rebirth. If he wanted more fate points, he naturally had to start from her. Of course, there was also a big reason, because he really liked Yumingkong. This like referred to his fondness for his belongings. It was different from like. If Wang Zijin doesn't work, Changge, you can consider starting from those ancient freaks. The Undying Lake's once overwhelming Skype ride, the sealed fire Taoist of the Vermilion Bird tribe, the Golden Qilan tribe. At this time, Yumingkong was seriously thinking and giving advice to Gu Changge. She definitely could not directly tell Gu Changge that the various orthodoxies were going to build a true immortal academy. However, she could tell him some of the more famous ancient freaks and sealed young kings after the true immortal academy was built. After all, if Gu Changge really wanted to ask about this information, she could come up with an explanation to fool him. Looking at her serious look, Gu Changge could not help but smile. If that was the case, wouldn't she be colluding with him? Mingkong, I really like you more and more. Gu Changge said with a smile. Yumingkong's eyes seemed to be very bright. Although she liked to hear Gu Changge say such things, she also understood that at this time, the most important thing was to disguise as Gu Changge. The people around them did not know what the two of them were discussing at all. Otherwise, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits and would be scared out of their wits. Yumingkong was worried that Gu Changge's identity as the inheritor of the demonic art would be exposed soon. She began to think of a way for him to put the blame on someone else. She did not feel guilty at all when doing such things. After all, for Gu Changge, she would not hesitate even if she had to stand on the opposite side of the entire upper realm. The other successor of the human ancestors' hall. I just don't know what Wang Zijin's attitude towards him is. If it doesn't work out, Gu Changge glanced at Wang Zijin in the distance. There was a deep look in his eyes. Linking it to her identity as a transmigrator, it was very likely that Wang Zijin also had an indifferent attitude towards the human ancestors' hall. Under this premise, he was able to make better arrangements and plans. How could Wang Zijin not be used by him? Speaking of which, it's time for the puppets left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord to be put to use in this matter. Gu Changge thought of the great saint-level puppets in his inner world. Due to the special material and forging, as long as they were not destroyed, they could be restored in the portable cave abode. The most important thing was the strength of these puppets. They were pure cultivation strength and had an exclusive formation pattern core. In other words, Gu Changge could use these puppets to fake the so-called inheritor of the demonic art. All he needed to do was to create a situation where he accidentally encountered the inheritor of the demonic art. After that, he would use the aura of the immortal devouring demonic art to conceal the original formation pattern core of the puppets. On this basis, he would make another arrangement. It would be easy to deceive everyone. After all, before this, to the outside world, only he had fought with the true inheritor of the demonic art. The only witness was Yin Mei. Although it was persuasive, it was obviously not enough. Now, Gu Changge at least wanted many cultivators to witness all this with their own eyes. As for how to plan, Gu Changge already had a plan. Wasn't the other inheritor of the human ancestors' hall on the way to find him? This was a wonderful opportunity. At that time, who could really tell the difference between the real and the fake? Thinking of this, Gu Changge smiled meaningfully. In fact, before this, he had considered creating a clone to disguise as the inheritor of the demonic art. However, he later rejected the idea. Unless there was something wrong with his brain. Would it not be superfluous to give up the perfect scapegoat and disguise himself with another identity, putting the blame on one's opponent, making him bear the brunt of one's troubles and take the blame for one's opponent? Was this not a normal thing to do? Ding, triggered child of destiny, mortal possession of the powerhouse style. At this moment, Gu Changge, who was thinking about his next plan, suddenly heard the system's notification sound. He was slightly stunned, and his expression was somewhat inexplicable. According to previous habits, this kind of thing was obviously because a new child of destiny had appeared. Moreover, the system actually gave a notification. Was it mortal possession of the powerhouse style? The notification sound this time was a little unexpected. There was no system notification before. Could it be that there's something special? Xianxia thought for a while, and quickly forgot about this problem. After all, it would be a waste not to take advantage of this. He realized that the last time Wang Zijin appeared, the system had also given a notification. His fellow countryman, wasn't that a transmigrator? So this mortal possession of the powerhouse style, what was going on? It was just like the many clichés he knew in his previous life. An ordinary person would suddenly use the body and identity of a big shot to act tough and replace him. Although he was panicking internally, he still had to pretend to be calm on the surface. This was interesting. Xianxia had seen this kind of trick many times. No matter how good the acting was, there would be flaws and weaknesses. After that, Xianxia's gaze slowly swept across every inch of space in the Great Hall. He looked at everyone, even Yu Mingkong. Starting from his position, he passed by many young Supreme Venerables who were chatting and drinking. Then, he landed in the area where the big shots of the Supreme Sects and imperishable orthodoxies were. According to this kind of trick, the most normal thing was to suddenly possess a big shot with great power and cultivation. For example, something like Great Emperor possession, Heavenly Lord possession. However, soon, Xianxia could not help but frown. It seemed that things were not as he thought. There was no sudden possession of the people in the Great Hall now. This mortal possession of the powerhouse style was the most unreasonable. If a mortal did not have a system, how could he possess a powerhouse? The problem doesn't appear here. Xianxia still planned to use the old method of identifying the new son of Providence, which was to use his Providence points to identify the new son of Providence. The system's sudden notification indicated that the new child of destiny was not very far away from him. Therefore, as long as he paid attention to the number of luck points, he could easily identify it. According to the previous trick, it doesn't matter if it's a child of destiny or a daughter of destiny. It can always be related to me more or less and run to the opposite side of me. Now, what conflict does this child of destiny have with me? Xianxia was suddenly a little interested. If the identity of this child of destiny who was possessed by a mortal powerhouse style was satisfactory enough, then he could take the opportunity to plan. Wasn't the new scapegoat here? At this moment, outside the Great Hall, a clansman suddenly ran in quickly and came to Xianxia's side, reporting in a low voice, "Young master, the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is here." After all, she had only arrived in the middle of the banquet, so Yin Mei was too embarrassed to let someone announce it loudly. She could only trouble them to only say Xianxia's name. "Yin Mei?" Xianxia did not say anything. However, Yu Mingkong, who was beside him, heard it immediately. She raised her head and looked outside the Great Hall. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and a shocking chill appeared. A dangerous aura appeared on her body. This vixen, I warned her once, but she still dares to. Come here. Many young elites also looked over at this time, extremely curious. Let junior sister in. Xianxia seemed to be slightly stunned when he heard this, and he looked a little surprised. Then, as if he had reacted, a warm and natural smile appeared on his face again, and he said. In fact, he had already thought about who it could be, so he was not surprised. This time, he was even more certain that the new child of destiny was most likely related to Yin Mei. In this way, she had indirectly become related to him. However, who would this child of destiny be by Yin Mei's side? Xianxia looked a little interested. Soon, under the guidance of the Gu family member, a woman in a red dress walked in from outside the Great Hall. Her face was bewitching and charming. She was very beautiful, and this kind of beauty was different from the previous girls. She seemed to be able to charm all living things. Her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade, and there was a slight smile on her face. Behind her, 9 snow-white fluffy fox tails were held in the arms of several maids. Behind her, a group of Nine-Tailed Fox clan experts and the older generation followed her into the Great Hall, carrying congratulatory gifts. The fair-skinned manservant named Chu Fan lowered his head and followed at the back. Buzz. Many important people who were talking in the depths of the hall glanced at Yin Mei, but did not care, and soon withdrew their gazes. It's her. The heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, the one who saved young Master Chang'e's life from the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts. The young master of the White Tiger clan who was secretly killed by the inheritor of demonic arts seems to be her fiancé, but the engagement has been cancelled. Many of the young primes recognized Yin Mei, but they weren't surprised. Gu Chang'e was her senior brother, and he had saved her life. Yin Mei would come to the Chongqing family's banquet. In fact, it was very normal. Soon, many nine-tailed fox clan experts delivered their congratulatory gifts, and then began to take their seats. Although they came late, they did not miss this birthday banquet. Yin Mei greets senior brother Chang'e. Yin Mei walked in front of Gu Chang'e and bowed slightly with a smile. As for Yu Mingkong, who was next to Gu Chang'e and had a very cold and deep expression, she acted as if she did not see him, and did not care about his terrifying aura. In front of everyone, Yin Mei naturally addressed Gu Chang'e as such. However, Yin Mei was a little surprised. Gu Chang'e's gaze was a little strange and inexplicable. It seemed that from the moment she entered the hall, it was not on her, but on the manservant behind her. Yin Mei's expression was a little strange, and she looked behind her. She was sure that Gu Chang'e was indeed looking at the servant at the back. Speaking of which, in this kind of occasion, her entourage should have been waiting outside the hall, and they were not qualified to enter. But Yin Mei's gift was more valuable, and to show her sincerity, she let her entourage carry it and bring it into the hall. This servant, who was usually very clever in her eyes, took the initiative to ask, saying that he wanted to follow and see the world. Yin Mei didn't think it was a big deal, and Gu Chang'e wouldn't care about it, so she agreed. But now she was puzzled. Why was Gu Chang'e staring at him like that? Could it be that there was something strange about this servant? Yin Mei thought that she knew Gu Chang'e very well, and he would not easily show interest in anything. Senior brother, what's wrong? Then, Yin Mei called softly, as if she was asking Gu Chang'e. Nothing, Junior's sister actually brought a servant to this kind of occasion. It seems that he treats you a little differently. But, Junior's sister, you have traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here, which really makes senior brother feel very touched. And at this time, Gu Chang'e's expression quickly returned to normal. His gaze moved away from the fair-skinned young man. Then he smiled and greeted Yin Mei. His words seemed to be a little curious about the relationship between Yin Mei and the fair-skinned servant, and also a little teasing. In the eyes of the crowd, this seemed to be the reason why Gu Chang'e's expression looked a little strange just now. After all, on such an occasion, Yin Mei brought a group of servants in, more or less, it was not very appropriate. Yin Mei knew that Gu Chang'e deliberately made fun of her, and her loyalty to Gu Chang'e could be seen by heaven and earth. At this time, Yin Mei could not help but lightly roll her eyes at Gu Chang'e, and said, "Senior brother is joking, he is just a servant in charge of helping me feed the horse. If I had known that it would attract senior brother's attention, I wouldn't have brought him in to see the world." This explanation also explained the reason from another perspective. Seeing this scene, many people came to a realization. On the other side, all the great figures that were conversing withdrew their gazes and paid no further attention to it. In their eyes, even if a competition between the younger generation appeared now, it was only a small matter, and it wasn't worth paying attention to. What they were concerned about was Gu Chang'e's attitude just now. They were a little surprised. Hearing Yin Mei's words, Gu Chang'e didn't mind and smiled. "Junior sister, what are you saying?" "Senior brother is just curious." Yin Mei smiled. "It's rare for senior brother to be so concerned about me. I'm really touched." It sounded normal. However, there was a strong sense of hidden bitterness. She only dared to speak to Gu Chang'e like this in front of everyone. Normally, when there were only the two of them, she wouldn't dare to speak in such a casual, even slightly complaining tone. When Yu Mingkong heard it, her phoenix eyes immediately turned cold. Then, she took the initiative to lean towards Gu Chang'e, as if to declare her sovereignty. Gu Chang'e could also hear this hidden bitterness. He smiled slightly and didn't mind. He wouldn't say anything about this. Yin Mei's intelligence was that she knew her limits. When she did things, she would consider his thoughts and wouldn't overstep half a step. He was very satisfied with Yin Mei's ability to do things. His little bit of hidden bitterness naturally went along with her. Oh? It seems that he's a very ambitious person. Soon, Xianxia smiled and looked at the manservant again, praising him. This manservant is really lucky to be praised by young Master Xianxia. When many young elites heard this, they couldn't help but feel envious of the manservant who looked like a fair and clean youth. How difficult was it to get a compliment from Xianxia? Anyway, to them, such a compliment was no different from Xianxia thinking highly of him. It had a different meaning. Senior brother Gu is praising you. Why aren't you thanking him? At this moment, Mei looked at the manservant who had an unnatural expression just now. She frowned slightly and said with slight dissatisfaction. He was usually quite smart and did things quickly, but why did he seem to be a little slow these days? Suddenly, when she thought of Xianxia's actions just now, Mei frowned even more deeply, and the look in her eyes changed instantly. She wasn't stupid. At this moment, she also noticed that the manservant was acting strangely. However, there were many powerful cultivators in the hall, so she didn't say much. Young Master Xianxia's praise really makes me feel fear and trepidation. Hearing this, the manservant named Chu Fan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said. His legs turned to jelly, and he directly knelt on the ground. At the same time, his back was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were almost wet. His heart was filled with shock and unwillingness. After all, he was the son of Emperor Ing. Before this, he was high and mighty, looking down on everything, and could be said to be above hundreds of millions of people. He held terrifying power and made the 10,000 ancient races respect him. Even so, he didn't put Mei in his eyes too much. He felt that as long as he seized the slightest chance, he would be able to regain his original identity. Regain his previous position. That was why he asked Mei to bring him into the hall. Under the excuse of seeing the world, he planned to find an expert of the 10,000 ancient races that he could trust. However, just as he entered the hall, he didn't see an expert of that level. In the next moment, he was noticed by Xianxia. At that moment, his entire body turned cold, and even his divine soul trembled. He felt like he was seen through from the inside out. Although he hadn't been born yet, he knew a little about the rumors about Xianxia. He knew that this was a powerful opponent that couldn't be underestimated. Many of his methods made him exclaim in admiration and fear, and he felt that this might be one of his strongest opponents in this life. He had actually expected to come to the Longevity Gu clan today. However, the moment he saw Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel the same terrifying pressure that he had felt when facing his father back then. This feeling was too familiar, it was as if he was facing a young supreme god. And this was only because Xianxia was sizing him up. That seemingly casual and natural gaze was actually filled with a creepy condescension and coldness. This person was very terrifying, even more terrifying than the rumors. At that moment, Chu Fan's heart was filled with vigilance and fear. Fortunately, he controlled his expression well, and his fear and trepidation were natural and genuine. When his expression fell in front of everyone, they couldn't find a single flaw. In the eyes of many young elites. If it were many others, they would probably behave even worse after being praised by Xianxia. This fair-skinned servant's performance was already considered good. It was a false alarm. I didn't expect it to be like this. The group of Nine-Tailed Fox clan experts also had different expressions at this time. They thought that it was Mei's actions just now that had angered Xianxia. Many people's backs were covered in cold sweat. But seeing Xianxia's casual and natural attitude, they should be thinking too much. To be honest, Xianxia's power now made their hearts palpitate, and they didn't dare to not be afraid. Mei was saved by Xianxia. In terms of identity, she was Xianxia's junior sister. If she had been closer to Xianxia, she would have been much happier. For the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan, this was a good thing for everyone. Everyone wanted to see such a situation. Although Yu Kong was Xianxia's fiancé and had the backing of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, they didn't care. After all, opportunities were accompanied by dangers. Being targeted by Yu Kong wasn't a big deal. Compared to hugging Xianxia's thigh, it was even more insignificant. After all, in this world, how many men didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Mei was once the fiancé of the White Tiger clan's young master. But in this world, it was very common to break off a marriage, not to mention that this was the White Tiger clan's initiative to cancel it. With Guchanga's strength and power, he was destined to easily have many things that ordinary people could only dream of in their lifetime. This principle had been passed down since ancient times and would never change. This servant is really blind. We shouldn't have let him in just now. Yin Mei's soft-hearted character should be changed. Now is a good opportunity to get closer to young Master Xianxia. She must not make a mistake. Many of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's experts and cultivators of the older generation looked at Yin Mei. Thinking so in their hearts, their thoughts were very flexible. As for that fair-skinned servant, they had already decided that after leaving the Longevity Gu clan, they would get rid of him. Otherwise, it would not be good if Guchange developed a grudge against Yin Mei and even affected the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan. No matter how small the possibility was, they had to eliminate it in the bud. Get up. I don't like people to talk to me while kneeling. This makes me seem too oppressive. At this time, Guchange spoke again, not caring about what everyone in the hall was thinking. There was a faint smile on his face. Gentle and elegant, it was hard to find the slightest flaw. Miss, is there a problem with this servant? On the other side, Xiaoer asked curiously. It was just a servant. Why did he deserve Guchange's praise? Wang Zijin was also puzzled. He was just an ordinary servant. Why did Guchange say such things? In any case, she couldn't figure it out. She couldn't see anything either. I don't know, but it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Zijin shook her head. As a transmigrator, she was not omniscient and omnipotent. She could only vaguely guess some things based on what she knew in her previous life. But, this Nine-Tailed Fox clan heavenly lady seems to be interested in Guchange. She had a strange look in her eyes. However, considering that Guchange saved Yin Mei from the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts, this was not surprising. Since ancient times, tricks had won the hearts of people. This kind of hero saving the beauty scene was cliché, but the effect was definitely top-notch. There were actually many cultivators who had the same idea as her. Thank you, young Master Xianxia. When Chu Fan heard Guchange's words, his voice trembled slightly as he stood up. He tried his best to hide it, not daring to reveal any flaws. In front of Guchange, he felt that he had no secrets to speak of. How can there be such a terrifying young man in this world? Chu Fan's heart trembled. Even if he regained his original identity, he would not dare to provoke Guchange. And soon, this episode was over. Many young heavenly talents did not care about it anymore. Instead, they all opened their mouths and sincerely asked Guchange some questions about cultivation. Guchange smiled and answered their questions, looking like a young leader of the righteous faction. Yin Mei sat down gracefully beside Guchange. She did not care about Yumingkong's expression that seemed to want to slap her to death. She looked like she wanted to provoke the majesty of the main wife. Guchange actually did not care about the two women's open and covert struggles. Both of them knew their limits and would not do anything to make him angry. Yumingkong was proud and could not tolerate sand in her eyes. She especially could not tolerate women other than her appearing by Guchange's side. Even though she knew that this woman would not be one step ahead of her and win Guchange's heart. And Yin Mei knew that she was very valuable to Guchange now. If Yumingkong really dared to make a move on her, Guchange would definitely stop her. At that time, it might even attract the displeasure of Guchange. As long as Yumingkong was not stupid, she would not dare to make a move on her. If she dared, she would be falling into Yin Mei's trap. Once Yumingkong was disliked by Guchange, her chances would be even greater. It had to be said that this was a battle without smoke. Many young heavenly talents noticed it and were envious and jealous in their hearts. Whether it was Yumingkong or Yin Mei, they were all beautiful goddesses of the upper realm and had countless admirers. Yumingkong was also known as the #1 beauty of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. TSK, this guy is really unlucky. Guchange raised the wine cup made of white jade and brought it to his mouth. With a slightly playful expression, he glanced at the fair-skinned servant who had been standing in the corner with his head lowered. He had already determined the cause and effect of the matter. The moment this fair-skinned servant entered the main hall, Guchange noticed the luck points on him. To be honest, it was not a simple thing to be able to become Yin Mei's horsefeeder. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was, after all, an ancient royal bloodline. However, this servant's luck points were obviously much lower than those of the followers nearby, even close to single digits. How unlucky was this? Xianxia could only think of one possibility. This servant had somehow offended a certain son of fate. According to the system notification just now, mortals possessed powerhouses. To put it bluntly, it was a seamless exchange of souls. Even the strongest powerhouses would find it difficult to see any abnormalities. And this was the other party that had been replaced. In the possession style that Xianxia was familiar with, wasn't it the story of a powerhouse suddenly being replaced by the soul of a noob, and then using this powerhouse's body and identity to constantly show off? In this kind of trick, the most obvious loophole was generally that after the soul exchange, there was no memory of the previous owner. In Xianxia's opinion, this might be the price of possession. The most vulgar thing was to possess a certain big shot. In the past, Xianxia didn't care where this big shot's soul went. Whether it was silently annihilated or swallowed, it didn't matter. But now, in his opinion, this soul naturally went to the original body. So now, in this servant's body, there is actually the soul of the person who was possessed? Interesting. And this servant has replaced his identity. Xianxia quickly figured out all of this. Asking for fresh flowers, the new son of Providence was obviously this servant. No, it was this servant's enemy. Perhaps, he was also very confused. He didn't know why he was suddenly replaced and reduced to a servant who fed horses. Of course, Xianxia didn't have any sympathy. On the contrary, he wanted to get the information he wanted from this servant. And soon, today's birthday banquet was finally over. However, the guests from all sides didn't leave. Many forces chose to stay at the Longevity Goo family for a few days. It was a long journey, and it wasn't easy to come to the Longevity Goo family. Naturally, they had to take a good look around and see its foundation. Xianxia also left the hall, but secretly instructed Yinmei to keep an eye on the whereabouts of this servant, Chu Fan. Got it, master. Yinmei nodded and didn't ask why. And she also saw that there was something wrong with Chu Fan. After all, there were some things, even if he tried to hide it, there would still be flaws. Especially now that Yinmei was deliberately probing, it was even more obvious. Chu Fan followed the nine-tailed fox clan to the residence arranged for them by the Longevity Goo family. He didn't notice at all that Yinmei was secretly watching him at this moment. He was relieved to leave Xianxia's field of vision, and even felt like he had escaped. Who knew what kind of psychological process he had just experienced? A young person like Xianxia was a complete monster. Every word and action of his made his heart palpitate. In particular, Chu Fan felt that Xianxia seemed to have noticed him. He hoped that it was his illusion. Now, he only hoped that time would pass faster so that he could leave the Longevity Goo family as soon as possible. Then, he would think of a way to get rid of Yinmei's servant identity and find another way. Today, he had indeed seen many powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races. If it was in front of his previous identity, these people would be extremely respectful to him. But now, Chu Fan wasn't qualified to come into contact with them, let alone tell them everything. And even if he told them all this, who would believe such a ridiculous thing? How could his identity be replaced for no reason? His brain was probably stupid and he was talking nonsense. If only my sister Yingyu was here, that would be good. She would definitely recognize me, Chu Fan muttered to himself. He was so confident because he knew that the thief who replaced his identity didn't have the many memories he had now. There were many things about that era that only he and his sister knew. It was impossible for that little thief to know about it. And this was the best opportunity for him to prove his identity. On the other side, after returning to the palace, Xianxia began to refine the disguise puppet for the inheritor of demonic arts. He took out these great sage realm puppets from the residence left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. From the outside, they didn't look much different from ordinary human cultivators. Even the material was very similar to the skin and bones of cultivators, but there were many small black and white patterns on the inside. When this kind of puppet was refined, it was no different from a real living being, and this already involved a more profound use of the reincarnation law. Xianxia didn't care much about it. His gaze fell on the puppet's control core. It flickered with a hazy glow, and there were divine chains of order hanging down like a waterfall. It was extremely shocking. Xianxia closed his eyes, and in an instant, an indescribable and strange god appeared in his mind. Thick gray fog curled around it, making it appear endlessly mysterious. Its appearance was beyond the imagination of living beings, and one look would cause living beings to fall into a state of confusion or even endless madness. This was the visualization technique of his demonic arts. The god he visualized came from Xianxia's imagination. Different people cultivated this visualization technique, and the god they visualized was naturally different. Xianxia was a transmigrator, so he naturally understood that the so-called imagination was endless, and this also represented the unknown. Indescribable in a fantasy world means indescribable. Xianxia's expression was faint, and black and white colors appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the myriad transformations demon body faintly appeared behind him, and his aura continued to rise, reaching the saint realm. The void began to crack, and a faint crack appeared. He raised his hand to shatter the stars, and reached for the sun and the moon. Whoosh! In the next moment, the black and white color suddenly turned into a peerless immortal sword that clanged as it pierced through the puppet's core. Splurt! A crack suddenly appeared on the great saint-level body. As these formation patterns intertwined, they seemed to have awakened, and began to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The entire palace began to surge like a tidal wave. Fortunately, the surroundings were very quiet. This was Xianxia's cultivation residence, and it was also hidden by his heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so no aura would leak out. Buzz! In the void, there was a terrifying aura intertwining, and many talismans that looked like great Tao treasure bottles quickly fell into the crack on the puppet. In the end, many black talismans were hidden. The originally pure aura of Dharma power seemed to be mixed with a thick black color at this moment, and it revealed a terrifying demonic intent. Now is a good opportunity to take advantage of the time when all the great Tao orthodoxies are gathered. Everything is ready, and we only need one thing. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Then, he nodded and glanced at the puppet in front of him, and he could not help but feel satisfied. The great saint-level puppet in front of him had already been contaminated by the aura of his immortal devouring demonic technique. When that time comes, as long as one was a cultivator, they would be able to sense the origin aura, and it would definitely be related to the inheritor of the demonic technique. Xianxia did not intend to use this puppet to deceive everyone. He only wanted to use its cooperation to temporarily shift the world's attention to his target. Then, Xianxia did the same thing, and once again contaminated the other puppet with the origin of the demonic technique, keeping it for emergencies. But who should I start with? Figures flashed through Xianxia's mind quickly. In his plan, there was more than one inheritor of the demonic technique that appeared this time. For example, Yi Ling, who had appeared previously, was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Soon, Xianxia set his sights on the transmigrator, Wang Zijin. To the outside world, Wang Zijin was extremely mysterious, and her strength was strong enough. She could fight against the great saint-level inheritor of the demonic technique that appeared this time, and hold on until Xianxia went to rescue her. Moreover, Wang Zijin's hidden identity is the successor of the human ancestors' hall. The inheritor of the demonic technique would attack her, which is the most logical explanation. As for how her identity was discovered, that is actually not important. Now, what I need to do is to deceive the public. Xianxia already had a foolproof plan in his mind. After everything was planned out, Xianxia thought of Yin Mei. He was very interested in that unlucky big shot and wanted to know his true identity. He immediately put away the two puppets and put away all the concealment runes in the hall. Buzz! Xianxia took a step forward and his figure quickly disappeared into the void. He went to the group of palaces where the nine-tailed fox clan was resting. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent hall. Yin Mei, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, felt the fluctuation in the void. She suddenly opened her eyes. A layer of ripples spread and a door appeared in the void, accompanied by a familiar aura. Xianxia walked out of it. Master. Yin Mei was pleasantly surprised. In the middle of the night, Xianxia suddenly came to the palace she was in. This made her blush slightly. She was a little lost in thought. Xianxia nodded. His expression was not much different from when he was in front of outsiders. However, Yin Mei did not dare to be disrespectful. She also did not dare to speak to Guchunga with hidden bitterness like she did during the day in the hall. It seems that you have not slacked off. You are so diligent in your cultivation. Guchunga smiled casually and casually found a place to sit down. Master, did you come here in the middle of the night, because of Chu Fan? Imei quickly figured it out. Obviously, he did not come because of her. Guchunga smiled and said, "Can't I come because of you?" As he spoke, he took Imei into his arms. Her body was very delicate and soft, like a gentle stream of water. 9 snow-white fluffy fox tails swayed gently. There was a strange charm. Master, although Imei knew that Guchunga said this casually, she could not help but feel happy. In any case, it showed that Guchunga was not as cold to her as he was in the past. Chu Fan. Is that the name of the servant? Guchunga asked with interest. A name like Chu Fan was a perfect match for a main character. It was either mortal or dust. It was indeed a cliché. Yes, in the past, I saw that he was about to starve to death on the streets. I took pity on him and adopted him. When Imei heard this, she knew that Guchunga was about to get down to business. She also explained Chu Fan's background to Guchunga. After leaving the banquet hall, she followed Guchunga's instructions and paid attention to Chu Fan's movements. At the same time, she also sorted out his background. She guessed that Guchunga would ask her about it. Oh, so there's this layer of experience. You're actually my savior. Interesting. It seems that this son of destiny is related to you. Guchunga narrowed his eyes. Only now did he understand how the so-called son of destiny was opposing him. The key was still Imei. To be honest, Guchunga found that the recent sons of destiny were more or less related to the people around them. For example, Long Teng, who was modeled after Long Outyin, and Yi Ling, who rose to prominence as an alternative loser. The current mortal who possessed the body of a powerhouse was Chu Fan. Do I have to pay attention to the people around me when looking for a son of destiny in the future? Guchunga frowned slightly. In fact, he liked to take the initiative to stir up trouble. However, he also understood that there would be the appearance of a son of destiny. It was like the convergence of countless worlds' destinies, which would change at some point in time. Then, the trajectories of those sons of destiny would intersect with him. That was why the system reminded him. Now that he knew this premise, Guchunga had a way to find a new son of destiny. He could take the initiative to create such a situation. Master, did something happen to Chu Fan? At this time Imei could not help but ask curiously. Of course, she knew that she should not ask too much, but she could not help but be curious. After all, Guchunga said that it seemed to be related to her. The current Chu Fan is no longer the original him. Guchunga smiled faintly and asked Imei to send the order to summon Chu Fan. Speaking of which, the current Chu Fan was on the same side as him. After all, they both had conflicts with the new Sons of Destiny. However, Chu Fan was not worthy of Guchunga's attention. His only value was to let Guchunga know the origin of the person who was possessed. Just as Guchunga was thinking. Soon, Imei brought Chu Fan, whose face was filled with confusion, puzzlement, nervousness, anticipation, and many other complicated emotions. Master, Chu Fan is here. Imei said respectfully. At the same time, she closed the door behind her to prevent the commotion here from alarming the others. Buzz, in an instant, the entire hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. I wonder, why did young Master Chunga summon me in the middle of the night? Chu Fan stood there. His voice was trembling as if he was about to lose his balance. He was in fear and trepidation. He vividly demonstrated what it meant to be a lowly and cautious person. The expression on his face was flawless. If there was an outsider here, they would not be able to see any flaws in his expression. It had to be said that his control of his expression was very good. He was not a simple person. However, only Chu Fan knew that the expression on his face was actually real. Earlier, Imei suddenly appeared in the courtyard where he was resting and said that Guchunga had summoned him. When he heard this news, he froze. This matter came too suddenly, he did not even have time to react. Chu Fan was stunned. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. During the day, he felt that Guchunga seemed to have noticed his abnormality. Although he did not know how Guchanga sensed it, it was shocking enough. Chu Fan comforted himself, saying that it was just his imagination. However, he did not expect to be suddenly told that Guchanga wanted to see him in the middle of the night. This time, his back was almost completely soaked in cold sweat. His scalp was numb and his legs were a little weak. Why did Guchanga want to see him? What was the purpose? There was no need to say more. Chu Fan wanted to escape. However, with his current cultivation and ability, not to mention the longevity Gu clan, even Yin Mei in front of him could easily suppress him and make him unable to move. He could not escape. In the end, Chu Fan had no choice but to brace himself and go to the palace to answer Guchanga's summons. Moreover, what did he hear now? Yin Mei actually called Guchanga master? That was not what she called him in the main hall. It seemed that Guchanga's secrets were far more than he had imagined. Connecting the many rumors, his back was even more chilled. He smelled some kind of truth about the inheritor of demonic arts. This made Chu Fan tremble even more. Not to mention that he was now just a horse breeder, his previous identity was far from enough in front of Guchanga. At this time, all of Chu Fan's emotions were in his eyes. Guchanga drank the tea in the cup unhurriedly with a slight smile on his face. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "I wonder, how should I address you?" As soon as these words came out, Chu Fan's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression changed dramatically. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be completely dissected, and all of his secrets were exposed, leaving nothing behind. Although the secret was something he would rather not have. Guchanga's words could be said to be very simple and direct, without beating around the bush. It immediately explained Chu Fan's origin. It was so direct that Chu Fan's expression could not help but become bitter. Until now, he still did not understand how he became like this. And how did Guchanga see through and know all of this? Thinking of this, Chu Fan suddenly had hope in his heart. Perhaps Guchanga could help him. After all, Guchanga's identity and power were here, and his words clearly contained a lot of power. Even the current 10,000 ancient races had to consider carefully. Brother Gu's eyes are really sharp. You even noticed this. But how did Brother Gu see through it? Chu Fan could not help but smile bitterly as he forced himself to calm down with strong willpower. But facing Guchanga, especially in such a disadvantageous situation, not to mention calm, it was already very impressive that he could speak without trembling. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, the air of a person who had been in a high and mighty position for a long time was naturally revealed. It seems that it really is a different person. Yin Mei could not help but be surprised. Before this, who would have thought that her servant would suddenly become a different person? This was too shocking. How I saw through it is not important. Guchanga's smile did not change as he continued. Could it be that Brother Gu doesn't plan on introducing yourself? I feel that you don't want to keep being like this. This kind of person who had their body taken over would definitely be very unhappy. Who would be willing to suddenly go from being a big shot to being a dispensable small character all of a sudden? Could it be that Brother Gu has a way to help me? Hearing this, Chu Fan's voice suddenly became louder, and he was very surprised and excited. It was difficult for him to remain calm. If Guchanga could really help him recover his original identity, he would agree to anything Guchanga asked him to do. Brother Gu still hasn't answered my question. Guchanga glanced at him indifferently as his smile faded. Chu Fan's expression changed and he felt a chill on his back. Now was not the time for him to ask Guchanga for help. Guchanga definitely would not help him so easily. In this world, who would be willing to do something that did not benefit them? Unless they were really good people who did not ask for anything in return. Obviously, Guchanga was not such a person. Chu Fan was also clear on this point. Therefore, in order to let Guchanga see his value and let Guchanga know his true identity, Chu Fan began to speak and unreservedly revealed his origin. He was not stupid. Right now, he had nothing. Other than his original memories, he had nothing left. Therefore, in front of Guchanga, he had no right to negotiate. From the beginning, it was destined that only Guchanga could decide his fate. I won't hide it from Brother Gu. My name is Xianxia, and I am actually the son of Emperor Ying. Since ancient times, I have been cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and have never left. I have heard a lot of news about the outside world, and I know a lot about Brother Gu. I am filled with admiration. I can't wait to follow Brother Gu after I am born, and I am willing to serve Brother Gu." Hearing this, Yin Mei's beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. She never thought that the son of Emperor Ying, who had once ruled over the 10,000 ancient races, would become like this. Once this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Who would dare to believe that this was true? Even though she had seen it with her own eyes, she still felt her head buzzing in disbelief. This person is actually Prince Tian. Yin Mei was from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, which was one of the ancient royal bloodlines. She knew a lot about Prince Tian. She knew that this person was the son of Emperor Ying, and that his talent was once unparalleled in an era. However, his father had sealed him away, intending for him to break out of the seal in the future and compete with the other supreme geniuses to become the number one of the ancient races. She never thought that she would meet Prince Tian with such an identity. Moreover, he had such a humble and almost fawning attitude towards Xianxia. In front of the 10,000 ancient races, Prince Tian's identity was no different from that of a human's imperial court. "It's actually Prince Tian." Xianxia's thoughts were actually similar to Yin Mei's, but he obviously had more considerations. Prince Tian, who was currently cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, was actually the servant who had saved Yin Mei's life before. This huge change in identity was also in line with what he knew about the possession style. He was just short of possessing the body of an ancient emperor, and then moving 10 meters in one step. This is interesting. After that servant became the Heavenly Emperor, he probably had thoughts about Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, which he didn't dare to do before. If that's the case, I'll be dragged into it. It's inevitable that this is a cliché. However, an ant is an ant in the end, and he wants to become a true dragon after changing his identity. How laughable. Even if the original owner is in front of me, he's just a little bug that can't jump. After understanding the cause and effect of this matter, Xianxia's expression suddenly became cold. In his opinion, this was the only value Chu Fan had. After asking these questions, he had already confirmed that the current Chu Fan had no other tricks up his sleeve other than his memory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. At this moment, Chu Fan in front of him also sensed that something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no. His expression was desperate, and he wanted to retreat. Buzz. However, Xianxia's palm fell, and the void suddenly collapsed. A pitch-black palm print fell, covering everything and caught him in an instant. "Brother, where do you plan to go?" Xianxia asked calmly. "Xianxia, can you not kill me? I can swear that I will listen to everything you say, no matter what." Chu Fan's face was pale, and he was incomparably desperate. Although he had guessed Xianxia's secret, he was no threat to Xianxia at all. Poof. However, Xianxia didn't let him finish his words. When the palm landed, Chu Fan's body suddenly exploded. However, in the midst of the blood, a pitch-black Great Dao treasure bottle appeared. It floated up and down, and took root. Chu Fan's divine soul was refined and absorbed by Xianxia, and he flipped through many of his memories. Among these divine soul fragments, there were many inheritances, scriptures, comprehension of rules, and so on that he was Prince Tian. For Xianxia, it was better than nothing. The most important thing was that he was interested in Chu Fan's original memories. After all, these memories and the divine soul fragments that he had devoured were in his hands. He could easily create another puppet Prince Tian, and it would be completely under his control. Xianxia didn't have the means to make such a method of possession come back. Chu Fan was a useless servant, and he probably knew Xianxia's secret. Naturally, there was no need to keep him. As for the servant who possessed Prince Tian's body, Xianxia didn't care about him at all. Moreover, in his opinion, this was a good person who had delivered himself to his doorstep to continue taking the blame for him. If anyone asks about this manservant, just say that he's gone mad and has disappeared without a trace. Xianxia instructed Yin Mei, and then left the hall. Yes, master. Yin Mei nodded and began to clean up the remaining aura in the hall. She was very familiar with this kind of thing. The current Prince Tian would definitely think of ways to find the servant and kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Xianxia just happened to help him. The main reason was that he didn't want to alert the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he scared him and didn't dare to show himself. Many of Emperor Ying's inheritances need to be compatible with his bloodline. However, some of the divine powers of Emperor Mountain are not affected. After returning to his palace, Guchanga couldn't help but squint his eyes. Soon, he combined the two fragments of Prince Tian's divine soul and refined a mysterious rune that emitted a faint brilliance. He then refined it into the great saint puppet from before. This mysterious rune had the aura of Emperor Mountain remaining on it. This made it seem even more perfect. Guchanga nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect everyone to believe him when the time came. His main purpose was to set up a trap. Some were suspicious, some were convinced. In any case, no one would suspect him. It didn't take long. It's still not too late. Soon, Guchanga looked at the moon outside the window. In his opinion, the timing was just right. Thinking of this, Guchanga looked at the palace where the Longevity Wang family was resting tonight. Faint black and white runes flowed in his eyes, and he quickly determined the location of Wang Zijin's palace. Wang, suddenly, Guchanga raised his hand, and the great saint puppet from before appeared in the void. Its tall figure and cold and emotionless eyes were shrouded in a layer of strange light. It was wrapped in runes, as if it didn't have the slightest fluctuation of life. Go. Guchanga said indifferently. As she spoke, a palm-sized rune fell into the puppet's hand. Yes, master. In the next moment, the great saint puppet instantly passed through the void according to his instructions. Its terrifying aura was retracted, and like a black fog, it quickly attacked the palace where Wang Zijin was. Wang Zijin, don't be disappointed. You have to hold on until I come to save you. Looking in that direction, Guchanga's expression became interested. The rune that he gave the puppet just now was the sealing rune from the system store. It could seal all directions for a period of time and prevent any aura from leaking out. It was a piece of cake. Therefore, Guchanga wasn't worried that the aura of the battle would leak out because of a terrifying battle, which would attract other experts to rush over and save her before he did. After all, he had calculated the time. Wang Zijin was a quasi-saint. Facing a great saint puppet, she should have some means to deal with it. She wouldn't be killed so quickly. The moonlight was hazy. The Longevity Gu family was a resting place for the guests of this birthday banquet. Inside a dazzling and majestic palace, Prince Yu was sitting cross-legged, dressed like a woman again. Her white clothes billowed like clouds, and her hair was loose. Her flawless face was very calm, like white jade, exuding a strange sense of beauty. Wisps of essence chi of heaven and earth were being inhaled and exhaled by her according to some strange rules and rhythm. Buzz, behind her, a blurry immortal gate was faintly discernible. It seemed to be connected to a mysterious and vast world. Immortal trees were tall, divine herbs were fragrant, and immortal beasts roared. This was her innate talent. She was born with the illusory image of the immortal gate. When she cultivated, the immortal gate would even emit immortal chi, allowing her to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Her cultivation speed was far superior to that of her peers. Moreover, she had a legendary immortal spirit body. She was born flawless. Therefore, many of the elders of the Longevity Wang family said that she had a great origin, and it was very likely that she was related to the celestial realm that had disappeared. However, this theory had not been proven. When Wang Zijin heard this, she didn't really care. She was just an ordinary, mediocre transmigrator, that's all. At this moment, Wang Zijin was silently adjusting her blood and qi to cultivate according to her previous habits. She had maintained this habit ever since she started cultivating. Although she was a little lazy, there were many things that she did not want to compete for. However, when she walked the path of cultivation, she had never relaxed. After all, if she did not become a powerhouse who stood at the peak after transmigrating, it would be very boring. It would be a waste of her transmigration and the chance to live a new life. Before this, Wang Zijin had always looked down on the native prodigies. Whether it was their personality, cultivation, background, or so on, she could not find anyone who could catch her eye. In her previous life, she was lonely and could only lie in the ward, relying on the screen to communicate with the other side of the world. she had thought that after transmigrating, she would not be like this. At least, she would be able to find a partner or a Mr. Right. However, because of her identity, background, talent, cultivation, and many other reasons, she had set her sights higher. She felt like she had transmigrated into the fantasy world that she was familiar with in her previous life. He was also the longevity Wang family's young paragon, born a saint. His cultivation base could look down on those of the same generation, and his background could crush countless others. Under such circumstances, even if she really wanted to find someone who was pleasing to the eye, she couldn't find anyone. Therefore, Wang Zijin felt that she would probably be alone for the rest of her life. On the long path of cultivation, she was all alone. When she looked back, she was already standing at the peak, but there was no one who could accompany her. This had always been her thoughts and attitude. Therefore, although she appeared to be easygoing on many matters, she also revealed a nonchalant attitude. This situation lasted for a long time. It wasn't until she met Gu Chang'e that Wang Zijin discovered the difference in him. Through their conversations, opinions, and many other aspects, he even found a long-lost sense of familiarity. The most important thing was that Wang Zijin felt that although she was a superficial person, she was not a person who cared about appearances. But it was definitely not to the point of falling in love at first sight. After all, which prodigy in a fantasy world would have a bad appearance? Over the years, number 21 had seen many young elites. How many admirers did he have while cultivating in the human ancestor hall? Her state of mind was still like water without ripples. But, she didn't know why, but she especially liked Gu Chang'e's appearance. Back then, when she saw him casually oppressing the entire immortal ancient dragon clan, her heart actually felt like it was shot by an arrow. She knew that it was the feeling of being moved. To think that she, a dignified transmigrator with an unparalleled status and cultivation base in this world, would actually have such a moment. This made Wang Zijin start to reflect on herself. As expected, she had no feelings for those orthodox and old-fashioned figures. This was because she saw a sense of novelty on Gu Chang'e that she had never seen before. Therefore, she was curious about Gu Chang'e and developed an interest in him. Then, until now, she felt that she couldn't see through him clearly, as if there was a layer of fog. Wang Zijin felt that if this continued, there might really be a day when she, a transmigrator, would sink into oblivion. Before that, when she uncovered the layers of fog around Gu Chang'e, the first thing she wanted to do was to see through Gu Chang'e's cultivation base. I can't see through his cultivation base. It should be because my cultivation base isn't high enough. Wang Zijin whispered to herself. During her conversation with Gu Chang'e, she could clearly sense his perfunctory attitude. He clearly didn't care about her, but he still had to show a polite smile. Under that gentle and refined appearance, there was actually a cold and emotionless face. After all, many of her previous pursuers, whether it was in the open or in the dark, admired her greatly, unlike Gu Chang'e. He clearly had no feelings for her, but he still had to pretend to be gentle like jade. No matter if it was in her previous life or now, this was definitely the kind of villain that she liked the most. From the current situation, I still can't move him. Wang Zijin lightly shook her head, sighed, and withdrew from her cultivation state. Now, she seemed to be very familiar with Gu Chang'e, but she understood that this was only a superficial familiarity in front of others. Who knew what Gu Chang'e was thinking in his heart? It seems that my birth into this world won't be smooth sailing, but this is what makes it interesting. Wang Zijin's sparkling eyes sparkled. For the first time, she had a lot of motivation. In this world, it was rare to find someone who could move her heart. Naturally, she had to think of a way to get him. So what if Gu Chang'e had a marriage contract with him? As a transmigrator, wouldn't she be able to defeat his fiancé? Suddenly, Wang Zijin, who was thinking about these things, frowned slightly. She felt a sense of foreboding. It was accompanied by a heart-palpitating murderous intent and a cold aura. She got up from the bed. Who's there? Wang Zijin's expression turned cold. Her eyes swept around and she directly shouted. Her first reaction was that this person didn't come with good intentions. After all, this undisguised murderous intent was overwhelming. It was like a turbulent ocean that wanted to drown and suffocate her. Whether it was a virtual god, true god, sky god, or divine king, they all trembled at this moment. The aura of the Saint Realm, Wang Zijin frowned. Even if one had entered the threshold of the quasi-Saint Realm, they could still be called a Saint Realm cultivator. However, it was obvious that this aura was not an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. A saint? An absolute saint? Or a supreme saint? Wang Zijin suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She didn't expect that someone would dare to attack her in the Longevity Gu clan's territory. Weren't they afraid of being discovered? I just left the human ancestor palace. Why would someone want to kill me? Wang Zijin frowned and looked over. She didn't know who she had offended. Could it be that an enemy of the Longevity Gu clan had targeted her? A majestic pressure instantly enveloped the entire palace, causing many of the tools to tremble. Even the formation patterns carved on the ground were glowing. Buzz, a tall figure shrouded in dense black light, suddenly appeared in the palace. He was like a demon god that had returned from hell. Torrential demonic light surrounded him, and his aura was terrifying. His eyes were incomparably cold and ruthless. He looked at her as if he was looking at a dead person. Who are you? How dare you commit murder in front of the Longevity Gu clan? Wang Zijin shouted coldly. At the same time, her heart sank. Supreme Saint Realm, with her current means, she was no match for an expert of this level. Currently, there were many experts in the Longevity Gu clan. Not to mention how terrifying the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was and how many supreme experts were hidden. Even now, in the palace nearby, there were many experts of the Longevity Gu clan who had come to participate in the birthday banquet. Wang Zijin didn't understand and was also very shocked. What gave this person the confidence to show up and kill her, unless he was crazy, or there was something wrong with his brain? At my master's command, I am here to take your life. The tall dark figure's voice was cold and ruthless, as if it came from the underworld. It carried with it a murderous aura that swept through everything in the world. The pressure of the Supreme Saint Realm rumbled and crushed down. Even the stars in the outer realm could be easily crushed by him. Master? Wang Zijin clearly caught this word. She couldn't help but be vigilant. A Supreme Saint Realm existence actually called her master. What kind of identity did that person have? He had sneaked in quietly. It was very likely that he had come with the many guests of the Longevity Gu clan and was hiding among them, taking advantage of the darkness of the night to make a move on her. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin's expression turned cold. Although her cultivation was only at the quasi-Saint Realm, she was no match for a Supreme Saint Realm existence. However, she didn't have the feeling that she was facing a life-and-death crisis. After all, once the momentum here spread, it would definitely alarm many experts. What she needed to do was to delay until the other experts sensed the fluctuations here and came to rescue her. Oh no, however, in the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. She was somewhat shocked and surprised. How is this possible? Buzz, an incomparably mysterious and complicated rune bloomed in the void. Then, a layer of strange fluctuations instantly shrouded the entire palace. A thick fog rose from all directions. Even the heavenly mysteries were thrown into chaos, becoming blurry. At this time, unless she defeated this Supreme Saint Realm existence with her powerful strength or broke open this space with an artifact, no matter how shocking the momentum of the battle was, it would be impossible for the news to spread. He even prepared such a secret treasure. It seems that he has already calculated all of this and wants to kill me. Wang Zijin's expression became a little ugly, and she frowned. Soon, she understood everything. Suddenly, a powerful secret treasure appeared in her jade-like hand. There would definitely be a fierce battle today. No matter how strong her talent was, it was impossible for her to fight a Supreme Saint Realm existence at the Quasi-Saint Realm. This was simply a fantasy. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. The figure wrapped in thick black light seemed to smile coldly, but he was still indifferent. Master has already anticipated all of this. Your resistance is useless. Today, just wait obediently for your death. If you dare to hinder Master, everyone in this world will die. First, you, then Guchanga. As he spoke, he moved forward. His large hand stretched forward, and the void shattered. Immediately, it covered the space here, and he wanted to kill Wang Zijin. This move was the ultimate power of the rules of order. However, in order to prevent others from knowing, the movement was suppressed very low, and it broke the concealment rune just now. Otherwise, the pressure of a Supreme Saint Realm expert could easily break everything, let alone make a move. Who is your master? Hearing this, especially when she heard the name Xianxia, Wang Zijin's eyes flickered, and then she snorted coldly. Do you know my identity? Once the force behind me knows, you will die without a burial place. At the same time, she took out a string of dazzling 5-colored bone pearls. Each of them was as big as a goose egg, emitting a sparkling light. It was like a star flying in from the outer realm, and the energy fluctuation was terrifying. Red light bloomed. They formed a star map. The pattern spread like a river of stars falling, and the aura was majestic. Immediately, the entire void was shrouded below, and it was abnormally terrifying. This was a Saint Realm secret treasure. Although it could not fight a Supreme Saint Realm existence, it should be able to delay a little for a while. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin was a little anxious. This assassination was obviously planned by the other party. They even took out such a rare heaven-deceiving rune to cover the movement here. From the looks of it, it seemed that this had been planned for a long time. Besides her, the other party's target was also Xianxia? You don't deserve to know my master's name. Your identity is destined to die in my master's hands in this life. There is nothing to worry about. The tall dark figure sneered. His big hand easily tore the star map, and it fell from the sky. Bang, 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 the bone pearls bloomed and exploded, and the red light collapsed in the void. With just one move, he easily destroyed Wang Zijin's secret treasure. Is it related to the inheritor of demonic arts? At this time, Wang Zijin suddenly figured it out. Thinking of this person, she felt a chill on her back. At the same time, her expression became even colder. He dared to lurk in the Longevity Gu family so brazenly to assassinate her. His guts were too big. Moreover, her identity was likely to be known by the other party. There must be some organization behind the inheritor of demonic arts, not just one person. Let's see how long you can last. The tall dark figure was still sneering. His big hand rumbled, and the fog surged, revealing a game of cat and mouse. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to kill Wang Zijin first. He wanted to make her despair and slowly torture her. After all, he was the strongest existence below the quasi-supreme. With such strength, killing a quasi-sage cultivator was as easy as killing an ant. Here's my chance. Seeing that the other party was not in a hurry to kill her, Wang Zijin's eyes suddenly flashed, and she hurriedly retreated. Once again, she took out many artifacts to resist. Since ancient times, villains died because they talked too much. She did not expect such a thing to really exist. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as she delayed and waited for someone to notice the commotion here, she would be saved. She really did not want to use her biggest trump card until the last moment. Moreover, she was not sure if the things given by the Wang family's patriarchs could stop this supreme sage existence. After all, which genius would be assassinated by a supreme sage as soon as they were born? The rest would have been crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Poof, but soon, Wang Zijin realized that she was overthinking. Even though she had many artifacts, she could not resist a wisp of the supreme sage existence's aura. She was severely injured in an instant, coughing up blood and flying backward. Her whole body was in severe pain, and many of her bones were broken. Is this the strength of a supreme sage existence? Wang Zijin's face was a little pale. Her white dress was dyed red with blood. It was the first time in her life that she was in such a sorry state. Could it be that I might really die here today? She suddenly had such a thought in her heart, and she was a little unwilling. It was not easy to meet someone who was tempted. Was she going to die here? Wang Zijin suddenly grasped a piece of golden paper in her sleeve. Haha, master has already calculated everything. Today, no one can save you, the black figure said indifferently. The black-robed figure calmly spoke. His terrifying aura was so terrifying that it could even shatter the stars as it bore down on Wang Zijin. When he sent the demonic puppets to assassinate Wang Zijin, Xianxia left the hall, took a step, and appeared in the sky. The night wind blew, and his clothes fluttered. He stood with his hands behind his back, and his black hair fluttered. He stood on the hall, looking in the direction of the palace. A faint layer of black and white divine light appeared in his eyes. For a moment, the whole world became blurry. The rules of light and shadow, the flow of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the connection of rules and order all appeared in his eyes. Many changes in a radius of thousands of miles could not be hidden from his eyes. He heard the voices of many cultivators in the side hall, and the breathing sounds of cultivation. All kinds of things were unusually clear. This was the use of the reincarnation origin eye technique. After all, everything in the world could not escape the cycle of life and death. Under the rules of reincarnation, many operations were extremely clear. As for seeing through the opponent's flaws and slowing down the opponent's moves and divine abilities, it was even more easy. In Guchanga's eyes, unless the opponent was a supreme expert whose cultivation was much higher than his, he would be able to see every movement in a radius of thousands of miles. Therefore, he could actually vaguely see the changes in the palace where Wang Zijin was. There's not enough time. Now is not the time for me to show up and save the beauty. Guchanga had a faint smile on her face. Everything was under control. If Wang Zijin was unfortunately killed by the puppets, it would not affect him much. He would just be a little disappointed. He had overestimated her abilities. The runes that he exchanged from the system store this time had cost him a lot of fate points. After all, there were too many experts in the Longevity Gu clan. It would be bad if one of the patriarchs sensed it and ruined his plan. Guchanga smiled with some interest. If he guessed correctly, Wang Zijin was probably in danger now. If her life was in danger, she would probably barely survive. In order to buy time for Wang Zijin, Changa had ordered the puppets to go easy on her and go easy on her. Next, I just have to wait. It's a pity that I can't see many scenes with my own eyes. He sighed slightly. He did not feel guilty about using Wang Zijin's life at all. The appearance of the successor of the human ancestors' hall had disrupted some of his previous arrangements. Now, with Wang Zijin's arrival, the successor of the human ancestors' hall who was about to appear, and the sudden appearance of this servant, Guchanga's plan to replace the human ancestor was more confident. After that, Guchanga felt that it was about time. He took a step forward and rushed in that direction. He did not intend to be the first person to notice the abnormality. After all, under the concealment effect of the runes, only a quasi-supreme existence who was very close could notice the battle and appear to save Wang Zijin. How could a young man like him sense that something was wrong? Even faster than the senses of a group of saint stage experts, wasn't this asking for suspicion? Guchanga had always pursued a flawless plan. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. 637 He was still confident in Wang Zijin. As a transmigrator, as the daughter of Providence, with such a status, how could she be so weak? Turning misfortune into blessings was not a problem for her. Moreover, he had already instructed the puppets to hold back as much as possible. Thinking of this, Guchanga suddenly narrowed his eyes. It's coming. It's time for me to be the hero and save the beauty. He smiled and turned into a divine rainbow, rushing quickly toward the palace. In the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a cold, murderous, and furious expression. At the same time, Guchanga's cold voice resounded in the dark night sky. How dare you commit murder in front of the Longevity Gu clan? You have a death wish. This voice immediately alarmed many people. Buzz. He suddenly appeared in the resting area of the Wang clan. His eyes were cold as he blasted his palm toward the palace below. A terrifying and dazzling palm print erupted with blinding light. It was like a small sun exploding. What happened? This voice seems to be coming from young Master Changa. Is he fighting with someone? Why is he suddenly shouting? Many cultivators walked out in shock and looked at the sky. Just now, there seemed to be a sound coming from the direction of the Longevity Wang clan. A large group of cultivators instantly appeared in the sky. They came from various orthodoxies, and they were all shocked and confused. In the middle of the night, everyone's minds were blank. They did not know what had happened. That direction is where the Wang clan is. Did Changa make a move on Wang Zijin? In another direction, Yu Mingkong appeared in the sky. Her eyes were calm and deep in thought. Her first reaction was that Guchanga had made a move on Wang Zijin. After all, this was Guchanga's style. If he wanted to plan something, he would not drag it out for too long. Under the sky, a huge surging aura appeared. Rumble, under Wang Zijin's tireless efforts, the entire palace suddenly trembled slightly and spread out through the concealing runes. The runes in the sky flashed explosively, and it was incomparably dazzling. At this moment, her body was stained with blood, and her face was very weak and pale. However, there was a bright smile on her face. "Sorry, I'm saved." She smiled at the black figure in front of her. "Damn it. Don't be happy too early. Even if I can't kill you, someone else will in the future." The black figure seemed to be very unwilling to accept this, and there was a strong sense of anger. He no longer concealed his great sage aura. It was as if a piece of the sky was smashing down, and he wanted to use all his strength to kill Wang Zijin. It seemed that he did not expect Wang Zijin to have so many tricks up her sleeve and was forcefully delayed until now. Then, she found an opportunity and broke the concealing runes of the palace. In the middle of the night, such a strange occurrence instantly alarmed many of the Wang clan's experts nearby. Guchunga's reaction was very fast, but in fact, he was just half a beat behind. In the carriage, the old coachman who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light immediately appeared in his dark golden snake-like vertical pupils. "Who is it?" He was furious. He immediately sensed that there was an expert assassinating Wang Zijin. His movements were faster than Guchunga's. After all, he was very close to the palace where Wang Zijin was. Boom, a wave of ocean-like fluctuations erupted. "Miss." He quickly rushed into the palace. Seeing Wang Zijin covered in blood, he could not help but be so angry that his eyes almost popped out. His anger overflowed into the sky as he fought with the black figure. A great battle of great sage level instantly alarmed everyone. It unfolded in the sky with great momentum. What? All the cultivators in the area were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock as they froze on the spot. Soon, some people reacted, and their bodies turned cold. An incomparably terrifying great sage-level cultivator went to assassinate the mysterious woman of the Longevity Wang clan, and even concealed the heavenly secrets, hiding it from everyone. If it were not for this commotion, none of them would have known. This is too terrifying. Who can withstand this? A great sage-level existence wants to kill a young person. Their bodies turned cold. What they did not dare to believe the most was that the mysterious woman of the Wang clan actually survived and was not killed. Who exactly is she? I don't dare to imagine that a great sage would assassinate her, and even under the nose of the Longevity Gu clan. Just as the cultivators from the various orthodoxies were discussing, a gigantic golden palm came crashing down with a rumbling sound, intending to cover the entire palace below. Immediately, a grey mist erupted. The concealment formation there was instantly broken, revealing the scene in the main hall. Guchunga had also arrived at this moment. His expression was extremely cold, and his killing intent was monstrous. He said coldly, "How dare you try to kill in front of the Longevity Gu clan? You're courting death." After saying that, he frowned and looked at the two people who were fighting with a murderous expression. "Young Master Chunga. What's going on?" At this moment, many cultivators nearby had also arrived and looked at the sky in shock. Then, someone asked Guchunga. It was a young genius from the Longevity Wang clan. "What? Someone wants to assassinate my sister?" Wang Wushwang arrived. Shock, anger, murderous intent, and many other emotions were intertwined on his face. The murderous intent in his pale golden eyes made one's heart palpitate. "I'm not too sure about this either. I just arrived." Hearing that, Guchunga's expression did not look too good, but he maintained his calm. There was also coldness and murderous intent. Then, he looked at the sky. An inexplicable look flashed across his eyes, but no one noticed it. At this moment, no one thought that there was anything wrong with Guchunga's expression. After all, this kind of thing happened in the Longevity Gu clan's territory, and it happened during Guchunga's mother's birthday banquet. It was normal for him to be so angry. This person is too bold. No one can save him today. Soon, Guchunga's expression calmed down. His words contained a murderous intent that made people tremble. Although it was not directed at them. However, many people couldn't help but shudder. Rumble, at this moment, on the other side of the sky, divine chains intertwined and were about to descend. They were densely packed and extremely shocking. They could cover all the cultivators and crush them into ashes. The tall great sage avatars fought, and their auras were earth-shattering. With a raise of their hands, even the mountains were turned into dust. They looked incomparably small, causing countless cultivators to tremble. Streaks of divine rainbows pierced through the air. In the Gu clan's inner island, many Gu clan experts and young geniuses were also rushing over. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to take action right under the Longevity Gu family's nose at a time like this. That was simply looking down on the Longevity Gu family. This person is simply courting death. The expressions of many of the Gu clan's experts turned extremely cold. They looked at the figure wrapped in black light as if they were looking at a dead man. Immediately, many people began to attack, wanting to kill the black figure. Great saint-level fluctuations quickly swept in all directions, shocking many of the guests. The existence of Great Sage Realm was the cornerstone of any orthodoxy. It didn't matter which orthodoxy or great sect it belonged to. Ordinary old monsters and monsters had not even reached this realm. And yet, so many auras had appeared in the Longevity Gu clan all of a sudden. This could only mean that the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was truly astonishing. Fortunately, I made it in time. Is Miss Zijin alright? At this moment, Gu Chang'e also took a step forward and entered the main hall. He looked at Zijin, who was covered in blood and appeared very weak and pale. He could not help but show concern on his face. With this opportunity to rescue her, Zijin sat there cross-legged. Her perfect and calm face was unusually pale and bloodless. But strands of heaven and earth spiritual qi seemed to have turned into a vortex and surged toward her body, wanting to heal her injuries. This state was very strange. Even every cell had become the color of an immortal spirit, bright and sparkling. This was the special part of her body. After so many years, the immortal spirit will had become more and more obvious. Every cell carried the immortal spirit qi, sacred and dazzling. She heard Gu Chang'e's voice coming to her rescue. Wang Zijin could not help but open her eyes. Although she still looked weak, her complexion was much better. Only she knew how she had survived this difficult battle with so many means. Ordinary quasi-saints would have been destroyed in body and soul at the first moment, dissipating into the world. Thanks to her Dharma artifacts and many means, she was not seriously injured. Brother Gu, looking at Gu Chang'e, Wang Zijin smiled slightly, and some color seemed to have returned to her face. I'm fine now, this injury is nothing, but as she spoke, some blood could not help but flow out of the corner of her mouth. Then, her body swayed slightly, and she was about to fall. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed slightly. With quick reflexes, he quickly caught her. Wang Zijin's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, and she fell into his arms with a very weak expression. Thank you, Brother Gu, for coming to my rescue. But if you were one step slower, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me again. She said in a low voice, looking very scared. She saw Gu Chang'e's concerned expression just now, and naturally knew that it was fake. After all, no matter how good the act was, there was no warmth in his eyes. In Wang Zijin's view, Gu Chang'e obviously had two major motives for coming to her rescue so quickly. First, such a big matter had happened to the Longevity Gu clan. If it was not handled properly, their reputation would be ruined. If she unfortunately died here, and the Longevity Gu clan did not notice at all, then they would definitely take the blame. At that time, it would definitely cause hatred between the Longevity Gu clan and the Longevity Wang clan. As the young master, Gu Chang'e would definitely not be happy to see such a situation. Other than showing his concern, he must have rushed over so quickly to make sure that she was fine. Wang Zijin's injuries were actually no longer a problem, but at this time, she just could not help but want to tease Gu Chang'e. If she did not use some tricks, it would be difficult to move such a cold and emotionless person. Wang Zijin felt that with her current pitiful appearance, as long as it was a man, he would not be able to help but be moved. She was very confident in her appearance. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, there was nothing to say about her appearance. Maybe Gu Chang'e would also have some reaction. Today's matter was due to the Gu clan's negligence. I also bear a lot of responsibility, so I am very sorry. Later, I will compensate Miss Zijin one by one for these losses. Gu Changde looked at Wang Zijin, who had fallen into his arms. He seemed to be stunned and did not react. But soon, his expression returned to normal as he said guiltily. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Wang Zijin's injuries had more or less healed in this short period of time. Her surging vitality could be said to be abnormal. But he was too lazy to care. He knew that she might have some thoughts about him. Gu Changde had always been dismissive of this. However, in order to maintain the image that he had created in front of Wang Zijin, he chose to change the topic and not expose her. If he responded to Wang Zijin like this, it would inevitably make her suspicious, which would be detrimental to Gu Changde's future plans. In any case, he was already familiar with this kind of thing. Whether it was Yu Mingkong or Gu Xian'er, everything that they saw was what Gu Changde wanted them to see. Seeing that Gu Changde did not respond, he changed the topic instead. Wang Zijin was not surprised. Gu Changde was not acting like a man of steel. He was purely not interested in her. He seemed to treat people gently and politely, but was actually cold to the bone. In her opinion, this act of saving a beauty was very lacking in sincerity. "Brother Gu, do you know who wanted to assassinate me tonight?" Wang Zijin asked with a slightly more serious expression. Gu Changde glanced at her and said thoughtfully, "Someone from the inheritor of the demonic arts?" Brother Gu is right. Perhaps my identity has already been discovered, so he sent his subordinates to hide in the dark with the intention of taking the opportunity to kill me. But fortunately, my luck was not bad. This great saint existence who wanted to kill me underestimated him, so I delayed him for so long. Wang Zijin said with a slight smile. She had never thought that this matter would be related to Gu Changde in front of her. Moreover, from the great saint existence's mouth, she also heard that his next target was Gu Changde. Therefore, in her opinion, Gu Changde was the same as her, a target that the inheritor of the demonic arts had to eliminate. She did not think in other directions. This is also the reason why Miss Zijin's cultivation is so strong. An ordinary person would not be able to delay for so long. Gu Changde said and looked deeply at Wang Zijin. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Wang Zijin also knew that she could not hide her cultivation from Gu Changde, not to mention her identity. Gu Changde had already guessed it. Compared to Gu Changde, she was the one who could not see through him. Gu Changde looked much more mysterious than her. The inheritor of the demonic arts has become so arrogant that he dared to send someone to infiltrate my Gu family. Compared to Yi Ling last time, the great sage who has appeared today has reached such a level of cultivation. It's simply inconceivable. It seems that my guess was not wrong. There should be some organization behind the inheritor of the demonic arts. Gu Changde sighed slightly when he heard this. He looked like he was having a headache over this matter. Wang Zijin nodded. She had also heard this from Gu Changde, and now it seemed that it was indeed confirmed. At this time, Wang Zijin spoke again. Moreover, I suspect that Yi Ling, whom Brother Gu fought previously, is not the true inheritor of the demonic arts. He's just a pawn. With his ability, it's obviously impossible for him to order a great saint existence to do things for him. The reason why she thought so was because the great saint stage existence who was shrouded in shadows had said the word master at that time. What did this mean? It meant that there was a greater origin behind him, a more terrifying figure. Even if the insignificant Yi Ling obtained this taboo inheritance, it was impossible for him to have such a subordinate in an instant. Oh, there's such a thing. Yi Ling was just a pawn back then? Gu Changde looked a little surprised when he heard this. He then frowned and said, Yi Ling hasn't continued to appear until now. It's difficult to determine whether he's dead or alive. It's no longer important whether Yi Ling is alive or dead. What's important now is to find out the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts and the organization behind him. Wang Zijin nodded when she heard this. Her eyes were cold. Due to her identity, she was born to be on the opposite side of the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, she was still very unhappy that he had sent a powerhouse to assassinate her. An indescribable murderous intent rose in her. She wanted nothing more than to find the real mastermind behind this and cut him into pieces. The conversation between the two was overheard by the cultivators who came from all over. They could not help but change their expressions slightly. From this conversation, many young prodigies guessed Wang Zijin's identity. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they no longer dared to be as casual as before. Compared to the reverence they had for Guchanga, Wang Zijin's identity was a kind of admiration and reverence. For the human ancestor, it was a different concept. If one were to describe it in detail, this difference was like the difference between reverence for ancient ancestors and reverence for current powerhouses. No wonder Wang Zijin was targeted. It turns out that her identity is actually the successor of the human ancestor hall. Yi Langtian could not help but sigh deeply. He had not expected this at all. Even the successor of the human ancestor hall has appeared. I'm afraid this golden era has begun. The rest of the young supremes, regardless of gender, had complicated looks in their eyes. It seems that the person who assassinated her should be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. SSS, now even a great saint has appeared. It's getting more and more restless. I just don't know if the human ancestor will return this time. If the human ancestor is here, there's still hope for this era. Many cultivators and powerhouses of the older generation thought in their hearts. After all, they also hoped that the cultivation world could be peaceful. The human ancestor was the only one who could give them peace and stability. To the human race, the human ancestor's significance was extraordinary. Human ancestor, heavenly emperor, earthly king, celestial emperor. In ancient times, there were too many ancient existences with many titles. No one knew what their cultivation level was. The reason for that was because these titles were not based on their cultivation. Instead, they were based on their great contributions to all living beings. To different races, these titles held different meanings. Even the human ancestor had different branches, such as the Xianyuan human ancestor, the Jiang human ancestor, and so on. Today, these branches had disappeared, and only the name of Renzu was passed down. The heavenly monarch of the 10,000 ancient races was actually a title of respect for the 10,000 ancient races because only a handful of existences had the title of heavenly monarch since time immemorial. For example, the victorious emperor, the defeated emperor, the holy emperor. However, without exception, they were all extremely talented individuals. No one could say for sure what their cultivation levels were. Even if one was a true immortal, or even someone above the true immortal realm, they would not necessarily be able to win against them. With the great merit of all living beings, they would be worshipped day and night. Even after death, their bodies would be surrounded by endless sounds of worship. Even if they fell into the darkness, they would be brought back. From this, one could see how terrifying they were. In different eras, there were very few existences who could be recognized by all living beings as such. Boom. While everyone was discussing animatedly and expressing their shock at what had happened tonight, the astonishing battle in the sky finally came to an end. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the sky and earth. Even if the stronger existences of the Longevity Gu clan did not make a move, there was no suspense in this battle. Under the siege of many great sage experts of the Gu clan, the figure enveloped by the dense black runes let out an earth-shattering roar as if he knew that there was no chance of survival. Boom! In the next moment, he was like a small black sun that suddenly expanded and became bigger. Black runes circulated within him, erupting with a light that made everyone's heart palpitate. At the critical moment, he chose to self-destruct. How terrifying would the self-destruction of a great saint be? In an instant, everyone's expression changed, and their divine souls trembled. Some of them even felt their legs go weak, and they directly fell to the ground. He won't be able to escape, Wang Zijin said softly, looking very calm. Buzz, at this moment, in the inner island of the Gu clan, there was a light cough, as if embarrassed that they had made a move a little late. Then, a huge palm appeared, covering the sky and earth. It seemed as if the sky and earth were being destroyed, and the universe was being reborn. Runes flowed, multicolored light flickered, and chaotic energy fluctuated, as if galaxies were condensing there one after another. The momentum was monstrous, shaking the world. The terrifying fluctuations of self-destruction instantly calmed down. After a moment of silence, there was a shocking sound of people inhaling cold air. The fluctuations of the attack. I'm afraid it's not just a quasi-supreme. Could it be a supreme? Hiss. This Gu clan is terrifying. So many great sage cultivators appeared in an instant, and now a supreme has made a move to destroy everything. A quasi-supreme was already the foundation of each orthodoxy, and a true supreme was definitely a walking legend. Of all the cultivators present, this was the first time they had seen a supreme in action. This palm seemed to be able to cover the universe, and it was so powerful that it made people's scalps go numb, and they trembled to the extreme. What a pity. He chose to self-destruct and didn't leave behind any useful information. Seeing this, Xianxia shook his head regretfully. The great ancestor took too long to make a move, but if a great sage wants to self-destruct, it's hard to stop him. Hearing this, Wang Zijin shook her head and said, even if he's suppressed, I'm afraid he won't be able to get any useful information. Even if he dares to assassinate me, he must have thought of a plan behind the scenes. It's impossible that he didn't think of this. Xianxia smiled and said, Miss Zijin, you're right. I'm thinking too much. He looked in the direction of the aftermath, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Of course, this self-destruction was his order. However, Xianxia still had a trick up his sleeve. After all, this kind of puppet had extremely strong regenerative abilities. As long as it was not completely destroyed, there was a chance for it to be restored. At this time, he only needed to send people to guard that place, and let the cultivators of each orthodoxy sense its aura, thus achieving his goal of setting up a formation. At the same time, he would be able to retrieve the puppet core from the shattered ruins. After it was repaired, it could be used again in the future. Soon, as Xianxia had expected, many experts soared into the sky and rushed to the sky to verify the identity of the person who had left behind the ripples. By now, many people already knew Wang Zijin's identity. The human ancestors' hall had a transcendent status. No one dared to offend them. Who would attack Wang Zijin for no reason? The Xianxia clan? How could this be? If something happened to Wang Zijin in the Xianxia clan, the Xianxia clan would definitely be the first to take the blame. They couldn't wait to protect her, so why would they send someone to kill her? Therefore, many people thought of the inheritor of demonic arts. For a moment, a layer of haze hung over everyone's head. The ones who were attacked previously were the younger generation. However, the one who appeared now was a great sage cultivator. What did this mean? It was self-evident. Even many important figures felt a chill run down their backs at this time, and a bad feeling rose in them. They sensed a threat. Behind the inheritor of demonic arts, I'm afraid it's just as young Master Xianxia guessed back then. There's an organization. Many people guessed in their hearts, especially the younger generation. Now, they were in awe of Xianxia to the extreme. His words were no different from an oracle. Soon, Xianxia also arrived in the sky. He closed his eyes and, like the other powerhouses, seemed to be perceiving the aftermath of the battle just now to determine its origin. However, he was looking for the location of the puppet core, intending to quietly take it away. This aura. If I'm not wrong, it seems to be the secret skill of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. At this time, an old antique with a very high seniority suddenly exclaimed. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and he was incomparably shocked. His words also caused the other powerhouses nearby to open their eyes, revealing shock and disbelief. For a moment, the place even quieted down. Xianxia also found the puppet core and quietly put it into his inner world. He also opened his eyes and sighed slightly. This remnant battle aura is exactly the same as Yi Ling's when I fought with him that day. The two seem to be of the same origin. There was no need for him to say this. Many old antiques also sensed it. They obviously had some understanding of the forbidden demonic arts and would not judge the aura wrongly. In the sky, more and more cultivators rushed over, and the atmosphere became very heavy. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled meaningfully. This scapegoat was temporarily put on hold. Hearing the conversation of the group of old antiques and big shots. In the sky, many cultivators fell silent, and a chill ran down their backs. Now that the inheritor of the demonic arts had appeared, and he seemed to have the support of a huge organization behind him. He brazenly snuck into the Longevity Gu family's banquet and prepared to murder the mysterious woman of the Longevity Wang family. Many people still didn't know Wang Zijin's true identity. They only guessed that the inheritor of the demonic arts wanted to use this opportunity to provoke the conflict between the Longevity Gu family and the Longevity Wang family. Once something happened to Wang Zijin, the longevity Gu family would definitely bear a lot of responsibility. Of course, those with discerning eyes could see that the longevity Gu family wouldn't do such a thing. From the fluctuations of the divine ability, it's actually the aura of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It seems that there's a problem. Could it be that the inheritor of the demonic arts is in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Many young cultivators said with shocked expressions as they heard the conversation of the older generation. Among them, a very prestigious old antique said that the fluctuations of the divine ability came from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This made them even more shocked, and it could even be said that their backs were cold. Especially the creatures of the 10,000 ancient races, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. To them, the status of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was simply needless to say. When the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was mentioned, their faces were usually filled with reverence. But now, when they heard that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, their minds buzzed, almost exploding. How was this possible? The Heavenly Emperor Mountain was high and mighty, worshipped and looked up to by all races. It was a force established by several heavenly emperors, and it was incomparably transcendent. How could it be related to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? It was unimaginable. Could the Heavenly Emperor Mountain be the mastermind behind this? This is too terrifying, a young supreme being said with a solemn expression. At this time, Xianxia, who had found the puppet core under the eyes of the group of old antiques and kept it in his personal residence, had already floated down from the sky. The expression on his face seemed to be similar to that of the other young supreme beings. There was a hint of contemplation in his serious expression. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "If this matter is related to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, then why did he use the divine ability of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain during the battle? Isn't he deliberately telling everyone? Is he related to the inheritor of the demonic arts? I don't believe that someone's that stupid." At this point, Xianxia sighed slightly, as if he was also very confused. Brother Gu's words make sense. That's exactly what I suspect. Wang Wuxuang, who had calmed down, nodded. To the side, Yi Langtian and the other young supreme beings were no fools. They could clearly sense this loophole. Xianxia took in everyone's expressions, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He had already achieved the initial effect he wanted. This was a setup from the start and he didn't plan to do it flawlessly. He just wanted to splash the black water on Tianhuang Mountain so that he could have a better plan for the next step. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had definitely stirred up trouble for no reason. And this was within Xianxia's expectations and plans. However, he didn't intend to let things end like this. Hearing Xianxia speak up for Heavenly Emperor Mountain, many of the 10,000 ancient races looked over with gratitude. When they heard that it was related to Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they actually broke out in cold sweat. They were worried that Xianxia would vent his anger on Heavenly Emperor Mountain for no reason. With his current power, although Heavenly Emperor Mountain's status was respected, it wasn't to the point where it could calm Xianxia's anger. After all, how many terrifying factions were backing him now? Putting aside the longevity 637 Gu family's powerful foundation, what about the Taichu Divine Sect, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, and the primordial races? Which faction could underestimate them? Although the number of the 10,000 ancient races was huge, before this matter was investigated clearly, Heavenly Emperor Mountain was the most obvious suspect. With Xianxia saying this, taking the initiative to help clear Heavenly Emperor Mountain's suspicion, they all heaved a sigh of relief. As for thinking that there was something wrong with Xianxia, unless there was something wrong with their brains. At this moment, many older generation powerhouses rushed over from different places and gathered nearby. When someone heard his words, they sighed and nodded. Young Master Xianxia's words are also what we suspect and don't believe. If we really sense the aura fluctuations of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it's too obvious. That's right. It seems like someone is deliberately smearing Heavenly Emperor Mountain's name to make us suspect them. But we aren't stupid people, how can we not see through it? Another old antique spoke. His figure was tall, and he had a dignified face. He came from an imperishable great sect, and his words were extremely dignified. He agreed with Xianxia's opinion and felt that someone was framing Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Soon, this statement was agreed upon by almost many people here. After all, this kind of loophole was too obvious. It was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Mountain to be so stupid as to leave such a trace. Seeing that everyone was discussing, wanting to find the true inheritor of the demonic arts and return justice to Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Guchunga's expression couldn't help but become a little playful. But this expression quickly disappeared. His expression returned to normal. But how could his plan be so simple? Soon, Guchunga frowned slightly. He took the initiative to ask Wang Zijin. There seemed to be an inexplicable look in his deep eyes. Regarding this matter, I wonder what Miss Zijin thinks. Hearing this, the place immediately fell silent. Many members of the Longevity Gu family and the guests of the various orthodoxies couldn't help but look over. Guchunga's words carried a lot of weight now. Many people wanted to hear his opinion. Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, the young supreme being of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, and the others also had different expressions. They were ready to hear what Guchunga had to say. Why is young Master Chunga asking for this woman's opinion? Is there anything special about this woman's identity? Some people still didn't know Wang Zijin's identity and couldn't help but ask curiously. To be able to last so long in the hands of a supreme Saint Realm assassin, this was also a very terrifying ability. Especially when she was still a young person, this made many people's hearts palpitate, and they couldn't help but admire her. She was so strong. Shoo, shut up. Saintess Zijin isn't someone you can talk about. When some of the old antiques heard this, they immediately scolded her. They were very respectful to Wang Zijin. If she wasn't the successor of the human ancestor palace, how could she be assassinated by the inheritor of demonic arts for no reason? Ordinary young heaven's favorites would have been crushed into nothingness at the very first moment. Hiss, hearing this, everyone understood. Their eyes widened and they sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder she was so close to Guchunga. It turned out that this mysterious woman from the Longevity Wang family was actually the successor of the human ancestor palace. This made them all shocked and shocked. At this time, Wang Zijin didn't care about the opinions of the many cultivators around her. She glanced at Guchunga. Seeing his expression, she suddenly felt that although he didn't say it, he seemed to have the same thoughts as her. She couldn't help but smile and say, "Actually, my opinion is similar to Brother Gu's." Right now, everyone subconsciously thinks that the Sky Emperor Mountain was framed and has nothing to do with the inheritor of demonic arts. But in my opinion, this is the most problematic part. After all, in this way, everyone will first eliminate the Sky Emperor Mountain as a suspect and look for another suspect. What if this happens and misses the real suspect? Wouldn't that be exactly what they want? Her words were very soft and gentle, without much force behind them. However, it was like 100,000 mountains bombarding everyone's hearts. Buzz, especially the group of old antiques, their expressions were even more shocked. It was as if layers of fog had been lifted, and they were instantly enlightened. They realized that what they thought was actually not much different from what Wang Zijin said. In other words, they had already eliminated the Sky Emperor Mountain as a suspect and thought that it couldn't be related to the inheritor of demonic arts. After all, such an obvious divine power aura, other than framing, what other explanation could there be? But what if this was really intentional? Thinking of this, many people felt a chill all over their bodies. If Wang Zijin didn't say it, they would have thought wrongly. As expected of the human ancestor palace's saintess. She's so smart and instantly figured out the crux of the matter. I admire her. One of the older generation cultivators agreed with this statement, and it was even more convincing than at the start. Deliberately setting up a trap, true and false, false and true. Although this is what we suspect now, there is no evidence to prove that it is related to the Sky Emperor Mountain. No matter what, if it was really done by the Sky Emperor Mountain, then this plan is really frightening. We were almost fooled by it. It's all thanks to Saintess Zijin. Otherwise, we wouldn't have understood. In an instant, everyone started to compliment Wang Zijin, and their words were full of admiration and admiration. At such a young age, her cultivation was unfathomable, and she was so close to young Master Chang'e. Her future was simply limitless. The younger generation also nodded, and their expressions were different. They couldn't help but admire Wang Zijin's discussion. Analyzing the crux of the matter from another angle was something they couldn't do. However, many of the 10,000 ancient races beings' faces turned pale, and they found it hard to accept. Brother Gu's opinion should be similar to mine, right? Wang Zijin smiled and asked Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e nodded, and there was a trace of admiration in his expression. He said, yes, I didn't expect Miss Zijin's thoughts to coincide with mine. However, at the start, I was almost fooled. No matter what, the Sky Emperor Mountain is still the most suspicious. Hearing him say this, Wang Zijin seemed to smile even more happily. Hearing this, all the cultivators fell silent. They felt an even greater haze shrouding over their heads. Even the Sky Emperor Mountain was involved. The world was about to change. However, the human ancestor palace's successor has appeared. We still have young Master Chang'e, who has the potential of a true immortal. It's not like we don't have any hope. The inheritor of the demonic arts is wreaking havoc in the world. It's time to think of a way to find out where they are and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Everyone had the same thought. With young Master Chang'e and the younger generation, they saw hope to contend against the inheritor of the demonic arts. He took in everyone's expressions. Gu Chang'e's expression was natural. No one knew that his heart was full of ridicule. Tonight's goal had finally been achieved. This basin of black water, he had already reached the Sky Emperor Mountain. Even if the Sky Emperor Mountain didn't want to, they had to pinch their noses and accept it. It was absolutely disgusting. They would never have thought that they would be inexplicably schemed against by Gu Chang'e. They probably wouldn't understand until they died. Ding, a mortal possessing the body of a powerhouse, the son of destiny's reputation has been damaged. Obtained 3,000 fate points, 15,000 fate points. At this time, Gu Chang'e also heard the system's notification sound. This made him smile uncontrollably. It seemed that his plan was not a problem. A butterfly on the other side of the ocean could cause a huge frenzy with a flap of its wings, let alone his scheme. Although it seemed very small, in the entire upper realm, the commotion it caused was definitely huge. This little horse feeder would be controlled in the palm of his hand and played to death. Soon, what happened at the Longevity Gu family was spread out immediately, causing a huge commotion. All the guests had witnessed the scene with their own eyes. They had no objections to this news and could verify its authenticity. For a time, the world was shocked, and all directions were shaken. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts caused everyone to tremble. Especially this time, it was even more rampant, wanting to assassinate the successor of the human ancestor palace. Fortunately, the powerhouses of the Gu family stopped it, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This incident caused the great orthodoxies to be wary and take it seriously. The Sky Emperor Mountain was the first to bear the brunt and was instantly pushed to the forefront of the storm. No matter what, the commotion caused by this incident was too terrifying, causing people to tremble. When the scene spread, the Supreme Saint who assassinated the successor of the human ancestor palace used the Sky Emperor Mountain's ultimate technique. The aura could not be mistaken. For a time, all kinds of rumors spread throughout the upper realm. Whether it was the orthodoxies of the human race or the living beings of the 10,000 races, they were all cautious because of this incident. After millions of years, the inheritor of the demonic arts had reappeared in the world. Moreover, compared to the previous inheritors of the demonic arts, this one was even more terrifying and well hidden. Just as the great forces were in a state of shock. Another piece of news was spread: the Sky Emperor Mountain's Sky Emperor Ying's son, the current Sky Emperor Yingxuang, was born. Once this news was spread, it immediately caused a terrifying commotion. The commotion it caused could be said to be terrifying. Some cultivators deliberately investigated and found that the day Prince Tian announced his birth was the day of Gu Chang'e's mother's birthday banquet. It was also the day the successor of the human ancestor palace was assassinated. The timing was too coincidental. This shocked the great orthodoxies, and many of them even felt a sense of anger in their hearts. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? In many people's eyes, this was the Sky Emperor Mountain's provocation to the great orthodoxies. It was brazen and unscrupulous, especially the White Tiger clan. They were simply going crazy with hatred. After all, their successor had died in the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts, and even his essence was completely devoured. Although they belonged to the 10,000 Archean tribes, they should have respected the Sky Emperor Mountain. However, when they thought about the connection between the inheritor of the demonic arts, the entire clan was in a bad mood. They even wanted to go to the Sky Emperor Mountain personally to seek justice. Their clan leader was furious, and his eyes were red. He roared into the sky, unable to vent the anger in his heart. Damn it, I didn't expect that the Sky Emperor Mountain, whom we respect so much, would have something to do with the death of my son? Many elders at the side hurriedly stopped him and said, "Clan leader, you can't be so reckless. How can you be so reckless about this? The death of our young master has caused the entire clan to be enraged. However, regarding the Sky Emperor Mountain, there is no evidence at all. It's all just a guess. They did not want to bring trouble to the White Tiger clan for no reason. The Sky Emperor Mountain's foundation was not something the White Tiger clan could compare to. There were many Sky Emperors in the clan, so who knew what other tricks they had up their sleeves? They hated it too. However, the Sky Emperor Mountain had stood tall for many years, so naturally, they had many supporters. Many tribes felt that the Sky Emperor Mountain was maliciously slandered and framed. The Sky Emperor Mountain was high and mighty, and its status was transcendent. It was respected by tens of thousands of tribes, so why would they do such a thing? This was completely the successor of the Longevity Gu clan and the Human Ancestor Palace deliberately framing them. In short, there were all kinds of voices and crusades. What's going on? Could it be that the Sky Emperor Mountain is really related to the inheritor of the demonic arts? Damn it, I don't remember anything at all. Could it be true? Or is someone deliberately framing me? At the same time, in an incomparably luxurious and tall phoenix boat that was flashing with runes in the sky. Inside the pavilion, Ying Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged and wearing exquisite clothes and surrounded by a lot of immortal qi, had a face full of shock and disbelief. He frowned and heard a lot of news from the outside world. He planned to go against the opposition of the entire Sky Emperor Mountain and walk the world. However, he did not expect that what greeted him was not all kinds of respect and awe, but all kinds of curses and anger. At this moment, Ying Shuang was stunned, and his expression became incomparably ugly. He was now the high and mighty Prince Tian. Who in this world dared to look down on him? No matter where he went, he would definitely receive the respect and awe of cultivators and living beings. Who could compare to such an identity, not to mention that he had the support of the huge Sky Emperor Mountain behind him? However, once he had the name of the demonic arts inheritor, not to mention that he was the son of Sky Emperor Ying, even if Sky Emperor Ying appeared in the world, it would be useless. This made Ying Shuang angry, unwilling, and even afraid and tremble. After all, he was not the real Prince Tian. He was just an impostor. He had this physical body, but he did not even have the slightest memory. At that time, if someone really suspected him and wanted to make a move on him, what would he do? Ying Shuang was now panicking, and his palms were full of cold sweat. This was more of a test of skills than pretending to be Prince Tian. The inheritor of the demonic arts was the biggest enemy of all the orthodoxies and forces in the world since ancient times. He no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. Now, he felt uneasy, and his back was full of cold sweat. He even felt a little regretful and unwilling. Who knew that after becoming Prince Tian, he would not enjoy all of this and enjoy his identity and status. Instead, he would have to take the blame for Prince Tian. It was easier to feed the horse, and he did not need to be so scared like now. At this time, Ying Shuang even started to feel resentment towards the unknown existence that had replaced him with Prince Tian. This dog god, since he allowed me to enjoy all of this, why did he make me bear all of this? Ying Shuang's voice trembled, and he also understood that this kind of resentment was useless. Soon, he calmed down and began to talk to himself. At this time, I cannot panic, and I cannot show weakness. Otherwise, the entire Sky Emperor Mountain's aura will leak. Whether or not I am the inheritor of the demonic arts, I cannot admit it now. I have to think of a way to wash away the suspicion. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, there was no way. He could not prove his innocence, unless he could find the inheritor of the demonic arts. All of this is because that Gu Changga and the successor of the Human Ancestor Palace framed me, damn it. At this time, Ying Shuang had already remembered these two people. After he cleared his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts, he would definitely settle the score with them. Brother, is the rumor true? At this time, a young girl's voice came from outside Ying Shuang's room. A young girl with a tall figure, silver hair that reached her shoulders, a beautiful face, and wearing immortal clothes stood there and asked with a frown. She was Ying Shuang's younger sister, Ying Yu. During this period of time, she did not know how many waves of cultivators and living beings that came to attack them. Because of her brother's high profile, their whereabouts were noticed by many forces, and these forces more or less had an unresolvable enmity with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Because of this, they all came to kill in front of them, intending to take revenge. This made Ying Yu feel very troubled. Now, her expression was very confused. She felt that this kind of stupid thing was not something the brother she knew would do. Moreover, the inheritor of the demonic arts? Ever since her brother broke the seal, he had been cultivating in the palace all these years, and had not left even half a step. The inheritor of the demonic arts was her brother. How was this possible? What do you think? Hearing this, Ying Shuang, who was separated by the door, panicked. However, she deliberately maintained her calm and asked indifferently. Ying Yu stood outside the pavilion and did not go in. She felt that since a while ago, Ying Shuang's behavior had been strange. She would always ask her a few times about things that she already knew the answer to. She could not tell what was going on, but she felt that it was strange. However, she just thought that Ying Shuang had recently encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, and her temperament had changed slightly. It's fine if you don't want to say it, but this matter has to be solved eventually. Ying Yu said indifferently and left. She pondered in her heart, and felt that it was unrealistic to go against all the orthodoxies to clear the suspicion of the inheritor of the demonic arts. It was also impossible for her to do so. How vast was the upper realm, she could not tell. How many powerhouses and experts were hidden in it? The Sky Emperor Mountain was immortal, and no matter how competent they were, they could not be enemies with everyone. That's why the best method is still to open up rather than block it. The rumors were spread from the Longevity Gu family that night. Gu Chang'e, human ancestor palace's inheritor? Ying Yu muttered to herself. She thought of two very important people. She did not think that there was a problem with what the two said. But the key was that the Sky Emperor Mountain was really framed. The hidden inheritor of the demonic arts had set up a trap to mislead others. Looks like I have to meet this Gu Chang'e. I'm afraid that only by doing something to him can we clear the suspicion. Now that he is in the younger generation, his power is enough to turn this situation around. Soon, Ying Yu thought of a solution. She had to let Gu Chang'e understand that their enemy had made a mistake. It's all thanks to my sister's shocking methods. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do during this period. In the pavilion, after Ying Shuang felt that his sister had left, he could not help but sigh in relief. Other than that, the people around him were also powerful figures with powerful methods. Otherwise, he really did not know what to do. Gu Chang'e, the successor of the human ancestor palace. Soon, his eyes were filled with deep hatred and anger. He was filled with resentment and jealousy towards Gu Chang'e, who had been dazzling since young and had a greater reputation than him. How could he land himself in such a dangerous situation with just a few words? While the outside world was in an uproar because of the relationship between the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the inheritor of demonic arts, the Longevity Gu clan appeared to be very peaceful. After the birthday banquet ended, such a big thing happened. The great orthodoxies and sects could not continue to stay here because no one could be sure if the inheritor of demonic arts was hiding among them. The beings of the 10,000 ancient clans were the first to leave. They planned to return to their clans and discuss what to do next. Obviously, there was a huge obstacle behind the inheritor of demonic arts. It was definitely not just one person. At least, it was not Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This was still worth investigating as it was hard to be sure. After that, the Archaiki clan, the Dead Man Lake, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and other imperishable sects also left. They rode on their artifacts and disappeared from the Longevity Gu clan's territory. Brother Gu, you must be careful. You might be the inheritor of demonic arts' next target. Wang Zijin smiled and said goodbye to Gu Chang'e. She also left with the Longevity Wang clan. In the following days, she also had something to do. Wang Zijin already knew that Jiang Chuchu had left the human ancestors' hall. If she guessed correctly, Jiang Chuchu might come to Gu Chang'e and ask for many details. However, with his personality, it was very likely that he would run into a wall. Gu Chang'e smiled as he watched the Wang clan members leave. After that, the smile on his face disappeared. Keep an eye on Miss Jin's whereabouts. He ordered the powerhouses of the Gu clan beside him. No matter what, Wang Zijin was the daughter of luck. Keeping an eye on her was beneficial to Gu Chang'e. Moreover, he was not afraid of being discovered by Wang Zijin. Yes, young master. Soon, the powerhouses of the Gu clan who received the order left. They did not dare to ask the reason. Currently, Gu Chang'e's influence in the longevity Gu clan was second only to the clan leader. Even the clan elders were inferior to him. The ancestor and the others did not care. After all, they were usually buried in the ground or hidden in their coffins. They would not easily make decisions. Gu Chang'e's words were no different from the master's. Yu Mingkong left the next day. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in order to not let me notice anything amiss, he even returned to the unparalleled immortal dynasty first and didn't immediately go to the place where the reincarnation of the mortal ancestor was. After that, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Very soon, he returned to his palace. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yu Mingkong thought she was smart, but in Gu Chang'e's eyes, it was just a petty trick. The reincarnation of the human ancestor is not that easy to deal with. Yu Mingkong might be at a disadvantage. It seems that I have to make some preparations in advance. While he was thinking, Yin Mei's voice came from outside the hall. Senior brother. In front of outsiders, she had always addressed Gu Chang'e as such. This meant that there were outsiders around her. What's the matter, junior sister? Come in. Gu Chang'e's expression returned to normal. Very soon, Yin Mei walked into the hall alone. Master, your guess is right. There's news from the clan that Prince Tian has sent his troops. She said respectfully. Sending his troops? It seems that he doesn't know where that servant is, so he wants to get rid of him. Gu Chang'e nodded. It seemed that the current Prince Tian wasn't stupid. He didn't personally go and only sent his troops. After all, he couldn't say for sure what had happened to the original him. It was best not to meet him. At this time, what the Prince Tian had to do was to destroy the corpse and eliminate the evidence. It was the most likely flaw that would expose his identity. However, during this period of time, his reputation wasn't good. He was restricted everywhere and didn't dare to show himself. Let's do as we planned. Let your clansmen inform Prince Tian and reveal the whereabouts of that servant. Just say that for some reason, he suddenly went crazy. Gu Chang'e said. His smile seemed to be somewhat thought-provoking. It didn't matter whether he went crazy or not. He just wanted to let Prince Tian know that the servant's life was in his hands. Gu Chang'e controlled his biggest secret. With this, Gu Chang'e had all kinds of methods to squeeze him dry and harvest all his value. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Yin Mei left and prepared to return to the clan. However, before she left, Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment and a sealed jade jar fell into her hand. Master, this is... Yin Mei was shocked. However, she could still feel the surging energy sealed inside the jade jar. Gu Chang'e shook his head and was too lazy to explain. He waved his hand and let her leave. He had seen Yin Mei's loyalty and ability. Naturally, he wouldn't treat her badly. After all, in his previous life, she was an extremely perfect little secretary. Thank you, master. Yin Mei was overjoyed. Her eyebrows were dyed with a layer of happiness. What was inside the jade jar wasn't important. What was important was that Gu Chang'e actually took the initiative to give her something. This was clearly a great change in Gu Chang'e's attitude towards her. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The longevity Gu clan was also busy because of an important matter. Dong, dong, dong. After several bell rings, many clansmen put down what they were doing and respectfully bowed in the direction of the ancestral hall. The Nirvana pond has opened. This time, I wonder if it will create even more powerful geniuses after the shackles are unlocked. However, our Gu clan's bloodline has always been tyrannical. The 5 young geniuses chosen in each generation are all outstanding figures. This time, there's also Chang'e and Xianxia. The other 3 will probably be reduced to supporting characters. Divine rainbows appeared on the various peaks and divine islands. One figure after another landed in the sky and gazed at the place where the divine light soared into the heavens. They were all discussing, their faces filled with anticipation and smiles. It was a piece of pure land. Clouds rose, and chaos rose. Towering divine mountains stood erect, as if it was the most ancient time when heaven and earth were first created. The incomparably rich essence of heaven and earth took the shape of dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, as if they were about to liquefy. In the mountains and forests, there were even enlightenment tea trees swaying and undying trees supporting the sky. Divine medicines and immortal medicines flickered with multicolored light and specks of precious light, like stars. And this was just a trace of the foundation. At the very center, in a grand and simple hall, 5 young men and women stood. The person in the lead was Xianxia. At this moment, he was wearing a plain white robe without any other accessories. His jade-like black hair was tied up with a simple hairband. He was handsome and elegant, looking extremely otherworldly, giving people the feeling that he was an immortal walking in the mortal world. Beside him stood the cold-looking, fairy-like Xianxia. Her clothes fluttered, and her small face looked extremely disgusted with Xianxia, as if she didn't want to stand with him at all. In addition, there were 3 other geniuses. They were all well-known figures of the longevity Gu family's generation. Their talents were terrifying and their strength was powerful. This is the entrance to the Nirvana pond in the ancestral hall. Only 5 people in each generation have this opportunity to come here to undo the bloodline shackles, comprehend the Tao of the ancestors, increase their cultivation realm, and master the divine abilities and precious techniques, Xianxia said softly, his eyes carrying a strange expression, as if he was talking to the 3 people beside him. The atmosphere in the hall was simple and ancient. The floor was carved with carvings that didn't belong to any epoch. They contained the principles of heaven and earth, as if one could comprehend the Tao with a single glance. I know, you don't need to say this, Xianxia retorted. She liked to go against Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't pay her any attention, as if he didn't hear her at all. This left Xianxia annoyed. He clearly brought her to buy many things in Tao Heaven Ancient City, but once they returned to the longevity Gu family, Xianxia's face seemed to have changed completely. He returned to his previous cold and detached attitude. This left her inwardly annoyed, feeling extremely infuriated. However, she knew that he had his reasons, so she didn't pay him too much attention. Is everyone here? If everyone is, then we'll begin to open the Nirvana pond. In the palace's surroundings, there were quite a few elders already waiting, large amounts of precious immortal materials prepared behind them. Every single one of them could trigger a frenzy in the outside world. There were all types of terrifying precious blood of all colors. There were archaic vicious beast void images that appeared, as if they were going to slaughter their way through time and space. There were also exceptional immortal medicines, golden and resplendent. Mist swirled about, releasing a strong fragrance that could make one sprout wings and ascend to immortality. Behind them, these people saw quite a few mysterious and terrifying eggs that were like small suns. Tao multicolored light flowed about, immortal auras interweaving, gathering within. Golden light shone resplendently, incomparably beautiful, like golden divine jade. Liquid flowed within, radiance spreading in all directions, incomparably astonishing. There were many more divine objects like this, even more of them things they had never seen before, never heard of before. These are good things, every single one of them will trigger a great commotion in the outside world. No wonder the Nirvana pond can only be opened once every generation. Who can withstand it? A Gu family's young heavenly genius couldn't help but speak, incomparably astonished. Indeed, I fear that only our clan's backing can withstand this consumption. Another heavenly genius nodded, eyes gradually revealing an excited radiance. We've prepared these things for a long time, even capturing quite a few pure-blooded king's last heirs. Of course, they haven't hatched yet, but this isn't important, an elder said, but after a dry cough, he felt that this was a bit deranged. The person on the side nodded, saying, for example, that drop of precious blood was forced out of an unmatched great being, the most essential drop of blood from his single horn. Without 1,000,000 years of cultivation, it would be extremely difficult to nurture another drop like this. That drop of blood was multicolored, as if it contained many small worlds, within which was an incomparably shocking divine intent. A single strand of aura could create a peerless genius, and thousands of strands intertwined, containing the principles of heaven and earth. It was extremely precious, and could only be found but not sought. Seeing that drop of precious blood, Xianxia's eyes widened a bit. Back when she was in the Peach Village, although she also received such treatment, the various materials were far inferior to this. If she underwent a second nirvana in the nirvana pond, her cultivation would greatly increase, and she would have a chance to defeat Xianxia. You're thinking too much. At this moment, as if sensing Xianxia's thoughts, Xianxia glanced at her indifferently and said. Xianxia snorted in her heart, but deliberately revealed a calm expression on her face. Xianxia, just wait and see. At this moment, an old man looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. With these things, in addition to the clan's secret method, your bloodline will undergo a transformation. Of course, your talents may also change. After all, in the beginning, talents were formed because of your bloodline, and are closely related. Xianxia nodded. The others were incomparably excited. This kind of opportunity was very rare, but how much they could obtain would depend on their own luck. After all, it could only be said that they were worthy of being an everlasting family, and only such an immortal force could take out such earth-shattering divine objects. Any one of them was enough to make countless cultivators go crazy in the outside world, and even quasi-supreme beings would drool with greed, their eyes red. Alright, in a moment, open the nirvana pond and absorb with all your strength. We will use a secret method to help your bloodline transform. This process will last for a few days. It will depend on your luck. The words of the old men made the five people's expressions become serious. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the saint realm, and this nirvana pond was actually not of much help to him. However, in his opinion, it could be used to deceive others. On the surface, perhaps he should reveal more of his cultivation. After all, now that Wang Zijin had traveled the world, she had already revealed her sage-to-be strength. It was not too much for him to reveal a similar level, right? Now, no one would suspect that he was the inheritor of demonic arts. Asking for fresh flowers, most importantly, Xianxia felt that this might be a good opportunity. Wasn't this related to the bloodline talent? He also wanted to see how his innate demon heart would change at this time. When in the nirvana pond, there was a rumor that he could see the past and future. Xianxia was also a little curious to see if this rumor was true or false. Soon, they entered the depths of the hall. There was a fog-shrouded pool there, and one by one, great Dao runes appeared, reflecting in the air. Among them, there were traces of the original aura, which was extremely natural, as if it belonged to this world. In the fog-shrouded pool, a light source appeared. That was the aura of creation, which seemed to be composed of countless runes. It was incomparably mysterious, shining with silver light, and rules and order intertwining. Sit cross-legged by the pool and absorb the aura. It's all up to you how much you can absorb. An old man's expression became serious. Hearing this, Xianxia, Xian'er, and the others all sat cross-legged, ready to wait for the nirvana pond to awaken. Buzz, soon, several old men quickly refined all kinds of things in their hands and threw them into the nirvana pond. One by one, divine objects were put in by them. The first was a magical plant similar to the sun god flower. Every drop of liquid was crystal clear like jade, the size of a thumb, and 10,000 times hotter than the star core fire essence, rolling between the branches and leaves. In an instant, there was an extremely terrifying sound, as if the sky was going to be opened, and chaos was going to be restored. The crystal clear liquid dripped and turned into surging divinity. The second, the third, the fourth, many divine objects and immortal materials entered the nirvana pond, turning into surging and astonishing aura. However, at this moment, the void suddenly trembled, and a shocking immortal aura suddenly filled the air. Xian'er was the first to react. Her newly born immortal bone was shining with a bright light. She looked as if she was about to ascend, otherworldly and transcendent, like a female immortal. A new immortal aura began to be born in that immortal bone. Bang! At this moment, a violent sound suddenly came from Xianxia's side. His blood flowed in his veins, making a sound like a surging river. This was an incomparably heavy and terrifying power, indescribable. It shocked everyone, as if it almost cracked the pond. Xianxia sat cross-legged without moving, like a deep sea, and every cell seemed to come alive. Not only did it exhale multicolored mist, but it was also filled with a mysterious black substance, which hovered above the mist. At this moment, he seemed to have become heaven and earth, able to swallow everything. The shocking momentum swept in all directions, causing the pond to keep boiling. The will of creation rose and fell, like a hazy light, like a dazzling rune of the great Tao, bobbing up and down in the pond. However, it was swallowed by every cell of Xianxia. This kind of terrifying speed even gave the old man a kind of illusion. He was motionless, and his whole body was shining. The colorful mist was like a fog, completely enveloping him. In his sea of consciousness, the innate divine consciousness sat cross-legged. His eyes were indifferent, and when he opened his mouth, it was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force. The color of his primordial spirit was faintly changing into a 9-colored glass. Other than Xianxia, the other 3 could not even calm down at this time. Affected by Xianxia's aura, their faces were pale, and they did not dare to say anything. Xianxia's talent is really too strong. After so many years, I just don't know what it is. Maybe today is an opportunity. Such a terrifying physical body, vitality, primordial spirit power, and even a wave of space. What kind of talent does he have? It's really amazing. I just don't know if it will manifest. Xianxia's reaction shocked the elders. They started to talk and looked over. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. They wanted to continue watching. Buzz. However, outside the palace, a stalwart figure with a deep and calm expression suddenly appeared. It was Xianxia's father. The current patriarch of the Gu family. Patriarch. The appearance of Xianxia's father made the elders' expressions change slightly. They hurriedly bowed and felt a little guilty. After all, Xianxia's talent had always been a secret. Xianxia's father had also told them not to look into it. Just this once, Xianxia said faintly. Father Gu said indifferently. His face was blurred, and his figure seemed to be standing in another world. His domineering and cold tone caused the expressions of the few elders who were usually very reputable to change slightly. They didn't dare to say anything. They had crossed the line in this matter. At that moment, they could not continue to stay here. After all, Xianxia's father was here. They had already put many divine materials and immortal materials into the Nirvana pond. What they wanted to do was already done. Seeing that the elders had left, Xianxia's father's expression became very complicated. He was a little worried as he stared at the Nirvana pond in front of him. He knew that something was very likely to happen. To him, Xianxia's demon heart was a secret that could not be exposed. And in this Nirvana pond, the mysterious chi of creation was extremely rich. It was very likely that it would cause a change in the demon heart. At that time, if he revealed his aura and was detected by the elders in the family, it would not be good for Xianxia. Therefore, when he thought of this, he came to the clan hall to personally protect Xianxia. At the same time, he strictly prevented others from seeing all of this. I only hope that I am overthinking. I don't know whether this Nirvana pond is a blessing or a curse for Xianxia. If it was before, he could barely suppress his demonic nature. But now, if there is a second transformation, it is very likely that he will become like before, Xianxia's father guessed. For a moment, his expression became faintly worried. To him, suppressing the demonic nature of the innate demon heart was too difficult. It was also a terrifying torture. It was very rare that Xianxia could do it with great perseverance. Father Gu stood outside the ancestral hall. His expression was calm, but there was also a hint of worry. He looked at the Nirvana pond from time to time, sensing the aura there. He couldn't tell what Xianxia's cultivation was. Sometimes he was in the true god realm, sometimes he was in the sky god realm, and sometimes he was even in the quasi-saint realm. This was the first time he had seen such a change, and he didn't know what to say. Xianxia sat there with her legs crossed. Her body was filled with the aura of the immortal Tao. She was like a female immortal sitting cross-legged in her new immortal bones, chanting scriptures for the dead. Her aura was also increasing, but it wasn't as unpredictable as Xianxia's. As for the other 3, they were completely negligible. Xianxia has his own destiny. As his father, I shouldn't ask too much, But I have to find a way to hide the existence of the demon heart for him, Father Gu whispered, and many strange phenomena appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his hand, and a wave came, isolating the aura here, and even the ancestral hall was sealed. Unless he walked in, he wouldn't be able to see what was happening inside. This was good, as it could isolate the aura fluctuations to the greatest extent. At this time, he had to guard against the curiosity of the other clansmen, especially the patriarchs who had nothing to do. The patriarch behind Gu Xian'er, Patriarch Gu Nanshan, seemed to be quite free recently. He was very concerned about Gu Xian'er's second nirvana, and wanted to know what changes she had. If that patriarch comes here later, I have to think of a way to delay him. Thinking of this, Father Gu's expression became serious. He waved his sleeve and closed the door of the ancestral hall. He guarded outside the hall, and didn't allow anyone to come near. In order to be foolproof, this is the only way. I believe in Chang'e's perseverance. There won't be any accidents. Father Gu said to himself. This was the trust he had in his son as a father. Rumble, at the same time, in the ancestral hall, there were thousands of streaks of light, and divine light like a surging river. There was even a faint light of the immortal Tao. The Nirvana pond was even more shocking. Gu Chang'e's figure was dazzling as he stood there motionlessly. His entire aura seemed to be engulfing the people around him, making people's hearts palpitate. His consciousness was very calm, unlike the others who were affected by this strange phenomenon. The Nirvana pond was originally created for the Gu clan's bloodline to provide opportunities for the later generations to transform. However, his innate talent was the demon heart, and many of his other innate talents were related to the system. But now, more or less because of the bloodline aura, they were also undergoing transformations. Near the Nirvana pond, layers of brilliance appeared. Different auras were rising and falling. Reincarnation, space, and many other supreme talents were manifesting. In addition, Gu Chang'e had devoured the powerful talents of many young supremes. At this time, he was also awakening. Gangjin, extreme yang, extreme yin, all kinds of talents seemed to be mixed together, appearing even more mysterious. In the end, it manifested a feeling of opening the heavens in the chaos. At this time, the transcendence bones that he had exchanged in the system store were all roaring at the same time. The order of the great Tao burst out from them, like a waterfall of stars. Of course, Gu Chang'e was not very concerned about this. The Nirvana pond was very useful, but at most, it would push his current cultivation level to the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. But the feeling that this demon heart is faintly transmitting to me is strangely familiar with the feeling of the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. I'm the demon master? Gu Chang'e frowned. He had a feeling that the other him in the demon heart was definitely not as simple as Gu Xian and Yu Mingkong's troubles. Although the system had now solved the drawbacks of the demon heart. But whether it was the demonic nature or his current nature, they were all the same. They were all him. He did not think that there was a big difference between what he did and the demonic nature. Speaking of which, this demonic nature was the root cause of Yu Mingkong's death in his previous life. At the same time, it was also the root cause of digging out Gu Xian'er's Dao bone. These things were indeed done by himself. Even if Gu Chang'e did not want to admit it. He had to. Of course, he still had to throw the blame on the demonic nature. But judging from this aura, the origin of the demon heart is very ominous. The Nirvana pond can reflect my previous life. Wasn't I a transmigrator in my previous life? Could it be that there's a Delilah? Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. He had a feeling that it was a little deliberately mystifying. In his opinion, this seemed to have something to do with testing one's heart. Soon, he did not care about it. After all, whether it was the demon heart that told him his identity as the demon master or anything else, it had nothing to do with him now. Secondly, to him, the demonic nature was just a more indifferent state. Gu Chang'e could now let the demonic nature cover his emotions at any time, so that he could reach the state of being indifferent. In such a state, he would act absolutely indifferently. He would not be like now, where he would still consider personal feelings. When the demonic nature was in charge, how indifferent would his emotions be? He would no longer have eyes for anyone other than himself. For Gu Chang'e, this was certainly not acceptable. What was the purpose of his cultivation? Naturally, it was to become stronger, not to be abandoned by his friends and family. If the demonic nature was in charge of him, then he would not be much different from himself in the timeline that Yu Mingkong had experienced. Gu Changge did not feel that he was a good person, but he did not feel that he was indifferent to emotions to that extent. More or less, Yu Mingkong and the others were different to him. The demon heart can't affect me. In the beginning, my consciousness was suppressed by the demonic nature. It was only because it had been accumulating for a long time. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Changge's mind. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, he heard the sound of the demon heart beating. This sound was like a powerful drum, beating between heaven and earth, making a sound that made one's heart tremble. The monstrous demonic nature began to appear from his heart. In the weapon space, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd cheered excitedly, as if it was happy that its owner had understood his heart. Buzz, a misty black light, containing a kind of aura that could make the world tremble, gushed out from his blood vessels. As Gu Changge saw through his own heart, he suddenly sensed that there was a surging and ancient supreme aura in his demon heart. Vaguely, the sound of strange scriptures rang out, and countless chanting sounds surrounded his ears. If one looked carefully, they would find that it was a supreme demon master who looked down on the 9 heavens, 10 domains, and 10 realms. Behind him, a demonic shadow towered into the sky, and grey fog surged. He held a demon halberd that could intimidate the universe, standing indifferently in the sky. Boom, the demon halberd swept down. Suddenly, time and space collapsed, and reincarnation collapsed. The entire universe seemed to have been split open, and the true immortals below fell, and the immortal kings were killed. Although these scenes looked indescribable, they would make people go crazy and fall into madness. Even the face of the supreme demon master was blurred, but Gu Changge was sure that it was him. Is this the so-called past life? I was the demon master in my past life? Or will it be a scene of the future? In the next moment, Gu Changge suddenly had an epiphany, and this scene had already disappeared. Somehow, he felt that his demon heart had transformed, and it produced an indescribable mysterious feeling. Perhaps it could be called the unmoving demon heart. However, he had to find out what benefits there were by himself. Soon, Gu Changge opened his eyes. He took the initiative to withdraw from the state of absorbing the mysterious feeling of creation in the Nirvana pond. After all, he had achieved his simple purpose of entering the Nirvana pond. Next, he had to make a move on Gu Xianxia, otherwise, how could a tragedy play out? Buzz, in the next moment, the aura on Gu Changge's body changed. Traces of demonic aura began to appear from his body. His face suddenly became cold, and his emotions seemed to have returned to nothingness, leaving only an indifference that made people's hearts tremble. If the Great Tao was emotionless, then Gu Changge's current state was similar to the Great Tao. Unruffled emotions. Young master. What's going on? This shocking change was instantly noticed by the 3 supreme martial artists of the Gu clan who were cultivating beside the Nirvana pond. They opened their eyes and saw this scene. They couldn't believe it. His face instantly turned pale. Then, they hurriedly withdrew from the state of cultivation, feeling a terrifying killing intent that completely enveloped them. Their whole bodies were cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they didn't dare to move at all. It was as if they had become the most lowly ants under the heavenly Tao, and they would be crushed to death with a single thought. They couldn't understand why Gu Changge, who was in the middle of cultivation, would become like this. Gu Changge's appearance made them tremble and feel cold all over, as if their souls were about to be frozen and cracked. It was as if Gu Changge only needed to think about it, and the 3 of them would explode beside the Nirvana pond at this moment, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Young master, we are your clansmen. Young master, wake up quickly. They spoke tremblingly, intending to communicate with Gu Changge and tried to ask Gu Changge the reason. After all, this came too suddenly, and they weren't prepared at all. Who would have thought that Gu Changge would suddenly become like this? Poof, Gu Changge looked at them coldly and indifferently, as if he was looking at a group of ants beside his feet. He didn't seem to care about their lives, but the 3 of them could clearly see that there was a hint of struggle on his face. It seemed that Gu Changge was very unwilling to become like this. Could it be that the young master was possessed by the devil, and something went wrong with his cultivation? One of them suddenly guessed with a trembling voice. After all, the current Xianxia looked too similar to the so-called possessed. How could he be possessed by the devil all of a sudden? Quickly go find the family head and the clan elders, another person said as he walked out of the hall, intending to call for help. They were definitely no match for Xianxia, and they couldn't even resist. But no one answered them. Seeing that they were about to escape, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but he was still indifferent. Then, he waved his hand, and a surge of five-colored divine light suddenly erupted. Poof, the three of them cried out and flew backward with a muffled groan, vomiting blood, and hit the wall behind them. They fainted, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Xianxia, this strange movement alarmed Xian'er, who was cultivating beside the Nirvana pond at this time. She was deeper in meditation than the others, so she didn't notice this change immediately. Now that she woke up and saw this scene, her face was full of astonishment, shock, confusion. She was completely puzzled. She didn't know whether the three of them were dead or alive, and she didn't have the time to investigate. However, her reaction was also very fast. She could see that Xianxia's current state was very strange, although he looked very normal and didn't reveal anything strange. But that cold expression reminded her of when she was young, when he dug out her bone of the great path. At that time, Xianxia also looked at her coldly and indifferently like this. This scene was so familiar that it made Xian'er feel a shocking chill on her back. Xianxia, what's wrong with you? Xian'er asked him, secretly vigilant in her heart. At this moment, the aura that Xianxia revealed had already reached the sage-to-be realm, and not the real god realm that he usually showed. This made Xian'er even more surprised, and at the same time more vigilant. Xianxia was really too strong. A Nirvana pond couldn't suddenly make his cultivation soar so much. This could only mean that Xianxia's usual cultivation had already reached this level. He was just hiding it. Now, he was finally exposed. I'm just a little bit away from breaking through to the void god realm. If Xianxia wants to attack me, with my strength, I can't stop him. Xian'er knew this very well. Therefore, a round dark golden sword orb appeared in her hand. There was the aura of the Saint Realm in it. This was a secret treasure. She felt that she could first hold off Xianxia for a while, and then she would take the opportunity to leave the hall and call for the other clansmen. Otherwise, she would be in great danger today. Xianxia didn't know what had happened. He was in the middle of the transformation of his bloodline, and now he had become like this. Did he forget the oath he swore in front of the chief elder in Dao Heaven Ancient City? Xian'er's brow was deeply furrowed. Could it be that it's the same as the secret all those years ago, that Xianxia was also like this? Xian'er's heart jumped as she thought of this. Instantly, her expression changed as she looked at Xianxia. Just now, she had been filled with vigilance, confusion. Now, she was filled with complicated feelings and the daze and relief of finding the truth. A two-time Nirvana immortal bone. When I spared your life, you almost became a disaster. I didn't expect you to give me such a pleasant surprise. At this time, Xianxia seemed to see through Xian'er's intentions. With a shake of his finger, a terrifying ray of sword light tore through the air, and with a buzz, pierced through the sword pill in her hand. At the same time, he walked towards Xian'er, his expression cold and unnatural. Xian'er didn't expect Xianxia to react so quickly in this state. The moment she took out the forbidden weapon, he noticed it and destroyed it. Buzz. With a wave of her small hand, she took out a greenish-black Tian Luo umbrella. It was enormous and opened up between heaven and earth. A misty light fell from it, suppressing Xianxia. This was also a very powerful secret treasure. Chi. However, with a casual flick of Xianxia's hand, a terrifying divine chain of order pierced through the void. This powerful secret treasure was instantly torn apart, unable to resist at all. How can this be? This guy's true strength is so strong, he can destroy divine weapons with a wave of his hand. Xian'er's small face paled. With her current strength, using divine weapons consumed a lot of her mana. Using 2 divine weapons in a row was already very exhausting. However, in front of Xianxia, she couldn't even block a single blow from him. Thinking of this, Xian'er made up her mind. At this time, for Guchanga and for herself, she couldn't hesitate anymore. She planned to take out the secret treasure given to her by a master in Peach Village. The power of that secret treasure was unparalleled, however, it seemed to know what Gu Xian'er was thinking. Boom! Guchanga's movements were faster than hers. Especially at this moment, it was as if the void was collapsing, and there was a terrifying feeling of stagnation. It was as if millions of boulders were falling down. In an instant, she couldn't move at all. She couldn't even lift a finger. Buzz! The void trembled, and Guchanga walked over unhurriedly. He quickly raised his hand and instantly reached out, grabbed her neck, and lifted her up. Guchanga, Gu Xian'er's face started to turn pale, and she was a little breathless. Her newly born immortal bone had already undergone a second transformation, and it contained a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. This power was extremely strong, and it was even a little like the legendary power of the Flying Immortal. It was the ultimate attack power. But now, under Guchanga's terrifying suppression, this immortal bone of hers couldn't awaken. Even a trace of its aura would be wiped away by Guchanga. It couldn't do anything at all. You're pitifully stupid. After so long, do you think I don't know what tricks you have up your sleeve? Guchanga said coldly, with a mocking tone. Gu Xian'er's face turned pale. She remembered the despair and helplessness she felt when she was young. Coldness and darkness engulfed her consciousness. In Guchanga's hands, she didn't even have the chance to speak, let alone resist. The gap was too big. No matter how much she cultivated, she couldn't catch up to Guchanga. He was too strong, so strong that he could easily kill her. Especially when Guchanga clearly knew her trump cards, and knew the Dharma treasures and secret treasures that her masters had given her. She didn't even have the chance to use them. Am I going to die here today? Die at the hands of Guchanga. In a daze, Gu Xian'er's consciousness turned cold, and she fell into darkness. She muttered in her heart. She suddenly remembered in the immortal ancient continent, in front of Tao's celestial ancient city, when Guchanga appeared, the tall and slender figure standing in front of her. It was as if he could block all enemies for her. That feeling made her reluctant to leave. No wonder he wants me to cultivate so that I can be strong enough to defeat him one day. All of his previous goals were actually for today, so that I would have a higher chance of surviving in front of him. Now, Gu Xian'er had thought it through. Previously, why did Guchanga use all kinds of methods to force her to cultivate? He didn't even hesitate to offend the great elder to force him to teach her well. It was because he knew that there would be a day like this, he would kill her. I'll kindly accept this new immortal bone, Guchanga said lightly. He didn't seem to care about Gu Xian'er's current state. Gu Xian'er looked at him, but her expression was strangely calm. She didn't even blame Guchanga. She knew that he was in a very strange state now. The demonic nature that seeped out from his bones made her tremble. If you want this immortal bone, you can have it, Lin Fan said. She muttered to herself, thinking that she couldn't break free. Dying at the hands of Guchanga wasn't unacceptable. But it was a pity, she still had many things she wanted to do. Her parents and grandfather were still missing. Wang! Guchanga raised his hand. His other hand seemed to become a peerless immortal sword. Brilliant sword intent filled the air, about to pierce Gu Xian'er's body and dig out her immortal bone. But in the next moment, Guchanga's face suddenly had a ruthless aura. He was like an unparalleled demon lord, about to slaughter the heavens. Get lost! He was roaring, his voice low and heavy. There was a hint of struggle and coldness that appeared on his face. The hand that was about to tear apart Gu Xian'er suddenly stopped in midair and trembled. It was as if he was fighting against an unknown and inexplicable terrifying force. His expression was still cold. But now there was anger, coldness, and ruthlessness. Guchanga, what's going on with you? Gu Xian'er was stunned. Guchanga suddenly released her and she fell to the ground. She widened her eyes. Just now, she also thought that she was going to die. But she didn't expect that at the crucial moment, Guchanga would let her go. He didn't continue to attack her. What's going on? Another demonic nature was controlling his body and consciousness. And his original consciousness was fighting back to regain control of his body. Soon, Gu Xian'er came to her senses. Otherwise, how could she explain Guchang's shocking demonic nature and his current actions? Guchanga, how are you? How can I help you? Gu Xian'er couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Her concern and worry were written all over her face. At this time, she wasn't worried about her own safety. Instead, she felt that Guchanga needed help. He was in big trouble. After all, judging from his actions just now, all of this was out of his control and not under his own control. He didn't want to do this at all. Get lost. I told you to get lost. Don't you understand? Get as far away as you can. Hearing this, Guchanga suddenly looked up at her. His eyes were full of ruthlessness. He roared in a low voice, as if he was struggling to control his body. His other hand was tightly grasping his right hand. Many divine talismans were shining in his hand. Even the void was affected. It was about to collapse and emitted a dangerous aura. It looked like he was about to attack Gu Xian'er, but he was tightly held by another hand and couldn't move. This was a very strange and incongruous scene. But Gu Xian'er understood. That hand was no longer under Guchanga's control. He seemed to be about to lose control of that terrifying demonic nature. I'm not leaving. I can help you with 4. 2. What should I do? Can I help you after I dig out this immortal bone? Gu Xian'er asked anxiously. She was very anxious. It wasn't unreasonable for her to think this way. After all, from Guchanga's actions just now, he had always wanted to dig out this immortal bone of his. This meant that this immortal bone was very useful to him. Get lost. You're just a piece of trash. What can you help me with? I don't need your immortal bone. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to dirty my hands. Gu Xian'er, get lost. Get as far away as you can. Hearing this, Guchanga looked at her coldly. He seemed even more violent. Guchanga, don't lie to yourself and others. You're an egomaniac. You're still so arrogant at this time. You don't accept other people's good intentions, don't accept other people's help. Gu Xian'er's voice trembled. At this time, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. Boom, but Guchanga didn't seem to hear her words. An even more terrifying demonic aura instantly enveloped him. It made him look even colder and more emotionless. He didn't have many of the emotions he had just now. I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. You're just waiting for death. How stupid. His face calmed down and he said lightly. As he finished speaking, his large hand reached out and was about to attack Gu Xian'er again. Guchanga, wake up quickly. Don't let the demonic nature take over your consciousness. Seeing this, Gu Xian'er's face paled. She shouted loudly, trying to wake Guchanga's original consciousness. It was very obvious that Guchanga's consciousness was once again taken over by the demonic nature. This was no longer the him just now. I am me. Why should I wake up? Guchanga said lightly. Just as this palm was about to land on Gu Xian'er's body. In the next moment, his expression changed again. He looked like he was suffering from schizophrenia. His voice was thick with ruthlessness and coldness. Don't touch her. As these words fell, Guchanga's expression was cold and resolute. One by one, the runes suddenly disappeared. Boom, his entire arm suddenly exploded with a boom. In this way, Guchanga's condition seemed to be alleviated. That terrifying aura also stagnated. The demonic nature began to dissipate like the tide. He closed his eyes. His expression returned to normal. He stood quietly in place, not moving at all. This scene stunned Gu Xian'er. Then, tears silently rolled down her face. Guchanga, she said with a sobbing tone. In her opinion, Guchanga was fighting against the demonic nature in her body in order to protect her. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing? Gu Xian'er didn't see that the light on the petal of peach blossom hidden under her sleeve suddenly disappeared and became dim. It was a blurry shadow. It couldn't be seen clearly. If Guchanga really wanted to kill her, the shadow on the petal of peach blossom would definitely revive. Gu Xian'er didn't know this at all. At this time, Father Gu, who was guarding Guchanga outside the ancestral hall, suddenly felt that the aura in the hall was a little strange. He had sealed off the fluctuations here. Whether it was him or anyone else, it was very difficult to detect what was happening in the Nirvana pond in the ancestral hall. But at this moment, he felt uneasy. For an expert like him, this kind of feeling was the most accurate. So, without any time to think, Gu Lindian waved his sleeve and immediately opened the door to the ancestral hall. But he had not yet entered. A surge of demonic nature hit him in the face, causing his expression to change involuntarily. Not good. The thing he was most worried about had indeed happened. There were many things of creation in the Nirvana pond, causing Guchanga's demonic heart to transform again, increasing his demonic nature. But it was obvious that he was still half a step too late. From the shocking demonic nature in the pond, it was likely that this transformation was a disaster rather than a blessing for Guchanga. Xian'er, are you okay? Gu Lindian quickly reached the depths of the ancestral hall and saw Gu Xian'er beside the Nirvana pond with a dazed expression and traces of tears on her face. He asked worriedly. What he was most worried about was that Guchanga would attack Gu Xian'er. It had been like this more than 10 years ago. Now that Guchanga could not suppress his demonic nature, what would happen? It was simply chilling to the bone. Now that he saw that Gu Xian'er was fine, he could not help but sigh in relief. Uncle, I'm fine. Gu Xian'er saw Gu Lindian come in and reacted, then said anxiously, Uncle, quickly take a look at Guchanga, his current state is very strange, and, as she said this, her voice began to tremble again. And in order not to hurt me, he broke his own arms. At this time, without Gu Xian'er saying anything, Gu Lindian also saw Guchanga sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the other side. Guchanga's arms were empty, and there were traces of 5-colored blood on them. Astonishing divinity intertwined and filled the air, surging with vitality. His injuries had already begun to heal. At Guchanga's level, as long as his true spirit was not destroyed, regrowing a severed limb was just a matter of thought. This kind of injury was nothing to him. Gu Lindian wasn't surprised. From what he could see, Guchanga's aura was very calm, no different from usual. However, he couldn't tell if the current Guchanga was the same as the Guchanga of the past. He could not help Guchanga in suppressing the demonic nature. Changa is fine. You don't have to worry about him. It's fine as long as you're fine. Gu Lindian sighed and said to Gu Xian'er. He then saw the other 3 Gu clan prodigies who had fainted in the corner. They were not seriously injured and had only fainted. However, to be on the safe side, Gu Lindian still made a move and erased their memories of this period. Uncle, seeing this scene, Gu Xian'er did not know what to say. Her mind was in a mess. She had many doubts and couldn't understand. Although 21 Gu Lindian said not to worry about Guchanga, how could she not be worried? If Guchanga hadn't crippled his own arms at the critical moment, she would probably be dead now, right? Could it be that Guchanga had been fighting against the demonic nature all these years? On the surface, Guchanga seemed to be very impressive, and no one in the younger generation could compare to him. However, who knew what kind of torture he had suffered in secret? Gu Xian'er could still clearly remember Guchanga's violent expression just now, as if he wanted to slaughter the entire world. Under such emotions, he was still able to maintain his clarity and rationality. Especially just now, when Guchanga had tried to protect her. How could she not have felt it? Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er looked at Guchanga with a complicated expression. Guilt, absent-mindedness, all kinds of emotions. Although Guchanga was usually very bad and hateful, his attitude was still so cold and sometimes warm. However, he was actually very gentle and kind to her. For a moment, Gu Xian'er felt that the truth she had been searching for was right in front of her eyes. Uncle, why did Guchanga suddenly become like this? You seem to have known all this all along. Gu Xian'er asked. Now, Guchanga seemed to be listening to everything. He was sitting there cross-legged, the injury on his arm healing quickly. She also didn't know what kind of face he would have when he opened his eyes. Hearing this, Gu Lindian first looked at Guchanga, then looked at Gu Xian'er. She shook her head and sighed, just as you saw with your own eyes. However, it's better to let Changa tell you all this personally. I won't interfere in this kind of matter. The matter of the demon heart was very important. Even if it was to be told, it had to be decided by Guchanga himself. As a father, he wouldn't interfere beyond his boundaries. And even if he didn't say anything, with Gu Xian'er's personality, she would very likely be able to guess all this. After that, Gu Lindian waved his sleeve and left with Gu Chang'e. There were some things that he still had to ask Gu Chang'e personally. This might be Gu Chang'e's secret that no one has ever known. Seeing that Gu Lindian didn't say anything, Gu Xian'er wasn't surprised. She already knew very well. This might have something to do with Gu Chang'e's innate talent when he was born. This caused his demonic nature to be deeply rooted, affecting his daily thoughts and actions. That was why when he was young, he tried to dig out her Dao bone. Later on, as Gu Chang'e's cultivation grew stronger, he was able to gradually suppress this demonic nature and was no longer affected by it. Perhaps when Gu Chang'e dug out my Dao bone, it was to suppress this demonic nature. And all these years, he felt guilty, so he wanted to make it up to me. And he seemed to know that there would come a day when he wouldn't be able to suppress this demonic nature, so he wanted me to work hard on my cultivation, so that I wouldn't be killed by him in the future. He's obviously a very gentle person, but he pretends to be cold and indifferent. Gu Chang'e, how could you be so foolish? Gu Xian'er muttered softly. She thought about how she had argued with Gu Chang'e over various trivial matters, not understanding his good intentions. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It was because of these reasons that Gu Chang'e was so disappointed in her. Someone as smart as her quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. And today's matter was clearly a manifestation of Gu Chang'e's inability to suppress his demonic nature. If not for Gu Chang'e's astonishing willpower at the critical moment to suppress his demonic nature, she would have been doomed. The consequences would have been unthinkable. Could it be that the immortal bone can help Gu Chang'e suppress his demonic nature? But after today, with his personality, he probably won't care about me anymore. He said that I'm a piece of trash, that I can't help him. Gu Xian'er suddenly felt vexed and conflicted. Although she had found some clues, Gu Chang'e's demonic nature was deeply rooted. But as for how it had caused all this, she had no idea. In other words, she only had a general understanding. If she wanted to know more about Gu Chang'e, she would have to ask him personally. But with her understanding of Gu Chang'e would never tell her. Even if she already knew his deepest secret. Although the process will be very difficult, I will definitely help you solve this problem. I won't give up on you, Gu Chang'e. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er firmly said to herself in her heart. Because she thought of the masters behind her. They knew far more than she did, and perhaps they would have a solution. And there was also the mysterious sister Taoyao of ancient origins. For even Gu Lindian to conceal this matter for Gu Chang'e, it was clearly not a good thing. For Gu Chang'e's sake, she could not easily reveal it. But there would definitely be no problem in telling her masters. Father. In the grand and ancient hall. The fully recovered Gu Chang'e and Gu Lindian stood facing each other. Gu Chang'e spoke with a respectful expression. His expression was no different from when he was in the ancestral hall. His arms were restored, and there was no effect. How was the Nirvana pond this time? Gu Lindian asked, carefully sizing up Gu Chang'e. It was indeed difficult to see anything from his appearance. He also did not know how the eruption of the demonic nature this time would affect Gu Chang'e. Fortunately, he had isolated his aura outside the ancestral hall. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Gu Chang'e calmly replied, "It's no longer a problem. I underestimated the demonic heart's influence on me, but now I have suppressed it." Although that was what he said, he was actually laughing in his heart. At this time, he would definitely not tell the truth, so he might as well fool Gu Lindian as well. How could the demonic nature affect him? In order to make Gu Xian'er completely trust him, Gu Chang'e had made such a move. Since ancient times, this trick had won over people's hearts. When it came to acting, he was sure that there were no flaws. At that time, all his actions seemed crazy, but in fact, there was a deep meaning behind them. Even his self-destruction of his arms at the critical moment was part of his calculations. Gu Chang'e knew that if he had made a move at that time, the expert behind Gu Xian'er would definitely have shown himself. He was certain of this without a doubt. That was why Gu Chang'e chose this method. Not to mention Gu Xian'er, even Gu Lindian had a sad expression on his face. Gu Chang'e did not feel guilty. If he had not said this, he would have left many hidden dangers. In any case, he would have put all the blame on the demonic heart. And now, it seemed that the effect was very obvious. According to the system's notification, the luck points he had obtained from Gu Xian'er were close to 10,000. Xian'er will probably ask you some questions about the demonic heart. You decide how to tell her. As an elder, it is not good for me to interfere in these matters. Hearing this, Gu Lindian nodded. Father, don't worry. For the time being, the demonic heart will not affect me. Gu Chang'e spoke again. I know what to do with Xian'er. I'm relieved to hear that. But I'm sorry to trouble you. All these years, Gu Lindian sighed slightly. After all, these things were not Gu Chang'e's original intention. Otherwise, he would not have self-destructed his arms in an attempt to stop it. Gu Xian'er was smart and would not blame Gu Chang'e wrongly. He also did not want to see Gu Chang'e being misunderstood. All these years, Gu Xian'er's faction hated him for no reason. This was not an easy thing to do. As long as the demonic heart is not removed, it will be a big problem. Gu Lindian remembered many secrets about the demonic heart. This was an ominous sign. No matter which orthodoxy he belonged to, it would bring about unimaginable consequences. Although Gu Chang'e was very popular now, once the demonic heart was exposed, although he would not become the enemy of the world like the inheritors of demonic arts, it would more or less affect him greatly. After that, Gu Chang'e bid farewell and left the main hall, returning to his residence. Along the way, many clan members looked at him with puzzled and strange expressions. Although Gu Lindian resolved the matter in the ancestral hall's Nirvana pond, it was impossible to keep it a secret. Many clan elders were paying close attention to this matter. The news of Gu Chang'e's demonic cultivation had also spread in private. This made many clan members feel strange. They did not expect that Gu Chang'e, who had the potential of becoming a true immortal, would have a demonic heart and even cause it to erupt in the Nirvana pond. This caused quite a stir. It was not strange for cultivators to have a demonic heart. But usually, it would only appear when they were older and had been cultivating for a long time. Gu Chang'e was only in his 20s, but he already had a demonic heart. What did this mean? Many clan members sighed. They felt that it was very likely that Gu Chang'e still felt guilty about digging out Gu Xian'er's bones, and could not get rid of it. Even if he dug out the bones and returned them to his sister, it was still the same. That was why he witnessed Gu Xian'er's new bones in the Nirvana pond and became demonic. Many people agreed with this theory, and it spread privately in the Gu family. The higher-ups also understood this and felt that this was very likely the truth. But on the other hand, this was normal, and it made them feel a little relieved. If Gu Chang'e did not feel guilty about that matter, then there would be a problem. The demonic heart was easy to resolve. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The Nirvana pond incident was like a small interlude, and did not continue to cause much of a stir. On the contrary, Gu Xian'er took the opportunity to break through to the Void God realm, and her strength increased greatly, catching up with many young heavens prides of the same generation. In the entire Longevity Gu family, there were only a few people in this generation who could firmly suppress her in terms of cultivation. There were also private rumors that Gu Chang'e's true cultivation was in the Divine King realm, or even the Quasi-Saint realm, but he had been hiding it in front of the world and had not been exposed. Many people were shocked by the various theories. The cultivation of the younger generation was the most important thing to any force. And although Gu Chang'e acted in a high-profile manner, not many people knew his true cultivation. The strength he displayed on the surface was only slightly stronger than that of some of the young primes. But recently, the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Wang Zijin, said that even she could not see through Gu Chang'e. If they fought, it was hard to tell who would win. The Supreme Saint Realm assassins that appeared during this period were obviously from the inheritors of the demonic arts. Wang Zijin's Quasi-Saint Realm cultivation also caused a stir in the world. Countless young cultivators were shocked and deeply shocked. Before this, the young Forbidden Realm Gu Chang'e vaguely had the title of number one among his generation, and that was enough to make them despair. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on their heads. But now, the successor of the human ancestor palace had appeared out of nowhere, and her Quasi-Saint Realm cultivation was shocking beyond words. The so-called Golden Age, where the stars shone brightly, was nothing more than this. Hearing this from her caused an uproar everywhere, and the world was shaken. Guchangga's true strength suddenly became the topic of discussion among various orthodoxies. Many people felt that they might have missed something in the previous incident. The previous successor of the demonic arts, Yi Ling, had dared to brazenly sneak into the immortal ancient continent and attack the young supreme beings, which meant that he must have had someone backing him up. But in the end, he was severely injured by Guchangga and fled. Now, it seemed that Yi Ling was not too arrogant. It was that Guchangga, who he encountered, was too strong. His cultivation had obviously reached an unfathomable level. For a moment, various orthodoxies and sects began to investigate Guchangga. Some even said that Guchangga's technique in the immortal ancient continent was suspected to be a law and order that only a saint realm cultivator could control. All kinds of speculations appeared, and Guchangga was once again pushed to the teeth of the storm. And Wang Zijin, the initiator of all this, did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong with it. She felt that she had helped Guchangga become famous. Is this Wang Zijin really stupid, or is she pretending to be stupid? In the main hall, Guchangga frowned slightly when he heard the news. Although his true cultivation level was 640, he had reached the mid-stage of the saint realm, but on the surface, his cultivation level was only at the divine king realm. He was still far from the quasi-saint realm. Guchangga wanted to develop his strength in a wretched manner, but Wang Zijin thought too highly of herself and helped him become famous. However, to Guchangga, what he did not lack the most was fame. If he attracted too much attention, it would not be good if the flaws in his plan were discovered. Moreover, Guchangga had another purpose. If at this time one or two ancient freaks appeared, looked down on his cultivation level, and came to make a name for themselves, it would be even better. It just so happened that he lacked an opportunity to continue breaking through. Since those ancient freaks and ancient kings had the guts to call themselves kings, they must have their own strengths. Wang Zijin's actions were equivalent to telling those ancient freaks that Guchangga was not to be trifled with. You ruined my plans. I'll settle this with you first. Guchangga could not help but narrow his eyes. He knew these tricks very well and planned to make use of them. However, Wang Zijin knew it too, so she acted on her own, thinking that it would make Guchangga less trouble. Perhaps Guchangga would even have a good impression of her. However, she did not know that Guchangga planned to let these troubles come to him. Because in the battle of the younger generation, there was no question of life and death. If they died at his hands, wouldn't those innate talents and origins be his? Young master, the matter you instructed us to do has taken shape. All these years, Miss Xian'er's parents have indeed been trapped in a plain world. During this period of time, Yan Ji, who had been ordered by Guchangga to secretly investigate the matter of Gu Xian'er's parents, had also returned with this news. Very good. Guchangga nodded. According to young master's instructions, I sent many people to secretly protect them. However, Miss Xian'er's parents are very strong, and they found out. Yan Ji continued. It's fine. I just want them to find out and feel that I have spent a lot of effort to secretly track them down. Guchangga could not help but smile. He did not like to do good deeds without leaving a name. He wanted to let the entire Gu family know about this matter and let them understand his good intentions as the young master. Hearing this, Yan Ji somewhat understood. She nodded thoughtfully on her beautiful face. But why didn't young master show up personally? Why did you do it secretly and not let the Gu family members find out? She was a little confused. Wouldn't it be better for Guchangga to do this kind of thing himself? After all, it's a matter of appearance. If I go personally, it won't be effective. Instead, it will have the opposite effect. It will make people think that I have other motives. That's why I have to do it secretly, understand? Guchangga smiled casually and said something that Yan Ji did not understand. Hearing this, her scarlet glass-like eyes revealed a sense of loss and bewilderment, and she seemed to be in a daze. It was obvious that she did not understand the situation in the Gu family. Guchangga's words made her even more confused. But at this time, she still nodded. I understand. Hearing this, Guchangga looked at her and laughed. When did even Yan Ji learn to speak nonsense in front of me? Young master. After being exposed like this by Guchangga, Yan Ji could not help but blush a little. At the same time, outside the Gu family's mountain gate, a figure with a face shrouded in fog, wearing a moon-white robe, had traveled for a long time. During this time, she had made a trip to the immemorial Yi clan and finally arrived here. She looked at the magnificent mountain gate in front of her and said to the immortal guard in front of the gate, "The successor of the human ancestor's palace is here to visit young Master Xianxia." The majestic mountain gate was like the gate of the heavenly court in ancient times. It was incomparably tall. Inside, there was a myriad of scenes. Clouds rose, and it was majestic. It was like a fairyland. Divine rainbows traversed between heaven and earth, bringing with them various colors of light. It was obvious that they had a long history and a deep foundation. Jiang Chuchu appeared here. Her face was covered by a thin veil, and there was also a layer of fog that completely covered her face. From her appearance and voice, it was impossible to tell whether she was a man or a woman. She stood alone without any followers, but there was a natural aura around her that was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing her words, the Gu clan's immortal guards patrolling in front of the mountain gate all landed in shock. The successor of the human ancestor hall? They were confused. If they remembered correctly, wasn't the successor of the human ancestor hall the mysterious woman from the Longevity Wang clan? Why did another person appear all of a sudden, or was this person an imposter? They remembered very clearly that the successor of the human ancestor hall was assassinated by someone sent by the successor of the demonic arts during the mistress's birthday banquet. That incident caused a huge commotion and caused a lot of commotion. Who was so bold as to impersonate the successor of the human ancestor hall? Immediately, someone shouted. His gaze was like a divine sword, making clanging sounds as if it was going to pierce through the void. He looked at Jiang Chuchu. A majestic pressure instantly crushed down. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to withstand it. Their legs would have given way and they would have knelt on the ground. However, Jiang Chuchu was not. Her expression was unusually calm, as if nothing in this world could attract her attention. Buzz. She merely raised her hand, and an exquisite token appeared between her slender fingers. Human Ancestor Hall, 3 words appeared in the void, revealing her identity. Human Ancestor Token. Seeing this rune, the expressions of the immortal guards in front of the mountain gate changed. They recognized this token. There was probably no one in the upper realm who did not recognize this token. The human ancestor token represented the identity of the human ancestor hall. Sometimes, it could even command many orthodoxies. For a moment, their expressions became suspicious and shocked. However, they would not let this person enter just because of this token. The Longevity Gu clan had strict rules. So what if she was the successor of the human ancestor hall? There is more than one successor to the current human ancestor hall. Jiang Chuchu seemed to understand why these people were puzzled. He opened his mouth and said calmly, "I hope you can inform young Master Xianxia that the successor of the human ancestor's palace wishes to see you." Even with her transcendent status, she didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate. Everything had to be done according to the rules. "All right, please wait a moment." The immortal guards gave each other a look, and then they all turned into divine rainbows and left. From the mountain gate to the central divine island, they still had to go through many transport formations, so it would take a very long time. Gu Xianxia, seeing the group of immortal guards leave, Jiang Chuchu's crystal clear eyes flashed with resplendent runes as he softly muttered this name. During this time, Jiang Chuchu went straight to the ancient Yi clan after leaving ancient Dao City. He wanted to know more about Jiling. This was because she had a unique secret technique that could determine Yiling's exact location based on the bloodlines of the clan members that were relatively close to each other. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chuchu rushed to the ancient Yi clan. With her status, the ancient Yi clan didn't dare to slight her and did their best to cooperate with her. The ancient Yi clan also didn't want to have anything to do with the successor of the demonic arts. However, in the end, after Jiang Chuchu used the secret technique, the entire ancient Yi clan was shocked. They discovered an unexpected fact and result. Yiling's life aura had already dissipated. This matter shook the entire ancient Yi clan. In other words, the successor of the demonic arts that had been the talk of the town all this time was actually someone else, and not Yiling. Although this conclusion surprised Jiang Chuchu, it was still within her expectations. because she had felt that there was something wrong with Yi Ling from the beginning. His actions were too passive, as if there was an invisible hand pushing him from behind. In Jiang Chuchu's opinion, Yi Ling's death was inevitable. It was just a matter of when he died. Moreover, she had always felt that there was a big problem with Gu Changge. However, this was only her intuition. There was no evidence. Therefore, in order to verify the truth of this guess, Jiang Chuchu rushed all the way to the Longevity Gu clan. Along the way, she also heard about the assassination attempt on Wang Zijin. She heard that there was a huge organization behind the successor of the demonic arts that even involved Tianhuang Mountain. Coincidentally, Tianhuang Mountain's Prince Tian was born during this time. This series of events confused Jiang Chuchu. She felt that there were many suspicious points. However, she wasn't the person involved and didn't know the details. As long as I come to the Longevity Gu clan, I'll be able to find out what happened back then and determine the real suspect, Jiang Chuchu pondered as she waited for the report. She stood quietly at the mountain gate. Many of the Gu clan members who passed by glanced at her curiously, but no one came forward to ask her. I just don't know what Gu Changge's attitude is. After all, rumors can't be trusted. I have to see it with my own eyes. I only hope that my guess is wrong. Jiang Chuchu felt that if Gu Changge had a guilty conscience, he would definitely not let her in at this time. After all, she was different from the inexperienced Wang Zijin. She more or less had some confidence in coming here so hastily. The young master has prepared a banquet and is waiting for the successor. Just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Jiang Chuchu's mind. Soon, the immortal guards returned with this reply. He's actually so calm? This surprised Jiang Chuchu. It seemed that Gu Changge didn't care about her arrival. This meant that he didn't care at all. This matter is getting troublesome. Then, Jiang Chuchu followed them with a calm expression. They passed through the outer and inner islands. After passing through many teleportation portals, divine islands, immortal mountains, and so on, they finally arrived at the mountain peak where Gu Changge was. The tip of the iceberg revealed by the Longevity Gu clan caused ripples to appear in her usually calm state of mind. It was difficult for her to continue calming down. At this time, she understood that if Gu Changge really had a problem, it would be an extremely terrible disaster for the entire upper realm. Now, Gu Changge's wings were growing. She had to think of a way to stop all of this. The young master is waiting for the successor in the hall. We'll take our leave first. The group of immortal guards who led the way quickly left. Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but frown. She suddenly felt a faint uneasiness in her heart. The palace on the mountain peak that was surrounded by clouds and mist looked like a paradise. At this time, it looked like a demon's lair. If Gu Changge really has a problem, he shouldn't dare to do anything to me. Once something happens to me in the Longevity Gu clan, the human ancestors' hall will know. At that time, the whole world will be alarmed. Gu Changge won't be that stupid. At this time, that uneasy intuition grew stronger, causing Jiang Chuchu to frown. The 7 Apertures Immortal Soul was already the world's top talent, rare throughout history. However, she had the 9 Apertures Immortal Soul. Her talent and perception was so strong that it was jaw-dropping. She even had the ability to predict the future. That was why Jiang Chuchu had always trusted her intuition so much. Soon, Jiang Chuchu arrived at the mountain peak, inside the majestic hall. As soon as she entered the hall, she noticed the young man at a glance. Starlight fell, strands of colorful light filled the air, as if they had arrived at the depths of the universe. In the hall, Gu Changge was sitting high up in the hall. He was dressed in a loose robe, and his hair was draped behind his head. His expression was calm, and he exuded a noble and lofty aura. A banquet had been set up below. There were spirit fruits, immortal wine, and many kinds of ferocious beast meat. There were even many beautiful and talented women dancing in the hall. Their figures were graceful, and their dance moves were moving. Accompanied by the sound of the zither, they exuded a kind of tranquility and loftiness. How should I address you, brother? You've traveled hundreds of millions of miles. May I know why you've come? Gu Changge did not seem surprised to see Jiang Chuchu. He spoke naturally, and then gestured for Jiang Chuchu to take a seat. There was a warm and perfect smile on his face, and no one could find a flaw in it. In fact, when the immortal guard came to report, Xianxia had guessed that the person who had come would be another successor of the human ancestors' hall. He had been waiting for her arrival. Xianxia had not left the clan. In fact, he had already heard a lot about Jiang Chuchu from Wang Zijin. He knew that she was very talented and was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal in the human ancestors' hall. And today, he saw that the huge number of providence points had already reached tens of thousands. Xianxia could not help but feel a little moved. She was a living example of a leak. She actually dared to take the initiative to deliver herself to him. Although this successor of the human ancestors' hall was not a daughter of providence, she was still a person with great providence. There were many people like her in this world, but there were only a few with her providence. It seems that cultivators who are related to the human ancestor are not simple people. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, but there was no abnormality on his face. In fact, he had already guessed the purpose of Jiang Chuchu's visit. He did not know what to say about that other than saying that she was really bold. Was she too smart and confident, or was she too stupid? Greetings, young Master Xianxia. At this moment, in front of Xianxia, Jiang Chuchu had also dispersed the fog on her face. She no longer concealed her original calm and pleasant voice. She planned to get straight to the point. She also knew that such a method was not very effective in front of Xianxia. Seeing it with her own eyes, she knew how wrong the rumors were. Xianxia's strength could not be judged based on rumors. This made Jiang Chuchu even more convinced that there was a problem with Xianxia. However, she still maintained her calm. She did not believe that Xianxia would dare to make a move on her in the territory of the Longevity Gu family. Chuchu? That's a good name. As expected, it's lovely and moving. I can't help but feel pity for you. Hearing that, Xianxia praised with a look of admiration. At this moment, although half of Jiang Chuchu's immortal face was covered by a veil, her eyes were as cold as a cold lake. She gave off the feeling of a lonely monk looking at everything in the world in silence. In terms of appearance, there was naturally no need to say much. If the human ancestor was some kind of protagonist, then Jiang Chuchu was definitely the female protagonist related to him. Such courage was not something an ordinary woman should have. Young Master Xianxia, you flatter me. Jiang Chuchu said lightly, neither servile nor overbearing. Then, she sat down at the table and lowered her eyes slightly. Many strange runes began to disappear in those eyes. This was her tracing ability, which could trace the many traces and karma between heaven and earth. She wanted to confirm whether there was a problem with Xianxia, and this was a perfect opportunity. Apart from her, no one else in the world knew about this talent. Jiang Chuchu did not believe that Xianxia could detect anything at this time. Moreover, her actions seemed to be very covert. It looked as if she did not want to look at Xianxia. Naturally, her gaze fell on the spiritual wine and fruits on the table. Sanctus Chuchu, may I know the reason for your visit? At this time, Xianxia did not seem to notice Jiang Chuchu's subtle actions. He raised his cup to his lips, his expression natural as he asked with a faint smile. Of course, he actually knew what Jiang Chuchu's purpose was, but he did not care. Jiang Chuchu was using her talent to trace Xianxia's aura. Hearing his question, she was slightly startled, then calmly replied, I heard that young Master Xianxia had fought with the inheritor of demonic arts. Chuchu has always been curious about that battle, so I wanted to visit young Master Xianxia and ask for some details. Ask for details? Holy Maiden Chuchu, are you also planning to hunt down Yiling? Hearing this, Xianxia asked, a little surprised. However, before Jiang Chuchu could reply, he said, You're reading on novel full thanks. He continued speaking in a slightly regretful tone. However, I'm afraid you've come too late, Holy Maiden Chuchu. Yiling is already dead. Don't tell me you really don't know about this? Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu suddenly raised her eyes to look at Xianxia. Her heart trembled slightly, and a chill and vigilance rose from her back. Xianxia was actually so straightforward, how could he say such a thing as soon as he arrived? Could it be that Yiling was killed by him? Young Master Xianxia, what do you mean? How did Yiling die? Chuchu doesn't understand. However, Jiang Chuchu's expression remained calm as she spoke calmly. At this time, she was 80% sure that Xianxia was definitely related to the inheritor of demonic arts. It's fine if you don't understand. It's not important. Holy Maiden Chu, you'll understand in the future. Gu Chang'e shook his head. Holy Maiden Chu, you've traveled hundreds of millions of miles. I apologize for not welcoming you. Here's a toast to you. As he spoke, he took the initiative to pour a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. Jiang Chuchu was a little hesitant. Why? Are you afraid that I poisoned the wine? Seeing her expression, Gu Chang'e could not help but scoff. His words pierced Jiang Chuchu's heart. Young Master Chang'e, you worry too much, Jiang Chuchu frowned. Although that was indeed what she thought, she naturally could not admit it at this time. After all, this was equivalent to not giving face to Gu Chang'e as the host. No matter what, the two of them had not shed all pretense of cordiality yet. Perhaps it could be said that they were still feigning civility. More or less, they had to consider each other's face. However, Gu Chang'e waved his hand dispiritedly and interrupted her. Forget it, it's fine if you don't drink. It's normal for Holy Maiden Chu to be so vigilant. After all, I did put poison in the wine. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was stunned for a moment. When she realized the meaning of Gu Chang'e's words, her pupils suddenly shrank. At this time, even with her mental fortitude, she could not help but turn pale. She had used her special talent to trace Gu Chang'e's aura and had finally succeeded. Buzz. At this moment, her breathing was almost suffocating. Her entire mind was instantly filled with a maddening, indescribable gray fog that could not be looked at directly. Within it, there was an indescribably terrifying existence. It was ancient and majestic, as if it wanted to drag all living things into it. This kind of aura was majestic and chaotic, as if it was composed of countless origins and orders. Under this brilliant majesty, she was simply as small as an ant. As expected, swallowed many origins and constitutions, Jiang Chuchu's expression was a little pale under the veil, but she still restrained herself with strong willpower, not allowing herself to show any abnormality. Now she could be sure that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts who had hidden the most deeply. This was too terrifying. It was simply chilling. Guessing before was one thing. Now that she was sure, even her mental fortitude was slightly trembling. Things had finally become the situation she did not want to happen the most. Gu Chang'e looked at her with interest. As if he did not know what Jiang Chuchu had done. Holy Maiden Chu, what's the matter? You don't look good. I was just joking just now. Why do you take it to heart? Jiang Chuchu quickly regained her composure and nodded. Thank you, young Master Chang'e, for your concern. However, it's better not to joke about this kind of thing. If they were in the outside world, she still had the confidence to fight Gu Chang'e. However, in the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, she did not even dare to let Gu Chang'e detect her abnormality, let alone make a move. The premise that Gu Chang'e would not make a move on her was that he did not know that she already knew his true identity. Now, once Gu Chang'e found out, would he let her go? However, Jiang Chuchu was certain that Gu Chang'e would not easily make a move on her. Once something happened to her in the Longevity Gu clan, the Longevity Gu clan would become the target of public criticism. Unless Gu Chang'e was willing to take the risk of his identity being exposed. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. At this time, Jiang Chuchu already had thoughts of retreating. Her initial instinct was right. However, after confirming Gu Chang'e's true identity, how to expose him was a problem because she did not have any evidence. Inform the human ancestor hall behind her. However, how could her words alone shake Gu Chang'e and the Longevity Gu clan? When the time came, people might even think that she was deliberately framing Gu Chang'e. This was because she could not produce any evidence to prove that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. If his identity was simpler, things would be easier to handle. However, Gu Chang'e's identity and background meant that he was destined to stand at the peak of the upper realm. Who would dare to say such words without evidence? This matter needed to be considered at length. Oh, how can I not care? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's smile suddenly became somewhat thought-provoking. After all, Holy Lady Chu, you've come all the way here. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Is there a problem with me showing concern for you? At this time, Jiang Chuchu only wanted to leave this place. I don't need young Lord Chang'e's concern. I came in a hurry today. Since young Lord Chang'e said that Yi Ling is dead, then I should go and look for other clues. She replied, tactfully explaining that she wanted to leave. Roar. However, at this time, how could Gu Chang'e let her leave so easily? You may all leave. The smile on Gu Chang'e's face finally disappeared, and he waved his hand to dismiss the songstress in the hall. Young Master Chang'e, Jiang Chuchu frowned. She did not understand Gu Chang'e's actions, and she became vigilant. What she was not sure about now was whether the Longevity Gu clan knew about Gu Chang'e's identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. What was their attitude? Holy Maiden Chuchu, don't play dumb at this time. It's really boring. Gu Chang'e said faintly, with a hint of mockery in her voice. Compared to just now, his expression was completely different. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was stunned and could not remain calm. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, was he going to lay his cards on the table? She felt a chill on her back and suddenly felt a sense of danger. But before Jiang Chuchu could react, she felt Gu Chang'e attack her. He waved his sleeve. A terrifying spatial fluctuation came. The next moment, Jiang Chuchu's vision blurred, and a spatial crack suddenly appeared, extending from her side and expanding quickly, enveloping her in an instant. Buzz, her figure disappeared into thin air, taken into Gu Chang'e's inner world. This spatial crack quickly healed and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. You came to me voluntarily, how foolish. Gu Chang'e could not help but laugh. Then, a beautiful figure walked out of the void in front of him. It was Yanji. How's the imitation of your aura? Gu Chang'e looked at her. In the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, there were many disguise techniques that could even conceal one's origin. Jiang Chuchu usually showed her face with a veil, and even used fog to hide her true appearance. It was really easy to imitate her aura and figure. Yanji did not even need to deliberately change her appearance. Hearing this, she nodded and said, "The secret technique that you gave me is really mysterious. After observing it for a short time, I can already imitate 80 to 90% of it." As she spoke, a layer of hazy light appeared on her body. Yanji's figure began to change. Soon, he looked no different from Jiang Chuchu. Even their voices and tones were the same. Moreover, her cultivation base was at the Great Saint realm. Ordinary. People could not see through her at all. Even a quasi-supreme existence wouldn't be able to see anything unusual. Upon seeing this, Gu Chang'e nodded in satisfaction. In that case, the successor of the human ancestor hall will be you in the future. The reason why he said so much nonsense to Jiang Chuchu was to give Yanji a chance to observe from the side, so that he could pass off the false as the truth. However, young master, can I really fool the human ancestor hall like this? Yanji was a little puzzled. He firmly believed in Gu Chang'e's plan. However, if she were to face a human ancestor hall cultivator, she felt that she would be exposed. It's fine. You don't need to return to the human ancestor hall. You just need to walk around in the outside world and let the world know. Leave the rest to me. Gu Chang'e smiled calmly. Upon hearing this, Yanji nodded. She was not good at acting or disguising. Gu Chang'e's method was a little difficult for her. However, Jiang Chuchu's personality was easy to imitate because she had always been a woman of few words and had a calm personality. If she did not run into those familiar with the human ancestor hall, Yanji did not think that she would reveal any flaws. After that, Gu Chang'e's figure disappeared and reappeared in the inner world. Yanji wanted to disguise herself as the successor of the human ancestor hall. However, she still lacked one thing, and that was Jiang Chuchu's human ancestor token. This thing was indispensable. At the same time, in the inner world, Jiang Chuchu's expression was no longer as calm and composed as it was at the beginning. Gu Chang'e suddenly attacked and used terrifying spatial power. A spatial crack instantly appeared and swallowed her up. Then, she was trapped in this mysterious and unknown world. Everything happened so quickly that she did not even have time to react. When the scene in front of her became clear again, she was already standing in a vast ancient forest. As far as the eye could see, there were majestic mountains and ancient trees everywhere. The clear blue lake was embedded everywhere like jade. The spiritual energy was like a fog, and the green was like a tide. In the distance, there seemed to be an ancient and majestic heavenly palace standing on the horizon. It looked incomparably huge and sacred. Just the pillars alone could support the heavens and earth. It was like an ancient heavenly palace that had fallen into the human world. What is this place? How did Xianxia get me here? Jiang Chuchu frowned and could not calm down for a while. In here, she could not sense a trace of the aura of the outside world. What was going on with the majestic and sacred heavenly palace in front of her? Could it be the ruins of the ancient immortal court? Xianxia actually controlled such a ruin? Jiang Chuchu knew that there were many small world-like artifacts in this world that could be carried around. Some supreme existences could even create and refine them. They were mysterious and profound. One flower, one world, one grain, one reincarnation. There were so many mysteries. She was careless and fell into Xianxia's trap. Now, Jiang Chuchu was very sure that she was trapped in such a spatial artifact by Xianxia. Since Xianxia did this, it means that the Longevity Gu clan should not know his true identity. He can't attack me in the Gu clan. I'm afraid he's keeping the whole world in the dark, Jiang Chuchu frowned and whispered in her heart. Then, she found a place to sit down cross-legged. Resplendent runes began to appear on her body. They were hazy, simple, and majestic, like a large expanse of light rain that was about to fall. This place seemed to have become a place of ascension for immortals. Thousands of auspicious lights and runes were like the sea. There was even the terrifying sound of heavenly thunder, crackling and crackling, which turned into divine clouds and formed all kinds of shapes. Axes, hooks, forks, knives, spears, swords, halberds, true dragons, divine phoenixes flapping their wings, black tortoises splitting the earth, white tigers roaring, all kinds of strange phenomena intertwined and filled the air, surging violently. These terrifying offensive forces were constantly evolving, trying to tear the space apart. Boom, Jiang Chuchu's sage-to-be aura began to appear. She knew that there was a limit to the power that this space could withstand. As long as she broke through that limit, this space would definitely shatter, and it would not be able to trap her at all. This was the same principle as those spatial barriers. But in the next moment, when some of her attacks fell into the void, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not even a trace of a ripple was created. How is this possible? Jiang Chuchu could not believe it. When she attacked with all her strength, she already had the power of a saint. Even the barriers of the lower realm could not withstand it and would be torn apart. But in Xianxia's spatial artifact, it did not have the slightest effect? Could it be that his spatial artifact is of a very high level? Jiang Chuchu tried again, but it was still to no avail. She even felt that the spatial barriers of the outside world were not as good as this world, let alone a trace of a ripple. I don't believe it. Am I really going to be trapped here by Xianxia for the rest of my life? Jiang Chuchu took out a crystal-clear mirror and was about to make a move. Buzz, the void in front of her suddenly blurred and then cracked open. Don't waste your time. Unless I let you out, you'll die of old age in this place for the rest of your life. Xianxia's figure walked out of it. Sensing Jiang Chuchu's actions, he could not help but frown and say faintly, Xianxia. Jiang Chuchu stared at him, her eyes filled with infinite vigilance and fear. Boom, in the next moment, she suffered a great loss and took the initiative to attack Xianxia. Since she could not break the barrier of the space, as long as she killed Xianxia, she would naturally be able to leave. At this moment, a vast expanse of purple chi appeared behind Jiang Chuchu, and a Taoist with dazzling treasure light and celestial light appeared faintly. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and swept it forward. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to split open. The strength of a pre-saint was undoubtedly displayed. Who gave you the confidence to attack me? Xianxia sneered and did not take it seriously. He waved his sleeve, and a ray of clear light scattered, turning into a surging moon that smashed down with a loud bang. At the same time, the cultivation of a saint was displayed. It was so powerful that Jiang Chuchu's expression changed abruptly, and she could not maintain her previous calm. The moment Xianxia's moon smashed down, it destroyed the power of the horsetail whisk and continued to suppress her. You've already broken through to the saint realm, you've really hidden it too well. Jiang Chuchu's back was full of cold air. Using extreme speed was a very terrifying movement technique. When cultivated to the extreme, one could pass through countless spaces in one step. She planned to quickly avoid Xianxia's casual attack. Her talent was so strong that it was unknown. She thought that she could firmly suppress Xianxia. But she did not expect the gap between their cultivation levels to be so big. At the same time, Jiang Chuchu took out a Taoist seal. It shone, and there was the sound of Taoist chanting. The vast expanse of purple qi covered the sky and turned into a huge seal. There was an extremely ancient Taoist word on it, the rules and order intertwined densely. This attack was enough to kill an ordinary saint, but in the next moment, Xianxia casually shook his finger. A wisp of sword qi, wrapped in the aura of Gengjin, clanged and turned into a bronze celestial sword that fell toward Jiang Chuchu. Bang! The Taoist seal that she took out was instantly pierced by the sword and turned into dust. Jiang Chuchu was also injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her qi and blood surged. In terms of strength, she was no match for Xianxia. If they were in the same realm, it would be fine. But Xianxia was one realm higher than her. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Xianxia did not use his full strength. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. At this time, you still don't understand the gap between you and me? Saintess Chuchu? Xianxia said lightly with contempt. He was not in a hurry to suppress Jiang Chuchu. In the inner world, unless one's cultivation level was much higher than Xianxia's, it was impossible to escape. In the next moment, a black and white divine light burst out from Xianxia's eyes. As time passed, it was born and destroyed. The void distorted and turned into the sword of reincarnation. Reincarnation technique. Jiang Chuchu's expression changed slightly. She took out a saint-level robe, but it was quickly torn apart by the black and white divine light. It could not resist for even a breath. She spat out blood again and flew backward. At the same time, Xianxia reached out with his palm, covering heaven and earth. A huge force surged, causing Jiang Chuchu's expression to change rapidly. Boom, in between her eyebrows, a bright light suddenly shone, and a mysterious palace appeared. A strange Tao sound appeared, as if there was a peerless female immortal sitting cross-legged in it. She was dazzling and bright. She was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. This was not a groundless rumor. Xianxia also sensed a trace of danger. Buzz, a great Tao treasure bottle appeared, and a black brilliance fell from it, trying to intimidate the deity in between Jiang Chuchu's eyebrows. That deity was about to open her eyes, and there was endless divine light condensing in them. The 8 desolation demonic halberd suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand. Demonic qi filled the sky, his eyes were cold, and he directly slashed down, instantly splitting that deity's divine light. This scene made Jiang Chuchu's face pale, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, her divine sense had been injured. Xianxia was too strong. That attack had clearly surpassed the level of the Saint Realm, and even the Great Saint Realm. That weapon of his was very strange. Jiang Chuchu knew that with her own strength, she was no match for Xianxia. Open your mind and let me plant the slave seal. Maybe you can still live. Xianxia's voice was very calm. Don't even think about it, unless I die. But if you kill me, the human ancestor palace will definitely sense it, and then your identity will definitely be exposed. She said. She knew that at this time, as long as Xianxia was not stupid, he would not kill her. Once the life tablet she left in the human ancestor palace was broken, it would definitely attract the attention of the human ancestor palace, and then they would know that she had been to the Longevity Gu clan. Even if Xianxia wanted to hide it, it would be difficult to do so. You're smart, knowing that you still have value. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Xianxia said casually, not taking Jiang Chuchu's words to heart. Hand over your human ancestor palace token. Human ancestor palace token? Jiang Chuchu was stunned. What did Xianxia want this thing for? Was he planning to find someone to disguise as her? She had to admit that she was very smart to have guessed Xianxia's purpose so quickly. Impossible, the human ancestor palace token is very important, I can't give it to you. Jiang Chuchu calmed down and began to sit cross-legged on the spot. An exquisite little pagoda appeared in her storage ring, and a faint layer of golden light appeared, enveloping her. Although I won't kill you, I can let you know that there are some things that will make you feel worse than killing you. Xianxia said calmly, intending to force Jiang Chuchu. At this time, it was indeed not good for him to kill her, and she was still useful. Planting a slave imprint or magic bottle of expiation would definitely come into contact with her sea of consciousness. Just now, Xianxia had already detected the forbidden and mysterious palace in Jiang Chuchu's sea of consciousness. There was a vast and dangerous power hidden within. Although Jiang Chuchu could not be used, it did not mean that it was useless to her. If Xianxia rashly invaded her sea of consciousness, he might come into contact with that palace, leading to Jiang Chuchu's death. This was a troublesome process. He could not kill her, nor could he plant a slave imprint or magic bottle of expiation. After all, once Jiang Chuchu died, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble for Xianxia. On the other hand, it would not be good for Yan Ji to continue pretending to be her identity, as it would affect Xianxia's subsequent plans. Therefore, Xianxia decided to settle for the next best thing. As the saying goes, a frog is boiled in warm water. Now, he would let Jiang Chuchu understand the huge difference in strength between them, saving her the thought of escaping. After all, she was trapped in the inner world, and could not go anywhere. Everything was up to Xianxia. Whether he let her out or not, it was just a matter of a thought. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes turned very cold. She looked at Xianxia, knowing what he meant. She did not think that Xianxia could not do such a thing. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider," Xianxia said calmly. Jiang Chuchu definitely did not want to die, nor did she want to submit to him. But before that, as the saintess of the human ancestor palace, she would definitely value her reputation and chastity very much. Compared to the previous 2, this was also the least likely to come into contact with the forbidden palace in her sea of consciousness. Xianxia could start from this aspect and force him to give up the things or information he wanted. "You're despicable, Xianxia." Jiang Chuchu could not keep calm. Her eyes were extremely cold as she gritted her teeth. Buzz. Xianxia did not say anything. He slashed down with his halberd. The golden halo in front of her suddenly made a light trembling sound. Then, layers of cracks appeared, and it exploded. Jiang Chuchu's face turned pale. "I'm not very patient," Xianxia said calmly. "I can't give you the human ancestor's order. You trapped me here and wanted to find someone to pretend to be me, so that you can deceive everyone. Xianxia, don't even think about it. I won't help the wicked." Jiang Chuchu looked at him coldly, as if she was not afraid of death. Even if she destroyed her own body and died here, he would not allow Xianxia, the devil, to achieve her goal and bring disaster to the world. "You're so stupid. You asked for it." Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes darkened. He stretched out his large palm. Demonic light filled the sky, and the divine talisman disappeared. It was like a giant millstone of destruction, crushing down on Jiang Chuchu. Boom! At this moment, the entire void seemed to be suppressed by hundreds of millions of tons of power. It became stagnant, as if it was frozen in place. "Xianxia, I won't let you get away with it." Jiang Chuchu's face was cold. At this moment, all the power began to gather in her Dantian spirit sea. Bright runes appeared and intertwined. She planned to self-destruct her body. At this moment, the only thing she could do to bring trouble to Xianxia was to commit suicide. Only by committing suicide could the human ancestors hall notice, investigate, and discover the problem with Xianxia's body. What a joke. "In my world, how can you control your own life?" Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh coldly. He seemed to be looking down on her. There were plenty of ways to deal with such a fearless person. Jiang Chuchu probably didn't understand that Xianxia was only afraid of the forbidden palace in her spirit sea. He was worried that he would accidentally touch her spirit sea and cause the forbidden palace to riot, which would lead to Jiang Chuchu's death. Evidently, it was impossible for Jiang Chuchu to utilize the power of the taboo palace with her own strength. Unless she could break through the forbidden palace and destroy her own true spirit, it would be useless. She really wouldn't cry until she saw the coffin. When this palm landed, Jiang Chuchu's expression changed. She found that the principles and order that she had painstakingly gathered were all scattered, even her suicide seemed to be out of her control. "I'll give you the human ancestor's order." "Stop." Seeing that Xianxia seemed to be serious, Jiang Chuchu's expression changed drastically. She was very pale and couldn't be as calm as before. "It's too late." Xianxia's expression was cold. he didn't care. Outside the palace, Guchanga's figure walked out of the void. So this is what the human ancestors' order is? He looked at the golden order token in his hand. There seemed to be a lot of chi gathering on it. Then, he handed it to Yanji beside him. Master, did you kill the saintess of the human ancestors' palace? Yanji was a little curious about Jiangchuchu's fate. No, she can't die yet. Guchanga shook his head. She's a person who won't cry until she sees the coffin. She's still useful. In the inner world. Jiangchuchu hugged her knees. There was a hint of confusion in her cold expression. She looked at the chastity mark on her right arm that had been there for more than 20 years. It had disappeared. All the saintesses of the human ancestors' palace had to be chaste. Guchanga. She gritted her teeth. With the human ancestor token in hand, things became much simpler for Guchanga. Yanji would disguise himself as Jiangchuchu's successor of the human ancestors' hall and roam the world. He could also use this opportunity to publicize his achievements in fighting against the inheritors of demonic arts. At this time, there would be no idiot who would dare to doubt him. Meanwhile, the other successor of the human ancestors' hall, Wang Zijin, did not doubt Changa's identity at all. At that time, with the two successors of the human ancestors' hall spreading the news, Guchanga would be able to develop steadily for a period of time. What did the successor of the human ancestors' hall signify? It signified authority, as the faction that had been fighting against the inheritors of demonic arts for the longest time. No other orthodoxy knew as much about the inheritors of demonic arts as the human ancestors' hall. As long as Yanji did not meet any old friends or masters who knew Jiangchuchu well, it was unlikely that anyone would notice anything amiss. Jiangchuchu was trapped in Guchanga's inner world, so he did not have to worry about her at all. Unless she suddenly unleashed some sort of forbidden power, she would not be able to break through the shackles of the inner world and escape. Therefore, Guchanga did not have to worry about the inheritors of demonic arts for the time being. He could focus on the human ancestors' reincarnation. With Emperor Shuang as my scapegoat, it won't be easy for him to clear his name during this period of time. I'm guessing he'll cower back to Emperor Mountain after he emerges. Compared to the other children of destiny, this guy is actually quite vigilant, but what's the use of being vigilant in front of me? Even if it's a turtle shell, I'll have to break it. Within the palace, Guchanga could not help but laugh. A jade scroll appeared in front of him. The information about Prince Tian's life was clearly listed on it. Apart from that, there was also information about many ancient princes, descendants of true immortals, ancient freaks, and so on. There were even many self-proclaimed young kings who had dominated many eras. Yuming Kong, this guy, actually prepared a list of assassins for me? Looks like she knows what I'm planning. But it's just what I want. It saves me a lot of trouble in investigating. Guchanga scanned these names. This jade slip had been specially left behind for him by Yuming Kong before she left the Gu family. At that time, he didn't care. Now that he looked at them, he realized that those ancient freaks and peerless geniuses who were about to be born were really good nourishment resources for him. I'm afraid that in my previous life, there was also such a list, so Yuming Kong remembered it. Guchanga whispered as he began to plan his next move. He could either follow Yuming Kong's directions and intercept Renzu's reincarnation, or he could search for Inju Tian's location. We can send people to Inextinguishing Sky, but this matter can't be rushed. Therefore, the most important thing now is to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Soon, Guchanga decided on his next course of action. Renzu's reincarnation carried a huge amount of luck. He suspected that Yuming Kong had foresight. However, it was very likely that all his efforts would be in vain and he would end up with a lot of trouble. Just like the last time when he let Jiling go, the strength of the Son of Luck was not something that Yuming Kong could predict, especially when it was an old monster like the human ancestor who had reincarnated countless times. Leave this kind of thing to me. Thinking of this, Guchanga revealed a deep smile and planned to move. However, before that, he decided to make a trip to the Purple Pole sect first. Elder Ming. Soon, Guchanga summoned his trusted aide, Elder Ming, who had come to the lower realm with him. Greetings, young master. Elder Ming, who was dressed in black, rushed over respectfully. Now that he was valued by Guchanga, his identity had undergone a tremendous change. Even though he was a servant with a different surname, many Gu family members valued him and did not dare to underestimate him. He knew very well who had given him all this. During this time, how has Chohan been? Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back and asked casually. Speaking of which, he had left Lin Chohan in the Purple Pole Pill sect for quite some time. It was time to pay her a visit. Chohan is doing very well in the Purple Pole Pill sect. She is being groomed as the future sect leader. Her current attainments in alchemy are unmatched among her peers in the Purple Pole Pill sect. She also misses you very much, young master. Hearing this, Elder Ming's face could not help but reveal a touch of relief. He spoke somewhat excitedly and happily. After all, Gu Chang'e took the initiative to ask, which meant that Gu Chang'e had not forgotten about Lin Chohan. For someone of Gu Chang'e's status, as long as he said a word in the upper realm, countless girls would come knocking on his door and squeeze through the door. Lin Chohan was from the lower realm, after all. No matter how outstanding her alchemy talent was, she was not as good as those girls in terms of foundation. It was normal for Gu Chang'e to forget her. Now that Gu Chang'e said so, it was obvious that he was wrong. How could this not make Elder Ming excited? He also hoped that his descendant could be valued by Gu Chang'e. Oh, Chohan did not disappoint me. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly and was not very surprised. After all, she was a person of great fortune. After coming to the upper realm, she began to show the edge of her alchemy. It just so happens that I have some time recently. I'll go to the Purple Pole Pill sect to see her. Gu Chang'e continued. The main thing was that he had something to hand over to Lin Chohan. After letting the Purple Pole Pill sect cultivate Lin Chohan for him for so long, it was time for her to play her role. Thank you, young master. If Chohan hears that young master wants to visit her, she will be pleasantly surprised. Elder Ming said excitedly. What? The whereabouts of my parents and grandfather? On the other hand, under Gu Chang'e's intentional arrangement. A piece of news, after many twists and turns, also reached Gu Xian'er's ears. In the palace. She looked at the clansman in front of her who was reporting the news. Joy, excitement, happiness, and other emotions that could not be suppressed appeared on her face. She could not hide them at all. This was the second thing that made her the happiest in this period of time. The first thing, of course, was to figure out Gu Chang'e's secret. Ever since the Nirvana Pond incident, Gu Xian'er had not seen Gu Chang'e again. She did not know what Gu Chang'e was doing. That day when she witnessed Gu Chang'e unable to suppress the demonic nature and was controlled by it, Gu Xian'er already understood everything. Back then, why did Gu Chang'e dig out her Dao bone? Was it not because he was controlled by the demonic nature? Now, Gu Chang'e would rather cripple his own arms than hurt her. This made Gu Xian'er feel incomparably moved and warm. Especially at that time, when Gu Chang'e said don't touch her, it was as if he was growling at another him. That low growl still echoed in her ears from time to time, making her heart tremble. Therefore, Gu Xian'er could understand Gu Chang'e's actions all these years. Now, he deliberately avoided her, perhaps it was because he could not bring himself to do it. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er did not care at all about Gu Chang'e's actions. Miss, the news should be correct. At that time, a cultivator noticed the whereabouts of the family head and the others. It seems that they are in a lower realm. From the news, the situation of the family head and the others seems to be fine. The clansman who made the report had a certain expression on his face as he replied. Who told you this news? Gu Xian'er was a little puzzled and curious. This is not clear, because the source of the news has been through many twists and turns. It is impossible to confirm it at all. The person replied respectfully. Gu Xian'er was slightly startled. She reacted, nodded, and looked in the direction of Gu Chang'e's lineage. Then, she said, that's good. I will set off today to find my parents. She had just returned to the Longevity Gu family not long ago, and she already heard the whereabouts of her parents. Was it so coincidental? Or was it that her luck was just too good? Gu Xian'er was not stupid. Perhaps, all these years, someone had been secretly helping her to investigate this. And who could this person be? Soon, Gu Xian'er guessed who was behind this. Gu Chang'e is still as arrogant as ever. She clearly cares about me, but she still pretends to be indifferent. Humph, with this thought in mind. Gu Xian'er led the many experts of her lineage and began to move towards the place where her parents were. Saintus. At the same time, in the mountain range outside the Longevity Gu family's territory, Yanji stood there with a veil on her face and a layer of fog shrouding her face. In terms of appearance, she was no different from Jiang Chuchu. At this time, even Wang Zijin, who cultivated with her, would find it difficult to see anything unusual. When the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was young, he was also a person with a bad reputation. He had no choice but to develop such a secret technique to change one's appearance. It could even disguise one's origin aura. Perhaps even the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara himself did not expect that one day, his secret technique would be used by Gu Chang'e in such a place. At this moment, an old woman in grey appeared in the void. Her cultivation was at the Great Saint realm, and she was speaking respectfully. She also did not notice anything unusual about Yanji. Yanji nodded slightly. Her expression was so calm that it seemed to contain no trace of emotion. Following Gu Chang'e's instructions, after leaving the Longevity Gu family, she rushed here as the successor of the human ancestors' hall. Her destination was the territory where the 10,000 ancient races lived. Saintus, did the investigation come to fruition? The old woman in grey could not help but ask curiously. Before this, Jiang Chuchu insisted on going to the Longevity Gu family to ask Gu Chang'e. In fact, this was very unnecessary. Now, the greatest suspect of the inheritor of the demonic arts was Prince Tian. At this time, should they not be investigating Prince Tian? Hearing this, Yanji showed a trace of apology on her face. She shook her head and said, I thought too much. Young Master Chang'e has the world in his heart and has helped the common people. He has done a lot to fight against the inheritor of the demonic arts. I should not have doubted him. Hearing this, the old woman understood. She was worried that the saintess would still be stubborn. It was not too late for her to realize it now. Saintess, are we going to Tianhuang Mountain now? I'm afraid that place is now a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It won't be peaceful, the old woman in grey said worriedly. She was very worried that Tianhuang Mountain would take the opportunity to attack Jiang Chuchu, regardless of the consequences. Yanji shook her head and said, the inheritor of the demonic arts is very important. Tianhuang Mountain will not dare to take the risk of making the whole world their enemy. Don't worry. As she said this, she could not help but look a little absent-minded. When she first returned to the upper realm with Gu Chang'e, she actually did not know that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. It was not until recently that Yanji understood everything. How could she only follow an ambitious and ruthless person? This was an unparalleled demon who used the world as a chessboard and schemed against the common people. She did not have any objections to this. After all, she followed Gu Chang'e himself, not his identity. Under this kind of secret that concerned life and death, Gu Chang'e did not do anything to her. Instead, he trusted her and handed many important matters to her. The kindness of recognizing her, the kindness of reconstructing her body. There were too many favors that Yanji could not repay. Understood, Saintess. Then let's go to Tianhuang Mountain now. Are we still going to look for the reincarnation of the human ancestor? When the old woman in grey heard this, her expression became serious. Her previous worries were swept away, and she asked about another matter. This was something that Jiang Chuchu had always been very concerned about. Like the search for the inheritor of the demonic arts, it was a top priority. If they were to go to Tianhuang Mountain, then the matter of the reincarnation of the human ancestor would definitely be put aside. The reincarnation of the human ancestor will return sooner or later. We don't have to interfere too much with this. Let nature take its course. Too much interference might hinder the human ancestor. Asking for fresh flowers, Yanji recalled Gu Chang'e's instructions and could not help but shake her head slightly as she explained. Of course, even if she did not look for the reincarnation of the human ancestor, the rest of the human ancestor's palace would not be able to help but move. After all, finding the reincarnation of the human ancestor first was a supreme honor. They might even be rewarded. Our top priority now is to confirm the identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts, Yanji spoke again and said indifferently. After all, Xianxia was the one who was taking the blame for Xianxia. Her goal was naturally to think of a way to make Xianxia take the blame firmly. Got it. Hearing this, the old woman in grey nodded. She did not doubt her at all. Soon, the master and servant turned into divine rainbows and soared into the sky, heading in the direction of Tianhuang Mountain. At the same time, at Tianhuang Mountain, Xianxia, who had a gloomy and unwilling expression, was pacing back and forth in the palace. She seemed to be in a bad mood. Damn it. That Xianxia actually framed me like this. I must take revenge. She clenched her fists tightly. Her expression was very unwilling, but there was deep fear, and worry hidden in her eyes. During this period of time, it was just as Xianxia had guessed. Xianxia, who had just been born 2 days ago and wanted to show off, was attacked by many cultivators and living beings not long after leaving Tianhuang Mountain. He was in a bad mood. With the label of being related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, no matter where he went, he would not be welcomed. Instead, he would attract hatred. If it was not because they were afraid of the power behind Tianhuang Mountain, many orthodoxies and sects would have attacked him. All signs showed that Prince Tian was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. No matter how Tianhuang Mountain tried to explain this, it was useless. Instead, they accidentally killed many cultivators and living beings who attacked them, making this matter worse. This matter made Xianxia's expression turn ugly. She was extremely angry. Although she did not inherit the memories of the original body, she knew that she had nothing to do with the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts. There was no demonic arts aura in her body at all. Everything was framed by Xianxia and the human ancestor palace's inheritor. Twisting the truth, despicable and shameless, directly splashing dirty water on her. However, she could not do anything about it. She did not have the many schemes and methods of the original body to deal with it. Left with no choice, Xianxia could only turn back halfway and return home. Moreover, she sent someone to investigate the servant by Yinmei's side, who was the original her. In the end, she found that the servant had disappeared without a trace. The place where he disappeared was the Longevity Gu family. This made Xianxia's hair stand on end. Other than her, no one would pay attention to such a nameless servant. The disappearance of this servant would not cause any waves. She had no relatives or friends, so no one would care. If I suddenly disappear, Yinmei will probably be sad. In the future, there will be no one to feed her horses. This Xianxia actually made Yinmei sad. He deserves to die. However, at that time, Xianxia still had this thought. She thought that other than Yinmei, no one would care about her disappearance. In her opinion, Yinmei was a ray of light when she was at her most desperate and helpless. If Yinmei did not care about him, how could she have helped him so much? As for Xianxia, she naturally blamed all of this on Xianxia. Xianxia might have already discovered something. Otherwise, why would he suddenly make a move on a servant? This made Xianxia feel cold all over. She felt as if Xianxia had a hold on her weakness. Her previous body was very likely occupied by the former Prince Tian. And Xianxia definitely had the means to learn the whole story from Prince Tian. Therefore, Xianxia was terrified. She planned to first return to Tianhuang Mountain and hide for a while. When all was said and done, he used to be a manservant who had never seen the world. Suddenly, he became the most envious and jealous person in the world, a big shot who was high up in the sky. A change in status did not mean that her attitude would change. Moreover, before she could enjoy it, she took the blame of being the inheritor of demonic arts and became a devil that everyone wanted to kill. This caused Xianxia to feel extremely depressed. She almost cursed it out loud, therefore, it was not good for her to continue staying in the outside world. With her current ability, it was not enough to deal with such a situation. During this period of time, Xianxia's sudden change of mind and her action of returning to Tianhuang Mountain immediately after her birth attracted the ridicule of many of the 10,000 ancient races. They felt that the birth of Prince Tian was very shameful. He had lost his father's face. Even many of the higher-ups and old antiques of Tianhuang Mountain frowned. After all, Xianxia was the one who insisted on being born. And now, she ran to Tianhuang Mountain after encountering some difficulties. What did this mean? Even they felt that they had lost face. Her action was very different from the past Xianxia. This made them wonder if she had made a mistake in her cultivation. However, they did not think too deeply about it. Because Xianxia was the son of Emperor Ying, she had the protection of the emperor's imprint. Her soul was very strong and could not be easily possessed. If someone dared to possess her, it would definitely be shocking and attract their attention. In an instant, Xianxia's prestige in Tianhuang Mountain fell to the ground. This allowed Xianxia to gain a large amount of luck points and fate points. From Xianxia's point of view, all of this was within her expectations. She also played a part in it. In the end, the current Xianxia was just wearing the skin of a big shot. Inside, he was just a servant who fed horses. Facing such a situation, it was already good that she was not scared stiff. Qian. Big brother, what's going on with you recently? Many elders are very disappointed in you and feel that you've become stupid from cultivating. Within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Xianxia was thinking of many countermeasures. At the entrance of the palace, a beautiful girl with silver hair appeared. Her body flowed with light and she looked very holy. It was Yu. She spoke with a frown, dissatisfaction, and doubt written all over her face. I have my own reasons for this. You don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression was calm as he turned around and spoke. In front of Yu, his authority as an elder brother was very useful. This was the only thing that made him feel gratified in his terrible situation. Although Yu seemed strong, she was very obedient in front of him. When he insisted on returning to the mountain, Yu was very unwilling. In the end, she was called back by him with the reason that he was like a father to her. Right now, Yu was the only one who could help him. He didn't have any impression of the subordinates left behind by his father. He needed to think carefully before he dared to give orders. Since Big Brother says so, then I won't ask any more. Right now, the outside world is saying that you're afraid of Xianxia and don't dare to face him face to face. You also don't dare to clear your name. After all, this matter does need to start from Xianxia. If he speaks, it will be much easier for you to clear your name. I don't know what your intentions are. But my Heavenly Emperor Mountain can't be framed for no reason. Especially the title of the inheritor of the demonic arts. At this moment, Yu's eyes flashed with disappointment towards Xianxia as she spoke. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He understood what Yu meant. She planned to go find Xianxia herself and clear Heavenly Emperor Mountain's name of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. No, that Xianxia has ulterior motives. How can you believe his words? You're not allowed to go. Xianxia's expression sank as uneasiness rose in his heart. He wasn't sure if Xianxia knew his secret or not, but the key point was that Xianxia was definitely not a good person. Yu was so innocent. Who knew what would happen if she went there this time? Why not? Brother, why are you so afraid of Xianxia? Even though he is very strong and has great power now, he is still a member of the younger generation. The most taboo thing for the younger generation is not to dare. Big brother, you are the son that father values the most. Now that you are being framed, you don't even have the courage to confront him. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in you. You're like a completely different person from before. Yu frowned. Her voice was very blunt and cold. She didn't hold back in the slightest as she said all the things that had been in her heart recently. Hearing this, Xianxia's face paled slightly. She felt as if her worries had been exposed. However, he still forced himself to calm down. After that, he revealed a somewhat bitter smile and said, Yu, you've misunderstood me. I actually have my difficulties. What difficulties? Yu's gaze was a little suspicious. Xianxia's words sounded a little convincing. Xianxia looked at her. Suddenly, she took a deep breath and glanced outside the hall. Then, under her suspicious gaze, she lowered her voice and said, during this period of time, during my cultivation, I accidentally cut off some things. What? Hearing this, Yu's eyes suddenly widened. She was a little incredulous. Big brother, is what you said true? She asked again, wanting to confirm whether it was true or not. It's absolutely true. I only told this to you, who I trust the most. Xianxia sighed and said helplessly. In fact, this was already part of his plan. After all, no matter how he disguised himself, there would always be flaws and differences that would be found. Therefore, he might as well confess and come up with an excuse that he accidentally cut off part of his memory during cultivation. He believed that Yingyu would believe him because the aura of his spirit didn't change. Even the weapon in his spirit didn't detect any abnormalities. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yingyu's gaze became very complicated. She was more innocent. Although she felt strange, she didn't think too much about it. She somewhat understood why Ying Shuang's actions during this period of time were quite different from before. During this period of time, I was trying to retrieve that part of my memory, so I didn't tell you. Ying Shuang replied. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this excuse could be kept from Yingyu for the time being. It's fine. Since there's a problem with your cultivation, then you can rest assured and cultivate in the hall first. See if you can retrieve that part of your memory. Leave the matter of clearing the suspicion of the inheritor of the demonic arts to me. After a moment of silence, Yingyu spoke again. Her tone was firm and unquestionable. Seeing this, Ying Shuang's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something to stop her, but he found that he couldn't find any reason. If he continued to stop her, it would instead arouse Yingyu's suspicion. Alright, but you have to be wary of that Guchanga. From his actions of framing Tianhuang Mountain, he shouldn't be a good person. You have to be careful. Ying Shuang sighed slightly, but his heart tightened and a strong sense of uneasiness grew in him. He felt that something big would happen when Yingyu went out this time. He only hoped that Yingyu wouldn't believe Guchanga's words so easily. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble. I know. Big brother, don't worry. Yingyu replied indifferently. Then, she left the hall and began to gather her subordinates, preparing to leave the mountain and find Guchanga to confront him. Outside the mountain gate of the Purple Pole Elixir sect, Guchanga stood with his hands behind his back, with only Elder Ming and the others behind him. With his current status and power, he didn't need to bring extra people with him. No matter where he went, no one dared to neglect him. Compared to the last time I was here, the luck of the Purple Pole Elixir sect seems to be more prosperous. It seems that it should be because of the strong incense in recent years. Guchanga nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the vast and majestic mountain range in front of him. The scene was more and more spectacular. The multicolored light in the sky was resplendent, and the aura of alchemy constantly reflected each other, reflecting all kinds of strange phenomena. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and there were palaces and pavilions. Just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind. Young Master Changa, please wait a moment. The sect master and the others are on their way. Soon, the disciple who went to report also rushed back, his face full of fear and trepidation. After all, the person standing in front of the mountain gate was Guchanga, the young man with the most shocking and terrifying power in the upper realm. No matter who saw him, they would not be able to remain calm. Now, hearing that Guchanga was coming to visit, the entire Purple Pole Elixir sect was shaken. Every elder hurriedly put down what they were doing and came to welcome him. Guchanga nodded slightly when he heard that. He was not in a hurry. It is the honor of the Purple Pole Elixir sect for young Master Changa to come in person. Boom, several divine rainbows descended, accompanied by a series of gentle words. A beautiful woman in a palace dress came over with many elders of the Purple Pole Elixir sect. It was the current sect master Ziyan of the Purple Pole Elixir sect. Behind her was Elder Kuanghua and the others. Among them, there was also a beautiful and gentle woman in a blue dress. Her eyes were full of surprise when she looked at Guchanga. It was Lin Chohan, whom he had not seen for a long time. Now, her cultivation had already reached the regal emperor realm. Although she was not as good as many young supreme beings, she was much stronger than when she was in the lower realm. Of course, the most important thing was that her alchemy cultivation could already refine divine-level elixirs. The so-called divine-level elixirs corresponded to the needs of immortal realm cultivators. Virtual God, True God, Heavenly God, and Divine King were all immortal realm cultivators. They were just general terms. Even with the help of the elders, she had a good chance of refining sage to be elixirs. This showed her great talent in alchemy. At her age, other alchemists were still fiddling with herbs and at most refining some simple elixirs. To refine a mortal realm elixir, it would take at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years of refining. Sect leader Ziyan. I'm here to see Chohan. Guchanga nodded slightly with a warm smile on his face. Then, he looked at Lin Chohan in the crowd and said with the same smile, Chohan, long time no see. It seems that your cultivation has improved a lot. Young master. Lin Chohan looked at him gently and was very surprised. She didn't expect Guchanga to come to the Purple Pole Alchemy sect in person. This made her feel a little flattered and she thought that she had been forgotten by Guchanga. Usually, she felt a little sorry for herself and felt that she couldn't help Guchanga and was useless to him. Now that Guchanga came to see her in person, she immediately dispelled all these guesses. It seemed that Guchanga didn't forget her, but he was too busy and couldn't find time to come. Young Master Changa, please. Sect leader Ziyan smiled and came to lead the way for Guchanga. The last time Guchanga came, it was only an elder who went to greet him. But now, she took the lead and the whole sect went together, which was enough to show the difference between Guchanga's power and identity. During this period, Guchanga's limelight could be said to have covered the entire upper realm. However, her smile was a little forced. In sect leader Ziyan's opinion, Lin Chohan was sent here by Guchanga, and everyone knew what his purpose was at that time. However, Lin Chohan's talent in alchemy was very strong, which made it difficult for them to refuse. Originally, they thought that after cultivating Lin Chohan for a few years, she would develop feelings for the sect. However, sect leader Ziyan later found that they were very wrong. In Lin Chohan's heart, she had always put Guchanga first, and even her master and the sect could only be second. This made them speechless. No wonder Guchanga sent Lin Chohan so confidently at that time. It turned out that he had already drugged her. This made the elders of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect feel helpless, and in the end, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. They also hoped that Guchanga would forget Lin Chohan, so that Lin Chohan would understand that Guchanga was not a good person and had pinned his heart on the sect. Everyone couldn't wait for Guchanga to not come. However, when he came, they had to pretend to be very welcoming and polite. This made the elders of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect feel very uncomfortable and depressed. These days, thank you, sect leader Ziyan and all the elders, for your care for my Chohan. I am very grateful. On the way to the depths of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect, Guchanga couldn't help but speak with a smile. He could naturally see the thoughts in the hearts of the many elders, so he didn't mind giving them another stab. Beside Guchanga, Lin Chohan, who heard the words my family, suddenly blushed and felt dizzy. There were many things that he wanted to say to Guchanga, but all of a sudden, it became a mess. Young Master Changa, you don't have to say that. After all, Chohan is the successor of our Purple Pole Alchemy sect. It's only right to take care of her. An elder said with a slightly unnatural expression. He almost scolded Guchanga for being shameless. Therefore, he deliberately emphasized the sentence that Lin Chohan belonged to the Purple Pole Alchemy sect. Otherwise, if Lin Chohan, whom they had spent a lot of energy and resources to cultivate, was taken away by Guchanga in the blink of an eye, wouldn't they be depressed to death? The expressions of the other elders were also very unnatural. They were not as welcoming to Guchanga as they were at the beginning. Guchanga smiled indifferently and talked to Lin Chohan, who was next to him, about what had happened to her during this period of time. Lin Chohan, who was now the successor of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect, had a completely different identity from back then. However, in Guchanga's eyes, she still looked the same as before. There was not much difference. With just a few words, she was so dizzy that she could not tell north from south. She was silly, but also very simple. When this scene fell into the eyes of the elders of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect, they sighed inwardly. However, if it were any other woman, under Guchanga's concern, they would probably not be able to control themselves. Soon, the Purple Pole Alchemy sect held an alchemy banquet for Guchanga's sudden visit. Although it was called an alchemy banquet, it was actually a simple alchemy competition. This was the many habits of the alchemy sect. The outstanding disciples of the younger generation all showed up and displayed their respective alchemy cultivation. For a time, in the sky, multicolored light shone brightly, and alchemy chi filled the air. Although Lin Xiaohan was not old, in terms of alchemy cultivation, she was fully deserving of the title of eldest senior sister of the current generation. No one could compare to her. She had many admirers, but in front of Guchanga, they gradually paled in comparison and did not even dare to raise their heads. Soon, the alchemy banquet ended. Guchanga sat at the head of the table. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he was gentle and elegant. After thinking for a while, he gave a few precious artifacts to the top 3 as a prize. This action attracted the envy of the younger generation. He was so rich and imposing, as expected of the rumored young master of the Gu clan. Many people even had the thought of following him, but then they estimated in their hearts whether they were qualified or not. Then, they returned to the main hall where they were resting. Lin Xiaohan also had a chance to talk to Guchanga alone and tell him many of her experiences in this short period of time. Guchanga responded with a smile, showing his concern. Then, he revealed his purpose this time. Extreme Purple Celestial Pill? Lin Xiaohan looked a little confused. She had never heard of this medicinal pill that Guchanga suddenly asked about. From the name, it seemed to be related to the Extreme Purple Pill sect. But she had been cultivating here for a while and had never heard of this name. It's okay. You're cultivating in the Extreme Purple Pill sect. Just keep an eye out for me in the future. Guchanga smiled and did not explain anything. After all, the Extreme Purple Celestial Pill was only a rumor. Whether it was true or false still needed to be verified and verified. In addition, he had something to give to Lin Xiaohan. Then, Guchanga took out a very simple-looking alchemy recipe. It recorded many methods of refining a mysterious ancient pill. Didn't you say that you always felt that you were useless to me? Then I'll find something for you to do now. So that you won't always belittle yourself like this. Guchanga smiled and handed the alchemy recipe to Lin Xiaohan. What kind of ancient pill is this? It seems that other than a little troublesome to refine, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Sir, even if you want to comfort me, you should take out some challenging alchemy recipes. When it came to the field of alchemy, Lin Xiaohan's expression suddenly changed. She studied this ancient pill and found that other than taking a little time, there was actually nothing very difficult about it. She felt that this was something that Guchanga casually took out to comfort her. Many alchemists could refine such an ancient pill. Guchanga did not need to specifically look for her. This made Lin Xiaohan a little touched. At the same time, she secretly blamed herself. During this time, she thought that Guchanga had forgotten about her and was a little resentful. Guchanga was such a meticulous person. How could he be like what she thought? She misunderstood Guchanga. It's not easy to refine this ancient pill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked for you. Guchanga smiled casually and did not explain anything. After all, a control secret technique like the magic bottle of speed required such an ancient pill as a medium. Then, he would plant the runes and successfully refine it. That was why he needed Lin Xiaohan to refine these ancient pills for him. He was very useful. In the Purple Pole Alchemy sect, it could also save him the troublesome process of finding materials. Sir, don't worry. Hearing that Guchanga trusted her so much, Lin Xiaohan immediately promised with a serious face. Then, Guchanga stayed in the Purple Pole Alchemy sect for a few days. Only then did he leave with many followers under the relieved expressions of sect leader Ziyan and the elders, as well as Lin Xiaohan's reluctant gaze. His purpose this time was to go to the heavenly stellar realm, where Yu Mingkong had already rushed. However, after all, it involved the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Guchanga did not intend to be too ostentatious to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Guchanga planned to go alone. The news to the outside world was that he was cultivating in seclusion in the Longevity Gu clan and was on the verge of a breakthrough. He would not see any outsiders. As a result, Yingyu, who had rushed over from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with many powerful ancient tribes and planned to confront Guchanga, was also rejected. She was stopped in front of the Longevity Gu clan's mountain gate. Yingyu was stubborn. She led a group of tribes and waited at the mountain gate for more than half a month, but still did not see Guchanga appear. This made Yingyu unwilling. As the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor Ying, her identity in the entire upper realm was also incomparably noble. However, in the end, she could not even see Guchanga once. In front of the Longevity Gu clan's mountain gate, she did not dare to be presumptuous. In the end, she could only leave unwillingly. During this period, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain behind her was more and more believed to be closely related to the inheritor of demonic arts. This was because there were rumors that another successor of the human ancestors' hall stopped outside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and stood for a long time before finally choosing to leave. As for the reason, there were all kinds of guesses. In the end, the consensus was that there was something wrong with the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The successor of the human ancestors' hall had sensed danger in advance. This explanation made many of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain turn green. At that time, they did not know why the successor of the human ancestors' hall would leave silently outside the mountain gate after revealing the human ancestors' order. All kinds of reasons caused the upper realm to become more and more uneasy. Meanwhile, the Sikong family, who was good at deduction, released news that the Een Day had reappeared in the world. In an instant, the expressions of the higher-ups of the various orthodoxies changed. They began to discuss a solution. In the end, many supreme orthodoxies, imperishable sects, and everlasting families unanimously decided to build a true immortal academy. Once this news spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion. The forces of the various heavens were in an uproar. At this moment, in the lower realm, an endless distance away from the inner area of the upper realm, in the sky above a certain region of the heavenly stellar realm, a divine light suddenly pierced through, as if it was tearing the sky apart. Boom! The divine light that pierced through the sky seemed to have broken through many universes and spaces, and suddenly landed here. After putting away the Dharma artifact, Guchanga walked out of it. His face was blurry, and his face could not be seen clearly due to the fog. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves were wide. He looked like an immortal, and he stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm as he looked down at the majestic mountains, rivers, and territories below. With such an appearance, he appeared even more divine, like jade, extraordinary and refined. Looks like the spatial coordinates were right. Guchanga nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and sensed the aura of the laws of heaven and earth here. The heavenly stellar realm was a lower realm that was infinitely far away from the inner region. If Guchanga had not done something to Yu Mingkong, he would have followed her aura here. It was hard for him to imagine that the reincarnation of the human ancestor in this life would walk out of this place. Judging from the spatial barriers here, this realm could at most give birth to cultivators of the Saint Realm, or at most, the Great Saint Realm. There might also be some quasi-supreme existences who sealed their chi and blood and did not choose to ascend, hiding in this realm because of special reasons. However, since it can give birth to a child of destiny like the reincarnation of the human ancestor, this realm must not be too simple. The fate of the realm is strong and vigorous. As Guchanga muttered to himself, a fog rose from his body, making him look even more blurry and mysterious. Unless it was someone who was very familiar with him, it would be difficult to recognize him from his appearance. In the heavenly stellar realm, other than Yu Mingkong and the people she brought, there should be no one who could recognize him for the time being. However, to be on the safe side, Guchanga did not intend to reveal his true appearance so easily. Otherwise, it would be easy to alert the enemy before this. At the same time, Guchanga also wanted to prevent Yu Mingkong from noticing anything, and to prevent the experts of this realm from noticing anything unusual. After all, the people of the human ancestors' palace would find it sooner or later. If they found out that Guchanga was also in this realm, it would be very troublesome to explain. At that time, once the fact that he had ill intentions towards the reincarnation of the human ancestor was exposed, the situation would become very dangerous. It was even more detrimental to his plan to replace the human ancestor. Right now, the most important thing is to obtain information about this realm, and then find Yu Mingkong. Since she had the confidence to come to this realm first, then she should have already obtained some information. Guchanga guessed in his heart. Very soon, he came up with a meticulous plan. That light just now, how could it be a person? Could this be an immortal from the upper realm? At this moment, many living beings and cultivators who had been attracted by the divine light that soared into the heavens appeared in various places. They looked at Guchanga in front of them in shock and horror, obviously unable to react. Just now, the divine light that soared into the sky seemed to tear the sky apart. It was a terrifying sight. All the forces and cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles sensed it. "Greetings, immortal. Greetings, immortal." Then, many people lowered their heads and bowed. They were incomparably sincere and respectful, as if they were witnessing the descent of a legendary immortal. After all, Guchanga's entire body was surrounded by immortal light. He was extraordinary and mysterious. One look and they could tell that he was not immortal. In their eyes, he was no different from the legendary immortals in the ancient books. In the beginning, they were all attracted by the divine light here. They thought that some divine artifact had appeared and caused a shocking phenomenon. However, they did not expect to see such a mysterious white-robed man. However, this man's cultivation was unfathomable. Just by standing there, they felt like they were at the center of the world, making their hearts palpitate and tremble. Rumors of ascension to the upper realm had always been circulating in the lower realms, so they naturally knew of the existence of the upper realm. As the saying went, it was easy to ascend, but difficult to descend. They also understood this principle. In their eyes, the mysterious young man in front of them was far more powerful than any old monster who was about to ascend. Naturally, they treated him as an immortal. "Immortal, why have you come to this mortal realm?" At that moment, some of the bolder cultivators cupped their hands and asked Guchanga. Their expressions were extremely respectful, filled with deep reverence and caution, afraid that they would accidentally anger the other party. Guchanga swept his gaze across the shocked cultivators and living beings in front of him. He was not surprised. Even if he used the world-breaking artifact, the lower realm's momentum was still shocking. At least within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, there would be ripples. Before this, Guchanga had already thought of a countermeasure, so he did not care. "Is this the heavenly stellar realm?" At that moment, he heard their words. Guchanga's eyes flickered slightly. He quickly understood the language of this realm and then asked indifferently. Understanding the language of this realm was not a problem for a sage like him. "Immortal, this realm is the heavenly stellar realm." The cultivator who asked Guchanga just now was a bearded man with a true immortal realm cultivation. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, he was also a hero and his voice shook the area. Hearing this, he immediately said respectfully. The other cultivators and living beings appeared in various places. When they saw this scene, they also closed their mouths tightly, not daring to make a sound to avoid disturbing the exalted immortal. "Oh, it seems like you found the right place." Guchanga nodded with a calm expression. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. There was no need to say how difficult it was to descend to the lower realm. It was thousands of times more difficult than ascending to the upper realm. However, the exalted immortal in front of them only said that he had found the right place. It seemed that descending to the lower realm was an extremely simple matter for him. He could do it with a wave of his hand. Thinking of this, everyone was even more in awe of Guchanga. Their heads were almost lowered to their necks, and they did not dare to look up. Guchanga's aloof and indifferent expression of not putting anyone in his eyes was very normal to them. Although his voice sounded very young, he might be an ancient mighty figure who had cultivated for countless years. With a raise of his hand, he could pluck the stars and the moon and destroy the universe. It was already a great kindness to talk to ants like them. "Tell me about the information of this realm." Then, Guchanga looked at the middle-aged cultivator in front of him indifferently and said. "Senior exalted immortal," the middle-aged cultivator trembled and did not dare to ask more, let alone hide anything. Then, in front of everyone, he honestly explained to Guchanga. At the same time, he more or less heaved a sigh of relief. After all, many powerful beings with strange personalities would not waste time asking questions like Guchanga. They would usually capture people and search their souls. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that the exalted immortal in front of him had a good personality and was not someone who would kill the innocent. The heavenly stellar realm is divided into 8 regions: heaven, earth, black, yellow, universe, chaos, and chaos. The place where I am now is the black domain. The black domain is vast and boundless. There are large forces that have been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and even millions of years. There are many ancient tribes, sacred grounds, and divine mountains. The Great Void Sect is a force called the Great Void Sect. Their ancestor ascended to the upper realm 800,000 years ago and left behind a foundation. Apart from that, there are three major forces, but they are slightly inferior to the Great Void sect. Soon, Guchanga's eyes flashed. From the middle-aged cultivator's explanation, he understood some information about the forces. It was similar to what he had always known. The reason why he did not directly search their souls was mainly because he felt that it was troublesome. After all, there were many people here, and he had just come to the lower realm. There were many things that had not been arranged yet. Although it was a simple method, it would make him look like a demon. It was not beneficial to his next plan. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of the reincarnated Renzu, it was definitely not enough to rely on his own strength. He did not know what Yu Mingkong had up her sleeves. However, what Guchanga wanted to do was to control the strongest force in this realm for his use. As for using the excuse that it was easy to control to find a declining force that was waiting to be revived and slowly develop it, that was purely a brain problem. Wouldn't it be better to directly control a force that had already developed? If he could not control it, it was purely a problem of not having enough ability and means. Guchanga did not understand why those development methods in his previous life always liked to start from the bottom. He thought that it was not good. This is the mystic domain. It seems that it's just right. Then, Guchanga nodded. His expression was still calm as he asked, "Where's the Great Void sect?" This venerable has an old relationship with their ancestor. Back then, I owed him a favor. Now that I'm passing by this realm, I can return this favor. Take this venerable self there. This is for you. As he spoke, a terrifying seal surrounded by runes and surging with golden light appeared in Guchanga's palm. It was filled with a terrifying sage aura. His voice was very calm and did not fluctuate, as if he was talking about a very small and insignificant matter. However, when it fell into the ears of the many cultivators and living beings nearby, it was undoubtedly a thunderous explosion, causing their heads to buzz. They were extremely shocked. Especially when they saw the golden seal in Guchanga's palm. Everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes widened, filled with blazing and fiery passion. Hiss, did they hear wrongly? That was a sage artifact. Just casually leading the way was rewarded with a sage artifact. What kind of terrifying identity was this? One had to know that the forces behind them had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. At most, they would have a heavenly divine artifact or even a divine king artifact to suppress their foundation. However, this mysterious exalted immortal in front of them casually bestowed such an item. How rich and imposing was that? For a moment, their eyes were about to turn green. They were so envious and jealous that they were about to go crazy. They were so close to shouting that they were willing to lead the way. What? Exalted Immortal is related to the Great Void sect? Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator in front of Guchanga was stunned at first, as if he could not react. Then, a burst of ecstasy appeared on his face. He seemed to be extremely shocked and excited. Because his identity was coincidentally an outer sect deacon of the Great Void sect. He was ordered to guard an ancient city with the identity of the city lord. Today, when he saw a divine light shoot up into the sky in the wilderness, he thought that a divine item had appeared, so he quickly rushed here. That was why the incident just now happened. He did not expect that his luck would be so good. This mysterious exalted immortal in front of him was actually acquainted with their sect's ancestor. One had to know that their ancestor was a mythical figure from 800,000 years ago. Did that not mean that this exalted immortal in front of him was also a figure from that era? Thinking of this, the middle-aged cultivator with a full beard suddenly had a face full of awe and respect. He also suspected that Guchanga was an enemy of the Great Void sect who came down from the upper realm to destroy the orthodoxy left behind by their ancestor. However, the possibility of this was too small. For Guchanga to be able to come down from the lower realm, his strength was simply terrifying. There was no need to say more. It was just a matter of time for him to travel through the lower realm. Was there a need for him to go through so much trouble? It was obvious that he had a close relationship with their Great Void sect's ancestor. Exalted Immortal's sage artifact is not necessary. I am not worthy of such a thing. Since you want to go to the Great Void sect, I can lead the way for you. Because I happen to be an outer sect deacon of the Great Void sect. My son is also a somewhat famous genius in the Great Void sect. The middle-aged cultivator was called Zhao Wu. At this moment, he looked at Guchanga with a face full of humility and flattery. He directly began to call himself a lowly person. He looked away from the sage artifact in Guchanga's hand with great difficulty. Not to mention that there were so many cultivators watching, even if he wanted it, he could not keep it. After all, this was a sage artifact. Although it was extremely precious, it was extremely troublesome to carry in one's pocket. It might even lead to a fatal disaster. Many forces were short of a sage artifact to protect their foundation. If they knew about this matter, they would definitely think of ways to snatch it. Could it be that he was counting on this exalted immortal to block it for him? Dream on. Secondly, he felt that an unstable sage artifact was not as valuable as being valued by this exalted immortal in front of him. At this moment, after hearing Zhao Wu's words, many cultivators and creatures were extremely shocked. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, Zhao Wu, as the city lord of the Black Martial City, had always been known for his ruthlessness. They were not surprised that he called himself a lowly person in front of the exalted immortal. They just did not expect that he would take the initiative to give up such a handy sage artifact, which really made them envious and jealous. Oh? A little true immortal is indifferent to a sage artifact? At this time, Guchanga seemed to have a slight appreciation in his calm eyes at this time. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Then lead the way." A look of appreciation in exchange for a lowly person in this world working for him wholeheartedly, it was not a loss. Hearing this, Zhao Wu's face was immediately filled with ecstasy. He saw the slight appreciation in Guchanga's eyes. In his opinion, this was extremely important. He knew very well which was more important, to give up a sage artifact to be valued by this exalted immortal. Perhaps today would be his chance to achieve meteoric success. Thinking of this, Zhao Wu was even more excited. Of course, he did not know that Guchanga had never planned to give away the sage artifact from the beginning to the end. After all, Guchanga just casually glanced at the cultivators in front of him and found that the most powerful one was only in the true immortal realm. So, who would have the courage to ask for this sage artifact? Guchanga's purpose was only to let everyone know that he had a close relationship with the ancestor of the Great Void sect, and that he could easily give away the sage artifact. Of course, he did not know who the ancestor of the Great Void sect was, and he was not interested. Guchanga only wanted such a legitimate reason to let the Great Void sect down their guard, which could save a lot of effort for his next plan. Presumably, the entire Great Void sect did not know that their ancestor had a relationship with Guchanga. The matter of the upper realm was not Guchanga's random nonsense, and they could believe it if they wanted to. Whether they believed it or not, it did not affect Guchanga at all. Then, divine light shot into the sky. Zhao Wu led the way for Guchanga back to the ancient city where he was stationed. There was a teleportation formation to the Great Void sect there, and he could use this opportunity to return to the mountain gate. He had already expected that he would be valued by this exalted immortal, and his days in the Great Void sect would rise. This made Zhao Wu extremely excited and happy. A city lord who controlled an ancient city with a population of 1 million was like a lackey in front of Guchanga, humbly flattering him. Those who did not understand thought that they were seeing things and were hallucinating. However, many cultivators and living beings were very envious of this, and only regretted that they were timid and did not ask first. Perhaps they were the lackeys by Guchanga's side now. A single slip may cause everlasting regret. Many people beat their chests and stamp their feet for missing a good opportunity to curry favor with this exalted immortal. Soon, 640. What happened in this wasteland spread like wildfire, and it caused a huge commotion among the major ancient cities and forces. An exalted immortal descended from the upper realm, mysterious and unfathomable, with a terrifying cultivation base. He was acquainted with the ancestor of the Great Void sect and owed him a favor, and now he was heading to the Great Void sect. This matter was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, and it quickly set off a terrifying tide, like a huge earthquake. The cultivators who heard the news were all shocked, and their eyes were wide open, and they were dumbfounded. The Great Void sect could be said to be the leading force in the Xian domain, with a strong foundation and profound strength, and they were vaguely known as the #1 sect. If the other three sacred grounds did not compete with them, the entire Xian domain would have become the Great Void Sect's world. And now, an exalted immortal had arrived, and he was acquainted with their ancestor. This news made the other three sacred grounds despair, and they felt that their good days of competing with the Great Void Sect were coming to an end. After all, there were many cultivators and living beings who saw this with their own eyes, and it could not be fake. That exalted immortal's white robe fluttered in the wind, and his face was blurred, surrounded by celestial mist. His every move was extraordinary, as if he could even cover the heaven and earth with his palm. Such a shocking news set off a wave in the entire Xian domain. On the other side, in the Flood domain, which was hundreds of millions of miles away from the Xian domain. In an incomparably tall ancient city, Yu Kong, who wore plain white clothes and a veil over her face, was in a quiet and secluded pavilion. She frowned slightly, and crossed out the names of some of the forces in her hand, and muttered to herself. According to the timeline, the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor should have a little fame by now. Why haven't I seen a prodigy with such a name after investigating so many forces? She was actually not very clear about the exact location of the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor. The only way was to eliminate the names one by one. Currently, she only knew two things. One was that the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor was called Xianxia. The second was that the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor had a powerful physique, and it was suspected to be a legendary sacred physique. However, she was not very clear about what kind of sacred physique it was. Therefore, Yu Kong subconsciously thought that it was an extremely famous prodigy. However, she had not heard of such a name even after searching the entire Flood domain. For a moment, Yu Kong was a little worried and decided to go to the other domains to look for it. Crown Prince, there's news from the Xian domain saying that a powerful being has descended to the lower realm and seems to be related to the ancestor of the Great Void Sect in the Xian domain. At this moment, there was a faint fluctuation outside the pavilion. Then, a voice reported. The Xian domain? Yu Kong frowned slightly. The heavenly stellar realm was located in a very secluded area, and almost no orthodoxy or large church in the upper realm noticed this place. Therefore, she had secretly descended to the lower realm and did not attract anyone's attention. Even Xianxia was kept in the dark by her. Therefore, Yu Kong did not pay much attention to this news and thought that it was just a coincidence. The ancestor of the Great Void Sect was probably a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago and had nothing to do with her at all. At this time, the Ren ancestor's palace probably had not found this place yet. Yu Kong was slightly relieved. The heavenly stellar realm is famous for its land of extreme yang. From the rumors, the nirvana green lotus that grows there seems to be very important to the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor. It can help the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor to transform his physique. She began to think about her next plan. If there was no other way, she would first search all the 8 domains. After all, she had secretly descended to the lower realm this time and had brought enough people with her. Their cultivation levels were all high, and they would have no problem sweeping through a region. While the entire Xian domain was in an uproar. Because of the arrival of the exalted immortal. At this moment, in the Great Void Sect. In the middle of the many pavilions and halls, in the grand and tall hall. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Currently, the sect leader and many elders were gathered here. Their expressions were respectful, but there were also traces of curiosity and doubt. Above them were a few old monsters who had come out of seclusion after hearing the news. Their seniority was terrifying, and they were all at the Saint Realm. At the same time, they were the most powerful people in the Great Void Sect and would not show themselves easily. Today, they were awakened by the shocked sect master and rushed to the hall to take charge of the situation. After all, this news was too shocking, so they had to treat it seriously. Outside the hall were the outstanding disciples of the Great Void Sect, the young elites, and other people. They were also curious and shocked. They looked at Xianxia, who was resting with his eyes closed. He looked calm and indifferent, as if he did not care about the outside world at all. They were full of awe and disbelief. Is he the rumored exalted immortal? Standing there is like standing in another world. He is indeed not on the same level as us. It's too terrifying. This is the first time I've seen such a person. A proud girl's eyes were full of shock and yearning. Such a person's cultivation is unfathomable. Just a strand of his aura can make people tremble. It's much more terrifying than when we faced the sages. I'm afraid the exalted immortal heard our words. I guess our ancestor is like that now. They were talking in low voices. When they heard the news, they were extremely shocked. Someone who had a relationship with their ancestor 800,000 years ago actually went to the lower world and said that he wanted to repay the favor. This was too shocking. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have dared to imagine it. Xianxia did not care about these words of surprise, flattery at all. It was as if he did not hear it at all. He had long been immune to it. To be honest, he hoped that someone would jump out and question it at this time, so that it would not be so boring. Reporting to the sect master, this is what happened. In the main hall, Xiao Wu's face was filled with excitement. His voice trembled as he reported the whole story. He led the way for Xianxia to the Great Void sect. Although Xianxia did not say anything along the way, he could feel that Xianxia still had some appreciation for him. Therefore, Xiao Wu spared no effort in reconstructing the scene when Xianxia descended to the mortal world. No one doubted the authenticity of the news. Instead, they were as excited as Xiao Wu. May I know Senior's name? Hearing this, the sect leader of the Great Void sect reacted quickly, his voice trembling slightly. He didn't doubt Xiao Wu's words at all. Back then, the ancestor of the Great Void sect was also a legendary figure. He had left his name in the Xian domain and even the heavenly stellar realm. After ascending to the upper realm, it was normal for him to get acquainted with someone like Xianxia. After all, even the old antiques behind him could not detect the depth of Xianxia's cultivation. This showed just how powerful Xianxia was. This confirmed his conjecture. There's no need to talk about my name. At this time, Xianxia finally opened his eyes. His expression was calm, but there was a trace of impatience. As he spoke, he looked very aloof and indifferent. He glanced at everyone in the hall. His gaze made the old antiques in the saint realm palpitate. Their divine souls trembled and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. They couldn't bear such a gaze. Not to mention the others. They almost went limp under this aura. Today, I'll return the favor to Chu Taishu. This is the Great Void creation technique. It's the technique that your ancestor deduced with me back then. It was difficult for him to descend to the lower realm. Today, I'll teach you this technique on his behalf. Xianxia said faintly with a calm expression. After entering the Great Void sect, he casually glanced at the majestic statue in the square and saw the name Chu Taishu. If he was not mistaken, this was the name of the ancestor of the Great Void sect. Xianxia's words were not without basis. Buzz. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, golden ancient runes appeared in the void in front of him. It was like a vast and deep galaxy that was constantly evolving and deducing. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall held their breaths. The young disciples outside the hall also widened their eyes and their breathing quickened. They really didn't expect this exalted immortal to be so direct. An incomparably precious scripture was directly taken out, bestowing down in front of everyone, manifesting in the void. At that moment, everyone stared at those ancient runes without blinking. They wanted to understand the true meaning of those runes. This is no longer as simple as a scripture of the saint realm, it contains the true meaning of transcending the saint realm. Soon, an old antique in the saint realm realized the mystery. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim in disbelief. He was extremely excited and moved. When the others saw this, they stared at it without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. They didn't doubt the authenticity of Xianxia's words at all. After all, who would go through so much trouble to come to the lower realm just to give this scripture, unless there was something wrong with his brain? Xianxia's attitude gave them the feeling that it was up to them to believe it or not. However, this was the character that they thought an expert should have. After giving this scripture, Xianxia quietly closed his eyes again. He didn't care and didn't say anything. In the eyes of everyone, this was the image of an expert. He was high and mighty, aloof and indifferent. However, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. He was very interested. There was a saying that was very true. There was no free lunch in the world, and there was no such thing as a pie that fell from the sky. The Great Void Creation Technique was naturally the name he came up with. The purpose was to trick this group of idiots to cultivate it. Although Guchanga's plan seemed very crude and simple, in fact, no one could find a flaw in every step. It was the same even for the cultivation technique. Even a quasi-supreme martial artist would have to fall for this trick and obediently cultivate this technique at this time. Of course, ordinary people definitely wouldn't suspect anything at this time. They would have the attitude that it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. As for the technique that Guchanga had given him, it was even more effective than the slave seal in terms of control. It was exactly the same as the wedding dress fairy technique. In any case, the Great Void sect had a heritage of hundreds of thousands of years. It was deeply rooted. If Guchanga wanted to directly take over, he would have to put in a lot of effort. If he directly used his cultivation to oppress them, it would inevitably provoke a strong resistance. At that time, it might even attract the attention of other forces. This was contrary to Guchanga's original intention. After all, his purpose in coming to the lower realm this time was mainly to find the reincarnation of the Renzu. Before that, he had to keep a low profile. Therefore, he used this method to make the Great Void sect cultivate on their own accord and take the initiative to be used by him. Soon, under Guchanga's plan, everyone in the hall more or less memorized this scripture. Many young disciples outside the hall did the same. His expression was calm and composed, but he was sneering in his heart. The sect master of the Great Void sect was even more scheming. When he heard that this was deduced by their ancestor and Guchanga together, he directly took action and copied it down, preparing to use it as an inheritance for future disciples to cultivate. In just a short while, they already knew the profoundness of this cultivation technique. It was far superior to any cultivation technique that they had cultivated before. Guchanga also acted as if he didn't see it, which made the sect master of the Great Void sect sigh in relief. The Great Void sect will remember the great kindness of the Great Immortal. We can't thank you enough. Soon, such grateful voices could be heard in the hall and even outside. They were even more impressed with Guchanga's action of personally coming to the lower realm to deliver this cultivation technique for a favor. They felt that this might be the so-called Tao heart. In this way, the debt between me and Brother Great Void is settled. Hearing this, Guchanga's expression flashed with a thought-provoking look as he said so. Then, under the sect master of the Great Void sect and the others' intentional persuasion, Guchanga settled down at the highest peak of the Great Void sect. A few days later, the control effect of this cultivation technique began to take effect. Its range quickly enveloped the entire Great Void sect. Even the strongest ancestor of the Great Void sect was alarmed and came out. With the cultivation of the Absolute Saint stage, one could simply sweep the entire Xian domain. As long as a great saint didn't come out, one would be almost invincible. However, there was no exception. He also couldn't resist the temptation of this cultivation technique. In this way, the entire Great Void sect, except for those disciples who were not qualified enough to come in contact with it, began to cultivate this cultivation technique. In Guchanga's eyes, this scene was so familiar. Back then, when he controlled the Black Sky Eagle and other tribes in the immortal ancient continent, it wasn't like this. However, the elders and disciples of the Great Void sect didn't notice at all. They were still excited and felt that there were signs of a breakthrough in their cultivation. Guchanga was slightly playful and didn't choose to reveal his cards. Then, he directly used this cultivation technique to control the sect master of the Great Void sect and gave him a series of orders. In the entire Xian domain, almost half of the territory was actually under the control of the Great Void sect. And now, it was equivalent to being under his control. The first thing Guchanga wanted to do was naturally to search for people with great providence. The reincarnation of the Renzu was definitely hiding among them. As a giant force in the Xian domain, Guchanga obtained a lot of information under the Great Void sect's careful search. However, it was not enough. In order to further narrow down the scope, Guchanga thought of Xianxia, who was trapped by him in the inner world. She should have many methods to determine the location of the reincarnation of the Renzu. Buzz. In the inner world, on a huge blue stone. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed and body covered by a layer of misty immortal light, suddenly felt a layer of space fluctuation. She opened her eyes abruptly. There was hatred and murderous intent in her cold eyes. Then, she quickly calmed down, as if the expression just now was just an illusion. A layer of ripples spread out. Guchunga's figure walked in, not caring about her expression at all. Jiang Chuchu closed her eyes and did not want to look at him. She did not want to see this man who gave her endless humiliation. "Open your eyes and look at me," Guchunga said indifferently with a tone that did not allow for resistance. "You know the consequences very well. If you go against my will here, you will suffer a fate worse than death." Jiang Chuchu gritted her teeth and looked at Guchunga. She understood the consequences and did not dare to go against him. She said coldly, "Guchunga, what are you trying to do?" During this period of time, she had been thinking of a way to break out of this world. However, she had not been able to do so. She had even felt despair and felt that she would be trapped here for the rest of her life. Now, there was someone in the outside world who was using her identity and walking around the world. She was in cahoots with Guchunga and bringing chaos to the world. However, she was powerless to resist at this moment. Other than suffering, there was only suffering. Her only chance was the forbidden palace in her consciousness. However, with her current cultivation, she could not touch it at all, let alone use its power. As for submitting to Guchunga, that was even more impossible. She would rather die of old age and be tortured to death. "Tell me how to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor." Guchunga went straight to the point and could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's expression changed slightly. She was in disbelief. Not only did Guchunga find someone to impersonate her identity, but he also had designs on the reincarnation of the human ancestor. His guts were truly monstrous. "I don't know." Jiang Chuchu shook her head, indicating that she had no idea. "Oh, you really don't?" "No, or are you pretending not to know?" Guchunga could not help but laugh. "If I knew where the reincarnation of the human ancestor was, I would have gone to find him long ago. Why would I be trapped here by you?" Jiang Chuchu said coldly. When she thought about how her innocence was ruined by this devil, she felt sorrow and sorrow. A wave of grief and hatred welled up in her, and she wished she could perish together with him. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, how could you not know? "Saintess Chuchu, it's already so late. Are you still not giving up and thinking that you have a chance of escaping?" Guchunga said lightly, mocking her mercilessly. Jiang Chuchu said calmly, "So what if I can't escape? Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. I won't help the tyrant. Just give up, Guchunga." At that moment, she still did not know that Guchunga had left the upper realm and rushed to the place where the reincarnation of the human ancestor was born. This was because even she knew nothing about this. Finding the human ancestor was all based on the human ancestor palace's secret techniques and instructions, as well as her talent. Most of the time, the human ancestor palace did not need to interfere. The reincarnation of the human ancestor could stand out from all kinds of trials and battles. It was extremely dazzling. Guchunga frowned. It seemed that Jiang Chuchu really did not know. After all, they were in his inner world. Jiang Chuchu's subtle emotional fluctuations could not escape his senses. Most importantly, the human ancestor palace's secret techniques were not as useful as the system's detection. He could completely determine the number of luck points. However, this was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Before this, Jiang Chuchu was like him. She had never seen the reincarnation of the human ancestor. "Guchunga, do you already know where the reincarnation of the human ancestor was born?" At that moment, seeing Guchunga's expression, Jiang Chuchu could not help but make a guess. Guchunga's speed was faster than the human ancestor palace's. How did he do it? "Not only do I know, but I'm also here." At that moment, Guchunga had nothing to hide. He smiled faintly and said with some interest, "What, are you worried that I'll find and kill the reincarnation of the human ancestor first? Why don't you beg me? I might be able to give him an easier death." Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Her complexion paled as she felt a kind of terrifying murderous aura that was casually described. "You can't imagine the human ancestor's methods. Even if you can kill the reincarnation of the human ancestor in this life, he still has other methods to return. You can't beat the human ancestor." She could not help but say. Growing up in the human ancestor palace, she knew how powerful the human ancestor was. He was almost omnipotent. Although Guchanga seemed to have the upper hand, he was still no match for the human ancestor who had reincarnated countless times. At this time, Guchanga couldn't help but sneer and lightly said. Speaking of which, I'm your man. Me being killed by the human ancestor? You're just going to do nothing about it? I really don't know what kind of bewitching potion the human ancestor palace fed you. It's just the human ancestor, but you're so afraid of him. Xianxia, what was your purpose in being raised? To be the human ancestor's tool? You're despicable and shameless. Upon hearing Guchanga's first words, Xianxia's expression instantly changed. She could not remain as calm as before. To think that he had the face to say such things. And yet, Guchanga seemed completely indifferent. But these words still left her slightly perplexed. Guchanga was right. What was her purpose in being raised, and no matter what, her relationship with Guchanga had become very complicated. She hated Guchanga to the bone. This was because Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic arts and had brought chaos to the world. She had an obligation to clean up the world and restore peace. This was the philosophy that had been instilled in her since childhood. You're just a tool. Have you never considered living for yourself? Seeing that Xianxia had fallen into a state of confusion, Guchanga did not mind blowing the matter and smiled as he spoke. Tool? Back. Then, Wang Zijin also said this to me. She said that she did not want to be a tool. Xianxia was slightly taken aback, but she quickly dispelled these distracting thoughts from her mind. She regained her composure and looked coldly at Guchanga. But I am the successor of the human ancestor palace. My purpose in being born is to uphold justice and the world's peace, and to kill a demon like you. Oh, then I'm standing here. Do you have the ability to kill me? You're just a piece of trash, yet you dare to speak such arrogant words, Guchanga sneered, appearing very disdainful. You can't even kill me, yet you dare to speak of upholding justice? There are so many sanctimonious people in this world. Are their actions righteous? Why haven't I seen you kill them? In his view, Xianxia's Dao heart was not stable. There was a great opportunity to take advantage of. You. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression froze, and she almost gritted her teeth. This was the first time she had been called a piece of trash, but she could not refute it. Did I say anything wrong? You're just a piece of trash. You can only stare at me, but you can't do anything. You don't care about the other people who are doing evil. Tell me, aren't you condoning the evil in this world? Are you worthy of your status? What's the difference between you and me? Guchanga asked with a slight smile, each of his words striking at her heart. He had discovered something interesting. A portion of the human ancestor's fate would be damaged because of Xianxia's Dao heart. It seemed that the human ancestor's fate came from the living beings in the world who revered him. Hearing this, Xianxia's face turned even paler. From Xianxia, Guchanga saw a plan to deal with the human ancestor. The faith of all living beings in the human ancestor was the source of a large amount of luck. And something like faith was very illusory in itself. Discrediting sounded like a good idea, but it was actually very unrealistic to actually carry it out. If the plan to replace Renzu failed, Guchanga would consider it. He had always been good at reversing right and wrong, confusing right and wrong, this kind of thing. Speaking of which, the human ancestor's achievements are not so easy to discredit. After all, it is not easy to find a stain on such a great character. In the long river of history, many truths have been covered up. The human ancestor hall has to create such an image for all living beings in the world to worship. It's not that they don't want to get something in return. Perhaps the human ancestor's cultivation method is related to luck and faith. Then, Guchanga left the inner world and returned to the Great Void sect. He did not obtain any effective methods from Xianxia, but the heavenly stellar realm only had 8 regions. He was not in a hurry. If the human ancestor hall's forces really wanted to descend into this realm, he could consider ambushing them and dealing with them here. Although Xianxia could not find the exact location of the human ancestor's reincarnation, she could sense the people of the human ancestor hall. When the time came, Guchanga had all kinds of methods to make her speak. In addition, I have to pay attention to Yu Mingkong's whereabouts. Guchanga closed his eyes. At this time, the hands and feet on Yu Mingkong's body were put to use again. Soon, he sensed Yu Mingkong's exact location. The flood domain. It was at least hundreds of millions of miles away from the Xian domain. If he wanted to rush over, it would not be too troublesome. It was just that he did not plan to appear in front of Yu Mingkong. In the following days, the entire Xian domain experienced a terrifying upheaval. A mysterious exalted immortal with a profound cultivation base descended on the Great Void sect. He was even acquainted with the ancestor of the Great Void sect from 800,000 years ago. This news spread everywhere. This caused the other three great powers to feel uneasy and threatened. They were worried that the Great Void sect would suddenly take action and unify the entire Xian domain. After all, in such a situation, no matter who it was, they would definitely become arrogant and ambitious. The Great Void sect had always been domineering and overbearing. Now that this exalted immortal was in charge, would they not make a move on the other sects? In everyone's opinion, it was only a matter of time. Very soon, a decree was sent out from the Great Void sect, causing an uproar in the entire Xian region. The Xian domain needs to be unified. This was a very simple and casual sentence that came from the sect master of the Great Void sect. When they heard this news, all of the cultivators and creatures were shocked, stupefied in place. In their opinion, although it was the sect leader of the Great Void sect who spread the news, it was clearly the exalted immortal's intention. That mysterious exalted immortal wanted to help the Great Void sect unify the Xian domain. Very soon, this news spread like a great earthquake, quickly sweeping across the world. One of the other three superpowers of the Xian domain, the Heavenly Forest Holy Land. Inside the main hall, the current sacred leader of the Heavenly Forest Sacred Ground had a solemn expression as he spoke to the group of elders and disciples in front of him. The Great Void sect will definitely not let us off. That exalted immortal can easily descend, his strength is definitely unfathomable and has reached an unknown realm. Even if we awaken the sage old ancestor, it would probably be of no use. Now, we have reached a critical moment of life and death. His voice was very heavy, just like his mood as he slowly finished his words. Why is the Great Void sect's luck so good? Such a terrifying exalted immortal actually descended to help them. This old man is unwilling to accept this. Could it be that our Heavenly Forest Sacred Ground's hundreds of thousands of years of foundation is going to be destroyed today? Why? Why? Isn't it good to stay in the upper realm? Why did he descend to the lower realm? He is clearly an immortal from the 9 heavens, why did he descend to the lower realm? Why meddle in the affairs of ants? Hearing this, many of the elders' faces were filled with despair. They did not want the sacred ground that they had painstakingly built for hundreds of thousands of years to fall into the hands of the Great Void sect, nor did they want to submit to the Great Void sect. But what could they do? Resist? This kind of result was no different from burying the entire sacred ground. The entire Heavenly Forest Sacred Ground was shrouded in this kind of despair and unwillingness. Towards Guchanga, they did not have the slightest intention to resist, nor did they dare to resent him. In the Xian domain, they were high and mighty figures who could easily decide the life and death of countless living beings and cultivators. However, in the eyes of that exalted immortal, they were not even qualified to be ants. Things like the Heavenly Forest Sacred Ground were still playing out in the other major powers. Under this order, the entire Xian domain fell into this kind of oppressive and fearful atmosphere. Apart from the Great Void sect, the other powers were incomparably worried, especially the cultivators who personally witnessed the exalted immortal descend to the lower realm. An exalted immortal who could casually gift a sacred artifact, just how powerful was he? Who could say for sure? What should they do at this time? Naturally, they should obediently follow the order and show their willingness to submit. They should not try to resist, because that would only lead to death. With this kind of thinking, many of the major powers of the Xian domain were not stupid. They took the initiative to surrender to the Great Void sect and were willing to submit. Only then did many cultivators realize that the Xian domain, which had always been in chaos, was actually beginning to unify. This news also alarmed the other few domains. In the entire heavenly stellar realm, the overall strength of the Xian domain could only be considered to be above average. The heavenly domain was where the heavenly stellar realm's dragon vein providence gathered. At this time, the major powers of the other domains more or less knew that a mysterious exalted immortal had appeared in the Xian domain's Great Void sect. Many rumors about this exalted immortal also began to spread among the various living beings and cultivators. Some people said that he was old acquaintances with the Great Void sect's ancestor from 800,000 years ago, and that he was an ancient existence who had lived for millions of years. His cultivation was unfathomable. Some people said that he was an exalted immortal with a divine appearance. His immortal qi lingered around him, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. For a time, the heavenly stellar realm became turbulent. The major powers led by the Great Void sect used the excuse of recruiting disciples to search for all kinds of talented and powerful young prodigies. Those who had experienced setbacks when they were young and then soared into the sky were even better. They would be given preferential treatment. The Xian domain was vast and boundless. The number of cultivators and living beings was simply uncountable. However, there were very few young prodigies who met these conditions. In the eyes of many, it was understandable that the Great Void sect would do this. After all, after unifying the Xian domain, they urgently needed a large amount of fresh blood. It was normal for them to recruit disciples. He does have a lot more providence than ordinary prodigies, but he's clearly far from the human ancestor's reincarnation. It's like heaven and earth. There's no comparison. However, it's better than nothing. A few thousand providence points. It's a waste not to take it. In the main hall, Xianxia shook his head slightly with a slightly disappointed expression. He waved his hand and asked the Great Void sect's sect master to leave. He stared at this young prodigy, who was shocked and didn't know what was going to happen, and his expression was a little strange. After hearing about this young prodigy's background, Xianxia was a little interested at first. This was because this young prodigy had been down and out for a period of time. His fiancée broke off the engagement and he was betrayed by his childhood friend. His mother was a young miss of a large clan. When she passed by a certain place, she was attacked by enemies and was severely injured. In the end, his father stepped forward and saved her. After that, the two of them fell in love and got married. They even gave birth to this young prodigy. After that, it was the usual melodramatic plot. When his mother's identity was discovered, the clan forcefully sent people to take her away and severely injured his father. However, they didn't remove the root of the problem and forcefully created a brainless hatred. This poor youth had a strong bloodline of his mother's clan. However, because of his father, his meridians were blocked and he was treated as a good-for-nothing for many years. Finally, he obtained a stalk of divine blood grass by chance. However, he was cheated by his childhood friend. Xianxia didn't ask about what happened after that. He originally thought that this young prodigy would be a good catch, but it turned out that he didn't have many providence points at all. No, to the current him, these providence points were only enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. I wonder why Immortal Exalted has summoned me here. This young prodigy appeared to be a little calm in front of Xianxia. He didn't panic. After all, he was a son of Providence. In terms of courage, he was still outstanding. However, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He didn't even have the time to pay attention to him. He directly slapped down with his palm, after casually harvesting a few thousand providence points from this good-for-nothing son of Providence. Xianxia soon fell into deep thought again. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes as he began to think about what had gone wrong. After looking around, there were not many children of destiny that appeared. It was still the same old routine. They were all too old. This time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor had some new tricks. It seems that waiting for him won't work. I have to look around. I'm afraid relying on these people won't work. Thinking of this, Xianxia then got up and left the Great Void sect, appearing in the sky outside. He took a step forward and the void blurred, disappearing in an instant. At the same time, heavenly stellar realm, heavenly region. In a desolate and vast mountain range, the mountain range was majestic and endless. Spiritual energy was dense, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the fragrance of divine herbs was incomparably strong. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rose everywhere, transforming into various ferocious beasts. True dragons, divine phoenixes, black tortoises, cheilants. If there were cultivators who were proficient in the geography of the dragon vein here, they would definitely widen their eyes in shock and discover the abnormality of this place. The various mountain ranges seemed to have come to life, appearing majestic. Looking down from the sky, the dragon veins were all gathered, nourishing this place. If it was in the upper realm, it would definitely be a place for immortals, causing all parties to fight for it. At this moment, many cultivators and living beings were gathered here. There were people from all races, and their chi and blood were majestic. They were digging into the mountain range below, as if they were building something. In the sky, powerhouses with powerful chi and blood shrouded in divine light stood. They were waving their whips and scolding the cultivators below. Obviously, the cultivators and living beings below were all treated as slaves and did manual labor here. Their expressions were dull and indifferent, like walking corpses. They only knew that they were building altars and other things here, as if they didn't know how to work. A powerful being with wings on his back like a green ghost looked down at the people below. He had a smug expression on his face as he said to the people beside him, "Today, I caught another group of slaves. When the time comes, I must let the sect leader remember this contribution." "Definitely, definitely. Brother Green Ghost, don't worry. You've been in the immortal Luan sacred land for less than 100 years, and you've already made great contributions. You've been promoted to a deacon, making us envious. When the immortal path opens in the future, Brother Green Ghost will definitely be the best in the immortal Luan sacred land's great event of conquering the heavens and ascending to the upper realm." The powerhouses beside him all laughed when they heard that. Their words were somewhat flattering and fawning toward this powerhouse called Green Ghost. The reason was very simple. It was because the being called Qinggui was already a god king. They were only at the heaven god realm, and they were far inferior. On the other hand, this Green Ghost was now highly regarded by the immortal Luan sacred land's sacred leader. His future was limitless. The old antiques in charge of guarding this place also valued him very much and trusted him. Many important matters had been entrusted to him. Hearing that, Green Ghost also smiled proudly. He was in a good mood after being praised. Then, thinking of the matter that the sacred leader had entrusted him with, his expression became serious. The response this time will not be wrong. This is the best opportunity for our sect to ascend to the upper realm. The ancestors of immortal Luan are waiting for us up there. Today is the day to forge the immortal path and conquer the heavens. His words also ignited the emotions in the hearts of the people around him. When they thought of what would happen in the future, they could not help but feel excited. Their faces were filled with excitement. The others also spoke one after another. Although their expressions were filled with anger and unwillingness, there was also yearning, longing, and other emotions. Yes. Forge the immortal path and conquer the heavens. Who would have thought of such a great achievement? Now that there are many difficulties in ascending to the upper realm, the entire heavenly stellar realm has not seen anyone ascend for almost 200,000 years. Now, everyone is wondering if the path to the upper realm has been broken. Since the heavens want to stop us, then why should we obey the heavens? Forging the immortal path is the best opportunity for our immortal Luan sacred ground to ascend to the upper realm. No one will know that we have found the best place to ascend to immortality described in the ancient books here. For a moment, thinking about this matter, their eyes were burning, and they could not wait for that day to come soon. Ascending to the upper realm was the lifelong dream and pursuit of almost all cultivators. They were naturally no exception. Now, such an opportunity was right in front of them. How could they not be excited? The immortal Luan sacred ground was an extremely mysterious and powerful superforce in the current heavenly region with an extremely long history. Just the known Saint Realm elders alone were close to 10. They were in charge of the sacred ground, and no one dared to offend them. Apart from that, there were also absolute Saint Realm elders and other existences. There was even a supreme saint, sealed in the depths of the sacred ground. This kind of foundation could be said to be shocking in the heavenly stellar realm. Moreover, at the peak, there were rumors that a supreme being had appeared in the immortal Luan sacred ground, who was the founder of the current immortal Luan sacred ground. According to the rumors, this supreme being of immortal Luan did not seem to be an original figure of the heavenly stellar realm. His origin was very strange, and he was not a human. Instead, it was a kind of innate life form that possessed extremely terrifying strength from the moment they were born. Later on, he established the immortal Luan sacred ground and disappeared. It was said that he had left this realm and ascended. There were many rumors, and no one knew whether these were true or false. However, there was no doubt that the immortal Luan sacred ground was powerful and mysterious. There were very few forces in the heavenly region who dared to provoke the immortal Luan sacred ground. Some had disappeared in the dust of history. I heard that an extremely mysterious exalted immortal appeared in the Xian domain recently. Could it be that he sensed something in the upper realm and came to the lower realm? At this moment, an expert suddenly spoke and mentioned this matter, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Green Ghost was no exception. A exalted immortal from the upper realm. Just these few words gave people an incomparably terrifying deterrent force. That's unlikely. If it wasn't for the ancestral master who had a feeling and told the sect leader in a dream to let us build the path to immortality. How could we know about this kind of thing? I think this matter should be a coincidence, right? The person next to him shook his head. In any case, we should be careful. Don't let anyone find out about what happened here at the Flying Immortal Mountain. Especially that exalted immortal from the Xian domain. I only hope that he will leave as soon as possible. Got it. This matter is very important. We have to be careful when we catch the laborers. The backlash and omen from destroying the terrain of the Flying Immortal Mountain is not something that ordinary cultivators can bear. Several batches of laborers have already died. As they spoke, their eyes were filled with worry as they glanced at the laborers below who were excavating and building the altar, planning to build the path to immortality. The construction of the path to immortality had actually started more than 10 years ago. However, the natural terrain of the Flying Immortal Mountain involved many mysteries. It could always cause a lot of omens, causing the process to be delayed. Hey, why isn't this guy dead yet? He's quite lucky. I remember that the laborers who came with him all died. Counting carefully, he has already killed 3 batches of people. At this moment, an expert suddenly noticed a tall young man with a pale face and tattered clothes stained with blood. However, his expression was incomparably determined. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. This tall young man looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. He was gritting his teeth and digging the mountain rocks in front of him. His face was full of stains and looked very dirty, but it couldn't hide his handsome face. Moreover, he had an inexplicable temperament. Even among the laborers, he couldn't hide it, and people couldn't help but notice him. Oh? Isn't this the young man I took away when I passed by a small village? I still remember that his name is Xianxia. At this moment, the expert named Green Ghost said with a look of realization. He carefully looked and recognized the young man. At that time, I found that his physique seemed to be a little special. His chi and blood strength were far beyond ordinary people. I thought that I might have found a genius, so I brought him back to the Holy Land. But I didn't expect that he would have the cursed sacred desolate physique. It's difficult to break the shackles of cultivation. Even with the resources of the immortal Luan Holy Land, we can't cultivate it. It's like a bottomless pit. Thinking that he has good strength, I threw him here to open the mountain. He continued to explain the origin of the young man to everyone. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization. Then, they turned to look at the young man. Their eyes were filled with deep regret and pity. After all, it was obvious from the name that the sacred desolate physique was a useless physique. It was cursed by some existence in ancient times. No matter how many resources were consumed, it was impossible for there to be a breakthrough in cultivation. How long has it been since I saw such a physique? No wonder so many laborers were killed. His strength is indeed amazing. Several people nodded and soon stopped paying attention. After all, he was just an ant-like person. Sooner or later, he would exhaust his essence and strength and die here. He was not worth their attention. If it was the sacred desolate physique before it was cursed, they would probably treat it as a treasure and try their best to cultivate it. However, this was after it was cursed. It was a useless person with no power or influence. It was only fit to be a laborer here. I can't die here. I have to go back. I have to see my sister and Granny. My sister is still so young. If I die here, what will happen to her? Granny is also so old. She's weak and sick. When she's old, no one can take care of her. At this moment, the young man named Xianxia below was muttering to himself. His eyes were muddled and his body was stained with blood. He was like a walking corpse. His fingers were bloody, but he still did not give up. There was a belief and strength supporting him. The powerhouse in charge of this place told him that as long as he could endure for 3 years, he could leave. There were 1 year and 300 days left before 3 years. He always remembered this time. Why bother? Just accept my existence and you won't have to suffer this torture anymore. At this moment, a voice sounded in Xianxia's mind. It sounded like a sigh of helplessness, but it also sounded like a noble and great person who pitied the world. I am me. Why should I accept you? Who are you? Get out of my body. Hearing this voice, Xianxia, who was still a little muddled, was suddenly shocked. He shouted angrily in his heart, asking this voice to get out of his body. This is obviously my body. It's just that before I woke up, you were born. I don't want to erase you. This voice with helplessness and some vicissitudes of life sounded again. Faintly, a proud figure with his hands behind his back appeared in Xianxia's mind. He widened his eyes in shock. This was the first time this voice had explained since it appeared. You just need to accept my existence. That way, I can fulfill your long-cherished wish and take care of your young sister and your old granny. It had to be said that this voice directly hit Xianxia's weakness, causing his expression to change drastically. Sister and granny. He muttered to himself, looking very conflicted. And this voice was also very calm, as if it was not in a hurry. Then, Xianxia asked in his heart, is there a difference between accepting you and being erased by you? When the time comes, I will no longer be there, right? There is a difference. You accepting me of your own accord and being erased by me are different. What's the difference? The principle is different. Hearing this, Xianxia was silent, and then smiled bitterly. So in the end, I will still not be there, right? At that time, will I still be the real me? I won't agree to it. This voice seemed to be slightly stunned, and then asked. Do you know who I am? If you accept me, what will you get? Xianxia was silent for a moment, and a touch of determination flashed across his face. He thought of his sister and the old granny who took care of the two of them. I don't know who you are, but I know you are not simple. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. He said with determination. You are a boy who values friendship and righteousness. But this body will not last for more than a few days. When the time comes, you will understand. Letting out a nonchalant laugh, the voice gradually disappeared. No one could stop his return in this life. Although many of his reincarnation memories had not been merged yet, it did not affect him in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Starting from the Xian domain to the flood domain where Yumingkong was, Guchanga had sent people to search all the domains. First of all, he eliminated those cultivators who were over 30 years old, which saved him some time. During this process, Guchanga found quite a number of cultivators with high providence. Although they were not children of providence, they could be considered as people with great providence. Under his instructions, the great void sect's reputation grew. The news of them accepting disciples even spread to the other domains. As a result, there was a rumor that the exalted immortal wanted to take disciples and bring them to the upper realm. This attracted countless prodigies, and even some old fellows showed up. Guchanga was too lazy to correct them. He did not even show up. This kind of thing got messier and messier, and it was harder and harder for others to see through his true intentions. After all, one could only fish in muddy water. As a result, there was a rumor that the exalted immortal was aloof and indifferent. Those who could catch his eye must have outstanding talent. After that, Guchanga directly moved and chose to go to the heavenly domain, which was the furthest away from the Xian domain. In his opinion, it was the most central area of this lower realm map, where the dragon veins providence gathered. He was not surprised that he did not find any news of the Renzu's reincarnation in the other domains. Instead, he felt that it was most likely that he would appear in the heavenly domain. Although this kind of searching method was slow, It was meticulous and would not make any big mistakes. On the other hand, he was also paying close attention to Yumingkong's whereabouts. He knew that she had no news of the Renzu's reincarnation, just like him. Instead, she stirred up some trouble, and some forces almost found out about her upper realm origins. In the end, it was Gu Chang'e who helped her cover up these troubles. All these made Gu Chang'e sigh slightly. Yumingkong, this stupid girl, did she really think that she was invincible because she had foresight? If he did not follow her, with her little tricks, she would not even be able to find the Renzu's reincarnation. How could she deal with him? Instead, it would put her in a very dangerous situation. Gu Chang'e felt that after returning to the upper realm, he would have to teach Yumingkong a lesson and let her understand a principle. If there was anything, she would have to discuss it with her husband first. Only after he agreed could she proceed. Soon, they made several turns and passed through many teleportation formations. Gu Chang'e appeared somewhere in the heaven region of the heavenly stellar realm. He was still alone. He didn't plan to bring a large group of people with him. In the heavenly stellar realm, they weren't even as useful as a supreme saint puppet that he took out. With such thoughts in mind, the void began to distort. A tall, sallow-faced puppet that looked no different from an ordinary person appeared beside Gu Chang'e and respectfully called out, "Master. It's more than enough to serve as a servant." Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. A supreme saint realm servant. If word got out, all the cultivators and creatures in Tianqian field would be scared silly. Then, the master and servant left this place and went to a more populated place. The heavenly region was different from the other regions. The overall realm here was much higher. The other region's holy lands could only be considered as first-rate or second-rate forces in the heavenly region. Not long after arriving in the heavenly region, he was about to find a place to stay. Gu Chang'e suddenly heard a notification from the system again. Ding! The Son of Providence mission line has been triggered. You will receive a notification. Do you accept? Gu Chang'e's expression was a little strange. He nodded. Accept. It seemed that as his providence points increased, the range of the system's perception of the Son of Providence would also increase. Of course, the more likely reason was that the place where Gu Chang'e was now was not very far from the person in this mission line. And as Gu Chang'e chose to accept the notification. Buzz, the scene before his eyes became blurry. A colorful peach tree grew in the sea of chaos. Bolts of divine thunder of order as thick as mountains struck down. It was earth-shattering and terrifying. In the end, this divine thunder of order became a vast and continuous scene like a galaxy. Every bolt of lightning seemed to be able to split open heaven and earth, causing the entire universe to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. And this peach tree welcomed this divine thunder of order. It bobbed up and down in it, as if it was going to be reborn. Finally, the scene changed. The scene here disappeared. This peach tree was charred and tattered, as if it had lost its vitality and fell from the universe. And in the middle, there was a ball of misty light wrapped around it, falling to an unknown place in the vast expanse. A baby girl? Gu Chang'e saw clearly that the ball of misty light was wrapped around a baby girl. This made him frown. The moment he saw this peach tree, his first thought was that it was the peach tree in the peach village where Gu Xian'er was. After all, according to Gu Xian'er's destiny template, the origin of that peach tree was definitely extraordinary. It might even be the most ancient ancestral guardian spirit. Gu Chang'e had never doubted this point. And now, seeing this scene, especially seeing that mysterious baby girl, Gu Chang'e could not help but think of other things. The reincarnation of the Son of Providence was obviously referring to the reincarnation of the human ancestor. In this case, this mysterious baby girl was related to the human ancestor, the Son of Providence. Soon, Gu Chang'e had a faint guess in his heart. Of course, I have to confirm whether it is or not. He smiled, and his expression seemed to be somewhat profound. Boom, bringing the puppet, his figure passed through this area and headed for the nearby ancient city. At the same time, under his eyes, the various patterns of providence in this area appeared. In this way, Gu Chang'e could narrow down the scope. From the scene of the system notification, that mysterious baby girl should have landed in this place. Since it was related to the reincarnation of the human ancestor, from the looks of it, she should not be very old. "Granny, brother didn't come back today. It's been a year. Do you think he has forgotten about Yao Yao?" In a remote village called Northern Mountain Village, a little girl with pigtails and a face smeared with mud was looking at the entrance of the village as she asked a hunched old woman with a head of silver hair beside her. The little girl's clothes were very old. Many places were patched up, but they were very clean. Her eyes were black and white, like the purest and most flawless gemstones. She deliberately smeared mud on her face and looked no more than 4 or 5 years old. But those who were familiar with the little girl in the village knew that her real age was not just 4 or 5 years old. The little girl was very sensible and also very pitiful. She had a strange disease and did not grow at all after so many years. Her appearance had always been that of a 4 or 5-year-old. How is that possible? Even if brother has forgotten everyone, he can't forget Yao Yao. Yao Yao, don't worry. Brother was only taken away by a cultivator and will return soon. When that time comes, he will also be a cultivator who can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. He will be able to take you everywhere and eat a lot of delicious things like candied haws. Hearing this, the old woman revealed a kind smile and said to the little girl, "Yes, yes, listen to Granny. Then I will wait in the village for brother to come back. Wait for him to take me to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground like a cultivator and eat delicious food." The little girl named Yao Yao nodded obediently and sensibly, but she could not help but look at the entrance of the village again, revealing a longing expression. For so many years, it was her brother who took care of the sick granny and the young her. Now, her brother was chosen by an expert and was taken away to cultivate. It had been more than a year, but there was no news back. Although she looked young, she knew everything in her heart. Every time she came to the entrance of the village to take a look, other than longing, how could she not be worried? The outside world was very dangerous. Although her brother was taken away by an expert, it did not mean that he would be safe. She had heard a lot of stories about the cultivation world since she was young. Cultivators killed people for treasures because of disagreements. Killing people was a common occurrence. Yao. Yao, don't worry about your brother. I heard from that expert that he came from the holy land of immortal Luan. And your brother's physique is very powerful in the cultivation world. When the time comes, he will be greatly nurtured by the sect. He should be busy cultivating now, so he has no time to come back to see us. Seeing that the little girl was still like this, the silver-haired old woman could not help but smile and comfort her. That year, under a blossoming peach tree, she found this baby girl. At that time, she was shrouded in a layer of hazy light and looked very extraordinary. But it was more like she had been abandoned there. Yao Yao of the peach tree, shining brightly. At that time, the scene was very suitable, so she adopted her and named her Yao Yao. She raised her for so many years, but Yao Yao stayed at the age of 4 or 5 and did not grow up. This made the silver-haired old woman helpless. She tried many methods, but in the end, there was no effect at all. It was as if the heavens were playing a joke on this little girl. Moreover, Yao Yao was very sensible and had never made her worry. The other child she adopted was also not bad. A year ago, she was valued by the expert of the holy land of immortal Luan and was brought into the sect to cultivate. Her future was limitless. Thinking of this, the old woman's smile deepened. Trembling, she led the little girl home. The northern mountain village was remote, with mountains to the north. From time to time, demon beasts would come out and run into the village to cause trouble. In the south, there was a desert. Often, bandits could be seen running around, robbing the villages of meat and some spirit stones. Every village suffered greatly, and it was unspeakable. Otherwise, the old woman would not have smeared some mud on Yao Yao's face. She was afraid that those crazy bandits would notice. The little girl, Yao Yao, followed her granny and greeted the people she knew in the village as they walked towards their home. The villagers were quite fond of Yao Yao, this well-behaved and obedient little girl. Rumble, however, at this moment, the deafening sound of horse hooves suddenly came from outside the village. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping towards the village. The sound was earth-shattering and extremely frightening. From afar, one could see a terrifying aura surging into the sky. It was extremely frightening. Oh no, it's bandits! The bandits are rushing towards the village. Women, children, and elders, quickly hide in the houses and do not show yourself. Damn it. Didn't we just hand over the spirit stones? These bandits are here again? These bandits are going back on their words. Everyone, pick up your weapons. Everyone in the northern mountain village was stunned by this scene. Very quickly, they reacted. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they were extremely pale. They shouted for the elders and the other weaker people to quickly hide in the houses. The strong young people and some people who had cultivated picked up their weapons and gathered at the entrance of the village. It was normal for bandits to rob villages, and this kind of thing could not be more normal. There was no need to count on them to have any friendship or trust. Granny, the bandits are here again. Xiaoya's expression was a little scared. Bandits were famous for killing people without batting an eyelid. Yao, don't be afraid. Granny is here. At this time, the silver-haired old woman was much calmer. She held Yao's hand tightly and comforted her. However, there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. After all, from the looks of it, this group of bandits seemed to be a little different from the previous ones. Rumble, it was accompanied by a sky full of yellow sand. At the entrance of the northern gate village, there was a large group of bandits riding on ferocious beasts. A large group of bandits was rushing towards the village. The bandits riding on the ferocious beasts were extremely fierce. Their killing intent was shocking, and their faces were cold and ruthless. Their auras were powerful and their auras were shocking. They were far more powerful than ordinary people and cultivators. Ordinary bandits would not have such an aura at all. They had killed their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How is this possible? These are the Black Wind Bandits. Black Wind Bandits. They are the most powerful bandits in the area. Many of the major sects and forces that came to suppress them were forcefully killed by them. It is said that their leader is a high and mighty heavenly god. How is this possible? Why would the Black Wind Bandits come to our village? This is completely impossible. After recognizing the identity of this group of bandits, all the villagers of the northern mountain village were shocked. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some people were even more terrified. Their legs gave way and they fell to the ground. The group of villagers who were holding weapons and preparing to confront this group of bandits no longer had the courage to do so. They were almost scared out of their wits. Just this monstrous aura alone was enough to drown them and suffocate them. Some of the more cowardly people rolled their eyes. They could not withstand the aura and directly fainted on the ground. Why would the Black Wind Bandits come here? Although they are only a group of people, how can an ordinary village resist them? The silver-haired old woman's expression changed slightly. She was in disbelief and shock. Granny, they all said that the leader of the Black Wind Bandits likes to eat people. They like to eat children the most. Yao's big eyes were filled with fear. At the end of the day, she was still a little girl. Although she was more mature than her peers, how could she not be afraid in front of the Black Wind Bandits who killed people and even ate people for fun? Yao, don't be afraid. Those are all lies that the adults made up to deceive you. With Granny here, no one can hurt you. The silver-haired old woman gritted her teeth and shielded Yao behind her. She did not want the Black Wind Bandits to see her. She also did not know why such a powerful group of bandits would send a group of people to a remote village like theirs. Asking for fresh flowers, apart from the northern mountain village, there were only villages like Black Rock Village and Crouching Ox Village nearby. Could it be that those villages were also robbed? What did the northern mountain village have that was worth their attention? Just as the silver-haired old woman was having all kinds of thoughts in her mind. At the entrance of the village, a bandit with a powerful aura spoke. His face was very repulsive and there was a scar running through his body. Just as cultivation alone was at the almighty level. He could do whatever he wanted in this area. Tell your village chief to get out here. He said coldly, as if he was looking down at ants. The bandits behind him also looked cold. They sat on the ferocious beasts and looked as if they would slaughter the entire village if they did not cooperate. The villagers of the northern mountain village had never seen such a terrifying scene. Their faces turned pale and they could not say a word. I am the village chief of the northern mountain village. Greetings to all of you. A wave of panic followed. A trembling old man walked out, his face filled with fear as he spoke. He was the village chief of the northern mountain village. When he was young, he had gone out to cultivate. However, his foundation was damaged and he returned to the village to take over the village. He also taught the villagers how to train their muscles and bones to strengthen their bodies. However, in front of the ferocious Black Wind bandits, they were like paper. There was not much difference. Oh, so you are a cultivator. However, you are not even at the Soul Palace level. What can you do? The bandit leader glanced at him and sneered. The village chief's face turned pale and he did not dare to talk back. Then, the bandit leader looked at all the villagers in awe, fear. He glanced at everyone coldly and said slowly, "Our leader has ordered that all girls under the age of 15 in the nearby villages must offer sacrifices. He wants all of them. 3 days later, I will bring people to take them. If anyone dares to run away or resist, we will slaughter the entire village. Leave no one alive." A hideous crack appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he said such words, coupled with his appearance, he had an incomparably terrifying deterrent force. Wah! At that moment, many children started crying in fear. Not to mention the children, at this time, even the adults were scared out of their wits, and their expressions were incomparably fearful. Some people hugged their children tightly in despair. Who dared to resist the Black Wind bandits? Resistance was a dead end. Did they have to hand over their children now? How could they be willing to do that? Although the Black Wind bandits had a bad reputation in recent years, they had never captured children. Moreover, they specifically asked for girls under the age of 15. This made many people despair as they recalled the rumor that the leader of the Black Wind bandits was going to eat people. After saying those words, the Black Wind bandits left in a grandiose manner. They left in a cloud of yellow dust and rushed to the other villages, leaving behind a group of desperate and frightened villagers. Why? Black Wind bandits deserve to die. Why did they steal our children? Even if I die, I will not give them to them. Soon, the place was filled with sobbing and angry roars of indignation. Many villagers were shouting. The village chief fell to the ground in despair. Not to mention the Black Wind bandits, even ordinary bandits who were much weaker than them were not something a small village like theirs could contend with. What did it mean to disobey the orders of the Black Wind bandits? It meant that the entire village would be slaughtered. Escape. Move, they were just a group of ordinary people. How could they outrun the Black Wind bandits in 3 days? Granny, I'm scared. In the northern mountain village, Xiao heard the words of the leader of the Black Wind bandits. Her face, which was stained with dirt, turned pale. Wasn't she included in the list of girls under the age of 15? She remembered the rumor that the leader of the Black Wind bandits was going to eat people. She bit her lips in fear. I don't want to be eaten. Xiao, don't be afraid. With Granny here, no one will be able to take you away. The silver-haired old woman said in a trembling voice as she hugged Xiao tightly. Her voice was filled with determination, as if she had a lot of confidence. Just as the Black Wind bandits appeared in the nearby villages and demanded that they pay tribute. At the Black Wind bandits' encampment, on a dark mountain peak that exuded an eerie aura, a majestic palace stood there. The leader of the Black Wind bandits was in the palace. With a humble, flattering, and cautious expression, he pointed at the group of unconscious girls captured below and reported to the young man with his hands behind his back. My lord, these girls were captured from the nearby villages and cities according to your instructions. Are you satisfied with them? They are useless. Don't harm their lives. Let them go. Hearing this, the young man who had his back facing the leader of the Black Wind bandits didn't reply. Instead, he shook his head slightly. There was an inexplicable meaning in his voice. The leader of the Black Wind bandits was a little confused. After going through so much trouble, he was going to let them go. Was he looking for someone? However, he didn't dare to ask the reason. He quickly replied, Sir, don't worry. We won't harm their lives. With that, he quickly led the girls away. He didn't dare to stay for long. Some time ago, this mysterious young man came to the place where he cultivated and asked him to do something for him. At that time, he was still in shock. Before he could react, he saw the young man's servant looking at him coldly. A great sage's aura crushed down on him. At that time, he was completely dumbfounded, and he was almost scared out of his wits. His Dao heart was almost shattered. The leader of the Black Wind Bandits had a helpless and bitter expression on his face when he heard the rumor that he was going to eat people. He had no choice but to admit it. After all, this was the young man's order. Apart from him, no one in the Black Wind Bandits knew about this young man's existence. Could it be that my guess is wrong? After the Black Wind Bandits' first leader left, the Black Wind Bandits' first leader left. Only then did Xianxia frown. She wondered if there was something wrong with it. Had he narrowed the scope to this small? He still couldn't find the baby girl. That shouldn't be the case. We can wait a little longer. Xianxia closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Over the past few days, none of the girls that the Black Wind Bandits had captured had any luck points, nor did they have anything out of the ordinary. But he believed in his own deduction. Very quickly, 3 days passed. A piece of news piqued Xianxia's interest. A small team sent by the Black Wind Bandits was actually annihilated. Seems like we've finally found it. Almost instantly, Xianxia thought of it, and he couldn't help but smile. 1,000. Sir, to think that such a powerful cultivator would be hiding in such a small northern mountain village. He killed all the men I sent there. According to the news, there was a silver-haired old woman who hid very well. Her cultivation was already at the Emperor realm. In the main hall, the head of the Black Wind Bandits said carefully, afraid that Xianxia would blame him. After all, his failure in a small village was entirely due to his incompetence. However, who would have thought that there was such a powerful cultivator hidden in such a small village? However, what surprised him was that Xianxia did not seem to care. He placed his hands behind his back and did not turn around. He did not say anything. This made the head of the Black Wind Bandits even more uneasy. His back was drenched in cold sweat. In front of this young lord, he felt that it was torture to say another word. His entire soul was trembling, as if he was about to suffocate. Oh? Silver-haired old woman? Bestowed Emperor realm strength? Xianxia smiled mysteriously. My lord, don't worry. This time I will personally capture everyone in that village. Hearing this, the head of the Black Wind Bandits wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and promised carefully. He thought that Xianxia was asking about how they suffered at the hands of a Marquis realm cultivator. There's no need for that. You can leave now. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression did not change. He waved his hand and dismissed the head of the Black Wind Bandits. Hearing this news, he was in a good mood. The human ancestor's reincarnation that he had been searching for all this time in the lower realms finally had a clue. There was a powerful cultivator hidden in a small village, but for some unknown reason, he could not make a move. At the crucial moment, he used his true strength to stop the bandits. Xianxia was very familiar with this kind of trick. For a son of destiny like the Renzu, if the people around him did not have a background or past, they were not fit to play a supporting role. The silver-haired old woman who took in the reincarnation of the Renzu would probably trigger a new plot. Wait, there's something else I need you to do. At this time, Xianxia suddenly thought of something and called out to the leader of the Black Wind Bandits with an interested expression. The mysterious baby girl that he had been searching for recently should be in this small village called the Northern Mountain Village. Moreover, under his orders, they were facing a group of bandits. They were in a precarious situation. A titled Marquis cultivator, in such a small place, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to protect themselves for a while. After all, without his intervention, even if the Northern Mountain Village faced some of the stronger roving bandits, they would still have a way to deal with them. But now, they had suddenly encountered a colossus like the Black Wind Bandits. The two were not on the same level at all. This was what was called an accident or a variable. Sir, please give me your orders. Hearing Xianxia's words, the first master hurried back and bowed. This lowly one will do his best. I don't want you to capture people. I want you to send people to slaughter the village. After this is done, you will be free. Xianxia's smile was somewhat thought-provoking. If it can't be completed, then there's no need for the Black Wind Bandits to exist. Slaughter the village? The first master's expression changed, but he did not dare to ask Xianxia the reason. To him, a small village was not worth the attention of this lord. Could it be that the village was hiding some unknown secret? Slaughter the village? What was so difficult about that? Very quickly, the first master started to gather all of the Blackwind bandits because of Guchunga's orders. They said that they were going to slaughter the northern mountain village in the name of revenge. Rumble, a terrifying black torrent gushed out from the mountain range, carrying with it a shocking aura as it headed towards the northern mountain village. Many of the cities and villages along the way were scared out of their wits. The terror of the Blackwind bandits was well known in the vicinity. This time, the northern mountain village had offended them. Even if they had an Emperor Realm cultivator, they would not be able to escape the fate of being slaughtered. Many cultivators started to pity them. Why did they resist the Blackwind bandits? For no reason. After Guchunga gave this order, he disappeared from the Blackwind bandits' main hall with his puppet servant. After all, this was the best time for him to show himself. Wouldn't it be better to be a hero saving a beauty? Although this kind of plot was very old-fashioned, it would not be bad since he was the one who acted it out. Guchunga was thinking about what kind of identity he should arrange for himself this time to make everything look perfect. After all, the mysterious baby girl seemed to be related to the peach tree behind Xianxia. The fact that he had come to the heavenly stellar realm from the lower realm was very secretive. Who knew when the time came, he would be discovered. However, with my cultivation by then, I don't have to think about this anymore. Guchunga felt that with his current speed of breakthrough, he would have reached the Saint Realm by the time he returned to the upper realm. He would not be far from the Great Saint Realm. Grandma Silverflower, the Blackwind bandits said that they want to slaughter us. What should we do? The leader of the Blackwind bandits is a heavenly god. We can't escape. When the time comes, all of us will die. At the same time, in the northern mountain village, the current village chief was in front of Yao Yao's house. He looked worried and desperate as he spoke to the silver-haired old woman. Behind him were the rest of the northern mountain village villagers. They also looked desperate. The Blackwind bandits came again the day before. They wanted to take away all the girls below the age of 15. All the villagers were desperate and unwilling, but who dared to resist? They did not even dare to say no. Although Yao Yao used mud to wipe her face, she was still recognized by the bandits. They said that they wanted to take her away too. She was scared out of her wits. She did not see her brother return and did not want to be eaten by the first master of the Blackwind bandits. At that time, no one would have thought that the trembling Grandma Silverflower, who usually needed someone to help her walk, would suddenly attack. And the moment she attacked, she showed the power of the Emperor Realm. She was a cultivator, and a powerful one at that. Unsurprisingly, all the bandits died here. No one escaped because the strongest among them was only at the Almighty Realm. They were 2 full realms away from the Emperor Realm. Grandma Silverflower. The scene shocked everyone. The entire northern mountain village villagers, including Yao Yao, were stunned. Therefore, Grandma Silverflower naturally became the backbone of the northern mountain village. Everyone's hopes were on her. Before this, no one would have thought that she was a hidden powerful expert. However, the surprise came quickly, and so did the despair. After all, the Blackwind bandits were not just that group of people. There were even more powerful people behind them. You can escape now, but you can't hide forever. The entire northern mountain village fell into despair again. Looking at the northern mountain village villagers who were in despair but had a faint hope, Grandma Silverflower smiled bitterly. Grandma Silverflower smiled bitterly and said, "At this time, I have no other choice. The leader of the Blackwind bandits is a high and mighty heavenly god. The other 9 leaders are all true gods as well. Not to mention that I'm only at the Emperor Realm. Even at my peak, I can't stop them." She was speaking the truth. If the Blackwind bandits really planned to massacre the village, even if she had feelings for the rest of the villagers, she couldn't care about them. At that time, she would definitely bring Yao Yao and escape first. She couldn't care less about the lives of the others. Actually, Grandma Silverflower didn't want such a day to come. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to live in seclusion. She didn't even reveal her cultivation and became an ordinary old woman. This was because the enemies behind her were much stronger than the Blackwind bandits. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would face endless pursuit. After hearing Grandma Silverflower's words, everyone in the northern mountain village fell into despair. Their last ray of hope was mercilessly cut off. This time, there wouldn't be a miracle. Grandma, Xiaoyao grabbed Grandma Silverflower's sleeves. Her big eyes that were like flawless gems were filled with worry and fear. At the same time, she felt sad. Although she was young, she was very sensible. She understood what Grandma Silverflower meant. When the Black Wind Bandits came, all of them would die. The only thing they could do now was to wait for death. Apart from waiting for death, escaping or resisting would only result in a worse death. Even though Grandma Silverflower was a cultivator and could think of ways to escape with her, in front of the other party's experts, the chances of escaping were still very slim. Xiaoyao, don't worry. Grandma will protect you. Grandma Silverflower couldn't help but comfort Xiaoyao when she felt her fear. However, she was also very desperate. There was no way he could escape from this. It was even more impossible to resist. At this time, she only hoped that Xiaoyao's brother, Jianyang, would suddenly come back and lead the immortal Luan Sacred Grounds experts to kill the Black Wind Bandits. However, this hope was too slim. Yes. Xiaoyao believes in Grandma. Xiaoyao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She wasn't like the other children who cried loudly. This made her appear to be much more sensible and mature than her peers. Grandma Silverflower smiled with relief. Today, even if she had to sacrifice her old bones, she wouldn't allow the Black Wind Bandits to touch a single strand of Xiaoyao's hair. Grandma, do you think brother will come back to save us? He went to the immortal Luan Sacred Ground to cultivate. He should be very powerful now, right? I believe that brother will definitely appear and kill all the bad guys of the Black Wind Bandits. Xiaoyao's face was filled with fantasy. She thought of the time when she encountered poisonous snakes and her brother chased them away for her. Now that she was in danger, her brother should come to save her, right? Grandma Silverflower smiled bitterly. What should she say at this time? Should she tell Xiaoyao that no matter how talented her brother was, he was at most a sacred lord now? It was impossible for one person to save them. Unless a miracle happened today. In the end, even if I have to burn my life essence, I will take out that secret treasure and bring Xiaoyao to a safe place. The Black Wind Bandits won't be able to find her, she said in her heart as she looked at that innocent face. A mere northern mountain village dares to provoke the Black Wind Bandits. Today, I will let you see the consequences of provoking us. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. A large number of swift and fierce bandits were rushing over here. The leader of the bandits was dressed in black and had a terrifying aura. He sat on a black dragon. He was one of the leaders of the Black Wind Bandits and was at the True God realm. He stared at the northern mountain village below and said coldly. He couldn't understand why the first leader would send him to slaughter the village. Even if there was an Emperor realm expert in the northern mountain village, it wouldn't be worth his time. However, since it was the first leader's order, he would just follow it. Slaughtering the village wouldn't take much time. The Black Wind Bandits are here. They are really here to slaughter the village. We are finished. None of us can escape. At this time, everyone in the northern mountain village was in despair. Hearing the news was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. Grandma. Xiaoyao was so frightened that she bit her lips. Her small body was trembling as she hid behind Grandma Silverflower. At this time, it was already very brave of her to not cry out of fear. Xiaoyao, don't be afraid. Grandma is here. Grandma Silverflower comforted Xiaoyao as she stared ahead with a solemn expression. Up in the sky, the Black Wind Bandits covered the sky like a huge black cloud, shrouding the area. Other than the True God realm cultivator and the lead, the rest were also very powerful. They were the elites of the Black Wind Bandits. This time, they had actually sent so many people to slaughter the village. Grandma Silverflower was in despair, but she didn't regret it. If she had allowed the Black Wind Bandits to capture Xiaoyao, she would have to live in endless regret and guilt. Old man, you killed our people. You deserve to die for making the first leader so angry. When you go down today, learn how to be smart. The Black Wind Bandits aren't people you can offend. The ninth leader of the Black Wind Bandits stood in the sky. He sneered and stared at Grandma Silverflower. As he spoke, he personally took action. The first leader had instructed that they must complete the slaughter. Otherwise, they would be beheaded. Buzz. The pressure of the true God realm instantly crushed down. Rumble, the mountains shook and the earth shook as if the sky was falling. It was as if a huge mountain range was crashing down from the sky. All the villagers of the northern mountain village were in despair, fear, and shock. Under such an aura, they were no different from ants. Stop. Grandma Silverflower's expression changed drastically. Her body glowed and the runes shone brightly. She unleashed all her strength and wanted to take the blow head-on. However, in the next moment, she was sent flying with blood all over her body. Half of her body almost exploded. The gap between the two was too big. She couldn't possibly be a match for this person. Everyone in the northern mountain village looked at this scene in despair and fear. They were shivering on the spot. Some of them even collapsed on the ground. You actually blocked my blow with your physical strength. It seems that you were also an expert in the past. The ninth leader was slightly taken aback. He then reacted and sneered. He was a little surprised by Grandma Silverflower's strength. However, he still couldn't be bothered. He felt that one more blow would be enough to destroy her body and soul. There's no need to mention what happened in the past. Now, you are just an old woman who wants to protect her granddaughter. Half of Grandma Silverflower's body was covered in blood. Blood gushed out from her mouth. She looked extremely pale and miserable. Grandma. This scene made Yao Yao's face turn pale. She shouted worriedly and clenched the corner of her clothes tightly. The Black Wind Bandits were too strong. Even if Grandma Silverflower resisted, there was no other possibility. She hoped that her brother would appear and save her and her grandma. However, no one came. She couldn't help but feel despair. You are courting death. Isn't it better to just wait for death? Why are you still resisting? Seeing that the silver-haired old woman still dared to attack, the ninth leader sneered again and was prepared to destroy her. With such a huge gap, was resistance useful? He also didn't understand why the first leader would order him to massacre the entire village. Perhaps it was because the first leader was in a bad mood. Puff, under such a powerful aura, the silver-haired old woman spat out a mouthful of blood again and fell from the sky. Seeing this, Yao Yao hurriedly ran over, intending to help her up. Her small face was full of tears. Yao Yao, don't worry about me. Grandma Silverflower coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her injuries were very serious. At her peak, her cultivation was close to the heaven god realm. She had only suffered 2 blows and was still alive. However, this was already shocking enough. Don't hurt Grandma. Yao Yao opened her arms and stood in front of the silver-haired old woman. She stubbornly looked at the ninth leader in the sky, wanting to stop him. Yao Yao, come back quickly. This scene made Grandma Silverflower's expression change drastically. She was about to pull her back. You are just a little girl. You are really courting death. However, at this moment, the ninth leader's expression turned cold. He had already attacked again. A terrifying palm fell from the sky. He wanted to slap this little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to death. He didn't expect that even a 4 or 5-year-old girl would dare to stop him. This made him feel that his power was being challenged. His expression turned even colder. Yao Yao, the villagers of the northern mountain village also started to shout. Some people even looked angry and unwilling. They didn't dare to look at this scene and turned their heads away. They felt that Yao Yao would definitely die under this palm. Buzz, however, at the next moment, the scene that everyone was thinking of did not appear. It was accompanied by a slightly helpless sigh. Heaven and earth seemed to be silent. There was an inexplicable and mysterious aura flowing in the void. Time, reincarnation. All kinds of rules seemed to be stagnant. I still want to continue watching this show. However, I can't believe that you are willing to attack such a beautiful little girl. A voice that sounded like a man's reverberated between heaven and earth. No one could tell his age. He seemed to be very young. However, there was a sense of vicissitudes of life in his words. Heaven and earth unfolded like a picture scroll. A man with a blurry face and immortal aura walked out from it. His deep eyes seemed to reflect the collapse of heaven and earth, the collapse of the universe, and many other terrifying scenes. Just looking at him was enough to make one's mind explode and die. It was Guchanga, who had already rushed to the northern mountain village but had been secretly watching the show and waiting for the right time to appear. At this moment, the ninth master stood there in a daze, trembling. His skull seemed to have been opened and poured ice water into it. It was bone-chilling cold. Although he had never seen this person who suddenly appeared, he was definitely unfathomable. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have such means to interfere with the rules of heaven and earth. Faintly, he thought of the news that had recently come from the Xian domain. Could it be that mysterious immortal? Are you, brother immortal? Xiaoyao looked at the man in white who suddenly appeared in front of her and was a little stunned. When she reacted, her pure and big eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Then, she asked timidly. Brother immortal? The figure that walked out from heaven and earth seemed to be stunned when he heard that. Then, he let out a light laugh. This name is quite novel. Little girl, are you willing to take me as your master? Then, his deep eyes suddenly fell. His voice was filled with a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth and even caused many rules and orders to tremble. Everyone looked at this scene in shock and horror. Especially the Black Wind bandits, they felt cold all over. Their divine souls seemed to be frozen, and they couldn't even move. They were as small as ants. The grandiose scene turned into a dead silence. The villagers of the northern mountain village were shocked beyond words. They could not believe their own eyes. At this moment, Xiaoyao didn't seem to realize what had happened. Grandma Silver Flower, who was behind her, had a drastic change in expression. First, she was shocked, then she couldn't believe it, and now she was ecstatic. She endured her terrible injuries and said to Xiaoyao in a trembling voice, Xiaoyao, quickly accept this immortal. This is your supreme opportunity. You can't miss this opportunity. Although the northern mountain village was located in a desolate area, she had heard that an extremely mysterious immortal had appeared in the mystic domain recently. With the help of this immortal's words, the strongest sect in the mystic domain, the Great Void sect, instantly unified the mystic domain and realized the war that had lasted for more than 100,000 years. This white-clothed man in front of her, with his means and temperament, his identity, was needless to say. At this moment, Grandma Silver Flower's heart almost jumped to her throat. She was extremely anxious for Xiaoyao. It's really a rare immortal material. No one has found it for so many years. I didn't expect to pass by this domain today and benefit me. If I was a little slower, it would have been destroyed by others. That would be a sin. At this moment, the white-clothed man in front of her spoke again. His voice carried a trace of laughter as he spoke to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao opened her eyes. She felt a kind of warmth and peace from the man in front of her. This was a kind of aura and feeling. It was as if he wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Just now, when she was about to be killed by the bad guys of the Black Wind bandits, this immortal suddenly appeared and saved her. He even said that he wanted to take her in as his disciple. He even said that she was an immortal material. On the contrary, the brother that she had been looking forward to did not come. If it wasn't for this immortal, she, Granny, and all the villagers would have died here today. Thank you, immortal, for saving me. This old lady is very grateful. At this moment, Grandma Silver Flower's face was filled with ecstasy and deep gratitude. She knelt down and thanked Xianxia. Hearing this, her heart was filled with shock. Just passing by this domain, how many domains were there in the entire heavenly stellar domain? Doesn't this mean that this immortal in front of her could easily cross hundreds of millions of miles and shrink a mile into an inch with ease? This kind of means was simply unheard of. Xianxia nodded slightly and gestured for her to stand up. However, it was obvious that he had no intention of talking. Grandma Silver Flower was not surprised and felt that it was normal. With the identity of an immortal, it was already a great honor to be able to see him. How could he talk to him? From her point of view, Xiaoyao's identity should not be simple. When she first adopted her, there were no ferocious beasts within 1,000 miles of her. It was just that she did not understand later on. This immortal from the upper realm in front of her was knowledgeable and must know a lot of things. He understood that Xiaoyao was mysterious and extraordinary, so there should be no problem. Immortal, are you really going to accept Xiaoyao as your disciple? They all said that I can't cultivate and am an ordinary person. The last time, the cultivator who took my brother away with 4 Tu also said that if I went, I would only be a burden. Yao Yao spoke very softly. She looked only 4 or 5 years old, but it was obvious that she knew more than many people. It was not that she did not want to acknowledge him as her master. However, she felt that such a lowly little girl like her had a strange illness that prevented her from growing up. She was not worthy to acknowledge this immortal as her master. Moreover, before this, she actually felt that it was quite good that she could not cultivate. She could accompany her grandmother by her side and wait for her brother to return from his studies to protect them. However, today, after witnessing the cruelty of this world with her own eyes, she suddenly felt that cultivation had become very important. Only when she was strong could she protect her loved ones around her. That's just because they have eyes but fail to see. How can a real immortal material be seen by ordinary people? Xianxia shook his head slightly and said with some indifference. The expression in his eyes looked like he was admiring her more and more. Of course, when he was hiding in the void, he had already observed Yao Yao many times. She was indeed the daughter of Providence. The number of Providence points on her was extremely shocking, as high as tens of thousands. This confirmed his previous guess. As expected, it was related to that mysterious peach tree, and not the ruthless Empress template that he was familiar with in his previous life. There was a trace of the embryonic form, but it was not exactly the same. However, this plan would not change. He would do what he had to do. If he did not have some tricks up his sleeve, as the daughter of Providence, she would not agree so easily. Xianxia would not go through so much trouble to arrange such a hero saving the damsel in distress situation. Yao Yao is willing to be the exalted immortal's disciple. After hearing Xianxia's words, Yao Yao's eyes were filled with determination as she said crisply. She looked very obedient, and there were still traces of tears on her small face. You are very obedient. These troubles, Oh no, I will help you solve them. They almost destroyed a piece of immortal jade. For this crime even death would not be enough. Xianxia said with a smile. As he spoke, a deep meaning flashed across his face, and then he waved his sleeves. Rumble, it was as if the entire world and heaven and earth were rotating. A terrifying and vast power, like the sea, turned into a furnace of heaven and earth, and enveloped the entire area. Poof poof poof, the group of Black Wind bandits, who were so aggressive and overbearing just a moment ago, disappeared from the sky in an instant, as if they were wiped out by an invisible and terrifying hand. It was as if their appearance just now was an illusion. This scene made all the villagers of the northern mountain village widen their eyes in shock. In their eyes, this kind of means was no different from the real immortals in the legends. He is so powerful that it seems to have surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. Grandma Silverflower trembled. She was also shocked by the scene, and could not recover for a long time. After that, she was ecstatic. This exalted immortal had actually taken Yao Yao as his disciple. In front of this exalted immortal, the menacing and terrifying Black Wind bandits were erased from the world with just a wave of his hand. Such a terrifying move made all the villagers of the northern mountain village kneel on the ground in awe, as if they had seen a miracle. Their mouths were full of words of gratitude to Xianxia. And Xianxia just did a small thing casually, as if he did not care at all. The rules of heaven and earth were like toys in his hands, and he could change them at any time. Exalted Immortal is so powerful. Yao Yao's eyes were wide open, full of shock. This was the first time she had seen such a move, and it had already exceeded her understanding of cultivators. Could a cultivator be this powerful? The cultivator who took her brother away that day was already an extremely powerful existence in her eyes. His roar could shatter mountains and rivers, and his chi and blood could pierce through the sky. But in front of an exalted immortal, it seemed like he was not even qualified to be compared. Are you still calling me exalted immortal at this time? Xianxia looked at her with a smile. Master. Hearing this, Yao Yao's words suddenly stuttered and trembled. Then, he solemnly and respectfully bowed to Xianxia to acknowledge her as his master. In the end, she was still a little girl. After such a life-and-death crisis was resolved, his entire state of mind relaxed. At first, she did not know why she had the courage to stand in front of Grandma Silverflower. And everyone else was very afraid of this mysterious master in front of him. Only she felt very natural, and did not have that kind of unsettling pressure. Especially when he suddenly appeared in a time of danger, saved her life, and said that he wanted to take her as his disciple. This was like a ray of light that broke through all the darkness. Such a surprise came too suddenly. It made Yao Yao's little head a little dizzy. She even felt her mother-in-law's envy of her. What an obedient and sensible little girl. The more I look at you, the more I like you. Fortunately, I had a sudden impulse and made a trip to the heavenly region. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. Guchanga smiled. His words made people feel lucky, as if he was afraid that he would miss such a good disciple. Of course, he was the only one who knew how much of what he said was true. Master. Hearing Guchanga's words, Yao Yao's eyes lit up with joy. Even at such a young age, she could tell the difference between sincerity and falsehood. In her eyes, although Guchanga's face was very blurry, covered by a layer of immortal mist, she couldn't see clearly. However, there was a natural and gentle expression in his eyes. It was completely different from the aloof and indifferent image she had heard of in the rumors. Possessing a pure and innocent heart, pure and flawless. It is the misfortune of this world for such a fine piece of immortal jade to be covered in dust here. Guchanga smiled and patted her head. At this moment, he could naturally guess what Yao Yao was thinking. After all, she was the daughter of Providence. She was young and wise. Even if he hadn't done anything, the ninth master of the Black Wind Bandits wouldn't have been able to hurt Yao Yao. Guchanga had clearly sensed a terrifying aura gushing out from between Yao Yao's eyebrows. That kind of aura could be said to be world-shaking, capable of destroying everything. Although it was just a flash, it disappeared very quickly. Once that kind of power exploded, not to mention the Black Wind Bandits, even the entire Qingyun realm would be overturned. However, after he appeared, the 21 frightening powers rapidly disappeared. According to the plot that Guchanga was familiar with, this was probably the Dao fruit of the mysterious peach tree. Therefore, no matter what, he had to control this Dao fruit in his hands. He had never been interested in teaching people, but this time, he decided to show up as her master for convenience. He even arranged such a hero rescuing the beauty to gain a good impression of her. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't be willing to go with him. On the other hand, Yao Yao was the younger sister of the reincarnated human ancestor. The best way to deal with the reincarnated human ancestor was to start with her. Master, is Yao Yao really as powerful as you said? Hearing Guchanga praise her like this, Yao Yao's face was a little shy. Although she had acknowledged him as her master, she wasn't very familiar with Guchanga, so it was difficult for her to show a very natural expression. Guchanga naturally knew this, so he wasn't in a hurry. This hero rescuing the beauty scene was very old-fashioned, and even he felt that his acting was a little awkward. However, he felt that it was worth it to get Yao Yao to take the bait. After all, she was just a pure and innocent little girl. No matter how much she knew, it was impossible for her to know that all this was arranged by Guchanga. The rest of the people didn't dare to doubt at all, and only respected Guchanga as if he was a god. Yao Yao is really lucky. I said that she has great luck on her body, and can turn misfortunes into blessings at any time, and turn danger into safety. Even Grandma Silverflower, who was the only cultivator here, was full of excitement and happiness. She was even a little envious. Yao Yao's good luck was completely incomparable to ordinary people. To be able to be valued by this unfathomable and powerful exalted immortal and be accepted as a disciple. It was far better than being taken away by the immortal Luan sacred ground by thousands of times. Even Yao Yao's brother couldn't have such a good future as hers. As for suspecting that Guchanga had some ulterior motive, she didn't even think about it. Not to mention that with Guchanga's strength, if he wanted to take Yao Yao away, it would be extremely easy. No one could stop him, and he could even do it without her noticing. Why would he go through so much trouble? With Guchanga's identity and strength, there were definitely countless cultivators who wanted to be his disciple. Yes, you are actually very powerful. At this moment, hearing her question, Guchanga couldn't help but smile and say it as if there was a double meaning in his words. After saying that, he waved his sleeves. A clear light flashed in front of her. Buzz, the mud on Yao Yao's face seemed to have been washed away by a clear spring, revealing a clean and fair little face. Her facial features were exquisite and flawless, and her eyes were as black as jade. Her skin was delicate and snow-white, and her luster was moving. She was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. Although her clothes were very old, and there were many places that were mended, it was still difficult to conceal a shocking aura of immortality. It was as if she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. It was all thanks to Grandma Silver Flower that she covered up for her. Otherwise, as long as one had a discerning eye, they would be able to sense that she was extraordinary. Master, Yao Yao's little face was red, and she was a little shy. Growing up, it was rare for her to reveal her true appearance in front of others like this. Even before her brother took her away, her face was also stained with mud. This scene shocked the entire northern mountain village villagers, and they all called out that their little fairy had descended to the mortal world. No wonder she was valued by this exalted immortal. It turned out that she was not a mortal. This kind of temperament, otherworldly and natural beauty, was not something that an ordinary person could have. Don't worry. In the future, you don't have to hide in front of me. No one will dare to have any ideas about you. Guchanga patted her head and said with a smile. Although she was a little girl, she definitely liked to be beautiful and did not want to have mud on her face all day. Guchanga boasted that he had a good grasp of their thoughts. Yes, yes. Yao Yao will listen to Master. Yao Yao nodded obediently. Her big eyes were filled with joy. Just as Guchanga had guessed, she actually did not like to have mud on her face. Which girl did not like to be beautiful? Buzz. At this moment, Guchanga's sleeve suddenly shook. In the void in front of him, there was suddenly a burst of dazzling immortal light. Many exquisite and beautiful immortal clothes, armor, and colorful immortal dresses were flowing with colorful lights, intertwined with various divine talismans, rules, and divine chains of order. In the void they appeared, and they were filled with a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Just from the appearance alone, these things were definitely far beyond the immortal clothes that the world had seen. They were priceless, and it was difficult to find a second one in the world. Not to mention the beautiful accessories of each immortal clothes and armor, all kinds of immortal stones, bracelets, earrings, and so on. It was really dazzling. Grandma Silver Flower's eyes immediately widened, and she suddenly gasped in her heart. She had never seen these things before. The aura flowing on each of the immortal clothes was incomparably terrifying, as if it could easily crush everything. Even the small earrings had many runes flickering, and strands of nomological aura drooped down. Such a terrifying move was simply too shocking. Other than this exalted immortal, there was probably no one else in the heavenly stellar realm who could take it out, right? Master, Yao Yao also widened her eyes for a moment. From the looks of it, could it be that she was allowed to choose? Her eyes could not help but be filled with joy. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such beautiful and exquisite clothes and accessories. It was as if they were embroidered with the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. Her eyes were about to blur, and they were filled with love and joy. They are all for you. Guchanga said with a smile. Back in Dao Heaven Ancient City, many of the clothes that Gu Xian'er had taken a fancy to but could not wear after buying them were all given to him. At that time, Gu Xian'er wanted to make him spend a lot of money, so he chose the most expensive and most beautiful ones. It just so happened that these things came in handy today. When other people accepted a disciple, they would usually give treasured weapons and cultivation techniques as a greeting gift, but Guchanga felt that Yao Yao might like these things more. Moreover, he had as many treasured weapons and cultivation techniques as he wanted. He did not lack them at all. After all, he was rich. He did not know how to teach a disciple, but he knew how to raise a disciple, not to mention Yao Yao's pure and naive personality. Even if it was others, they would probably be dizzy and quickly fall under this kind of attack. They are all for Yao Yao? Hearing that, Yao Yao was a little stunned, and there was some confusion and shock in her eyes. Suddenly, she was a little at a loss. She thought that Master would let her pick one or a few of them, but she did not expect that he would give them all to her. She could also see that these immortal clothes and accessories were extraordinary and priceless. If they were placed in other places, it would probably cause a fight among cultivators and cause a bloody storm. Yes, they are all for you. Guchanga smiled. He waved his hand, and golden light appeared in front of him again. Many sage artifacts, dharma treasures, divine medicines, immortal pills, ancient books and inscriptions, appeared in the void. It was like a walking treasure vault of a great sect, with countless resources and foundations. Even a quasi-supreme would be envious. They could not compare to Guchanga's wealth at all. This, Granny Silver Flower was dumbfounded, especially when she saw the saint artifacts floating in the air. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She did not see wrongly. There were not one or two sage artifacts, but hundreds of them, hundreds of sage artifacts? What did that mean? He just casually took them. It showed such things. What kind of terrifying force was behind this exalted immortal? Her scalp was numb and her soul was trembling. What kind of terrifying master did Yao Yao become? Why is master so good to Yao Yao? Her eyes were suddenly a little wet. Besides grandma and brother, there was a third person who was so good to her. They had just met, and he gave her so many good things. She was embarrassed to accept it. Silly girl, you have to know that in this world, sometimes master is closer to you than your family. When Guchanga heard that, his expression seemed to be a little moved. Then, he sighed softly and patted her head. His expression was gentle, and he smiled without saying anything. Closer to you than your family? Yao Yao murmured. Then, under Guchanga's insistence, Yao Yao accepted some of the gifts, but she refused to accept most of them. She was very sensible at such a young age. This made Guchanga very satisfied. If it was someone else, how could they refuse? He had no interest in this kind of little girl. If it wasn't to deal with the reincarnation of the human ancestor, and to farm destiny points, he wouldn't have bothered to spend so much effort. However, Yao Yao was also very obedient. Guchanga felt that it was okay to nurture such a little disciple while nurturing Gu Xian'er. He still responded that it was nice. This was Guchanga's first disciple? When Guchanga thought of this, he suddenly felt a movement in his heart, as if a crack had opened in some unknown corner. He faintly felt some blurry images, emerging from the depths of his mind or body. A figure as red as blood, with a murderous aura, unparalleled ferocity. In the end, it was penetrated by a demonic halberd and fell into the bottomless demon abyss. This image was very blurry, and when he thought of the sentence just now, it suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash. Ever since that Nirvana pond, I can always vaguely see some images. Could it be that I sealed my memories without knowing? Or the memories of my previous life? Guchanga secretly frowned. He had actually sensed this state recently, just like the immortal devouring demonic technique that he inherited now. Apart from him, no one would have thought that this part of the inheritance naturally appeared in his mind when he was 3 years old. It wasn't taught to him by anyone. In other words, this seal cracked open on its own, and some memories and inheritance appeared again. This method was the same as how Guchanga sealed the memories of the demonic technique for fear of his identity being exposed. And now, these sealed memories began to emerge. Could it be that Yao Yao isn't my first disciple? Guchanga faintly felt that this part of the memory seemed to be hinting to him that the next child of destiny was about to arrive. However, he quickly discarded these thoughts and didn't care about it anymore. The most important thing now was to think about how to deal with the human ancestor first. After that, things became simpler. Guchanga closed his eyes and waited in the northern mountain village. On the other side, with the help of Grandma Silver Flower, Yao Yao dressed up and changed into new clothes, and appeared in front of him again. Compared to her previous shabby clothes, she looked completely new. She was beautiful and had a divine appearance, as if there was endless Tao aura gathering in her body. Set off by an expensive and beautiful rainbow-colored immortal robe, her hair was soft and incomparably otherworldly, like a little fairy from the 9 heavens. This made Guchanga have to admit that she was indeed the child of destiny. As the Tao fruit of the mysterious peach tree, her temperament was incomparable. However, if I'm not wrong, the next normal routine should be that Yao Yao can't cultivate. As a Tao fruit, she contains extremely terrifying power, but she can't use it by herself. But it doesn't matter, it saves me the effort of teaching, I can just raise her. Speaking of which, when the time comes, it's time for me to show my concern as her master. Many thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind, but his face revealed a gentle smile. Yao Yao, from today onwards, will you follow me and leave this place? What do you think? Yes, Yao Yao will listen to you, master. Yao Yao nodded. Although she had a lot of feelings for the northern mountain village, she also knew that Guchanga couldn't stay here with her. But master, can Granny leave with us? Yao Yao's little face revealed a look of anticipation, and she asked tentatively. She was very reluctant to part with Grandma Silverflower, but she wasn't sure if Guchanga would agree to bring her along. Seeing that she has raised Yao Yao for so many years, why can't we bring her along? Guchanga smiled, and his words made Yao Yao very surprised. She didn't expect her master to agree so quickly and decisively. Thank you, master, she said obediently. Thank you, exalted immortal. Grandma Silverflower was also excited and grateful. It was all thanks to Yao Yao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such good fortune. Now that her cultivation was exposed, if she didn't leave, her enemies would find her very soon. From this point of view, following Guchanga was definitely the best choice. Of course, she didn't know that Guchanga kept her for other purposes. Even if Yao Yao didn't mention it, he would bring her along. After that, Guchanga brought the two of them and left the northern mountain village. He planned to find an ancient city in the heaven region to find a good place to settle down. On the other hand, as her master, he definitely had to fulfill his duty as Yao Yao's master at this time. Imparting martial arts, tempering the body, building the foundation. Anyway, he had to go through all the necessary procedures. Very quickly, in the following period of time, terrifying rumors started to appear in the various forbidden areas and sacred mountains of the heaven region, causing a sensation everywhere. A white-clothed man brought along a little girl, an old woman and a servant. The three of them went straight to various forbidden areas and ancient sacred mountains as if they were entering a place where there was no one. They came to ask for all kinds of divine blood and sacred medicine. There was even a master of a forbidden area who had lived for more than 100,000 years and whose cultivation had reached the absolute saint realm. The most precious horn was cut off by the white-clothed man with a sword. He wanted to take the most precious blood essence to temper the little girl's foundation. There were even absolute saints in the sacred mountains who refused to accept it. In the end, the white-clothed man's servant wiped them off the face of the earth with a palm strike. This caused a sensation in the entire heaven region and caused all kinds of discussions. All kinds of terrifying rumors made the sacred mountains and forbidden areas who were used to being superior feel uneasy. They were afraid that it would be their turn. This news shocked countless cultivators and living beings to the extreme. Many people guessed that the exalted immortal who appeared in the Xian region had come to the heaven region. The identity of the little girl also shocked countless cultivators and forces. There were all kinds of guesses. At the same time, the leader of the Black Wind Bandits listened to the reports of the other leaders with cold sweat all over his face. What happened in the northern mountain village not only shocked them, but also the forces in other places. When the exalted immortal arrived, all the bandits were wiped off the face of the earth with a wave of his hand. Such a miracle was even more shocking when it was told by the villagers of the northern mountain village. It caused many forces to secretly send people to investigate. The current northern mountain village was no longer the same as before, even though they were all mortals with no cultivation. Although they were ordinary mortals, no forces dared to provoke them. This was because some cultivators guessed that the little girl beside the exalted immortal was 643 from the northern mountain village. As a result, the villagers of the northern mountain village seemed to have a relationship with the exalted immortal. Even some disciples of the sacred grounds did not dare to offend them. "Leader, are we still going to avenge them?" The third leader beside him asked with a serious expression. However, before he could finish his words, he slapped the leader's face. "Avenge? What's there to avenge? Remember, don't ask me anything about the northern mountain village. Don't mention anything about it. Just pretend that you don't know anything," the great master said fiercely, but only now did he know that his back was completely drenched in cold sweat. That exalted immortal was definitely the mysterious lord that suddenly appeared. Regarding this, the great master firmly believed without a doubt. He did not know why the exalted immortal made such arrangements, but he knew that it was better to keep it to himself. He was a smart person. The fact that the exalted immortal did not wipe out the entire Black Wind Bandits was the greatest mercy, or rather, he was told what to do. Buzz, when he thought of this, the leader was even more decisive. He directly cut off that part of his memory. At this time, other than the exalted immortal, no one knew that the Black Wind Bandits' sudden massacre of the village was arranged by him. No one would be able to investigate the truth of this place. On the other side, Guchanga brought Yao Yao to the heavenly region to search for some treasured blood and divine materials for body tempering. He also learned a lot about her and her brother. Of course, these things started from when Grandma Silverflower lived in seclusion and found a baby by the river. Grandma Silverflower was also a disciple of an extremely powerful sacred ground. She was quite talented. However, due to some reason, the sacred ground she was in declined rapidly. After encountering an enemy, it fell apart. Guchanga was not interested in this. If he was a son of fate, he might help Grandma Silverflower restore the sacred ground or something. However, to him, there was no benefit in doing so. The baby that Grandma Silverflower found was naturally Yao Yao's brother, who was the reincarnation of the Renzu, Xianxia. From this point of view, Xianxia might have a background of great bitterness and hatred. Because of some difficulties, he was abandoned by his parents. Guchanga was not interested in knowing more. The name Xianxia was different from the usual son of fate. Guchanga was a little surprised that it did not carry the words Chen, Fan, Hao, and so on. However, it was reasonable. A son of fate like this reincarnation big boss could not be compared to those trashy good-for-nothings. This kind of person had a high starting point and a strong background. Even his state of mind was probably a few streets ahead of those ordinary sons of fate. Guchanga did not find it challenging. After all, there were no upper realm orthodoxies involved here yet. In the heavenly stellar realm, he could not be said to be able to control everything, but he was not far from it. Now that he had confirmed the identity of the reincarnation of the Renzu, everything was easy. He would nip the reincarnation of the Renzu in the bud. He would also squeeze all his fate points dry. This was Guchanga's next goal and plan. From Grandma Silverflower's words, Guchanga knew that the reincarnation of the Renzu was taken away by the cultivators of the immortal Luan sacred ground to cultivate more than a year ago. There had been no news of him since then. The immortal Luan sacred ground's ancestor was the immortal Luan Supreme. This surprised Guchanga. According to the barrier of the heavenly stellar realm, at most, a great saint could be born. If one wanted to become a quasi-supreme, one would need some fate points or opportunities. Or they could seal themselves for many years and break through. The ancestor of the immortal Luan sacred ground was a supreme. This could only mean that he was not a living being born in this realm. It was possible that he came from the upper realm. In addition, the reincarnation of the Renzu was now cultivating in the immortal Luan sacred ground. It was unknown how much of his reincarnation memories had been awakened. To put it nicely, it's called reincarnation awakening. To put it bluntly, it's no different from possession. Devouring and occupying the original consciousness, then letting the past memories take over. Guchanga smiled meaningfully. He was already familiar with dealing with this kind of son of fate. Naturally, it was a piece of cake. In fact, he had already thought of what to do. Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower, as the relatives of the reincarnation of the Renzu, were naturally his key and weak points. On the other hand, apart from Guchanga, no one knew the true identity of the reincarnation of the Renzu. Even Yao Yao did not know. Guchanga's plan was actually very simple. Judging from the current situation, Yao Yao still trusted and relied on him as her master. As the Tao fruit of that mysterious peach tree, the power she possessed would only be far beyond her imagination. And during this period of time, what happened to Yao Yao was just as Guchanga had expected. She was indeed unable to cultivate. This made this little girl, who had always been obedient, feel very depressed and depressed. She even began to worry about her gains and losses. "Master, have I disappointed you?" In an ancient city in the Qingyun domain, Yao Yao looked at Guchanga, who was deep in thought, and said with guilt and uneasiness on her little face. Grandma Silverflower, who was beside her, began to feel uneasy. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. During this period of time, although she had been in contact with Guchanga, she found that this exalted immortal was not as cold as the rumors said. But it was still difficult to hide the high and mighty attitude he had towards her. Only when facing Yao Yao would he reveal a gentle expression. Even when he spoke to her, it was all to ask about Yao Yao. It was obvious that this exalted immortal really valued and liked Yao Yao very much. He had taught her many cultivation techniques and all kinds of divine medicines, blood, and immortal pills, and did not stop. The divine mountains and forbidden areas that countless cultivators and living beings in the Qingyun domain feared were like flat ground under the feet of this exalted immortal. He even brought them in. From the masters of the divine mountains and the masters of the forbidden areas, he asked them to refine precious blood, specially for Xiaoyao to temper her body. This kind of treatment made her very envious. She even sighed in amazement. She found that just tempering one's body could be done like this. It was really her cultivation that limited her horizons. She even saw with her own eyes the scene of an ancient divine mountain being destroyed by a servant because of resisting this exalted immortal. That scene could be said to be earth-shattering, and the momentum shook the world. The towering divine mountain was high up in the air. There were ancient existences that were sealed in dust. They would occasionally awaken and stir up chaos in the darkness. They were powerful to an indescribable degree. In the end, in front of this exalted immortal, he couldn't even resist and was instantly annihilated. The more he understood about this exalted immortal's might, the more he realized how terrifying and unfathomable it was, but now, Grandma Silver Flower discovered a very bad thing, which made her secretly worried. But something seemed to be wrong with Xiaoyao. No matter what this exalted immortal did, it was useless. He had even killed an ancient being of the Saint Realm and extracted its true soul to create a breakthrough pill for Xiaoyao. However, she still couldn't cultivate. No matter how many resources were used, there was still no improvement. One had to know that during this period of time, the exalted immortal had put in a lot of thought and effort, but in the end, it was all for naught. To put it bluntly, even a pig would be able to transform into a divine beast at this time. But Xiaoyao's body didn't show any signs of change. Therefore, this matter made Grandma Silver Flower uneasy. She also felt that the exalted immortal was in a bad mood. He often frowned and fell into deep thought. In this world, no one would be good to others for no reason. At first, the exalted immortal helped Xiaoyao and accepted her as a disciple because he valued her talent and felt that she wasn't simple. But now, after so many days, the conclusion was probably a slap to his own face. Although Xiaoyao looked extraordinary, it was an irrefutable fact that she couldn't cultivate. With such a huge difference, no one would be able to accept it, especially the exalted immortal, who had invested a lot of resources and effort. Now, Grandma Silver Flower was very worried. She was afraid that the exalted immortal would be angry and feel that he had been deceived. Xiaoyao was very sensible. She also knew that she had disappointed her master. So many good things were used on her, but she still couldn't cultivate. This made her uneasy, and her small hands pinched her dress. During this period of time, she was used to her master guiding her cultivation, caring for and protecting her. If her master abandoned her because of this matter, although she would be very sad, she wouldn't blame her master. She could only blame herself for being too useless. Hearing this, Guchanga looked like he had recovered from his thoughts. He looked at the uneasy Xiaoyao in front of him and acted as if he didn't know. He smiled and said, "What did Xiaoyao do? You've disappointed me." Of course, he knew what Xiaoyao and Grandma Silver Flower were thinking. Xiaoyao couldn't cultivate. He had already expected this and wasn't surprised at all. But on the surface, he more or less had to show a heavy and somewhat worried look. If not, he would feel that this exalted immortal was too fake. He didn't even care about the fact that his disciple couldn't cultivate. And at this time, in Guchanga's opinion, it was also a crucial time for Xiaoyao to completely trust him as her master. Wasn't it just that she couldn't cultivate? It didn't matter. Exalted Immortal was rich and powerful, he could support her. Exalted Immortal, Xiaoyao is a useless person. I've wasted so many of your resources and time, but I still can't cultivate. I've disappointed you. Hearing Guchanga's question, Xiaoyao lowered her little head and spoke very softly. With guilt and uneasiness, she didn't dare to look into Guchanga's eyes. At first, she was happy and thought that she was really a peerless genius, but then she realized that she couldn't cultivate and was a complete useless person, a burden. The immortal Luan Holy Land cultivator who took her brother away was right. This cliff-like change made Xiaoyao very sad. That's it? Hearing this, Guchanga looked a little stunned, then laughed and said, "So this is what you're worried about? Even if you can't cultivate now, you're still my disciple. Why are you so worried about this at such a young age? Yao Yao, have you forgotten what I told you before? Yao Yao was stunned. Her little face that was originally full of worry suddenly showed strong emotions. She didn't expect to get such a reply. She thought that because of this matter, she would be abandoned by Xianxia. Exalted Immortal told me before, that sometimes, Exalted Immortal is closer to me than family. She had always remembered this sentence, and felt very touched at that time. It's good that you remember, little girl. Don't think so much. Even if you can't cultivate, I can still support you for the rest of your life. Just treat it as having one more little follower. Xianxia smiled gently and reached out to pinch Yao Yao's delicate nose. Exalted Immortal, you're so good to me. Yao Yao heard this and suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Silly girl, it's fate that we met. Since I've accepted you as my disciple, it's fate. You don't have to blame yourself, cultivation is actually very troublesome. Xianxia smiled. You can't cultivate, so I don't have to worry. After all, teaching is a very troublesome thing. Yes. Yao Yao knows, I won't worry in the future. Yao Yao was very touched and nodded, looking very obedient. She knew that Xianxia's words were actually comforting her. How could an Exalted Immortal not be able to cultivate after accepting a disciple? Her Exalted Immortal clearly said this to prevent her from blaming herself and worrying. Her Exalted Immortal was really too good to her. At this moment, in Yao Yao's heart, Xianxia's position was no different from her brother and granny. That's great, it seems like I've wronged the Exalted Immortal. Seeing this scene, Grandma Silver Flower also heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia's words surprised her, but also made her understand more about this Exalted Immortal's character. Yao Yao had him as her Exalted Immortal, it was really her blessing. Yao Yao, why don't you follow me back to the upper realm now? This time, I've come to the lower realm to return the favor and also to accept you as my disciple. Looking at the time, it's time to go back. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly spoke with a smile on his face and mentioned returning to the upper realm. He planned to deal with the reincarnation of Renzu, but at this time, he definitely could not reveal any abnormalities. After all, he had to be more tactful and let Yao Yao take the initiative to mention looking for her brother. As her Exalted Immortal, he had no choice but to accompany her for her safety. Was this not a logical thing to do? At this moment, Grandma Silver Flower heard this and immediately looked at him with a shocked expression. Return to the upper realm? If Yao Yao was brought back to the upper realm, then Yao Yao would be able to come into contact with that mysterious and vast world. Perhaps she could also unlock the secrets hidden in her body. After all, the upper realm was a legendary place with immortals, and even existences that surpassed immortals. As for Grandma Silver Flower herself, she actually did not have much hope for the upper realm. Mainly, she was thinking for Yao Yao and hoped that she could follow the immortals to the upper realm when the time came. Sigh, this girl probably misses her brother a lot and doesn't want to leave this place like this. She sighed in her heart and vaguely knew Yao Yao's thoughts. Exalted Immortal, are we leaving this world now? Yao. Yao looked at Xianxia. Her thoughts were actually just as Grandma Silver Flower had guessed. Her little face was very conflicted. On one side was her Exalted Immortal. On the other side was her brother. A year ago, her brother was brought to the holy land of Immortal Luan to cultivate, and now there was no news of him. Some time ago, her northern mountain village was attacked by roving bandits. If not for her Exalted Immortal's sudden arrival and rescue them, she and her grandma would not have survived and would have died in the hands of the roving bandits. At that time, her brother, who she had always hoped to come and save her and her grandma, did not come. Yao Yao felt that he must have encountered something while cultivating in the holy land of Immortal Luan and could not leave, so he could not return to the village to visit her and her grandma. Now, she had an extremely powerful Exalted Immortal behind her, and her identity was different from before. She could totally go to the holy land of Immortal Luan and take the initiative to visit her brother. If he was in a bad situation in the holy land of Immortal Luan, he could also help her. It had to be said that Yao Yao was kind-hearted and very sensible. Yao Yao, is there anything else? Xianxia heard this and was slightly stunned. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked with a smile, tell me, I can wait for your matter to be settled before bringing you back to the upper realm. Exalted immortal, I want to see my brother, replied Yao Yao. Oh? Your brother? Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned and looked like he was trying hard to recall. Yao Yao also knew that her brother was probably nothing in her exalted immortal's eyes. He was as insignificant as a speck of dust and would not be remembered. Since he's your brother, then go and see him. Then, Gu Chang'e seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile. He agreed to her request. Thank you, exalted immortal. Yao Yao's face was full of joy. When Gu Chang'e saw this, he smiled and patted her head without saying anything. He was waiting for her to say this. Your brother has been cultivating in the Holy Land for more than a year, but he hasn't gone back to visit you. As a cultivator, he can't protect his family. At this time, Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, looking like he did not think highly of Yao Yao's brother. He was just short of directly saying that her brother was not a good person and had abandoned his family. If it was an ordinary person who said this about her brother, Yao Yao would definitely refute. However, this person was her exalted immortal, and what he said made sense. For a moment, she was not confident. Big brother must have his own difficulties. Gu Chang'e did not say anything else. At the same time, Yu Mingkong, who had been searching for the reincarnation of the human ancestor in the other domains to no avail, also brought people to the heavenly region. That exalted immortal also came here? And brought a little girl with him? Yu Mingkong frowned. When she heard this news, her first reaction was that it was strange. At that time, she thought that the exalted immortal would leave the heavenly stellar realm and return to the upper realm after settling the matters in the Xian domain. However, he did not. He even came to the heavenly region. Furthermore, the matter of the Xian domain's great void sex mass recruitment seemed more like they were looking for someone to accept as a disciple. After failing to find anyone in the other domains, this exalted immortal came to the heavenly region again. Could it be that he also came to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Or is he someone from the human ancestor hall? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind, and she was a little worried and uneasy. Unless it was the most critical moment, she did not want to reveal her upper realm origin. I have to think of a way to find out who that exalted immortal is. Yu Mingkong's eyes were deep on her beautiful face. During this period of time, her cultivation had risen to the late-stage divine king realm and was not far from the quasi-sage realm. Crown Princess, that little girl does not seem to have anything special. She came from a place called the Northern Mountain Village. At that time, she was being attacked by bandits, and that exalted immortal happened to pass by and saved her. Yu Mingkong's frown deepened when she heard her trusted aide's report. Things were out of her control. If I can't find the reincarnation of the human ancestor, then I'll go and intercept his opportunity to obtain the Nirvana Green Lotus. During this period of time, Yu Mingkong had already narrowed down the area where the Nirvana Green Lotus would be born. Finally, she determined that it would be at a certain heavenly lake. She had to snatch the Nirvana Green Lotus before the reincarnation of the human ancestor arrived there. Without the Nirvana Green Lotus, the human ancestor's unification of all eras will be unable to contain it. Looks like the human ancestor has already calculated that the Nirvana Green Lotus would be born in this world. That's why he was reincarnated here. If I'm not wrong, Chang'e should be thinking of a new scapegoat now. The list I gave him back then is very suitable. Thinking of Gu Chang'e in the upper world, Yu Mingkong's eyes softened. If not for Gu Chang'e, she would not have taken such a huge risk to come to this world to stop the human ancestor. Chang'e probably doesn't know what I'm doing for him now. If he knew, would he trust me a little more? Yu Mingkong sighed faintly and then began to give orders. A large group of experts headed toward the heavenly lake that she had determined. The immortal Luan sacred ground was the most mysterious and powerful force in the celestial realm. It had been standing for the longest time and had not fallen even after 1,000,000 years. In the celestial realm, there had never been a force like the immortal Luan sacred ground. Of course, it also had to do with the fact that their ancestor was a paragon. But no matter who it was, they had to be respectful when they came to the immortal Luan sacred ground. Now, the center of the immortal Luan sacred ground was majestic and majestic. Inside a magnificent palace, the immortal Luan sacred leader was pacing with his hands behind his back. As he opened and closed his eyes, light flashed. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Many powerful inner sect elders and the current saintess of the immortal Luan sacred ground were standing below him. Sacred leader, what we saw that day was indeed so. Under the many altars, there was an ominous aura rushing out. There was even black blood rushing into the sky. The surrounding mountains emitted loud sounds like dragons roaring in pain. Back then, we already said to break the dragon vein. A creature that looked like a green malicious spirit was currently making a report in the Great Hall, talking about some matters. It was Green Ghost. He was also the person in charge of building the immortal Luan sacred ground's path to immortality in the flying immortal mountain range. At this moment, he was reporting what happened that day with a fearful expression. During this time, the immortal Luan sacred leader was in seclusion and did not know about this matter. Today, he gathered all the elders to ask about this matter. Elders, this is what you saw. It seems that something bad really happened back then. We dug out something ominous. The act of conquering the heavens is dangerous to begin with. Is the immortal ascension road broken just like that? The immortal Luan sacred leader said with a frown. His figure looked very tall and blurry. His cultivation realm was extremely high. He was much stronger than the sacred leaders of the other sacred grounds. Moreover, he was a person of great talent and strategy. He was also the one who arranged the immortal ascension road. Some time ago, something suddenly happened at the flying immortal mountain range. The altars collapsed, and many slaves died overnight. They even dug out those with black blood from the ground. All the beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles were prostrated and let out terrified cries. Such a strange event shocked the entire immortal Luan sacred ground. Only then did they call everyone back and put aside the immortal ascension road. Let's not talk about this first. We'll make a decision after we investigate the matter. As for that disciple, is it true that a strange phenomenon appeared in his body and alarmed the ancestral master's shadow? Then, the immortal Luan sacred leader asked about another matter that he was concerned about. Hearing this, Green Ghost's face was filled with doubt and confusion, but he still said respectfully, reporting to the Holy Lord, this is absolutely true. At that time, all the slaves died in the ominous event. Only that disciple survived and was safe and sound. Therefore, I felt that there should be something special about him. So, I brought him back to the sacred ground. Unexpectedly, he suddenly caused a strange phenomenon. Celestial light illuminated the sky, causing the ancestral master's shadow to appear, which shocked all the disciples and elders. Even many very old existences have appeared, personally investigating it. The curse of the sacred desolation physique seems to have been removed in that guy's body. The disciple he was talking about was Xianxia, who had the sacred desolation physique. Back then, he was brought back from a small village to the sacred ground. After discovering that there was a problem with his physique, he was very disappointed and threw him to the flying immortal mountain range to work as a slave. However, in the end, he did not expect that he would return to the immortal Luan sacred ground by chance and be valued by many old antiques. This made Green Ghost a little embarrassed. It could only be said that that guy was really lucky and lucky. Could it be a blessing in disguise? The immortal Luan sacred leader frowned and found it unbelievable. How could the curse of the sacred desolation physique be so easily removed? Could it be that it was really removed because of the collision with the ominous aura? Impossible. The patriarch is a supreme being, an existence that overlooks all life and death. A desolate holy physique, in its glory days, can only be compared to a great sage at most. How can it trigger the patriarch's phantom? This guy is definitely not simple. Perhaps he will be the hope of the immortal Luan sacred ground to become a flying immortal. The immortal Luan sacred leader suddenly looked excited. The group of elders below had different expressions when they heard this. Now, that disciple named Xianxia's status in the immortal Luan sacred ground was completely different. He was already indescribably noble. Even the saints and saintesses were much weaker in front of him. Being personally taught by several absolute saint realm ancient existences, his status would definitely rise. These elders' cultivation levels were only at the quasi-saint realm. They could not be compared to him at all, especially now that even the immortal Luan sacred leader thought highly of him. However, at this moment, a disciple suddenly rushed in from outside the hall with a shocked and excited expression. His voice was trembling and stuttering. Clearly, he was trembling to the extreme. Sacred leader, outside the mountain gate, the exalted immortal is here. Buzz, in an instant, the entire immortal Luan sacred grounds hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Clearly, they had not reacted yet. In the next moment, everyone, including the immortal Luan sacred leader, had a drastic change in expression. They were shocked and in disbelief, and their faces were slightly pale. Exalted immortal? Could it be the exalted immortal who destroyed the spirit void divine mountain with one palm? Outside the immortal Luan sacred ground, clouds and mist lingered in the air. It was a magnificent sight. Guchanga brought Yao Yao along and finally arrived here. During this period of time, he took his role as her master seriously. He didn't put in much effort, but he was still dutiful. No one could find anything wrong with him. Although Yao Yao couldn't cultivate, it didn't matter. As her chief master, he brought her around. He left footprints on the vast mountains and rivers, the magnificent mountains and rivers, and the ancient divine cities. At the same time, he let Yao Yao understand that although she couldn't cultivate, with a master like him around, no one could bully her. Guchanga also brought her around the ancient forbidden areas and the primordial divine mountains. The little girl was very clingy to him now, saying that her master was the person who treated her the best. Even Granny Silverflower, who was following behind, was greatly envious of Yao Yao after basking in the limelight and gaining a lot of knowledge. Under Guchanga's intentional care, Yao Yao almost treated him as her closest kin now. She even felt that her brother wasn't like her master, who was meticulous to her. However, her brother had been with her and her mother-in-law for so many years, so he still had a very important place in her heart. Guchanga was also clear about this, so he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he looked up at this majestic and ancient sacred ground with Yao Yao beside him. His expression was strange. To be honest, the providence of the immortal Luan sacred ground was changing at a strange speed. There were signs of a soaring dragon, but he clearly felt that the providence here was fading a while ago. But in the blink of an eye, it began to recover. This change could only mean that the immortal Luan sacred ground's actions were beginning to change according to the heavens. Could it be that this change is caused by the reincarnation of the human ancestor? It seems that the reincarnation of the human ancestor is not as simple as the son of providence, but also the heir of the heavenly stellar realm? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind. He stood there, his figure tall and blurry, as if he was standing in another world. He was wearing a moon-white robe with wide sleeves. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked ethereal. His face was blurry, making him appear even more extraordinary. Others couldn't help but feel the urge to worship him. Reporting to Exalted Immortal, I've already sent someone to report. Looking at him, the disciples of the immortal Luan Holy Land before him were stuttering, and their voices were trembling. He couldn't even stand properly. None of them had expected that the terrifying Exalted Immortal from the heavenly domain would personally come to the immortal Luan Holy Land today. This caused them to be shocked, aghast, worried, frightened, and all kinds of emotions. It was very complicated. During this period of time, the Exalted Immortal had led his men to visit many forbidden areas and ancient sacred mountains. He had asked for a lot of good stuff. Those who did not obey him were all eliminated with a single palm strike. It was truly overbearing and tyrannical. The spirit void godly mountain had several ancient beings of the absolute saint realm guarding it. They had caused many dark disturbances, causing many forces and beings to fear them. And yet, this ascendant immortal had casually destroyed it. Now, he brought this little girl to the immortal Luan Holy Land. Could it be that he had designs on them? This made them feel terrified. They felt that their own sect could not stop this immortal at all. Unless the most powerful technique left behind by the ancestral master awakened. What's going on? Why are you a little worried after coming here? At this moment, Guchanga suddenly spoke and asked with a smile. He did not care about the disciples of the immortal Luan Holy Land in front of him. He was asking Yao Yao, who was beside him. He felt that her small hands were a little cold at this moment. Of course, this was a question he knew the answer to. Along the way, he had deliberately asked and caught some disciples of the immortal Luan Holy Land. He had indeed asked some information about Yao Yao's brother. Xianxia. His status in the immortal Luan Holy Land was not to be underestimated. He was even inferior to the saint and saintess. This was different from what Yao Yao had guessed. Her brother was doing very well and did not encounter any trouble or difficulties. As for why he did not choose to return to his hometown and visit Yao Yao and her mother-in-law, that reason was no longer important. Or perhaps he had forgotten that they could not share wealth together. Or perhaps he was really too busy and could not find the time. During this process, Xianxia had already felt that some providence was disappearing from the reincarnation of the human ancestor and then gathering on him. And the system's notification also made him feel that his guess was not wrong. Under his various hints, Yao Yao was indeed her brother. He was a little disappointed. Even Grandma Silverflower, who had always understood Jiang Yang, sighed. She felt that Jiang Yang had changed and was a little disappointed in him. "Master, do you think Big Brother has forgotten Yao Yao and Grandma?" Yao Yao asked Xianxia softly. "How could he forget you? He should be cultivating and can't spare time to see you." Xianxia patted her head and comforted her with a gentle expression. "Master, don't comfort Yao Yao. Big Brother was not like this in the past. He has changed." Yao Yao's voice was a little low. In the past, her mother-in-law always told her that the human heart was unpredictable. No one knew what would happen as time passed. The cultivation world was much more tempting than the mortal world. During this period, Xianxia had brought her to see all kinds of prosperity and magnificence. She could not help but yearn for it at such a young age. It was understandable that her brother would be addicted to these prosperous scenes. However, Yao Yao still hoped to see him with her own eyes and get an answer. Then, she could leave with her master. Her master had been with her for a long time. She could not let her master worry anymore. It seems that the memories of the reincarnation of the human ancestor have indeed awakened. Otherwise, it would not be like this. I thought that I still needed to plan, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. Looking at Yao Yao's expression, Xianxia could not help but laugh in his heart. But there was no abnormality on his face. Boom! Boom! Soon, divine rainbows shot into the sky from the mountain peak in front of them. Several powerful auras began to rush over. The person in the lead was the current immortal Luan divine leader. He had a tall figure and a powerful aura. Behind him were many elders. They came to greet Xianxia in a grandiose manner. Their momentum was astonishing. "Greetings, exalted immortal. Exalted immortal, it is our sect's honor to have you here. Your presence brings light to our sect's humble dwelling. If there is any neglect, we hope that exalted immortal will be magnanimous and not take offense. I wonder why exalted immortal has come to our sect." Before they arrived, respectful, flattering, and fawning voices could be heard from afar. Outside the immortal Luan divine ground, many cultivators who did not know what was going on widened their eyes in shock. They looked at this scene and did not know what was going on. On the other hand, Grandma Silverflower and Yao Yao were very familiar with this scene and were not surprised at all. During this period, Xianxia brought them along. No matter where they went, it was like this. In those places, no matter how noble the cultivators were, they were just short of kneeling on the ground to welcome them. "Let's go and meet that brother of yours." Xianxia held Yao Yao's little hand and waved his robe. The many runes and array formations in front of them disappeared from under their feet. He led her in. He did not care about the people in front of him. After all, as an exalted immortal, he did not care about any cat, dog, or cat. The elders of the immortal Luan divine ground looked at Xianxia with embarrassed expressions. Although this was their territory, no one dared to stop him. Exalted immortal, the immortal Luan divine leader was a saint. When he reacted, his expression changed a few times. He wanted to ask. "I want to see a person called Jiang Yang." Xianxia glanced at him and said lightly. "Jiang Yang? How could it be Jiang Yang? What was so special about him? Why did this exalted immortal personally ask for him?" Hearing this, the elders of the immortal Luan divine ground, including the immortal Luan divine leader, felt a boom in their heads. They all widened their eyes in shock. "This is the little girl we saw in that small village back then." Green Ghost recognized Yao Yao. She was completely different from her muddy appearance, but her aura did not change. Did this exalted immortal come to the immortal Luan divine ground because of this little girl? I was really blind back then. I didn't see anything strange about this little girl. Thinking of this, Green Ghost's eyes widened even more. He sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, that disciple called Xianxia was this little girl's brother. How could he be so lucky? Not only was he valued by the elders, but his sister had also met such a terrifying exalted immortal. With this relationship, wouldn't he be able to talk to this exalted immortal and even build a relationship with him? This made Green Ghost extremely envious. Noticing Green Ghost's expression, the immortal Luan divine leader looked at him. Green Ghost understood and hurriedly told the immortal Luan divine leader about the relationship between Xianxia and this exalted immortal in front of him. There is such a relationship? The immortal Luan divine leader was overjoyed. He didn't expect this little girl beside Xianxia to have such a relationship with Xianxia. She was his sister. Wasn't this helping the immortal Luan divine ground? Xianxia is now cultivating in the immortal Luan divine ground. He is highly valued by the elders. Whether it is his talent or talent, he is one of a kind. I'm afraid that in a few years, Xianxia will be the next sacred leader of the immortal Luan divine ground. He will lead the immortal Luan divine ground to glory. Immediately, the immortal Luan divine leader respectfully led Xianxia into the sect. At this time, he naturally had to think of a way to say that Xianxia was doing well in the immortal Luan divine ground. His status was above everyone else. As for the matter of throwing Xianxia as a coolie, he didn't even dare to mention it. Oh, is that so? Xianxia nodded calmly. His eyes were so deep that one couldn't feel his emotions. However, Xiaoyao felt that her master seemed to be a little angry at this moment. This made her, who was a little sad, feel a lot better. Xiaoyao felt that her master was a little angry at her brother because he heard what the immortal Luan divine leader said. Although her brother didn't care about her and her mother-in-law, she still had her master who cared about her. That's right. Exalted immortal, you may not know this, but during this period, Xianxia has attracted the projection of our immortal Luan divine ground's ancestral master. This means that his talent has been recognized by the ancestral master. Xianxia is so talented. How can we not see it? We must have poured the most resources on him. At this moment, the immortal Luan divine leader didn't know what Xianxia was thinking and was still talking to himself. He mentioned how well Xianxia was doing in the immortal Luan divine ground. After all, he didn't know why Xianxia brought Xiaoyao here. He subconsciously thought that Xiaoyao was here to visit her brother. It seems that Xianxia is doing well. Xianxia nodded and said lightly. At this time, his face was calm. However, he was laughing in his heart. He was just short of giving the immortal Luan divine leader a look of admiration. What a smart guy. He probably didn't know the reverse effect of his words. However, this help came at the right time for Xianxia. It saved him the effort of sowing discord. Xiaoyao placed a lot of importance on her family. Her brother was doing so well in the immortal Luan divine ground. He said that he would come back to visit her and her mother-in-law. However, Xianxia didn't do that. Instead, he seemed to have forgotten about them and abandoned them. This made her very sad. Now, the immortal Luan divine leader's words were like pouring salt on the wound. It confirmed her previous guesses. In addition, Xianxia was occasionally hinting and adding fuel to the fire. It was completely reasonable that Xiaoyao would think this way. Then, have you ever heard Xianxia mention anything about his sister? At this time, Xianxia looked at the immortal Luan divine leader and asked with an inexplicable expression. The immortal Luan divine leader was stunned. He felt a chill down his spine when Xianxia looked at him. He didn't understand why Xianxia suddenly asked him this. He wasn't very clear about this kind of thing. What he said just now was indeed true. However, if Xianxia didn't answer this question well, who knew what the consequences would be? Before this, he didn't know that he had a disciple like Xianxia. He only knew that Xianxia had a sister when Green Ghost told him just now. In an instant, the immortal Luan divine leader's expression became a little embarrassed. He didn't answer, afraid that he would say the wrong thing. When Xiaoyao saw this scene of silence, her little face couldn't help but turn pale. In her opinion, this silence was the immortal Luan divine leader's denial. Her brother had never mentioned her sister in the immortal Luan divine ground. As for the reason, she was afraid that he despised her and her mother-in-law because of their lowly background. Ding! Yao Yao's status in her heart has dropped. The son of Providence, Jiang Yang's luck has been damaged. Obtained 6,000 luck points and 30,000 fate points. Ding! Family cracks have expanded. The son of Providence, Jiang Yang's luck has been damaged. Obtained 500 luck points and 2,500 fate points. At this time, the system's notification sound made Guchanga squint slightly. His expression became more serious. The immortal Luan divine leaders' reaction was within his expectations. The large amount of luck points and destiny points that had entered his account made him feel that the key was really Yao Yao and Grandma Silver Flower. After all, both of them were Jiang Yang's family and had an extraordinary meaning to him. Especially Yao Yao herself, in a sense, was a supreme existence. Dao fruit, this sort of thing, was seriously too mysterious. No one could clearly say what it was. Perhaps one day Yao Yao would suddenly awaken and instantly have the strength of her peak. One had to know that there was definitely something wrong with that peach tree in the peach village in the forsaken immortal land. However, its cultivation was still earth-shattering. It could be seen how terrifying it was at its peak. Guchanga felt that the strength of that peach tree was probably beyond the true immortal realm. With Yao Yao's current trust in him and Gu Xian'er's current attitude, the possibility of that peach tree being used by him was very high. From the looks of it, Jiang Yang should have some hidden troubles. Otherwise, he wouldn't let his family be in danger. However, I can't let Yao Yao know about this. First, it was a misunderstanding. Then, the misunderstanding was resolved. This will become even more troublesome. However, since it's a misunderstanding, I'll just let it continue. Yao Yao doesn't need to know about this. For a moment, Guchanga's eyes became deep. However, on the other hand, this Renzu reincarnated was really fat as a leek. Just in terms of luck points, he had already surpassed any other son of Providence that Guchanga had encountered in the past. After harvesting the Renzu reincarnated, he could start thinking about the Inde. After all, fate points were omnipotent. He could use them to refine the Inde. His own immortal devouring demonic art could also be used to resist the Inde aura. Soon, the news of Guchanga's arrival in the immortal Luan sacred ground spread from the mountain gate. After hearing that he had called Jiang Yang's name, the elders immediately rushed to the place where Jiang Yang was practicing cultivation like his lackeys, hoping to bring him here. At this time, who cared about Jiang Yang's cultivation talent or status in the immortal Luan sacred ground, since the exalted immortal wanted to see him? That was his honor. He had to bring him here as soon as possible. In the main hall, Guchanga sat in the main seat, drinking tea with a calm expression. Yao Yao, who was next to him, looked very uneasy and nervous. However, the people of the immortal Luan sacred ground below were even more nervous than Yao Yao. Their backs were all wet with cold sweat. At this time, they clearly felt that the atmosphere was not right. The immortal Luan sacred leader's expression was a little pale. Did this Jiang Yang bring disaster? Meanwhile, here, in a cave in the depths of the immortal Luan sacred ground, divine light flashed. Essence chi surged like waves. A handsome young man sat cross-legged in the middle. His face was very calm, and he seemed to be very indifferent. He was cultivating there. Many strange phenomena appeared in his dantian. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, true phoenix. All kinds of terrifying fierce beasts floated around him like guards, letting out deafening roars. Whoosh! Whoosh! As he breathed, a terrifying phenomenon appeared above his head. The stars in the sky and everything in the universe seemed to be worshipping the majestic figure in the middle, making sounds of worship. The grand and ancient sound of the world echoed in the cave. If someone was here, they would definitely be frightened by the scene. However, the young man looked very indifferent. At the entrance of the cave, a beautiful woman in a palace dress was staring at him and exclaiming. As expected of the sacred desolation physique that broke the curse. This phenomenon is really shocking. The beautiful woman in the palace dress was the current grand elder of the immortal Luan sacred ground, Zhao Yi. Her cultivation was at the saint realm. Although he looked very young, in fact, he was already a very ancient existence. she could be considered Xianxia's guardian. After all, his talent had shocked the patriarch's phantom and was worthy of the group of old antiques. The future of the immortal Luan's sacred ground depended on Xianxia. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Xianxia's expression was still calm. Instead, he sighed and said, "It took a whole month to reach the divine power realm. This speed is still too slow." Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. She felt that his words were meant to hurt her. Crossing several realms in a month. Apart from Xianxia, no one else had ever heard of such a record. This was a monster that couldn't be measured with common sense. Xianxia glanced at Zhao Yi and said, "These resources aren't enough. I want to reach the Marquis realm in half a year. I'm still far away." Marquis realm in half a year, Zhao Yi's expression froze again. He could really say such words so naturally. Divine power, Grand Cultivator, Sacred Lord, Marquis realm. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Not to mention half a year, even if he was given 3 years, it would still be impossible. However, considering that Xianxia's talent was truly terrifying, she nodded her head skeptically. She was a grand elder, but in front of a young disciple like Xianxia, she couldn't even raise her head. She couldn't help but be suppressed. Who was the junior here? She couldn't understand this and felt that it was very strange. Xianxia had an aura that made people want to submit to him. "I really can't see through him. He's such a mysterious guy." Zhao Yi shook her head. Xianxia didn't take Zhao Yi's opinion to heart. At this moment, he closed his eyes again and put his thoughts on cultivation. At the same time, he said calmly in his mind, "Do you see? This is everything you can get after accepting me. Do you want to go back to that dark place and continue to be a laborer?" Another voice with unwillingness and stubbornness sounded. "You are you, I am me. We are different. I can't accept you. Young people are really stubborn. Did you forget who couldn't hold on and finally compromised with me? If it weren't for me, you would have been corroded by the ominous aura. How could you still be alive now?" Xianxia's expression was calm as if he didn't care about anything. After he took over the body, how could a mere ominous aura do anything to him? He was the ancestor that hundreds of millions of people worshipped. His faith spread throughout every world. His believers were like the sand in the galaxy. There were countless of them. At that time, he used a little trick to change the direction of the terrain and caused the dragon vein to conflict. He instantly broke the immortal Luan's sacred land's immortal ascension road and made their plan to ascend go up in smoke. The immortal Luan's sacred land didn't know about this. Then, he displayed his powerful talent and used a special method to trigger a phantom of the immortal Luan's sacred land's ancestor. His status immediately rose. Without him, the original Xianxia would have been dead by now. He would have died of exhaustion on the immortal ascension road. He was magnanimous and didn't want to erase his true spirit. That was why he stayed until now, waiting for him to figure everything out and disappear by himself. Of course, part of the reason why the original Xianxia's consciousness could stay until now was because it involved the unification of his reincarnation imprints. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, a voice came from outside the cave, which made him frown. "Xianxia, come out quickly. Did you hear that? Xianxia, the exalted immortal wants to see you. Come out quickly. Don't neglect the exalted immortal." Following a few rays of light, several elders arrived and transmitted their voices into the cave. "Exalted immortal?" Hearing these words, Zhao Yi's expression changed slightly. She reacted immediately. As the Grand Supreme Elder of the immortal Luan's sacred land, she naturally knew about the exalted immortal who had caused a stir in the heavenly region during this period. Why did he come to the immortal Luan's sacred land and ask to see Xianxia? Exalted immortal? Is he finally here? At this time, Xianxia's reaction shocked her even more. He seemed to have known it long ago. His expression was calm and there was even a smile at the corner of his mouth. This scene made Zhao Yi's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. How did Xianxia know? Where did he come from? Then, Xianxia took the initiative to get up and walked out of the cave. Looking at the elders in front of him, he said calmly, "Go and tell that so-called exalted immortal to come here. Tell him that I'm waiting for him here. Bystanders, don't come." "What?" Hearing Xianxia's calm and confident words, The elders were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears. Ask that exalted immortal to come here himself, wait for him here? Did they hear wrongly? Did Jiang Yang's brain become stupid during this period of cultivation? End of chapter 225. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.